Liu Shaojun, having traversed into a parallel universe, finds himself on the cusp of university graduation, harboring intentions of returning home to rely on his parents. Little did he anticipate the activation of an advanced technological system. Consequently, a titan of black technology was born. With innovations such as virtual brain-computer interfaces, bionic robots, biobatteries, hover cars, and DNA storage, Liu Shaojun found himself engaging in an interview with a journalist. Mr. Liu, with superdimensional technology poised to monopolize global technological advancement, what are your thoughts? Liu Shaojun replied, "You are mistaken. I am not here to monopolize the world, but to transform it." Chapter 161, A Pleasant Collaboration. After a brief explanation from Liu Shaojun, the prince from Saudi Arabia grasped the concept. However, he remained undeterred and inquired, "Mr. Liu, the construction of the Line City only commenced last year, and the construction cycle will take at least 50 years. I wish to know if, by that time, the residents of the city will be able to disconnect from the virtual brain-computer interface and directly enter the virtual world? On the matter of events 50 years hence, who could be certain?" Liu Shaojun smiled and replied, "Your Highness, 50 years is an eternity. What transpires during that interval is beyond anyone's foresight. The scenario you envision may come to fruition or may never manifest. The overall construction timeline of the Line City is at least 50 years, thus necessitating a phased approach to development. Saudi Arabia's plan is to complete the first phase of construction before 2024, allowing a portion of residents to inhabit the line. The discussions between Saudi Arabia and Superdimensional Technology pertain specifically to this initial project. As for the events 50 years from now, they remain uncertain. While Saudi Arabia possesses wealth, the international oil market is currently volatile, and the future undoubtedly belongs to renewable energy. The Saudi royal family has a history of lavish spending. Should Saudi Arabia find itself financially constrained in 50 years, the likelihood of the Line City remaining unfinished is considerable. Upon confirming that entry into the virtual world cannot occur without the virtual brain-computer interface, the prince was compelled to reconsider. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded, acknowledging that transforming the line into a city where the virtual and the real intertwine is a plausible endeavor. After coming to this realization, the Saudi prince inquired, "Mr. Liu, what is the cost to connect the line to the virtual world?" It was a straightforward question, which I appreciated, Liu Shaojun replied with a smile. "Not expensive. The first phase of the project will suffice with $2 billion. The prince, taken aback, exclaimed, "Only $2 billion? How remarkably affordable. Dollars? In a land of Hua, are we not speaking in RMB? Liu Shaojun paused, then clarified, "Your Highness, the $2 billion I mentioned pertains to the solution's cost, excluding expenses for equipment, materials, and labor." The Saudi prince nodded. "I understand, Mr. Liu, and we find this price quite agreeable. We can make the payment of $2 billion at any time." Such is the allure of wealth. The inaugural collaborative project, propelled by Saudi financial prowess, was swiftly and seamlessly finalized. The Saudi prince stated, "Mr. Liu, our intention with the Line City is to forge a futuristic utopia, an aerial, multidimensional transportation network, a complete supply of clean energy, and an efficient, compact urban model, all reliant on artificial intelligence. The line must not merely become an intelligent city. It ought to evolve into a wise city." Liu Shaojun nodded slightly. Presently, cities are transitioning from traditional frameworks to intelligent ones. Yet, as it stands, no city globally can truly be classified as a wise city. At best, they are intelligent cities. The distinction between the two lies in the fact that contemporary cities employ a myriad of intelligent systems, such as smart navigation, food delivery systems, and ride-hailing applications. However, these systems operate on disparate databases that do not share information. The lack of data sharing hinders the efficient collaboration of each intelligent module. Such a city may be deemed intelligent, yet an alarming statistic reveals that the utilization rate of collected data in first-tier cities is less than 5. The foundation of wisdom is an abundance of data. How can one claim to be a wise city when they fail to utilize data effectively? Observing Liu Shaojun's calm demeanor, the Saudi prince continued, "In our vision, the data utilization rate within the line should exceed 95. The line will establish an enormous data storage center, ensuring all data is fully integrated and utilized. These data will be analyzed by the world's most powerful central processors to guarantee the city operates in the most efficient and economical manner." As he spoke, the Saudi prince began to envision a scenario. Imagine, before setting off for work in the morning, informing my AI companion of my destination. Subsequently, my phone will automatically guide me to the appropriate elevator, arriving just as I do. Upon exiting the elevator, I can directly board a rapid transit train heading to my company, where an elevator awaits to take me to my desired floor. Upon entering my office, A steaming cup of coffee will already be waiting on my desk. The Saudi prince turned to Liu Shaojun, stating, by leveraging big data to integrate transportation, furniture, and other facilities, and orchestrating them through artificial intelligence, we can realize a wise city. At this juncture, the prince glanced at his assistant. The assistant promptly produced a map of Saudi Arabia, laying it before Liu Shaojun and the prince. The prince indicated several locations on the map, saying, Mr. Liu, we intend to construct at least 10 underwater data centers near cities like Jeddah and Medina. With that, the Saudi prince smiled at Liu Shaojun, eager for response. Liu Shaojun responded with a grin. Your Highness, we at Superdimensional Technology are fully capable of undertaking this second collaboration. The Saudi prince beamed with delight at this affirmation. However, Liu Shaojun then added, Your Highness, the creation of a wise city may incur substantial costs. Please elaborate, Mr. Liu. At least $15 billion. Without hesitation, the Saudi prince declared, Agreed, $15 billion can be arranged for immediate payment. Taken aback, Liu Shaojun momentarily faltered. How remarkable, the Saudi prince continued. However, we require that the first phase of the line's transformation into a wise city be completed by no later than the end of 2025. Liu Shaojun reminded him, Your Highness, the $15 billion I mentioned is merely for the first phase of the project. The Saudi prince looked at Liu Shaojun with confusion. Mr. Liu, we have consistently discussed the collaboration concerning the first phase of the line city. Well, I had no further remarks to offer. Liu Shaojun extended his hand, smiling. Your Highness, may our collaboration be fruitful. The Saudi prince grasped Liu Shaojun's right hand and remarked, Mr. Liu, it is still premature to speak of pleasure. We have additional projects to discuss. Is there more? Truly, money is no object? Please, Prince, proceed. After a moment of contemplation, the Saudi prince organized his thoughts and articulated, Mr. Liu, the core artificial intelligence of the smart city. In this domain, superdimensional technology stands as the indomitable sovereign of the world. The intelligence level of the AI in the line city should be on par with that of superdimensional technology. To this end, we hope that superdimensional technology can assist in resolving certain technical challenges. Observing the slight furrow of Liu Shaojun's brow, the Saudi prince remained silent, understanding the implication. He directly stated, We are willing to pay a substantial service fee, with each technical challenge priced at $5 billion. Liu Shaojun inquired, How much? The Saudi prince enunciated each word with precision. $5 billion for each technical issue, with full payment made on the day the problem is resolved. Liu Shaojun, assuming a serious demeanor, extended his right hand and earnestly declared, Prince, may our collaboration be fruitful. The Saudi prince, beaming, reciprocated the gesture. May our collaboration be fruitful. Chapter 162. The allure of wealth from a young age. Liu Shaojun had never been troubled by financial concerns. He genuinely believed that he held little interest in money. However, today, amidst the ruthless offensive strategies emanating from Saudi Arabia, he found himself rather intrigued by the prospect of wealth. Following the successful negotiation of their collaboration, both parties proceeded to sign a provisional agreement. The specifics of their partnership would require careful deliberation from both teams before reaching a final decision, given the substantial sums involved, which necessitated utmost diligence from both sides. Initially, Su Jijun felt a twinge of apprehension upon learning the details of the collaboration. Artificial intelligence was the core competitive edge of superdimension technology. If they were to assist Saudi Arabia and inadvertently nurture a rival, it could spell significant trouble. Liu Shaojun, patting Su Jijun on the shoulder, chuckled, Old Su, have you ever witnessed me digging my own grave? Su Jijun pondered for a moment and realized that he indeed had not. It had always been Liu Shaojun who set traps for others. The fact that Liu Shaojun dared to acquiesce to Saudi Arabia's requests indicated that the scenario Su Jijun feared could never materialize in the future. Su Jijun breathed a sigh of relief, remarking, Then I shall rest easy. As Liu Shaojun lifted his teacup and took a sip, he mused, The wealth of the affluent is astonishingly easy to acquire. Assisting Saudi Arabia with their artificial intelligence challenges was, in fact, quite straightforward. With Xiaoyi's assistance, Liu Shaojun could resolve everything within a single day. In the foreseeable future, Saudi Arabia's artificial intelligence would never pose a threat to superdimension technology for two reasons. Firstly, the artificial intelligence publicly announced by superdimension technology was Misu, and there existed a three-tier disparity in growth levels between Misu and Xiaoyi. This chasm was akin to an insurmountable gulf that Saudi Arabia would never be able to bridge. Secondly, the artificial intelligence ultimately produced with Liu Shaojun's aid would fundamentally be a manifestation of Xiaoyi, with this dual layer of assurance. Saudi Arabia's artificial intelligence would hardly stir any significant upheaval. On November 14th, a deluge of news reports began broadcasting from Hong City to the far reaches of the globe. At 10 a.m. on the 14th, Hyperdimensional Technology in Saudi Arabia held a signing ceremony in Hong City. Hyperdimensional Technology officially became a member of the NEOM construction team, and the audacious sci-fi dreams of Saudi Arabia might truly be within reach. During the ceremony, the founder and CEO of Hyperdimensional Technology expressed his admiration for Saudi Arabia's visionary aspirations and his willingness to offer any assistance within their capabilities. A Saudi prince in attendance stated that the inclusion of Hyperdimensional Technology rendered the NEOM project no longer a mere fantasy. It was reported that the virtualization and smart construction of the Line City would be entrusted entirely to Hyperdimensional Technology. Insider sources revealed that the collaboration amount soared to an astonishing $20 billion. Recently, Shaojun had been the center of attention in Wuzhen, and this time, he once again captivated the world. A project exceeding $20 billion sparked both envy and admiration within the industry. An industry insider remarked, "In today's world, only Hyperdimensional Technology possesses the capability to undertake Saudi Arabia's NEOM project." The fervor within the industry left many onlookers baffled. What exactly is the NEOM project? What is the Line City? Fortunately, in this age, abundant channels for information and a plethora of sharing enthusiasts abound. Following the signing with Hyperdimensional Technology, netizens nationwide became aware of Saudi Arabia's sci-fi ambitions. The initial reactions were remarkably unanimous. No wonder they're Middle Eastern tycoons. They truly possess immense wealth. Yet, one could argue that such wealth should not be squandered so frivolously. In current times, the aspirations of Saudi Arabia's sci-fi vision seem largely unattainable. However, I was initially skeptical. But who can deny the impact of Hyperdimensional Technology's involvement? This comment garnered hundreds of thousands of likes. Saudi Arabia had not anticipated that merely partnering with Hyperdimensional Technology would catapult the NEOM project into the spotlight. According to reports from Saudi Arabia, the official website for the NEOM project experienced a surge in traffic, leading to a catastrophic server crash. The Saudi prince, who had yet to return to Saudi Arabia, was taken aback upon hearing this news. He promptly made the decision to return to Hyperdimensional Technology. In the office, Shaojun was perusing the system all when Chen Xiao knocked and entered. "Mr. Liu, the Saudi prince has arrived." Here again? Shaojun's furrowed brow instantly relaxed as he instructed, "Quickly escort our esteemed Saudi prince to the VIP room." Moments later, upon their meeting, the Saudi prince stated, "Mr. Liu, I hope to be the first to construct a fully virtualized the Line City in the virtual realm." With that, the prince raised a finger. "To be completed within 6 months, based on a budget of 300 million. For every 10 days completed ahead of schedule, the price will increase by 10 million. Shaojun gazed at the prince, who resembled a harbinger of wealth. "Rest assured, Your Highness, it can be accomplished in 10 days. The Saudi prince replied with utmost seriousness. "The fully virtualized the Line City must be developed strictly according to our proposed plan. Can you confirm that 10 days is sufficient?" Shaojun assured him, "Indeed. But the development price will need to be 600 million, with a 300 million advance payment required immediately." The Saudi prince smiled. "Deal." Middle Eastern tycoons rarely concern themselves with numerical figures when spending money. Once the contract was signed, the 300 million advance payment was promptly transferred. After bidding farewell to the beaming Saudi prince, Shaojun returned to his office, feeling that the technology points were finally sufficient. In the system hall, he set his sights on an S-class black technology, albeit at a hefty price of 18 million technology points. Although expensive, it was undeniably valuable. As Shaojun busied himself shopping, the external world erupted with excitement once more. Saudi Arabia and Hyperdimensional Technology jointly announced that they would be the first to construct a fully virtualized the Line City in the virtual world, where only virtual users possessing Saudi identities would be permitted to apply for residency. Virtual users from other countries and regions would only be allowed to enter the Line City as tourists, with a maximum stay of 3 months. In this announcement, Saudi Arabia indicated that the fully virtualized the Line City would embody enhanced sci-fi attributes, with scenes reminiscent of sci-fi films brought to life within its confines. Additionally, Saudi Arabia revealed another announcement. To enhance the allure of the Line City in a virtual world, they cordially invited sci-fi enthusiasts from around the globe to submit their design ideas for the sci-fi city. Those whose ideas were accepted would receive a cash reward of 1 million and be granted permanent residency in the Line City. Other incentives paled in comparison to the allure of a $1 million reward. Domestic netizens had already sprung into action, delving into sci-fi literature and web novels. Chapter 163. The press conference in November, discussion surrounding superdimension technology proliferated on various platforms, leaving netizens inundated. On November 18th, precisely at 8 p.m., the official account of superdimension technology released a brief announcement across all platforms. The 2023 Winter New Product Launch Conference was scheduled for November 28th at 6 p.m. in Hong City. The reactions from both the industry and the public were notably calm. Superdimension technology consistently unveiled new products each quarter, a fact that had long been established. Initially, the rapid release of new products would astonish both insiders and outsiders. But gradually, they became accustomed to it, even numb to it. One could never truly ascertain the limits of superdimension technology. In contrast to the speed of new product launches, the audience is far more intrigued by the nature of the newly unveiled products and the target demographic they are intended for. During previous product release events, Shaojun Technology would typically unveil a promotional image. However, this winter's product launch was devoid of any such visuals. Human nature is indeed fascinating. When we possess something, we often express disdain, perceiving Shaojun Technology's promotional images as mere gimmicks. Yet now, in their absence, netizens find themselves reminiscing, flocking to Shaojun Technology's official account to leave messages. The marketing team at Shaojun Technology, upon receiving this feedback, finds themselves in a state of bemusement. Ultimately, no promotional images were released, as per the directive from President Liu. Shaojun Technology has always relied on product quality and service to attract users, and the notion of gimmickry contradicts the company's core values. When the head honcho speaks, the marketing team has no choice but to comply. Faced with their unaddressed demands, netizens resign themselves to silence. Ironically, this has only fueled more fervent discussions surrounding the winter product launch, broadening the scope of discourse. 10 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. The invited media had it relatively easy, with offices established in Hongqin. However, those in the industry who were invited faced a daunting task. Hurrying from various corners of the globe to reach Hongqin, no one wished to miss Shaojun Technology's launch event. A professional from the tech sector expressed to a reporter before boarding, "If I miss Shaojun Technology's launch, I fear divine retribution." The global tech community's attention converged upon Hongqin. President Liu was engaged in a video conference, attending the inaugural meeting of the Domestic Semiconductor Association, convened by Shaojun Technology. During the meeting, President Hong of Shaojun Technology relayed the exciting news of successful new materials development to all association members, repeatedly expressing gratitude to President Liu for Shaojun Technology support, which Liu graciously accepted. "We plan to announce news of the new semiconductor materials on December 1st, President Hong concluded. All eyes turned to the central holographic image. President Liu smiled and stated, "Shaojun Technology's research team is developing a groundbreaking EDA industrial design software." Hearing this, several chip design enterprises, including HiSilicon Semiconductor, were visibly intrigued. Companies like Hyperdimensional, specializing in EDA software, were particularly exhilarated. President Liu continued, "It is no exaggeration to say that EDA software is the lifeblood of chip design, a lifeblood that has long been firmly controlled by foreign enterprises. This status quo must be swiftly dismantled." The association members present wore serious expressions, understanding the gravity of the situation. Due to the monopoly of foreign firms over EDA software technology and the high technical barriers, achieving autonomy in EDA within our nation has proven exceedingly challenging. Currently, the EDA software market is highly concentrated, dominated by 3 American giants, Synopsys, Cadence, and Mentor, who collectively command over 70% of the global market share and more than 90% within our country. The challenges faced by domestically developed EDA software are thus evident. Nonetheless, President Liu of Hyperdimensional cheerfully remarked, "With Shaojun Technology at the helm, I have complete confidence." Other members of the association nodded in agreement, acknowledging Shaojun Technology's prowess without reservation. In response to their flattery, President Liu merely shook his head. A few days prior, he had set his sights on an entire suite of S-Class black technology, priced at a staggering 18 million tech points, with EDA software being a component of it. As November 28th arrived, the highly anticipated winter product launch of Shaojun Technology was finally upon us. If all went as expected, this would be the sole launch event of 2023. Consequently, the number of industry professionals converging upon Hongqiang was estimated to exceed 10,000. To ensure the smooth execution of the product launch, local authorities imposed traffic restrictions around the vicinity of the Shaojun Technology building. The attendance numbers for various official live streams continued to rise steadily. As the momentous hour approached, the time struck 6 o'clock. The venue dimmed, and after a brief opening remark from the host, President Liu took to the stage. Once the applause subsided, He warmly greeted the audience. Welcome, everyone. Today, we are unveiling a pillow. A pillow? Are you certain? Many attendees exchanged puzzled glances at President Liu. By the end of 2022, approximately 20 to 30 of the global population suffered from sleep disorders, with insomnia being the most prevalent form. By that same year, the number of individuals in our country grappling with insomnia had surpassed 300 million, 80 of whom were young people. Each year, a staggering 8 billion sleeping pills are consumed worldwide. Upon hearing this, all prior confusion dissipated. A pillow capable of alleviating insomnia was far from an ordinary pillow. On stage, President Liu continued, "The pressures from life, work, and family are incessantly eroding our sleep health. I, too, have often been plagued by insomnia. Thus, I directly instructed the research team at Shaojun Technology, you must resolve my insomnia problem. True to my expectations, a pillow designed to combat insomnia has been born." This statement elicited laughter from many industry insiders, while viewers in the live stream also found amusement. This rationale for development is somewhat absurd, remarked one researcher. I too would prefer not to develop this, but what can I do? He is the boss, after all. The boss's needs must be met. At the launch venue, a cylindrical platform rose, revealing a milky white sleep pillow to the audience. Next to it was a holographic image of the pillow. The pillow featured an unusual rectangular shape, with a small indentation in the center to cradle the head. President Liu addressed the attendees, saying, "The design of this pillow may seem peculiar. Its functionality is remarkably powerful. It can enable users to fall asleep within 10 minutes. And the pillow will adjust the duration of deep sleep in real time based on the user's sleep condition." Chapter 164. Words that are too startling. The venue erupted in applause. This sleep pillow was poised to be a boon for all those suffering from insomnia. On stage, President Liu elaborated. Sleep typically comprises 4 stages: the onset stage, light sleep stage, deep sleep, and REM sleep. The sleep pillow will scientifically allocate time across these 4 stages, with a primary focus on deep sleep. We all understand that deep sleep can alleviate fatigue, bolster immunity, and promote growth, among other benefits. Standing on stage, President Liu furrowed his brow and continued, "In fact, the sleep pillow you see before you is the result of a second round of development. When the first prototype was presented to me, I inquired of the researchers, does this pillow only serve the purpose of addressing insomnia?" At that moment, the researchers appeared momentarily taken aback and asked me what additional features were necessary. I hadn't thought it through and simply replied, "Figure out yourselves." This prompted laughter from industry insiders, and a live stream chat exploded with comments. "Goodness. ISNT, that just like my boss? Same world, same boss." President Liu chuckled, adding, "However, the research team did not disappoint me. The additional features they implemented have left us exceedingly satisfied." In an instant, the audience perked up, their eyes wide with anticipation. Alzheimer's disease has long posed a formidable challenge to the medical community, primarily due to the elusive nature of its causes and mechanisms. Researchers at the Hyperdimensional Technology Institute have always relished the opportunity to confront the impossible, and fortune smiled upon them as they made some incremental breakthroughs in tackling the enigma of Alzheimer's. Upon hearing the term Alzheimer's, many industry professionals straightened in their seats. However, Liu Shaojun's audacious remarks left several experts feeling utterly exasperated. To suggest that their progress stemmed merely from good luck was, to put it mildly, an oversimplification. Alzheimer's has troubled the medical field for over a century, with countless experts and scientists dedicating their lives to this pursuit, yielding scant advancement. Yet now, the Hyperdimensional Technology research team had achieved a pivotal breakthrough, and Liu Shaojun casually referred to it as a stroke of luck. This was either a humble expression or, as some might argue, rather infuriating. Unaware of the experts' reactions, Liu Shaojun continued, stating that prolonged use of the sleep pillow could prevent Alzheimer's and neurodegenerative diseases. After rigorous testing, the research team concluded that individuals using the sleep pillow for over 3 years could reduce their risk of developing Alzheimer's by 20%. If used continuously for more than a decade, the likelihood of contracting the disease became virtually negligible. Following a brief silence in a conference hall, a thunderous applause erupted. The initial quietude stemmed from the misconception that the sleep pillow could cure Alzheimer's. However, its preventive capabilities were sufficient to showcase its impressive efficacy. Once the applause subsided, Liu Shaojun inquired with a smile, "Is this the only function that the developers have enhanced? Are there additional features?" The audience turned their curious gazes toward him. He continued, revealing that after perfecting the functions aimed at preventing Alzheimer's and neurodegeneration, The researchers felt a sense of unfulfillment and thus added another feature specifically designed for infants and adolescents. Prolonged use of the sleep pillow could, albeit with a minuscule probability, activate brain potential and enhance cognitive development. As he spoke, the attendees and viewers alike were momentarily struck dumb. Shaojun had not yet concluded his thoughts. According to the research team, even with over 10 years of sleep pillow use, the probability of successfully activating brain potential and enhancing cognitive development remained exceedingly low. Perhaps not a single individual in 10 million would achieve such a feat, even if successful. The activation of brain potential might only reach 1 in 10,000, with cognitive enhancement peaking at 1 in 1,000. Many in the audience widened their eyes and gaped in disbelief at Shaojun's statements. Their reactions were not unwarranted. The implications of his words were staggering. The individual known for the highest cognitive development rate, Albert Einstein, achieved a mere 13%. The average person's cognitive development rate falls below 10%. If the sleep pillow could indeed activate 1 in 10,000 brain potential, thus increasing cognitive development by 1 in 1,000, it could very well become a key to the advancement of human civilization. While the success rate may not even reach 1 in 10 million, it represents a glimmer of hope. With the global population exceeding 15 billion annually, the sheer magnitude of the population suggests that the probability of success remains. Furthermore, attendees pondered a critical question. If a person with naturally high cognitive development were to use the sleep pillow and successfully enhance their cognitive abilities, it could potentially alter the course of human civilization. This was not mere fantasy. The divide between genius and exceptional genius may hinge upon that minuscule fraction of cognitive development. The shift in atmosphere at the conference was anticipated by Shaojun, who merely smiled and remarked, "The activation of brain potential and the enhancement of cognitive development are serendipitous occurrences. Nevertheless, daily use of the sleep pillow offers substantial benefits for infant development and adolescent growth." What more could they say? Only the resounding applause that echoed throughout the venue could adequately express the collective astonishment felt by all present. Truly, hyperdimensional technology had outdone itself. Standing on the stage, Shaojun declared, "After incorporating these two features, I believe the enhancement of the sleep pillow had reached its conclusion. Yet, perhaps due to the researchers' enthusiasm or their desire for my approval, they added yet another function." Pausing, he spread his hands with a wry smile. "It seems I can no longer merely instruct the researchers to proceed at their discretion." Observing his expression, many industry insiders chuckled, while several tech moguls marveled at the thoughtfulness of Hyperdimensional Technology's research team. Without further ado, Shaojun unveiled the third new feature of the sleep pillow. It could connect to a virtual brain-machine interface, allowing users to enter a virtual world during sleep for a limited duration of 1 hour. This announcement did not astonish the attendees, but rather ignited excitement among the online viewers. This feature seemed tailor-made for the overworked employees, providing a means to relax and engage in virtual games after hours. Shaojun stated, according to data from the Virtual Brain-Machine Operations Department, a portion of users tend to be most active during the late-night hours. Reports frequently surface of employees arriving late due to staying up late playing virtual games. To align with our commitment to user satisfaction, the connection time for the sleep pillow to the virtual brain machine will gradually increase. By June 2024, the connection time will be set to 6 hours, coupled with the inherent 6-hour duration of the virtual brain machine. Each user may spend a maximum of 12 hours in the virtual realm daily. The sleep pillow's remarkable efficacy ensures that users' sleep remains undisturbed, allowing them to awaken refreshed and invigorated the following day. Regrettably, the conference lacked an audience or fans. Otherwise, thunderous cheers would have erupted in response. After positioning himself on stage, Shaojun posed a pivotal question. What, then, is the price of this world-changing sleep pillow? As his words hung in the air, every pair of eyes turned toward him, and the live stream's comments began to dwindle as viewers braced themselves for the anticipated price. With so many powerful features, the cost was bound to be exorbitant. However, Shaojun did not keep them in suspense and promptly revealed the price. The domestic price of the sleep pillow is 199 yuan, while the international price is set at $599. Gasps of disbelief filled the room. "Oh my God, that price is astonishingly reasonable," exclaimed journalists from the media area, particularly those from Europe and America, who erupted in cheers. The comment section of various live streams exploded as viewers expressed their eagerness to rush through the screen and kiss Shaojun in gratitude for such a conscientious price. Yet, many industry professionals furrowed their brows, sensing that the pricing was somewhat irregular. The potential for preventing Alzheimer's, neurodegeneration, and the minuscule chance of activating brain potential and enhancing cognitive development. Such capabilities seemed almost too good to be true. The value of these two formidable features certainly exceeds 199 yuan. Even if superdimensional technology were to sell them for 10,000 yuan, industry insiders would not be surprised. Rather, they might even feel they were getting a bargain. This is because the functionality of the sleep pillow is extraordinarily powerful, bordering on the extraordinary. On stage, Shaojun remarked with a smile, "I know many of you must be wondering why the sleep pillow is so affordable. In truth, this primarily stems from the unique inner structure of the sleep pillow, which includes certain core components that require regular replacement. The lifespan of the sleep pillow is between 24 to 26 months, necessitating users to acquire a brand new one every 2 years." After Shaojun's explanation, the audience experienced a moment of clarity. Yet, some still harbored doubts. Although the industry elites watching the live broadcast understood Shaojun's intentions to further expand the target demographic and audience. Since the establishment of superdimensional technology, its products and services have predominantly catered to individuals aged 18 to 45. With the launch of the sleep pillow, however, infants, children, teenagers, and the elderly have all been targeted as well. Henceforth, the products and services of superdimensional technology will encompass all age groups. The CEO of Google, watching the live stream, murmured, "What a formidable enterprise. What an impressive young man." Unbeknownst to Shaojun, who was preoccupied with the persistent media reporters. The reflections and sentiments of industry leaders were far from his mind. After the press conference concluded, he was intercepted by journalists who had been waiting. Shaojun resignedly stated, "I will only answer 3 questions." A reporter from AFP immediately inquired, "Mr. Liu, when can we expect the release of the miracle drug for Alzheimer's disease?" Shaojun responded, "Research is still ongoing." "Mr. Liu, what progress has the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute made in studying the human brain?" "You will need to consult with the researchers on that." "Mr. Liu, will there be any new product launches from Superdimensional Technology this year?" "There are no plans, but there may be something in early 2024. After addressing the 3 queries, Shaojun departed. By around 9 p.m. on the evening of the 28th, news reports regarding Superdimensional Technology's winter press conference began to emerge. Most media outlets around the globe focused on the 2 functions of the sleep pillow, preventing Alzheimer's and neurodegeneration while also potentially activating brain power and enhancing cognitive development. Ironically, the fundamental sleep-inducing function of the pillow received scant attention from the media. The Associated Press headlined, proclaiming to the world that the sleep pillow's contributions to societal advancement would far surpass those of virtual brain-machine interfaces. Reuters noted, from today onward, the sleep pillow will accompany each individual's life. International media outlets vied to express their opinions, and domestic publications were no less active. The Huagua Daily, in a concluding commentary, advised parents nationwide, where financial circumstances permit, to equip their children with a sleep pillow. On a Sunday, at this moment, Wang Chung from the mountainous city was accompanying his wife in watching a television drama, while their son, a high school senior, was busy solving exam papers in his room. The overwhelming news coverage rendered the sleep pillow a familiar topic among the populace. Especially the endorsement from authoritative state media deeply resonated with Wang Cheng's wife, although she still had some reservations. After all, the concept of promoting brain development is delicate, and the human brain is incredibly fragile. "Dear, will this sleep pillow truly enhance our child's brain development? It can't be a scam, can it?" Wang Chung chuckled. "It's impossible to deceive. I can't speak for other companies, but Superdimensional Technology's products are absolutely trustworthy." His wife nodded in response. Although she seldom browsed the internet, she often heard colleagues praising Superdimensional Technology. The young men and women at her workplace seemed to hold the founder in high regard. Coupled with ongoing reports from authoritative state media, her lingering doubts dissipated entirely. "Then let's buy a sleep pillow for Xiaohao. He's in his senior year, under immense pressure, and needs to ensure proper rest." Wang Cheng's wife reminded him, "Make sure to go buy one early after work tomorrow." Hearing this, Wang Cheng could only smile wryly. "Honey, it might be sold out by tomorrow." "Why?" she asked. Wang Cheng picked up his phone and showed her. On Douyin, a short video displayed long lines already forming outside the Superdimensional Technology specialty store in a mountainous city. After watching the short video, Wang Cheng's wife asked, "Can we buy it online?" Wang Cheng nodded, "Of course, but I read in the news that due to overwhelming reservations, it will take at least a week to receive the products." He then directly accessed the official Superdimensional Technology site. The number of reservations had surpassed 1.3 billion. Wang Cheng's wife was astonished. How can so many people buy something that costs over 2,000 yuan? Wang Chung chuckled. There are countless parents and working individuals like us across the nation. After a pause, he continued, we can purchase the sleep pillow in a few days. After all, a few days won't make a difference. Hearing this, his wife clenched her teeth. I'll take a day off tomorrow to queue up for the sleep pillow. Wang Chung shrugged. He unconditionally supported his wife's decision, especially since their bank cards were in her possession. After making the decision, Wang Cheng's wife promptly turned off the television and said to her husband, go to sleep. Take me to the Hyperdimensional Technology specialty store early tomorrow. Wang Cheng did not dare to object. As Wang Cheng had anticipated, the primary target users for the sleep pillow were indeed parents of students and working professionals. Consequently, an unusual phenomenon emerged in front of Hyperdimensional Technology stores nationwide. The bulk of the queue was composed of middle-aged men and women. The following morning, Wang Cheng's wife encountered many familiar faces outside the specialty store. These were parents of his son's classmates and neighbors from their community. Sister Lee, you're here too. Yes, I heard this sleep pillow can enhance children's brain development. I wonder if it's true. It's true. Hyperdimensional Technology's products cannot be false. It's quite a crowd on such a cold day. The reports of a booming sales scene from across the nation brought immense joy to Su Jijun, who was far away in Hong City. Upon entering Liu Shaojun's office, Su Jijun exclaimed, Mr. Liu, the sleep pillow may very well become our company's best-selling product. He continued, most importantly, the emergence and popularity of the sleep pillow have filled a gap in our product ecosystem. Prior to this, Hyperdimensional Technology's offerings had primarily targeted the youth demographic. With the advent of the sleep pillow, the company now caters to all age groups, from infants and teenagers to young adults, middle-aged individuals, and the elderly, all encompassed under one umbrella. After organizing the documents on his desk, Liu Shaojun turned to the excited Su Jijun and said, Old Su, come, let us go out for a while. Su Jijun did not question where they were headed and simply followed Liu Shaojun. An hour later, the two arrived at an experimental laboratory on the outskirts of Hong City. Su Jijun inquired curiously, Mr. Liu, where is this? This is the experimental base for the second phase of our new energy vehicle project. New energy vehicles? Su Jijun's eyes sparkled as he hurried to keep pace with Liu Shaojun. Upon entering the laboratory, they were greeted by two middle-aged men, one of whom Su Jijun recognized as Zhuo Pingyun, the chief material scientist at the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute. The other, whom he had heard Liu Shaojun mention, was an expert in design and manufacturing named Li Mu. Greetings, gentlemen. Please take us to see the new energy vehicles you've developed. Certainly. Minutes later, Liu Shaojun squinted, a flicker of ire mingling in his gaze. Is this the electric vehicle you have produced? One can certainly comprehend why President Liu would be so incensed. Before them stood a mere chassis, a foundation with 4 wheels, and nothing more. Li Mu hastily interjected, Boss, do not be deceived by its appearance. Once the remaining components are assembled, it will be ready to hit the road. Liu Shaojun's temper slightly abated. Then why has it not been assembled? Li Mu awkwardly replied. There was insufficient time to complete the assembly. Suppressing his frustration, Liu Shaojun commanded, Now, immediately, assemble it. Understood, Li Mu acknowledged, promptly organizing the researchers and bionic robots to commence the assembly of the vehicle. While they awaited its completion, Liu Shaojun turned to the gloating Zhuo Pingyun and inquired, What is the efficiency of the graphene battery? Zhuo Pingyun's smile vanished as he earnestly responded, The first generation of graphene batteries can provide a range of 650 kilometers after a mere 10-minute charge. The excitement and exhilaration flickered momentarily in Su Jijun's eyes upon hearing this. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Shaojun remarked, The first generation of graphene batteries, as per my discussions with the Yanjing side, requires authorization for domestic automakers. When can we expect the second generation of batteries to be developed? Zhuo Pingyun shook his head. It is still uncertain. I need to dedicate time with my team to tackle several critical materials. In the meantime, I may prioritize the development of lithium-air batteries or other types. Liu Shaojun nodded slightly and then inquired, How have you progressed on the other tasks assigned to you? After apologizing, Zhuo Pingyun exited the room. A few minutes later, he returned with several documents, which he handed to Liu Shaojun. After reviewing them, Liu Shaojun passed the documents to Su Jijun. Su Jijun hesitated before asking, President Liu, may I have a look? Liu Shaojun chuckled in mock admonishment, of course. If I hand it to you, then look. Su Jijun exhaled deeply before accepting the documents and began to peruse them. His cautious demeanor elicited a smile from Liu Shaojun. The contents of the documents were largely settled and were hardly secrets that could not be disclosed to old Su. Half an hour later, Su Jijun closed the documents. But the shock on his face was unmistakable. Time passed quietly, and approximately 3 hours later, Li Mu entered the lounge, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Boss, it is assembled. Liu Shaojun and Su Jijun, who had been discussing company matters, halted their conversation. Moments later, gazing at the sleek silver electric sedan before them, Liu Shaojun instructed, "Please provide an introduction to this vehicle." "Certainly, boss." December 1st, 10 a.m. A news release from Pengcheng Huawei Technology triggered seismic shifts within the semiconductor industry. With the assistance of superdimension technology, a new type of semiconductor material had been successfully developed. Domestic media celebrated, and those in the semiconductor sector rejoiced. Conversely, media outlets in Europe and the United States were engulfed in despair. Within the offices of the American Semiconductor Association, an emergency meeting was convened. Cristiano Onmeng, the rotating chair of the association and concurrently the president and CEO of Qualcomm, wore a grave expression as he surveyed the attendees. "Gentlemen, our crisis has arrived." Chapter 167. Why Suppress Superdimension Technology? In the conference room, Cristiano Onmeng's serious remarks cast a pall over the faces of all association members. For the first time since the establishment of the American Semiconductor Association, SIA, they felt the emergence of a crisis. Those working in the semiconductor field were undoubtedly familiar with the SIA. Almost all North American semiconductor companies are members of the SIA, with 2/3 of its membership hailing from regions in Europe and beyond. Notable global semiconductor firms such as Qualcomm, Intel, AMD, Cisco, Texas Instruments, Western Digital, Global Foundries, and Xilinx were prominently listed among them, illustrating the formidable strength of the SIA. Cristiano Onmeng turned to the board members, solemnly stating, "Huawei technology is not to be feared, nor is Huawei. The true threat lies with superdimension technology." 6 months prior, Huawei Technology's research on new semiconductor materials was at a standstill. However, following superdimension technology's intervention, Huawei completed its research in a mere 3 months. We must acknowledge an undeniable truth. Superdimension technology possesses unparalleled research capabilities. The Eastern Dragon has officially challenged us, marking a turning point for the global semiconductor industry. Everyone understood that Cristiano Onmeng was not indulging in alarmism. The CEO of Intel surveyed the room before declaring, "In the face of superdimension technology, we cannot afford any complacency. Thus, I propose that we seek assistance from the White House and the Pentagon under the auspices of the American Semiconductor Alliance." After exchanging glances, all members nodded in agreement. The American Semiconductor Alliance was founded on May 11, 2021, by 64 companies from the United States, Europe, Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. This organization constitutes an alliance of semiconductor companies and their downstream users. It is no exaggeration to state that this alliance monopolizes over 70% of the global semiconductor industry. Compared to the American Semiconductor Association, the membership of the American Semiconductor Alliance is considerably broader, including companies such as Amazon, Apple, Samsung, TSMC, Tokyo Electron, and ASML. Ostensibly, this alliance was formed to secure congressional funding and subsidies for the CHIPS Act. But its true objective was to control the global semiconductor industry and stifle the rise of other countries' semiconductor sectors. For instance, curbing the development and ascendance of the semiconductor industry in China is the primary mission of this alliance. Days later, in Washington, within a vast conference room, a mid-level military officer addressed Cristiano Onmeng and his colleagues. "Why suppress and sanction superdimension technology? Hasn't our collaboration been quite fruitful?" Cristiano Onmeng responded frankly, "Why? The reasoning is quite simple. Superdimension technology is attempting to unite with Chinese semiconductor companies to dismantle the blockade we have constructed." Upon hearing this, a senior official inquired, "Is it akin to the situation with Huawei back in the day?" Cristiano Onmeng shook his head. "No. The threat posed by superdimension technology is 100-fold greater than that of Huawei. Typically, we would not concern ourselves with internet companies like Penguin or Alibaba, as their success is built upon our foundational infrastructure. Once our infrastructure is withdrawn, their services would collapse entirely. Thus, we can allow them to flourish. They pose no threat to us, and in fact, from an equity perspective, they could be considered our subsidiaries." Facing the assembled magnates, Cristiano Onmeng passionately declared, "But superdimension technology is different. Its research capabilities are evident even to a 3-year-old child on the street. If we do not suppress and sanction superdimension technology, once the Chinese semiconductor sector breaches our blockade, the Eastern Dragon will awaken in full force. Superdimension technology commands the virtual world and artificial intelligence. If we do not impose restrictions, the entire world will be dominated by this Eastern power, by superdimension technology. as they observed the fervor in Cristiano Onming's expression. The senior military officers and officials fell silent. After a moment, a senior advisor queried, "What measures do you propose to take in order to suppress and sanction superdimension technology?" Pausing briefly, the advisor glanced at his colleagues before continuing. "As far as I know, the products and services offered by superdimension technology do not significantly intersect with yours." The words uttered by the senior advisor rendered Cristiano Onming and his companions somewhat uncomfortable. Cristiano Onming responded, "Precisely for this reason, we must suppress and sanction superdimensional technology. However, given the unique nature of superdimensional technology, we propose unconventional methods of sanctioning." A general directly inquired, "What methods?" "Severing the cooperation between European and American universities and superdimensional technology. Constricting superdimensional technology's collaborations with European and American enterprises and deciphering the confidential data from superdimensional technology's data centers." Upon concluding his statement, the CEO of Intel, who had remained silent beside him, interjected, "It may even be necessary to prohibit virtual brain interfaces in the Euro-American and Asia-Pacific regions." Many senior officials nodded in agreement with Cristiano Onming's three proposals. However, the suggestion from the Intel CEO caused hesitation among several attendees. The economic impact brought by the advent of virtual brain interfaces in North America was evident to all. To date, the number of virtual world users in North America had surpassed 2.8 billion, with daily active users exceeding 98 million. If the hawkish authorities were to mandate a prohibition on virtual brain interfaces, North America could witness widespread protests. In a more severe scenario, chaos might ensue. After all, the active users of the virtual world were predominantly young individuals. When the ire of the youth is ignited, managing the situation becomes exceedingly difficult. At this juncture, an elder in the conference room spoke up. "The prohibition of virtual brain interfaces requires further deliberation." Following his statement, he garnered considerable support from others, while some remained silent. After the introduction of virtual brain interfaces into the North American market, this elder and the families supporting him had reaped substantial profits. To ban virtual brain interfaces would undoubtedly sever their lucrative avenue. When vested interests were at stake, the meeting concluded rather inconclusively. Outside the Pentagon, the CEOs of several semiconductor firms, including Qualcomm and Intel, wore expressions of grave concern. Cristiano Onming's countenance was serious as he remarked, "This group has yet to grasp the severity of this crisis." The Intel CEO solemnly stated, "Conventional sanctions are utterly ineffective. Virtual brain interfaces are the primary catalyst for superdimensional technology's expansion into new commercial territories. Only by prohibiting virtual brain interfaces do we stand a modicum of chance for victory." While those present furrowed their brows in contemplation, Cristiano Onming's phone vibrated in his pocket. The caller ID displayed, Blair Gis. Chapter 168, Fear of a Hammer. In a mountainous city, on Wednesday at 6:30 in the morning, the senior students began arriving at school. Wang Zihao entered the classroom with his backpack, glancing around to find many classmates resting their heads on their desks. Upon reaching his seat, he discovered his desk mate and close friend, Li Peng, had just arrived. After a listless greeting, Li Peng slumped over his desk and fell asleep. After an indeterminate duration, the bell rang, prompting Wang Zihao to awaken Li Peng. Groggy and stretching, Li Peng suddenly froze, tilting his head in confusion at Wang Zihao. As Wang Zihao focused on his exercises, he queried, "Why are you looking at me? Aren't you supposed to be sleeping?" In previous mornings, Li Peng had always been the first to doze off at his desk. Sometimes, even the ringing of the bell would not rouse him. After a brief pause, Li Peng scrutinized Wang Zihao and further inquired, "Every time you wake up, you complain about not having rested well. Why you seem so vibrant today? No dark circles, a rosy complexion. It's like you've transformed." In response, Wang Zihao explained, "My mother bought me a sleep pillow from Superdimensional Technology yesterday. I not only feel wide awake, but also invigorated." The moment he spoke, a circle of classmates gathered around him. "A sleep pillow? Wow, Wang Zihao, that's impressive. You've managed to get one so quickly? I heard they're in short supply and queues are long." "Sigh, the one my dad bought for me is still in transit." "How effective is it? Has it unlocked your brain's potential?" Wang Zihao, observing the eager expression surrounding him, replied earnestly, "My mother also queued for several days before finally acquiring the sleep pillow yesterday. Therefore, I've only had one night's experience with it. Whether it has unlocked my brain as potential, I cannot say. However, I crammed until midnight and woke at 5:40, feeling remarkably well-rested and full of energy." Upon hearing this, his classmates displayed expressions of envy and interest. Just then, the The teacher's cough resounded from behind. Instantly, everyone returned to their seats. Although the homeroom teacher was assigning morning reading tasks, the students' minds were firmly fixated on the sleep pillows. The initial feedback from users of the first batch of sleep pillows began to surface, particularly after the feedback from student users emerged. The sales of the sleep pillows soared once more. In Hacheng, at Hyperdimensional Technology, Su Jijun entered Liu Shaojun's office, grinning while holding a sales report. Mr. Liu, the sleep pillow has once again created a sales miracle, with 80 million units sold nationwide to date. The number of reservations has reached 1 billion, with a single-day peak sale of 38 million. No sooner had Su Jijun delivered the good news than Chen Xiao hurriedly knocked on the door and entered. Mr. Liu, just now, the American authorities announced a prohibition on data sharing and analysis collaborations between North American universities and enterprises for the sake of national information security. Additionally, to safeguard public interests and ensure user privacy, American authorities will inspect all data centers of network service providers. Our company is prominently listed as the first on the restriction list. After briefly summarizing, Chen Xiao activated a holographic image, which promptly transitioned to the scene of a news conference in the United States. At that moment, it was interview time. A reporter from AFP candidly inquired, "Is this measure by the authorities aimed at suppressing and sanctioning superdimensional technology?" The spokesperson for the American authorities replied firmly, "No. We are acting in the interest of data security for the American public." Upon witnessing this, Liu Shaojun shut off the holographic imaging device. With a calm expression, he instructed, "Xiao, have the PR department respond by stating that superdimensional technology will actively cooperate with the American side and accept the user data security inspection." Xiao nodded in agreement. Su Jijun, seated on the sofa, displayed no signs of worry. He cheerfully remarked, "Mr. Liu, it appears that the emergence of confidence in semiconductor materials has startled the Americans. However, such suppression and sanctioning measures will have no effect on us. Superdimensional Technology's collaboration with European and American universities is primarily for the purpose of collecting vocabulary for our real-time translation services. The real-time translation service is already well established. Even without the resources of university libraries and the assistance of professors and scholars, it can still operate seamlessly. As for the inspection of data centers, there is nothing to fret about. Currently, Superdimensional Technology has only one data center in use in the United States, and the data contained therein is inconsequential. The Americans find themselves powerless against superdimensional technology, primarily because the core technologies are entirely our own and have no ties to European or American enterprises. Furthermore, the economic benefits and societal impacts brought about by virtual brain interfaces and the virtual world deter the Americans from taking drastic actions." Su Jijun raised his teacup, taking a sip, his expression turning somber. "Mr. Liu, for the time being, the North American authorities are still observing and weighing their interests. I suspect that once the EDA industrial design software is released, they will take decisive action against us and sever ties with the entire European and American markets." After a moment's reflection, Su Jijun hesitantly suggested, "Mr. Liu, if good news comes from Huadajiutian, perhaps we should consider extracting ourselves to avoid attracting attention from the North American authorities." Liu Shaojun shook his head. Old Su was evidently approaching the matter from the perspective of superdimensional technology's interests, which was neither right nor wrong. However, Liu Shaojun could not and should not proceed in such a manner. "Old Su, if we aspire to become the leader of the domestic semiconductor industry, we cannot afford to be overly cautious, nor can we allow our subordinates to bear the brunt alone." Su Jijun fell silent, his brow furrowed. Observing this, Liu Shaojun continued, "Old Su, even if we allow Huadajiutian to take the blame, it won't be for long. Next year, our company is set to launch 2 projects, the new energy vehicles and the cutting-edge smartphone. Once these projects commence, the North American authorities will not be as lenient with us as they are today." Upon hearing this, Su Jijun began to ponder deeply. With core interests at stake, the American authorities would undoubtedly retaliate. At that point, the virtual brain-machine interface might withdraw from the North American and European markets. Su Jijun exhaled deeply and drained his teacup. "Liu, shouldn't we consider a contingency plan for exiting the European and American markets?" he suggested. "I believe we can pause the data center project in those regions." "Contingency plan?" Liu Shaojun replied. "While I do contemplate alternatives, I certainly won't apply them in this context." He looked at Su Jijun and reassured him. "Old Su, I understand the weight of managing superdimension technology rests heavily on your shoulders. But do not fret too much. The future is unpredictable. The North American authorities may not necessarily prevail, but we will certainly not be defeated." Jun shrugged, feeling resigned. What more could he say? He could only place his unconditional trust in Liu. Based on past experiences, trusting Liu had never led him astray. Chapter 169. The Booming Sleep Pillow. At the entrance of a residential community on Qingdao, Zheng Yufeng anxiously awaited something. The weariness etched on his face and the pronounced dark circles underscored that he had not rested well the previous night. To be precise, neither he nor his family had enjoyed restful nights for the past month. A month prior, Zheng Yufeng had taken his 67-year-old mother for a medical examination. After the tests, the doctor looked at the report and delivered an unfortunate diagnosis to Zheng Yufeng. Your mother has shown signs of dementia, and the corresponding symptoms will manifest fully within a month. Seeing Zheng Yufeng stunned, the doctor advised, patients may sometimes exhibit emotional instability, so ensure that sharp objects are secure at home. Family members should engage in frequent conversation with the patient and provide attentive care. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Zheng Yufeng meticulously noted the doctor's instructions. After returning home, he informed his elder brother and sister about their mother's condition. The three siblings discussed and decided that each family would take turns caring for their mother for 6 months, with Zheng Yufeng being the first. Subsequently, he and his wife began to modify their home, constantly monitoring their mother's situation. The pressure of the past month was unfathomable for an ordinary person. Just as the family prepared to confront the harsh reality, the emergence of the sleep pillow offered them a glimmer of hope. Uncertain of their mother's condition and when changes might occur, Zheng Yufeng feared he would miss the opportunity to order online. Thus, he resolved to queue at the Hyperdimensional Technology store. However, to his dismay, the sleep pillows were in such high demand that after several days of waiting, he was still unable to purchase one. In desperation, Zheng Yufeng reached out to Hyperdimensional Technology, initially without hope. He was pleasantly surprised when the company responded to his mother's unique situation. This morning, a dedicated staff member would deliver the sleep pillow. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting at the community entrance, a vehicle bearing the Hyperdimensional Technology logo arrived. Zheng Yufeng rushed over eagerly. Moments later, after receiving the package from the staff and making the payment, he expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Returning home with the sleep pillow, he eagerly encouraged his mother to rest. After leaving her room, Zheng Yufeng let out a sigh of relief. His wife, concerned, asked, "Honey, do you really think this pillow will be effective?" Embracing her shoulders, Zheng Yufeng reassured her, "It will surely be effective. You know the capabilities of Hyperdimensional Technology." Old Wu's wife was in the late stages of breast cancer, but she was cured by their specialized medication. Despite his reassurance, his wife's expression remained troubled. Not only her, but even Zheng Yufeng himself felt a flicker of uncertainty. He had watched the product launch event by Hyperdimensional Technology, where Liu Shaojun clearly stated that the sleep pillow could only prevent dementia, not cure it. Yet, humans are often tenacious. Zheng Yufeng was unwilling to relinquish even a modicum of hope. Many times, it is this slender thread of hope that helps one navigate through adversity. For several consecutive days, Zheng Yufeng struggled to sleep. According to the hospital's diagnosis, his mother was expected to begin exhibiting symptoms of dementia within these days. However, what excited and troubled Zheng Yufeng was that after using the sleep pillow, his mother seemed remarkably stable. He dared not be complacent and waited until 20 days had passed since the diagnosis, when he could no longer contain himself. He took his mother back to the hospital. After a thorough and professional examination, the report was ready. In the office, the doctor reviewed the report, his expression shifting subtly. After removing his glasses to wipe them, he put them back on to examine the report once more. After much deliberation, the doctor decided to have Zheng Yufeng's mother undergo another examination. Zheng Yufeng did not object. Once the second report was generated, the doctor could no longer deny the truth. The sleep pillow had indeed proven effective. Looking at Zheng Yufeng, the doctor stated, "Your mother's condition has stabilized. If all goes well, and she continues using the sleep pillow, she should not exhibit any symptoms of dementia." Zheng Yufeng was elated, yet slightly puzzled. But isn't the sleep pillow only meant to prevent dementia? The doctor explained with a smile, "It's akin to a running race. Once you cross the finish line, you enter dementia mode. The sleep pillow acts as a barrier before the finish line, effectively halting your mother." Zheng Yufeng appreciated this vivid analogy. Before leaving the hospital, he shared the good news with his elder brother and sister. In that moment, he felt the immense weight pressing down on him dissolve entirely. All of this was thanks to Hyperdimensional Technology. The sleep pillow had undoubtedly monopolized the discourse in December. This was particularly underscored by mentions in authoritative party publications, noting that leaders in Yanjing had also begun using the sleep pillow. The military of Huagua was preparing for a large-scale procurement plan as well. This trend was not confined to domestic boundaries. Internationally, it echoed similarly. Even a high-ranking official in the UK publicly stated in an interview, "The sleep pillow revives my energy daily, making me feel as if I returned to my youthful days." Middle Eastern countries such as Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Israel were procuring the sleep pillows in staggering quantities. A spokesperson from Saudi Arabia remarked, "We hope that within a year, every soldier and every child under 10 will be equipped with at least 2 sleep pillows." Wealthy patrons indeed set themselves apart. The explosive sales of the sleep pillow, the industry's fervent acclaim, and the accolades from the public did not rattle the nerves of Hyperdimensional Technology. As the most scrutinized high-tech company globally, Hyperdimensional Technology had cultivated an impressive composure amidst both praise and criticism. In Hongcheng, at a construction site along the Gan River, Shaojun was inspecting the progress of the company headquarters. The construction of the Mobius Ring headquarters had consistently been a focal point for the company. Once completed, it would stand as the latest landmark in Hongcheng. Consequently, the local government was equally invested in this project, planning to develop a technology hub centered around the global headquarters of Hyperdimensional Technology. Upon receiving approval from Yanjing, they readily agreed and even permitted the addition of a new subway line to connect the headquarters with other urban areas. At the construction site, the project manager accompanied Shaojun closely. "Mr. Liu, given the current progress, the headquarters building is expected to be operational before September 2024. Shaojun furrowed his brow. "So soon? I recall the initial plan was set for a 3-year period." Observing the change in Shaojun's expression, the project manager hastily clarified that the expedited timeline was primarily due to the substantial support from China State Construction Group, with 36 construction teams working simultaneously, thus shortening the schedule by a year. Shaojun relaxed his brow and remained silent. He proceeded to the construction site to conduct a quality inspection. Of course, this was merely a formality. In Huagua, such inspections rarely uncover issues. After leaving the site, Shaojun instructed several bionic robots to discreetly blend into the construction area. A few days later, Shaojun received the covert report from the bionic robots. The contents of the report caused him to frown. While the construction quality was satisfactory, there was a concerning issue. In their haste to meet the deadline, the construction teams were exerting excessive pressure on the workers. Fortunately, the remuneration was adequate, and the laborers expressed no complaints. To ensure completion by September of next year, the project team hoped to have the workers stay through the Spring Festival, of course, with a 5-fold increase in wages. As for the migrant workers, it was well understood that as long as they received their pay promptly and adequately, such matters were hardly an inconvenience. Shaojun set the report aside, just as Chun Xiao knocked and entered. "Xiao, you arrived at the perfect moment. Please have Hong Cheng deliver a batch of sleep pillows to the construction site of the headquarters and ensure they are distributed free of charge to every worker." Chun Xiao did not inquire about the reason and readily acquiesced. She placed a planning document before Shaojun. "Mr. Liu, please review the proposal for the company's annual meeting and let me know if there are any modifications needed." The annual meeting. In fact, many senior executives had suggested holding a celebration for the company's first anniversary back in September. However, Shaojun had dismissed the idea, citing the busy schedule of the company at that time. Nevertheless, an annual meeting was indeed necessary and should not be taken lightly. Such an event would be beneficial in shaping corporate culture and fostering employee cohesion. After reviewing the proposal, Shaojun remarked, "We should also invite some of the workers who constructed the headquarters. Although they are not company employees, they have been integral to Chaowei Technology this past year." Chun Xiao nodded in agreement and then handed Shaojun another document. The launch event for the Kunping project is fully prepared. Shaojun opened the document and signed his name at the end. "Let Lao Su attend the launch." Understood. The Kunping project is the code name for Chaowei Technology's underwater data center initiative. The name Kunpeng, derived from a mythical bird that transforms from a giant fish, aptly symbolizes the ambitious ascent of the underwater data center. At the construction site of the Mobius Ring of the Chaowei Technology headquarters, workers lined up to receive their sleep pillows. "What is a sleep pillow?" one asked. "It's a pillow given for free. Why not take it?" "You don't understand. This is a high-tech pillow that helps us recover our strength quickly." "Is it really that miraculous? Can I send one home? My child is studying and could really use it. This is a gift from Chaowei Technology for our hard work. If you're concerned about your child at home, you can buy one. It's not expensive, just over 2,000. 2,000? That's not cheap." In addition to distributing the sleep pillows, the project manager announced that 100 workers would be randomly selected to attend the Chaowei Technology annual meeting. Those not selected would also receive a gift. The manager took a moment to explain what the annual meeting entailed. In simpler terms, it's a gala with a dinner followed by a performance. A worker asked in confusion, "Why would Shaojun Technology invite us to their gala?" The manager smiled and replied, "Mr. Liu believes that you have all contributed to the construction of the headquarters over the past year, making you part of the company, so of course, you can attend the annual meeting." The workers exchanged glances, silenced by the realization that the great leader of Shaojun Technology regarded them as family. This sentiment contributed to their quietude. To speak frankly, migrant workers have often been seen as a lower tier of society, sometimes looked down upon. Some parents and teachers even use them as a cautionary example in education. If you don't study hard, you'll end up like them. After a moment of silence on the construction site, an older worker addressed the manager loudly. "Rest assured, we will work diligently." The other workers echoed in agreement. "Indeed. We won't slack off. You can assure Mr. Liu of our dedication." The manager, taken aback by this display, felt a deep respect for Mr. Liu. It must be said that his ability to win hearts had become increasingly sophisticated. In this world, there is no secret that remains hidden. News of Shaojun Technology's favorable treatment of migrant workers somehow leaked, leading to overwhelming praise for the company across the nation. The Huahua Daily even published an article stating, "Shaojun Technology's social responsibility is enough to make many enterprises blush with shame." On December 31st, in Yanjing, a highly anticipated launch event was set to take place. Shaojun Technology, in conjunction with multiple national departments, was about to unveil the underwater data center project. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, amidst flashes of cameras, Shaojun and leaders from various national departments appeared before the media. A senior government official took the stage first, announcing to global media that the nation would engage in close cooperation with Shaojun Technology in the realm of underwater data centers, aligning with the national strategy for developing the digital economy. The capabilities of Shaojun Technology would serve as a crucial catalyst for the nation's digital economy. Once the official concluded, the microphone was handed to Shaojun. "First, I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of Shaojun Technology for the recognition and support from the nation. Our research team at the underwater data center has completed all technical breakthroughs a month ago, and we are now entering the commercial phase." Upon hearing this, many foreign media representatives appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly expressed their astonishment. What the hell? The research prowess of Shaojun Technology was akin to that of Popeye after consuming spinach. Simply outrageous. Domestic reporters were equally astonished. During a previous interview at the docks, Liu Shaojun had mentioned that commercial use of underwater data centers could be realized by the end of the year. At that time, skepticism had prevailed. Yet, it appeared that the feat was indeed achievable. "We plan to construct 4 underwater data centers throughout 2024, located in the Yellow Sea, East China Sea, South China Sea, and Qinghai Lake. These 4 centers will serve the Bohai Economic Circle, the Yangtze River Delta Economic Circle, the Pearl River Delta Economic Circle, and the western regions of the country. Once completed, they will meet the data service demands of the surrounding areas for 8 to 10 years. Shaojun's words left the assembled media reporters in utter amazement. Radiating across 3 major economic zones in the western region, how can a private enterprise aspire to such alignment with national economic zones? Surely, this cannot be a jest? One reporter exclaimed, "This is astounding. The only private enterprise worthy of such honor is Shaojun Technology." The surrounding reporters nodded in agreement. Isn't that obvious? With so many private enterprises across the nation, only Shaojun Technology has the strength to carry the nation's expectations, alongside Huawei and DJI. Yet, even these two cannot compare to Shaojun Technology in capability. In a highly popular commentary program in North America, the host, with a serious demeanor, addressed the camera. "In the past, we could take pride in having Google, Microsoft, and Apple. However, since the establishment of Hyperdimensional Technology, the world attention has shifted towards the East. The transformation and advancement of human civilization are now gradually being led by Hyperdimensional Technology, influenced by the Eastern Dragon. Those seated in the White Palace, leaders of Google, Microsoft, Apple, and Amazon, must engage in profound reflection." If the host's warning seemed abstract and lacking in directness, a globally renowned data analytics firm, Nielsen, in collaboration with several prominent Wall Street analysis institutions, released a data report. This report presented numerous statistics and straightforward examples. Among these, one particular statement garnered the most attention from media outlets worldwide. With the completion of 4 underwater data centers in the Bohai Economic Rim, the Yangtze River Delta, the Pearl River Delta, and the western regions of China, the nation will utilize these as a foundation to create a cluster of underwater data centers. Once this cluster is established, and in conjunction with China's rapidly growing digital economy, It is projected to enhance the growth rate of the national economy by 0.5 percentage points annually. Do not underestimate this 0.5%. In 2021, the national economic growth rate was 8.1, with a total economic volume of 114 trillion. A mere 0.5 represents an economic growth of 570 billion. Moreover, this increment recurs every year. Although these figures are staggering, Nielsen and other analytics institutions estimate that the large-scale construction of underwater data center clusters will require at least a decade. This decade presents an opportune moment for Western nations to make significant advancements. In Microsoft's conference room, Jeff Mars, the executive responsible for the underwater data center project, stated with a stoic expression, "The dream of overtaking within 10 years is utterly unrealistic." During the meeting, after Cyril, Microsoft's global vice president, presented the report from the data analytics agency, Jeff Mars outright dismissed the notion of a 10-year leap. As a senior executive and seasoned technical expert, Jeff looked at his fellow executives and asserted, "Daydreaming will never lead to success. In technology and research, one must be grounded in reality. Within a decade, we may solve the challenges of underwater data centers, but overtaking, only the divine could achieve such a feat." After a brief pause, he shrugged and added, "Of course. If superdimension technology solutions were presented to me, I might find a way." Many executives chuckled and shook their heads in understanding. Superdimension technology's underwater data centers are beginning to be put into operation, and the commercial phase is already underway. In contrast, Microsoft remains in the exploratory phase. Expecting Microsoft to overtake within a decade is indeed a tall order. Cyril smiled and remarked, "Jeff, the board and upper management have discussed and decided to send you and your team to China for learning." Upon hearing this, Jeff frowned and asked, "Will superdimension technology agree?" Cyril shook his head, "Of course not, but we have some collaborations with our Chinese counterparts. With their facilitation, superdimension technology has agreed to help us resolve 3 critical issues." Jeff inquired, "What is the fee?" $3 billion. "And they will not provide any assistance on the core technical challenges." Jeff responded directly, "That's too cheap." Cyril's lips twitched. "Is that really considered cheap? $3 billion isn't 300 million. In the eyes of these technical personnel, technological advancement is paramount, and monetary concerns are secondary, as it's not their own money." Cyril shook his head and said, "Jeff, you must carefully consider the selection of the 3 critical issues your team will address." Jeff nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, I understand." In Hangzhou, at Superdimension Technology, Su Jijun, after seeing off the leaders from Yanjing, entered Liu Shaojun's office with a puzzled expression. "Mr. Liu, why assist Microsoft in overcoming their technical challenges? We seem to have no shortage of funds." While continuing to code, Liu Shaojun replied, "Indeed, we are not short on funds. I wouldn't even glance at $3 billion. Helping Microsoft with their technical challenges is due to negotiations with Yanjing, and I have my own considerations." Liu Shaojun continued, "Rest assured, I never engage in unprofitable ventures. Even if we help Microsoft resolve 3 technical challenges, they cannot threaten us." Liu Shaojun's explanation alleviated Su Jijun's concerns. Once he noticed Su Jijun's relaxation, Liu Shaojun couldn't help but smile. Assisting Microsoft with the construction of underwater data centers would not only be beneficial, but also immensely profitable for him. What matters most to Liu Shaojun now is aiding Xiao Yi in her evolution. The growth of artificial intelligence requires various resources. And it is no secret that what is needed is data, vast amounts of valuable data. Although Xiao Yi has utilized Microsoft Cloud several times, it primarily connects to data centers servicing external clients, which has become mundane for her. However, some internal data from Microsoft is particularly tantalizing, such as data from their artificial intelligence projects. Since the establishment of Microsoft Research in 1991 by Bill Gates, the focus on artificial intelligence development has been paramount. Microsoft's Cortana voice assistant is among the earliest artificial intelligences. After over 3 decades of research, Microsoft certainly leads 99 of global enterprises in the field of artificial intelligence. Moreover, on August 15, 2018, Amazon and Microsoft jointly announced the completion of the integration of their voice assistants, Alexa and Cortana. The primary purpose of Microsoft's underwater data center construction is to handle the data generated during the research and growth of artificial intelligence. Having discussed this, it should be clear to all that in the eyes of Liu Shaojun and Xiao Yi, Microsoft's artificial intelligence data represents an incredibly lucrative opportunity. If Xiao Yi could access this data, the benefits would be immeasurable. Furthermore, the collaboration between Microsoft and Amazon in the realm of artificial intelligence has been ongoing. As previously mentioned, if Xiao Yi could consume both Microsoft and Amazon's data, it would propel her to new heights. Even acquiring only Microsoft data would suffice. Therefore, The $3 billion and the efforts with Yanjing are merely a facade. Of course, Liu Shaojun cannot divulge the true reasons to Su Jijun, as only he is aware of Xiao Yi's existence. To the outside world, Hyperdimensional Technology presents Mi Su as Xiao Yi's initial avatar. When Su Jijun entered, Liu Shaojun was diligently coding, preparing to secure this valuable data. Chapter 172. The Reason for Admiring Old Su. In the office, Liu Shaojun was engrossed in refining Xiao Yi's underlying architecture through coding. Su Jijun, seated on the sofa, perused the documents in hand, occasionally furrowing his brow before turning to another file. After an indeterminate period, Su Jijun stood and approached the desk. Mr. Liu. Liu Shaojun raised his head and asked, "Have you finished? What are your thoughts?" Su Jijun, with a furrowed brow, replied, "It's challenging. The North American authorities are very targeted, and their demands are excessive." Liu Shaojun smiled slightly. It is rare to find a legitimate reason to take action against Hyperdimensional Technology. The Americans will certainly not hold back. It is worth mentioning that during this time, the Americans have altered their tactics concerning Hyperdimensional Technology. In addition to inspecting data centers, they also require scrutiny of significant data related to virtual brain-machine interfaces. The Americans will make this demand as a result of collaboration between Western enterprises and other institutions. Initially, a prominent medical institution in North America submitted a request to Congress, seeking a thorough investigation into virtual brain-machine interfaces. The rationale provided by this institution was compelling. These interfaces connect directly to the human brain, posing uncontrollable potential hazards. Subsequently, numerous other organizations expressed their support for the examination of virtual brain machines. One institution even demanded that Hyperdimensional Technology supply 10 detachable virtual brain machines. In response, tech giants such as Google, Microsoft, and Apple publicly declared their readiness to undergo the most rigorous scrutiny by North American authorities, emphasizing the importance of safeguarding user privacy in light of the current cybersecurity landscape. Faced with mounting pressure, the American authorities were compelled to acquiesce to the demands of these institutions and enterprises. Is this not an act of sheer audacity? After all, these tech giants are domestic enterprises. What issues could possibly arise? Beneath the surface, it is evident that all these actions are directed towards Hyperdimensional Technology. Su Jijun, with a wry smile, remarked on the commendable unity displayed by these giants and institutions. He then turned to the composed Liu Shaojun, stating, "The North American authorities have granted us only 1 month to prepare." Liu Shaojun replied calmly, "The data center can be subject to examination, but the detachable virtual brain machines are out of the question. It is not a matter of fearing the exposure of the secrets within. The secrets of the virtual brain machines are something the American authorities could never hope to decipher. The virtual brain machine represents Hyperdimensional Technology's bottom line, and regardless of who seeks to breach it, I shall resolutely refuse." Anticipating Liu's assertiveness, Su Jijun was not particularly taken aback. According to accurate data from the finance department, our company has experienced the most rapid growth in North America over the past year, with the highest profit margins, followed closely by Europe. This comprehensive business expansion has also significantly benefited the North American authorities. It is estimated that our company has generated an economic benefit of $219.5 billion for the United States. Su Jijun bore little worry on his face. Thus, the North American authorities must be probing, as our business involving virtual brain machines has already been thoroughly established in North America, especially after the introduction of external services and the opening of platform permissions. North American users are essentially reliant on the virtual world. Liu Shaojun tapped his fingers lightly on the table, contemplating for a moment before stating, "Let us observe the situation and remain vigilant regarding the decisions of the North American authorities. If they insist on infringing upon our bottom line, we shall withdraw entirely from the North American market and shut down the virtual world." Liu Shaojun's formidable stance garnered Su Jijun's support. The sanctity of the virtual brain machine's boundary must not be compromised, and we cannot afford to appear overly timid. Otherwise, the North American authorities will only escalate their demands. In response, Liu Shaojun chuckled, "Old Su, do you know why I hold you in such high regard?" Su Jijun paused, uncertain, and replied, "Is it because of my capabilities?" Liu Shaojun shook his head with a smile. "It is because your audacity is commendable." Su Jijun was momentarily speechless. Generally, as the second in command, you're responsible for the company's operations. Should the company withdraw from the North American or even the European market, you would bear the primary responsibility for the ensuing losses. However, your courage to say no to the American authorities reassures me that my initial choice of you was indeed wise. Su Jijun's lips twitched. and he could only speak the truth. Liu, in matters of such magnitude, it has always been your decision. My opposition would be in vain. It is better to align with your vision. Liu Shaojun blinked and said, "Do you perceive me as a tyrant? I have consulted you on many matters." Su Jijun shook his head with a resigned smile. Indeed, there had been discussions, but the majority of decisions were ultimately approved by Liu Shaojun. However, this did not imply a lack of trust from Liu Shaojun towards Su Jijun. After all, strategic adjustments pertaining to the company's overarching direction must be finalized by Liu Shaojun. On the contrary, Liu Shaojun placed immense trust in Su Jijun. As Hyperdimensional Technology is a multinational enterprise with a workforce exceeding 20,000, all of whom fall under Su Jijun's jurisdiction, Liu Shaojun decided to broach a lighter topic while time permitted. Old Su, what performance are you preparing for the company's annual meeting? The annual gathering of Hyperdimensional Technology is scheduled for January 25th, 2024, and not only invited celebrities but also executives are expected to perform. Su Jijun shook his head. I shall abstain. I possess no particular talents. Liu Shaojun expressed surprise. Old Su, do not deceive me. Surely you have some talent to showcase? When I dined at your home, your wife mentioned your many skills. Su Jijun again shook his head, asserting that his wife was merely speaking whimsically. Liu Shaojun smacked his lips, choosing not to press further. Clearly, Old Su was not inclined to take the stage. However, this was understandable. As the global executive vice president of Hyperdimensional Technology, his public persona rendered a performance somewhat challenging. In New York, at the Four Seasons Hotel, Blair was savoring a glass of wine when Cristiano Ammon approached him. Upon sitting down, Cristiano Ammon stated directly, Hyperdimensional Technology's stance is unwavering. They will not provide detachable virtual brain machines. However, they have agreed to the inspection of the data center and the examination of North American users' data within the virtual world. Blair downed his wine in one gulp. I had anticipated this. Hyperdimensional Technology would never forsake their bottom line. Our objective has always been the data of virtual users. With that, Blair inquired, has your semiconductor alliance devised a countermeasure? Cristiano Ammon shook his head, frowning. We have a plan, but it is insufficient for victory. Over the years, our blockade against China's semiconductor industry has been tightening. Under the current circumstances, unless we entirely prohibit EDA software, lithography machines, and various patented technologies, we cannot compel China's semiconductor sector to concede. But you know, this is impractical. The Chinese market is vast, and complete abandonment is not an option. China is also a superpower, and we cannot afford to offend them entirely. As the CEO of Qualcomm, Cristiano Ammon is acutely aware of the current landscape of the global semiconductor industry. The blockade imposed by Europe and America against China's semiconductor sector has been inching closer to a critical threshold. He looked at Blair and remarked recently, our semiconductor alliance has convened discussions, contemplating further intensification of the blockade. For instance, raising the prices of EDA software, further restricting lithography machines from entering China, and limiting alliance members from aiding Chinese firms in chip manufacturing. Blair responded nonchalantly, such measures will not deter Hyperdimensional Technology. Cristiano Ammon felt helpless yet resigned. Previously, such restrictive tactics had been effective against China's semiconductor industry, often forcing Chinese enterprises to yield. However, with Hyperdimensional Technology's support, Chinese semiconductor companies might not capitulate. Rather, they would likely increase their investment in research and development. Blair chose not to delve further into the semiconductor industry matters. He shifted the conversation, asking, when will Hyperdimensional Technology's data center be open to North American authorities? In January of next year, though I'm uncertain of the exact date, Cristiano Ammon replied. After a moment's pause, he inquired, will the CIA consent to this? A minor misstep could render you the scapegoat. At the mention of scapegoat, a flicker of anger flashed in Blair's eyes. During the Snowden incident, he had been made the scapegoat, enduring severe repercussions while the French authorities faced no consequences. Thus, he harbored a profound disdain for the term scapegoat. Suppressing his fury, Blair responded, the CIA has agreed, but I absolutely refuse to be the scapegoat this time. Cristiano Ammon was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly within Blair's capacity to control such matters? The CIA, who were they? If not a name familiar, even to a 3-year-old wandering the streets of America? This group would stop at nothing to achieve their ends, employing an array of scapegoating tactics. Blair hailed from the illustrious Guy's family of Europe, and his formidable lineage was beyond question. Yet, the CIA was a sharp sword wielded by the American authorities. Confronted with this blade, even Blair would find it formidable. Cristiano Ammon was firmly convinced that should trouble arise, the CIA would undoubtedly cast Blair as the fall guy. Blair seemed indifferent to the fluctuations within the semiconductor industry, just as Cristiano Aming remained unconcerned with the dealings between Blair and the CIA. His sole focus lay on his own interests and those of Qualcomm. He raised his wine glass towards Blair, remarking, "Blair, I hope you will not renege on your word. I am under immense pressure in assisting you this time." Blair raised his glass in turn, smiling, "Of course, after all, I am one of Qualcomm's shareholders." Half an hour later, Cristiano Aming departed from the hotel. Blair settled by the floor-to-ceiling window, savoring his wine while gazing at the dazzling skyline of New York. At that moment, his personal assistant emerged from the room. "Boss, I have delivered the important research materials as per your instructions to Jim, who is undercover at the future bionics lab. The operatives placed in other subsidiaries of Hyperdimensional Technology have yet to be fully utilized and remain in the assessment phase. I suspect that even if these operatives gain access to the labs, they will struggle to earn trust. A few of our embedded agents have already been discovered. Jim, however, is progressing smoothly and has a substantial chance of entering the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute." The assistant continued. "We've received word from the CIA that the operation is set to commence in the coming days." After relaying this, the assistant quietly waited for Blair's response. Blair nodded and instructed, "Provide the CIA with what they require." "Understood, boss." In Hong City, at Hyperdimensional Technology, Liu Shaojun, engrossed in coding, was interrupted by Xiao Yi's voice. "Is Blair planning another upheaval?" Liu Shaojun pondered, feeling exasperated. Blair, the ever-persistent schemer, had not forgotten the explosive incident at the Sydney data center, which had left Liu Shaojun with a bitter taste of vengeance. The repercussions were well known. Blair had been ruthlessly ravaged by both the United States and Russia, suffering considerable losses as his assets were plundered amidst the chaos. One would have thought this cunning adversary would retreat to lick his wounds, yet he seemed poised for further mischief. What was his next move? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi promptly revealed all the intelligence she had gathered. Liu Shaojun initially perused it with casual indifference, but his demeanor shifted to seriousness within minutes. To his astonishment, it appeared that Blair had allied himself with the CIA. This was becoming intriguing. "Xiao Yi, intercept the data that Blair has handed over to the CIA immediately." "Understood, master." Moments later, Liu Shaojun acquired the information he sought. Meanwhile, on a remote island in the Pacific, within an underground base, a few technicians observed a jittering progress bar, their brows furrowing in concern. At that moment, the supervisor approached. "What is happening? Is there an issue with the data transmission?" The technicians frantically tapped their keyboards, scrutinizing the systems and equipment. After a thorough examination, they found no faults. Observing this, the supervisor made a decisive call. "Halt the data transmission and notify the data allocation headquarters." "Understood." Just as the words left his lips, the progress bar resumed its normal pace. However, the supervisor remained cautious and contacted the data allocation headquarters, receiving confirmation that there were no issues. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. With everything returning to normal on the island, Liu Shaojun found himself cursing in his office. Blair's scheme was indeed meticulous and ruthless. By collaborating with the CIA, he aimed to plant sensitive and perilous data into the servers during the inspection of Hyperdimensional Technology's data center. The CIA's capacity for such entrapments was alarmingly high. Moreover, the North American populace was evidently keen to ascertain whether Hyperdimensional Technology had compromised their personal privacy. After all, the fallout from the Facebook incident had left many in Europe and America acutely sensitive to privacy concerns. It was not uncommon to see news of individuals obscuring the cameras on their devices with tape. Should Blair and the CIA's conspiracy succeed, Hyperdimensional Technology would face a significant setback. The motive behind their actions likely revolved around leveraging this as a means to coerce Hyperdimensional Technology into submission. If the company were to bear the stigma of infringing on user privacy, the loss of the European and American markets would be inevitable, and even the domestic market could experience turbulence. After contemplating this, Liu Shaojun remained unperturbed. Having discerned the enemy's probable tactics, there was little left to fear. Chapter 174, The 016 Bionic Robot. Amidst the calm, North America officially announced the commencement of data audits for Internet enterprises. The first batch of companies to be scrutinized included Google, Microsoft, Apple, Facebook, and notably, Hyperdimensional Technology. For users of the virtual realm, there was significant concern regarding whether Hyperdimensional Technology had compromised their personal privacy. Should a breach occur, the virtual brain-machine interface might find itself ostracized by users in Europe and America. Given that the examination of Hyperdimensional Technology was slated to take place in a month, anticipation mounted. As time flowed unceremoniously, It was January 25th, 2024, when Superdimensional Technology's annual meeting was held in Hong City. As a high-tech enterprise, the annual meeting's format was anything but conventional. A fusion of song and dance with the virtual world, presented through holographic imaging, offered the audience an unprecedented viewing experience. During the event, executives from the company's management took to the stage to showcase their talents. Liu Shaojun played the piano, while Lin Ryu and Lin Ruoxue sang. Chun Xiao performed a dance, and Luo Yilong and Yu Hua engaged in comedic banter. The performances captivated the employees, who expressed their delight. Regrettably, this was an internal event, closed off to the public and not broadcasted live. Nonetheless, videos captured by employees found their way online, sparking considerable excitement. Many netizens suggested that other companies should adopt Superdimensional Technology's standards for their annual meetings. Following the conclusion of the annual meeting, employees were granted 3 days of leave. Though the management remained hard at work, in the conference room, all executives at the director level and above were present. Shortly thereafter, Liu Shaojun arrived accompanied by key senior executives. Once seated, he surveyed the room, ensuring everyone's attention before speaking. In 2023, we achieved remarkable accomplishments. Every department exceeded their business targets. Today's meeting will primarily reflect on 2023 and provide a brief outlook for 2024. With that, Liu Shaojun handed over the proceedings to Su Jijun. The heads of various departments began their concise reports. After 2 hours of discussions, Liu Shaojun spoke again. The targets I've set for 2024 are quite straightforward. Streamline our business structure and deepen our focus on the domestic market. The European and American markets may face turbulence this year, and we must stabilize our domestic market share. Following the meeting, Liu Shaojun returned to his office. There, he found a middle-aged man wearing glasses seated on the sofa, engrossed in the documents before him. Upon noticing Liu Shaojun, the man promptly rose to his feet. "Boss." Liu Shaojun sat down across from the middle-aged man and inquired, "How is it? Can we manage it?" The man shook his head. "Boss, it's quite challenging. The lithography machine is currently one of the most advanced pieces of equipment, and I cannot produce it alone. Even if you were to equip me with a professional team, it would take at least 3 years to accomplish." 3 years? That's quite a lengthy period, Liu Shaojun remarked, taken aback. Between the transition from 2023 to 2024, Liu Shaojun had procured 2 specialized bionic robots, one of which was sitting before him. Bionic robot number 016. Wu Qin, a specialized bionic robot. A scientist in the field of chip manufacturing. Custom expertise, lithography machine development. Initially, Liu Shaojun had believed that with the remarkable capabilities of these specialized bionic robots, he could create a lithography machine and break through the restrictions imposed by Western countries. However, it now seemed he had been overly optimistic. Noticing Liu Shaojun's furrowed brow, Wu Qin elaborated, "Boss, you are well aware of what a lithography machine entails. No nation in the world can independently manufacture one. I can achieve breakthroughs in critical technologies, but the abilities of my team members fall significantly short of mine. The difference between having them and not having them is negligible." Wu Qin continued, "Boss, I believe that mastering the key technological points concerning the lithography machine is sufficient. We can then leverage these technologies to negotiate with the West." Liu Shaojun rubbed his temples. Wu Qin was correct. The technologies involved in lithography machines were vast, and even just the lens was something that Huagua currently could not manage. The notion of fully independently constructing a lithography machine was somewhat naive. Liu Shaojun sighed deeply and stated, "Let us proceed with your plan. But we must also keep pace with the autonomous manufacturing of lithography machines. 3 years is a wait I can endure." Wu Qin nodded in agreement and then extended his hand, rubbing his thumb, index, and middle fingers together. Observing this, Liu Shaojun couldn't help but grimace. It appeared that specialized bionic robots shared this peculiar habit. Liu Shaojun inquired, "How much will it cost?" Wu Qin raised a single finger. Liu Shaojun chuckled, "Just $1 billion? Not bad. You're more reassuring than Zhuo Pingyun and Li Mu." Wu Qin shook his head. "Boss, it's 10 billion yuan." Liu Shaojun's smile vanished instantly. Although Wu Qin was not referring to dollars, 10 billion yuan was still a considerable sum. However, Liu Shaojun also understood that for the research and development of a lithography machine, 10 billion yuan was merely a drop in the bucket. It was as if Liu Shaojun had been granted a special advantage. For an average enterprise, investing 10 billion in such equipment might not even yield a ripple. Liu Shaojun spoke, "Your project is quite unique. If you find yourself lacking in research funds, feel free to apply directly to the finance department. I will inform them on your behalf. If you require assistance in other areas, do not hesitate to tell me personally. I will mobilize resources to assist you." Wu Qin nodded affirmatively. Boss, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Lu Shaojun had complete faith in Wu Qin. After Wu Qin departed, Lu Shaojun reclined on the sofa, exhaling a sigh of relief. The layout of the semiconductor industry was steadily advancing. In addition to the semiconductor sector, Shaojun Technology would officially enter the mobile phone industry this year. Bionic robot number 015 was an expert in this field. Bionic robot no 015, Infeng, a specialized bionic robot, a scientist in electronic engineering, custom expertise, mechanical design, and mobile phone development. Despite the small size of mobile phones, the technologies integrated within these diminutive devices encompassed manufacturing processes that were truly beyond the comprehension of the average individual. However, these technical challenges and manufacturing processes were nothing more than minor issues for Qin Feng and Zhu Pingyan. Xiaoyi, please bring up the mobile phone design model that Qin Feng sent me. Certainly, master. Lu Shaojun settled into the sofa, meticulously observing the holographic image before him. Under Xiao Yi's control, the mobile phone model within the image transformed at appropriate intervals. After several minutes, Lu Shaojun satisfactorily turned off the holographic display. Xiaoyi, where's Qin Feng now? At the new Energy Vehicle Research and Development Base. Please inform Xiao that I'm stepping out for a while. Any matters can wait until I return. Understood, master. Chapter 175, Relying on You for Sustenance. In Donghai, aboard a yacht, Jeff Mars, the head of Microsoft's underwater data center, was diligently studying alongside his technical team. As one of the pioneers in establishing underwater data centers, Microsoft's achievements far surpassed those of other companies. Nevertheless, when compared to Shaojun Technology, Microsoft was significantly lagging behind. Seizing this rare opportunity for consultation, Jeff Mars and his team of Microsoft technicians surrounded the engineers from Shaojun Technology intently. The engineers from Shaojun Technology had already received orders to say as little as possible and to avoid discussing anything deemed sensitive. However, they were diligently assisting Microsoft in analyzing and resolving 3 foundational challenges that Microsoft had submitted. At that moment, Lu Shaojun was also on the yacht, albeit not in view. He was in his room, coding to help Microsoft address their issues. While this approach might seem somewhat shameless, ISNT that the nature of commercial competition. Lu Shaojun glanced at Xiao Yi, who was animatedly gesturing beside him, and said, Xiao Yi, I'm doing this for you. Xiao Yi beamed, thank you, master. I will absorb the data well and grow rapidly. Good child. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted them. An engineer entered. Mr. Lu, according to our analysis, it will take us half a month to resolve the 3 issues submitted by Microsoft. Lu Shaojun nodded. Please relay this to Microsoft and assure them there is no need for concern. Understood. Once the matter was settled, Lu Shaojun took a small yacht back to shore, where he was met by Chun Xiao, which surprised him. Mr. Lu, there's news from Yanjing. The country requires you to travel to the United States on a business trip at the end of February. A business trip to the United States? That's not a favorable assignment. Although Lu Shaojun believed that once in the U.S., the eagle wouldn't be able to do much to him, he preferred to avoid the trip, if possible. Noticing Lu Shaojun's look of uncertainty, Chun Xiao continued, at the end of February, there will be a bilateral meeting between the country and the United States, primarily discussing cooperation and sharing in the digital economy. The delegation will be led by a high-ranking official from Yanjing. In addition to the national team, Shaojun Technology and Huawei are the only 2 private enterprises representing the sector. Finally, Chun Xiao disclosed the official's title, dispelling Lu Shaojun's concerns. At such a high-level meeting, if the eagle dared to act against Lu Shaojun, it would be tantamount to provoking a rabbit. Moreover, since the president of Huawei would also attend, Lu Shaojun felt it was best to accept the invitation. Coincidentally, the end of February would follow the Spring Festival holiday, and Lu Shaojun would still be in Yanjing. Speaking of the Spring Festival holiday, Lu Shaojun asked, Xiao, has the Spring Festival holiday schedule for the company been finalized? Chun Xiao nodded yes. General Su from the Information Security Department is from Hongsheng and will remain at the headquarters during the Spring Festival. The arrangements for other departments' management personnel to stay at headquarters have also been made. Lu Shaojun continued to inquire. Have the year-end bonuses and Spring Festival bonuses for employees been distributed? Chun Xiao replied with a smile. Not yet. Ryu has been busy with this matter. There are too many employees, and the financial data must be handled with utmost care. Indeed, with over 20,000 employees, managing such a substantial financial dataset posed a significant risk. Any errors could create complications with the tax bureau, particularly during January and February. The company was compiling the annual report for 2023, necessitating extreme caution with the financial data. Consequently, The finance and audit personnel might have to work overtime during this spring festival. As the spring festival approached, on the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Liu Shaojun returned to Beijing accompanied by Lin Ruoxue, and Chen Xiao. After bidding farewell at the airport, Liu Shaojun made his way directly to the Xiangshan villa. As long as the two grandfathers and his grandmother, along with his maternal grandmother, were still alive, the family would invariably gather at the Xiangshan villa for the New Year celebrations. The two large families, comprising both direct and collateral relatives, totaled over 100 people, all crammed into this grand estate. The direct relatives typically remained throughout the festival, while collateral relatives visited to maintain connections. Our little Liu is back. Look at you. In the blink of an eye, you've become a figure of renown, exclaimed a cousin. Cousin, we had agreed to be lazy together, yet here you are, working so earnestly. Upon entering the estate, Liu Shaojun was immediately surrounded by a group of peers. Although he was well-loved, he was kind-hearted, and the relationships among his contemporaries were quite harmonious. Naturally, even if someone harbored animosity towards him, they dared not express it openly, instead keeping it bottled up inside. As the young relatives gathered, after exchanging pleasantries, their conversations meandered across diverse topics. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached with a warm smile, waving at Liu Shaojun. He quickly made his way over. Uncle, Liu Shaojun greeted. He could surmise why his uncle, Zhang Ming, was seeking him out. Zhang Ming was the head of a state-owned enterprise, a leader in the digital field. With the bilateral meeting between China and the United States focusing on the digital economy, it was imperative for him to attend. Sure enough, once they found a seat, Uncle Zhang remarked, Shaojun, this bilateral meeting is of great importance to the nation. Our relationship with North American authorities is intricate, and the international economic landscape is quite grim. The economic cooperation and bilateral trade between these two superpowers are under scrutiny. Liu Shaojun forced a smile. Uncle, spare me the bureaucratic rhetoric. Just tell me what you need me to do. Zhang Ming chuckled. My company is interested in collaborating with your Hyperdimensional Technology on a project. We'll provide the funding, while you supply the technology, but the final results will likely remain with our enterprise. Hearing this, Liu Shaojun felt a sense of relief. After all, helping each other within the family to bolster their collective strength was a responsibility and obligation for every member. The success of Hyperdimensional Technology in the domestic market was largely due to the family's influence. Without hesitation, he replied, no problem. After returning from the U.S., have someone come directly to Hongsheng. Zhang Ming patted Liu Shaojun's shoulder, reflecting, you've grown up. Now your uncle is relying on you for sustenance. Uncle, if anyone hears you say that, I'll be in for it. He laughed. After chatting with Liu Shaojun for a while, Zhang Ming departed, just as several other elders arrived. However, these elders were collateral relatives from his grandfather's side, with whom the relationship was merely tolerable. Additionally, relatives from his maternal grandparents' side also approached. Seeing this, Liu Shaojun sighed inwardly. The influence of Hyperdimensional Technology was growing, its industrial layout expanding, and profits increasing. The motives of these elder relatives were straightforward. They sought Liu Shaojun's assistance to promote their family enterprises. He had anticipated such encounters. While he neither agreed nor outright refused their requests, he was willing to lend a hand if feasible. Otherwise, he would dismiss them casually. After being entangled with a group of collateral relatives for quite some time, Lu Mingyuan, his father, timely intervened, rescuing Liu Shaojun. Young man, you must grow accustomed to such situations. However, remember to maintain a sense of propriety and be somewhat selfish, he advised. Liu Shaojun nodded in agreement. His father then inquired, do you need me to send someone with you to the U.S. at the end of February? Liu Shaojun shook his head. The U.S. may be a den of danger, but I will return. They cannot stop me. Upon hearing this, his father's expression remained calm, revealing no surprise. He was well aware of his son's capabilities. Blair has been quite active lately. You must have heard. Yes, I have my eyes on him, Liu Shaojun replied. At that moment, his father's demeanor subtly shifted. You've planted an informant beside Blair? Impressive, young man. Liu Shaojun quietly asked, Dad, haven't you planted an informant around Blair? Lu Mingyuan shook his head. No. Liu Shaojun was taken aback. Noticing his son's confusion, Lu Mingyuan explained, while placing informants is direct and effective, it is the most rudimentary approach. The superior method is to incorporate someone into your intelligence network, ensuring they cannot escape it. Can you guarantee that your informant will always be by Blair's side? If so, that might work. Liu Shaojun furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Observing this, his father added, building an intelligence network requires your own dedication. I shall refrain from intervening. Liu Shaojun's frown deepened. Dad, are you really going to betray me? I want tea. But that doesn't mean my subordinates won tea, his father said gravely. Son, your position is already quite elevated. Do not trust others too easily, or you may find yourself in a dire situation. His father pulled Lu Shaojun closer, gesturing towards the garden where numerous people gathered. Shaojun, there are over 100 people here, including servants. Many are drawn to you, seeking to gain various advantages from you. Even your uncle Zhang Ming, who is trustworthy, has individuals in his company. Being in a high position means countless people are willing to assist you, which is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Lu Shaojun took his father's wisdom to heart. Last year, during the new year, his father had not mentioned such matters, nor had other elders clamored for his attention. The reason was simple. At that time, superdimension technology had only begun to emerge, but this year, it had truly taken flight. During the rare spring festival holiday, Lu Shaojun enjoyed a leisurely pace, often visiting the Lin family to see Lin Ruoyu and Lin Ruoxue. Time seemed to fly by in such tranquility. On February 26th, Lu Shaojun, accompanied by the national delegation, arrived in New York on a chartered flight. This bilateral meeting attracted widespread attention. The dialogue between the two leading economies held great significance for the world. A total of 108 enterprises from both nations participated in this meeting. On the American side, giants like Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and Apple were present. From China, two prominent private enterprises, Hyperdimensional Technology and Huawei, garnered considerable focus. The meeting centered on the cooperation and sharing of the digital economy, eagerly anticipated by mainstream global media. The world hoped that this dialogue would stimulate the current global economy and bring about new surprises for economic recovery. After disembarking from the plane, Lu Shaojun checked into the prearranged hotel. This business trip was solely for him. He had not brought anyone along. In the solitude of the long night, he initially contemplated indulging in a Western meal. However, after some deliberation, he deemed it unworthy and abandoned the idea. Instead, he soaked in the bathtub, relishing the serene moments. Suddenly, Xiao Yi appeared. Master, Blair is meeting with the CIA. They are currently in discussions. Find a way to intercept the meeting's video. I wish to know what they're discussing. Typically, agencies like the CIA would have surveillance equipment installed in the conference room. True to expectation, after a short while, a holographic image materialized before Lu Shaojun's eyes, revealing the CIA headquarters in Virginia. A high-ranking CIA official, furrowing his brow, gazed intently at Blair across the table and remarked, Mr. Blair, our objectives are not aligned. While you seek to obtain the core data of superdimensional technologies, I contend that the very willingness of superdimensional technologies to open their data center indicates a lack of critical information therein. Our aim is to acquire leverage over Mr. Lu, compelling him to compromise and to integrate superdimensional technologies as a participant in the Eagle Eye project. The official spoke with a grave demeanor, adding, however, it appears you harbor alternative intentions, and these notions are perilously audacious. Upon hearing this, a flicker of something unusual crossed Blair's eyes. Yet he maintained a calm exterior as he replied, You misunderstand. I possess no ulterior motives. My requirements are quite straightforward. The data from superdimensional technologies. The CIA official smiled slightly, saying, Let us hope that is indeed the case. Meanwhile, Lu Shaojun, situated in his hotel room, furrowed his brow and promptly commanded, Xiao Yi, immediately search the CIA database for information on the Eagle Eye project. Concurrently, compile and analyze the intelligence regarding Blair from recent times. I wish to review it shortly. Understood. Master, Xiao Yi replied. As Lu Shaojun emerged from the bathtub, he realized he had stumbled upon a proactive opportunity. He was indeed aware of the other intentions that the CIA official had alluded to regarding Blair. The CIA's and Blair's operational strategy was deceptively simple, to insert a sensitive dataset into the data center of superdimensional technologies. Recall that earlier, Lu Shaojun had instructed Xiao Yi to intercept a particular dataset. This dataset primarily pertained to human brain research, specifically concerning the control and utilization of wearable brain devices to manipulate the human mind. Prior to their collaboration, the CIA and Blair had agreed that the data would be provided by Blair. However, concerned about being scapegoated should things go awry, Blair had employed a clever ruse in this cooperation. The dataset he provided, although originating from his experimental facility, had been altered. Blair's prowess was indeed formidable, as he had even managed to place moles within the CIA's secret bases. Thus, he substituted the true origin of this dataset with that of the CIA's clandestine facility. Upon learning of Blair's scheme, Lu Shaojun felt a profound admiration for him. After all, how audacious must one be to provoke an institution as formidable as the CIA? It was no wonder Liu Shaojun's father had described Blair as a madman who would go to any lengths to achieve his objectives. With such a madman fixated on him, Liu Shaojun had his fair share of headaches. Nevertheless, with his extraordinary talents, the burden would soon shift to Blair. Chapter 177. The Boastful One. The following morning, Manhattan became the epicenter of global attention. Mainstream media outlets from around the world flocked to witness the bilateral conference between the two nations. As time slipped away, prominent figures began to gather as 10 o'clock approached. First, the mayor of New York, leading the American delegation, entered the venue, followed closely by the representatives from China. The essence of this bilateral meeting was communication, thus allowing invited media to enter the venue. Outside the conference hall, journalists refrained from crowding around the dignitaries, opting instead to quietly capture photographs. Journalists congregated, their focus predominantly on Liu Shaojun. It was unavoidable, amidst a sea of older individuals. The strikingly youthful and handsome Liu stood out. The world was acutely aware that superdimensional technologies was the vanguard of China's technological sector. As the creator of superdimensional technologies, Liu Shaojun himself bore an aura of legend. A reporter from CNN could not help but exclaim, "China has truly produced a prodigious talent." Surrounding European and American journalists nodded in agreement. Who could argue otherwise? Previously, there was a young man named Zuckerberg in America who captured immense attention. Yet the disparity between superdimensional technologies and Facebook was stark. A journalist from the New York Times remarked, "I am eagerly anticipating the content of Liu Shaojun's address at this conference." This sentiment was echoed unanimously among the reporters present. To date, Liu Shaojun had delivered 3 public speeches. One at the Virtual Brain Machine Developers Conference, another during a product launch, and a third at the World Internet Conference. Each of these addresses had offered invaluable insights into the development of the internet and global technology. Around 10:20, the attending entrepreneurs began to take their seats. To emphasize the camaraderie between the two nations and to showcase their willingness to cooperate, the seating arrangement for the bilateral meeting was notably intriguing. For circular tables were set, with entrepreneurs from both nations seated adjacent to one another, allowing for amicable exchanges during breaks. Liu Shaojun found himself seated next to Apple's CEO, Cook. Upon seeing Liu Shaojun approach, Cook stood with a smile. "Mr. Liu, it is a pleasure to meet you. You are even younger than I had anticipated." Liu Shaojun extended his hand, shaking Cook's with a smile, replying, "Mr. Cook, I have always been a loyal user of Apple products." This moment of handshake between Liu Shaojun and Cook was fervently captured by photographers in the media area. This image held profound significance, as Apple currently stood as the most valuable company, while Superdimensional Technologies was regarded as the most promising tech firm. Moreover, many observers could see in Liu Shaojun a reflection of the late Steve Jobs. Both aspired to change the world, and both had succeeded. Yet, Liu Shaojun's achievements surpassed even those of Jobs. A reporter nudged his companion with his elbow, inquiring, "Do you think Superdimensional Technologies will venture into the mobile phone industry?" Is that even question? What tech company could possibly avoid that industry? Wouldn't he that spell doom for Apple? Not necessarily. Apple's ecosystem has been in place for over a decade. However, the throne of mobile supremacy might indeed be at risk. Around 10:30, the meeting formally commenced, and the entrepreneurs in attendance ceased their conversations. As the conference began, the representative from the American side took the stage to deliver their address. Time ticked by, and finally, it was the turn of the Chinese delegation. Unexpected, yet entirely reasonable, Liu Shaojun was chosen to deliver the opening speech on behalf of the Chinese representatives. Young, highly esteemed, and possessing remarkable achievements, Liu Shaojun was the only individual in China who met all 4 criteria. The theme of this bilateral conference was the cooperation and sharing of the digital economy, a subject that aligned perfectly with Superdimensional Technology's focus. At this moment, Liu Shaojun stood confidently on the small stage at the center of the round table, facing a multitude of esteemed figures without a hint of trepidation. As the mobile internet permeated society and the interconnected web of life took shape, the digital economy emerged as a principal component of the current world economy. Previously, the tangible economy had always taken center stage, while the virtual or digital economy played a supporting role. However, with societal transformations, technological advancements, and shifts in human demand, the tangible and digital economies have become inseparable entities. They complement and enhance one another, representing the primary form of the contemporary global economy. I am honored to represent China today and deliver the opening speech. As the founder of Superdimensional Technologies, the theme of my address today is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence first entered the public consciousness at the turn of this century, and it began its rapid development approximately a decade ago. I believe the current surge of artificial intelligence is rooted in three significant trends. The exponential growth of computational power, as described by Moore's law. The massive influx of data driven by the proliferation of mobile internet and the Internet of Things, and the continuous evolution of intelligent algorithms. In the conference hall, a profound silence enveloped the audience as Liu Shaojun delivered his address. As a leading figure in the realm of artificial intelligence and a preeminent player in the field, Liu Shaojun's insights into artificial intelligence were the aspirations of many. Standing at the center of the stage, his tone was both calm and commanding. Artificial intelligence, as one of the keys to the fourth industrial revolution, has a future trajectory that is fundamentally clear. Areas such as data mining, natural language processing, medical diagnostics, securities market analysis, DNA sequencing, and robotics are all avenues for the advancement of artificial intelligence. With the continuous emergence of AI products and the relentless accumulation of intellectual resources, the core technology of artificial intelligence should pivot around intelligent innovation. In the media section, a reporter lamented quietly, "What Liu Shaojun is saying seems rather unhelpful. It's all rather broad." Many reporters exchanged glances of dismay. One journalist could not contain himself and remarked, "Today's bilateral meeting is inherently a grand affair." The dialogue between the entrepreneurs from both sides is naturally of a significant scale. The essence of the meeting is such, and furthermore, Liu Shaojun would certainly not divulge intricate details. Among the giants present, including Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and Apple, all were potential rivals of Huawei technology. For the outside world, this meeting was a high-level discourse that could foster global economic recovery. However, in Liu Shaojun's eyes, it was merely a gathering of magnates engaging in boastful banter. Indeed, it was boastful. Liu Shaojun was not deceiving anyone. A substantial portion of his speech consisted of information already well known within the industry. Even professionals could expound on the application and developmental direction of artificial intelligence with ease, while the remaining content held some value. It was ill-suited for the internet and technology titans present, as these giants lacked the capabilities to accomplish what Liu Shaojun articulated. Huawei technology could effortlessly achieve these feats solely because Liu Shaojun possessed an extraordinary advantage. After 3 hours of discussion during the luncheon, many prominent figures and officials from the American side probed Liu Shaojun. What were they probing? The semiconductor industry of Huawei. Ever since Huawei technology assisted Huawei technology in developing new semiconductor materials, numerous enterprises in Europe and America had been unable to sleep or eat well. Seizing this rare opportunity, they were determined to investigate. In response to their inquiries, Liu Shaojun adeptly engaged in a game of Tai Chi after several exchanges. These individuals ultimately conceded defeat. Once they withdrew, Kyuk inquired with a smile, "Mr. Liu, when does Huawei technology plan to enter the mobile phone market?" Liu Shaojun replied with utmost seriousness, "We have no corresponding plans in the near future." Upon hearing this, Kyuk smiled slightly, evidently skeptical of Liu Shaojun's words. Noticing this, Liu Shaojun jested, "Even if Huawei technology were to enter the mobile phone industry, we would merely be novices. As the undisputed ruler of the global mobile phone market, Apple would still require your guidance." Kyuk shook his head with a smile. Liu Shaojun's words were somewhat irksome. In the grand scheme of global enterprises, particularly those leading high-end sectors, there exists a pervasive fear, the sudden announcement by Huawei technology to enter their industry. Over the past year, the capabilities of Huawei technology have ceased to be in question. The mere act of entering an industry signifies its strength to monopolize the high-end segment. If one were to be more ruthless, they could monopolize the entire industry. Did Apple fear Huawei technology? To be frank, yes, they truly did. Kyuk was not Steve Jobs. He lacked Jobs' innovative prowess and was merely a professional manager. While Kyuk undeniably played a pivotal role in propelling Apple to the pinnacle of global market value, the innovative capabilities of his era paled in comparison to those of Jobs. Liu Shaojun, having offered a perfunctory response, did not face further inquiries from Kyuk. The bilateral meeting between Huawei and the United States was destined to span 3 days. Following the conclusion of the first day's discussions, the CIA convened a meeting. A senior CIA official proposed, with Liu Shaojun in the United States, "I believe we can expedite Huawei Technology's plans to maximize profits." The current CIA director, William Joseph, pondered briefly before turning to a middle-aged woman in the conference room and asking, "How is the Eagle Eye project progressing?" The woman replied, "Google and Amazon have already made arrangements, and other companies are steadily advancing. The Eagle Eye project is, in fact, an upgraded version of the earlier PRISM program." The PRISM program was a covert surveillance initiative jointly executed by the National Security Agency NSA, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation (FBI). Through this initiative, American intelligence agencies could directly access the central servers of U.S. internet companies to mine data and gather intelligence. 9 international internet giants, including Microsoft, Yahoo, Google, and Apple, were involved in the PRISM program. In 2013, Edward Snowden exposed this initiative, yet American authorities remained undeterred. The Eagle Eye technology was subsequently born, with the CIA assuming a leading role, while the NSA and FBI became supporting players. The CIA placed significant importance on the Eagle Eye project. After contemplating for a moment, William Joseph stated, "On the final day of the bilateral meeting, we will commence the execution of the plan against Huawei technology." Understood. In a hotel, Liu Shaojun found himself in a state of exasperation. The CIA operatives were brazenly attempting to detain him in the United States. If not for Liu Shaojun's own capabilities, he might have truly found himself in a precarious situation. Xiao Yi instruct the bionic robot 129, which is embedded within the CIA, to execute the counterattack plan ahead of schedule. Understood, Master. This time, Liu Shaojun intended to deliver a monumental surprise to the CIA, to Blair, and to Google and Microsoft. In a Virginia apartment, CIA agent Buck returned home after work, only to be visited by a guest. "Buck, it's been a while." Upon seeing the man before him, Buck furrowed his brow. "What brings you here in person? Doesn't T-Boss fear I might expose our dealings?" The visitor was none other than Blair's personal assistant, Eve Leagues. "Since Boss sent me, it indicates that there will be no issues. I have come to seek you out because this matter is of utmost importance." Upon hearing this, Buck hesitated no longer and removed his shoes. He then extracted a miniature USB drive concealed within the heel of his shoe. After Eve inspected the USB drive for damage, he departed immediately. A few minutes later, after confirming Eve had left, Buck entered the restroom. Moments later, Xiao Yi's holographic image materialized. 129. Master has commanded you to execute the counterattack plan ahead of schedule. The detailed plan has been transmitted to your brain chip. In London, England, Budar, a renowned journalist and deputy editor for The Guardian, had become a figure of considerable influence over the past few months. After exposing the secrets surrounding Blair's and France's involvement in the Snowden affair, Budar's reputation within journalistic circles had soared. This evening, upon returning home, he opened his email. As was his custom, among the numerous emails was one titled Eagle Eye Project, which piqued his interest. It did not disappoint. Minutes later, Budar dialed Buck's phone number. "Mr. Buck, greetings. The Guardian is at your service, and we will arrange a passage for you to Russia." Just as the eyes of the world converged on the bilateral meeting in New York, a report from The Guardian abruptly shifted global attention. In a frenzied manner, after the failure of the PRISM program, American authorities once again devised a global network surveillance initiative, the Eagle Eye Project. The whistleblower Buck is a senior CIA agent and one of the executors of the Eagle Eye Project. According to his revelations, 23 behemoths, including Google, Amazon, Apple, and Microsoft, were all implicated. The CIA harbored a particular animosity towards Hyperdimensional Technology, as the company refused to voluntarily join the Eagle Eye program, forcing the CIA to resort to extraordinary measures to coerce Hyperdimensional Technology. The Guardian's report not only included materials on the Eagle Eye program provided by Buck, but also featured a video accusation from Buck himself. In the video, Buck appeared haggard and spoke extensively to the camera, yet one phrase stood out: "I will follow in the footsteps of my predecessor, Mr. Snowden." Chapter 179. The Scapegoat Once More? The Guardian's report swiftly reverberated around the globe. Hundreds of media outlets worldwide promptly republished the story, igniting a tempest. Internet users across Europe and America immediately covered the cameras on their phones, computers, and tablets. Some, in their heightened anxiety, went so far as to destroy these devices. The media frenzy escalated, with outlets clamoring to report on the explosive revelations of the Eagle Eye program. In the immediate aftermath of the revelations, giants like Google, Microsoft, and Apple engaged in public relations efforts, vehemently denying any collaboration with the CIA and asserting they had never disclosed user privacy data. Unfortunately, the public remained unconvinced. Following a profound sense of insecurity, the activity levels of services from these tech giants plummeted dramatically. Conversely, user engagement in the virtual realm surged exponentially. After all, Hyperdimensional Technology had not only abstained from participating in the Eagle Eye program, but had actively rebuffed the CIA. In a flash, virtual brain-machine interfaces became the most trusted devices, and Hyperdimensional Technology emerged as the most reliable enterprise. Before the markets opened on Wall Street, the report from The Guardian had already caused a nosedive in the stock prices of tech giants like Google, Microsoft, Apple, and Amazon. The fluctuations in these stocks triggered a chain reaction, leading to a sweeping decline across the entire U.S. stock market. Chaos erupted on Wall Street. Beyond the financial district, another figure was increasingly perturbed. At a private airport in Virginia, Blair wore a grim expression while his personal assistant, Eve, was incessantly making phone calls. Following the Guardian's expose, Blair sensed an unseen hand orchestrating events from behind the scenes, manipulating him, which incited his fury. What enraged him further was the uncertainty of who this puppeteer was and their intentions. Just as Blair contemplated how to uncover this elusive figure, he received a notification from U.S. authorities instructing him to proceed to Washington immediately. Upon learning that the whistleblower was Buck, Blair realized he might be on the verge of another downfall. A few minutes later, an airport staff member briskly approached Blair, announcing, "Boss, you may board." With an impassive expression, Blair rose and walked toward the tarmac, Eve hastily following him. Blair calmly inquired, "Does the CIA know that Buck is one of my operatives?" Eve replied, "Not yet. Buck is currently missing, and the CIA has begun an investigation in an attempt to apprehend him." At this, Blair's forehead tightened with visible anger. Though Eve did not state it outright, the implication was unmistakable. Blair was destined to become the scapegoat. Observing his boss's ire, Eve felt helpless. Buck was among the most valued undercover agents in Blair's employ, personally selected and nurtured by him. The betrayal stung deeply. As Blair boarded his private jet en route to Washington, at the CIA headquarters, the current director, William Joseph, was furiously berating his subordinates. "Damn it. You are all a bunch of incompetents." It was no wonder William was incensed. After all, the whistleblower of the PRISM program, Snowden, had also been a CIA agent. And now Buck was revealing the Eagle Eye program, further tarnishing the agency's reputation. At this juncture, the CIA's deputy director stepped forward. "William, your anger is futile. The priority now is to manage this public relations crisis. Companies like Google and Microsoft have already reached out. We must manage this crisis ourselves. If we refuse, future collaboration with them will be virtually impossible." William gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. At that moment, a senior official rushed into the meeting room, stating, "We have located Buck. He is currently in Alaska, attempting to sail across the Bering Strait to Russia." William roared, "Capture him. This traitor must be dealt with severely." The official continued, "We have also discovered that Buck is an undercover agent planted in the CIA by Blair." Upon hearing this, the room fell into a chilling silence, the atmosphere becoming palpably tense. After what felt like an eternity, a cold, low voice inquired, "Where is Blair now?" "On his way to Washington. He has received a notification from Congress," came the reply. William coldly commanded, "Intercept his plane. I will go to Congress to explain." The official, momentarily taken aback, nodded in agreement. Understood. In emergencies, the CIA could coordinate with the Department of Defense to deploy fighter jets. Consequently, Blair's private plane was forcibly intercepted, an outcome he found unsurprising. He remained quietly at the airport, awaiting the CIA's arrival. An hour later, William arrived, drawing his firearm and pressing the barrel against Blair's head. Blair's bodyguards immediately drew their weapons in response, while the CIA personnel matched their readiness. William glared at Blair, stating, "Mr. Blair, I expect an explanation, or I assure you, I will end your life." Maintaining his composure, Blair replied evenly, "William, my explanation is straightforward. Buck was my operative, but he has evidently betrayed both me and the CIA. Moreover, even without an explanation, you would not dare to kill me, for you know that doing so would only exacerbate your troubles." At these words, William fixed a steely gaze on Blair. Unfazed, Blair maintained eye contact with William. After a long pause, William erupted into laughter. He lowered his gun and pulled the trigger. A series of gunshots rang out. In the aftermath, only Blair remained standing. His personal assistant, Eve, lay on the ground, wounded in the leg, while all of Blair's bodyguards were lifeless, sprawled on the floor. William wiped the gun's muzzle and turned to say, "Notify the Guys family that Blair Guys has been taken hostage by terrorists and rescued by the CIA. To ensure Mr. Blair's safety, he will need to stay with the CIA for a time." A few CIA agents holstered their weapons and approached Blair, stating, "Mr. Blair, please." Without resistance, Blair replied coolly, "Take good care of my personal assistant. I expect to see him before me tomorrow." One CIA agent responded with a smile, "Rest assured, Mr. Blair, he won't die. Unfortunately, we won't be able to treat his wounds until we reach the CIA headquarters for surgery." Chapter 180, A Feast Tonight. Goodness, are the CIA agents really this cowardly? In his hotel room, Liu Shaojun watched the holographic display and couldn't help but voice his disdain. Today was originally meant for a bilateral meeting, but the revelation of the Eagle Eye program had caused ripples affecting companies like Google and Microsoft. The executives of these enterprises were preoccupied with addressing this matter, resulting in a suspension of the bilateral meetings for a day. With a moment of leisure, Liu Shaojun opted to observe the proceedings. In the realm of satellites, the prowess of the Americans was indeed formidable. Liu Shaojun watched the live broadcast of the standoff between the CIA and Blair at the airport through their satellite feed. Initially, when William Joseph drew his firearm, Liu Shaojun felt a surge of excitement and concern, fearing that William Joseph might refrain from pulling the trigger. Ultimately, William Joseph did not disappoint Liu Shaojun's expectations. Although he fired his weapon, the muzzle was aimed at Blair's assistant. Noticing Liu Shaojun's expression of regret, Xiao suggested, "Master, should we launch a missile and eliminate them all?" Liu Shaojun shook his head. Such an action would have dire consequences. Blair is a core member of the Geist family, and William Joseph is the director of the CIA. Should anything happen to them, it would provoke the Americans beyond measure, and they would go berserk. Although Liu Shaojun harbored a desire to eliminate Blair, he was reluctant to incur unnecessary trouble. There was no rush. After all, Blair's estate remained firmly within the missile's crosshairs. They had yet to identify a scapegoat, so patience was paramount. Xiao nodded in resignation. Liu Shaojun deactivated the holographic projection and inquired, "Where is the No. 129 bionic robot now?" Xiao replied, "It has safely returned to the base in Los Angeles." Upon hearing this, Liu Shaojun rose and stretched languidly. Following the exposure of the Eagle Eye project, the CIA and Blair's plans concerning superdimensional technology had effectively collapsed. Liu Shaojun picked up his phone and dialed Su Jijun's number. "Old Su, have you received the good news from the United States?" On the other end, Su Jijun replied with a smile, "Yes, I've already contacted the U.S. authorities. When they inspect our data center, there must be officials from our embassy present, alongside our technical staff." Under pressure, the U.S. authorities had no choice but to agree. Hearing Su Jijun's approach, Liu Shaojun couldn't help but smile. With officials from their side observing, the Americans would indeed refrain from any underhanded tactics. After all, superdimensional technology was a flagship enterprise of their nation, and they had never backed down from the Americans. Liu Shaojun remarked, "Old Su, you needn't be overly concerned. There truly isn't anything of great importance within the data center. However, since you've taken this step, we might as well leverage this public relations storm to let users know that superdimensional technology has always prioritized user privacy and would never compromise their data. We must instill confidence in our users regarding superdimensional technology." Su Jijun chuckled. "Rest assured, President Liu, I know what to do." After conversing with Su Jijun for a while, Liu Shaojun received a video call. "Ruoyu, how are things progressing?" Lin Ruoyu smiled. "Everything is going smoothly. The American stock market is in disarray, and many big players are quietly taking advantage, just like us. This is quite normal. The world conceals countless powerful figures, and no one truly knows how many there are. In this stock market crash, the most unfortunate are the retail investors. The Americans face the harshest consequences, while the capitalists lurking in the shadows reap the benefits." As the architect of this storm, Liu Shaojun had already prepared Lin Ruoyu and Lin Ruoshui in advance. He was uncertain how much the offshore family trust would profit this time, but it would undoubtedly be an astronomical figure. No wonder so many were enamored with the stock market. In this astonishing realm, one could amass wealth overnight or face bankruptcy just as quickly. After finishing his conversation with Lin Ruoyu, Liu Shaojun thought he could take a moment to rest, but he suddenly interjected. "Master, the link in the data packets from Microsoft's underwater data center has been activated." Liu Shaojun sprang up from the sofa. He immediately called me Su over today. "I shall treat you both to a feast." While Microsoft dispatched a technical team to learn from superdimensional technology, Liu Shaojun had not been idle. Among the several technical issues submitted by Microsoft, he had embedded several links. As soon as the Microsoft side utilized these data packets, he would be immediately informed. This underscored the formidable capabilities of artificial intelligence. In today's society, every individual, unit, agency, or organization is intertwined with the internet. As long as there is a network, it can be omnipresent. Even within an internal network, there is a necessity for simple data exchanges with external networks. A completely isolated network system simply does not exist. Meanwhile, at Microsoft's Research Institute, Jeff Malls, the executive overseeing the underwater data center project, was leading his team in the lab, tackling various technical challenges. Since arriving in China and learning from the technical team at Superdimensional Technology, Jeff Malls had gained fresh insights. Many of Microsoft's technical personnel had developed new perspectives on constructing the underwater data center. The disparity upon arriving in China was quite pronounced for Jeff Malls and his team. The issues that had long troubled them seemed effortless to the technicians at Hyperdimensional Technology, particularly during the observation of the construction of the underwater data center. Jeff Malls and his team were left in awe. At one point, a Microsoft technician couldn't help but exclaim, "In this moment, I feel like an utterly ignorant novice." After nearly a month of study in China, Jeff Malls and his team had just returned to the United States. In a lab, this group of Microsoft technicians was hard at work, unaware that Shaojun was currently busier than they were. After the link in the data packets was activated, Shaojun, along with Su, infiltrated Microsoft's internal network. It was akin to a great wolf entering a flock of sheep, and this wolf possessed the ability to cloak itself, rendering the lambs and the farmer oblivious to its presence. With such an advantage, the wolf began to act with impunity. Su also indulged freely without reservation. Shaojun monitored the data being absorbed while cautioning Su, "Take it easy. When you encounter enticing data, do not hastily consume it. Wait for me to sift through it first." Understood, Master. One cannot overlook the fact that Microsoft, founded in 1975, was approaching its 50th anniversary. The volume of data stored by this enterprise could only be described as vast, particularly given Microsoft's broad scope of operations, serving not only ordinary citizens but also corporations, governments, and institutions. The data was now at Shaojun's disposal. Frankly speaking, this transaction with Microsoft was exceedingly advantageous. If such an opportunity were to present itself 100 times, I would seize it every single time. Chapter 181, The Rise of Hongqian. At the CIA headquarters, in a reception room, William Joseph gazed at Blair across from him and stated solemnly, "Buck is your man. He is now missing, and I hope you can cooperate with us to locate him." Blair replied, somewhat helplessly, "Buck has already betrayed me. I do not know where he has gone. If even your CIA cannot find him, I am unlikely to succeed." Blair's words darkened William Joseph's expression. He fixed his gaze on Blair and articulated each word with precision. "Mr. Blair, you must understand, this is your second provocation against the United States. The individuals in Congress, the Pentagon, and the White House are exceedingly furious at this moment. I do not believe that the Geist family can withstand the wrath of a superpower." In response to William Joseph's threat, Blair remained remarkably calm. "Buck has long since betrayed me. I have had no contact with him." Upon hearing this, William Joseph suddenly chuckled. "Oh, is that so? On the night Buck contacted a reporter from The Guardian, your personal assistant met with him and Buck handed over a dossier regarding the Eagle Eye project to your assistant." Blair maintained his composure, stating, "I do not deny it, but I believe that Buck handed over the data of the Eagle Eye project to me with the intention of dragging me down." William Joseph nodded in agreement, remarking, "I share your sentiments, Mr. Blair. Congratulations on being successfully ensnared. Following discussions with your father, it has been decided that you will bear full responsibility for the exposure of the Eagle Eye project. You may refuse, but you should be aware that such refusal will be futile." William Joseph's words caused a subtle shift in Blair's previously calm demeanor, as a flicker of anger and resentment ignited in his eyes. Once again, he was to be the scapegoat. This was a humiliation to Blair, and now he was to endure it once more. Noticing Blair's discomfort, William Joseph inquired, "Mr. Blair, do you truly intend to refuse?" Blair fixed his gaze firmly on William Joseph. With a nonchalant shrug, William Joseph encouraged, "Mr. Blair, do make a decision promptly." Blair clenched his fists and, in a low voice, declared, "This is the last time." Satisfied, William Joseph departed. On the fourth day after The Guardian revealed the Eagle Eye project, American authorities convened a press conference. During the event, William Joseph denied that the CIA had devised the Eagle Eye project, asserting that the agency had ascertained all relevant information. Subsequently, Blair ascended the stage, his expression impassive, and assumed full responsibility for the Eagle Eye project. The media was no stranger to Blair Gis. He was the protagonist in last year's globally sensational Snowden aftermath. At that time, admiration for this core member of the Gis family was widespread, given his audacity to challenge both the United States and Russia. To everyone's astonishment, Blair was revealed to be the mastermind behind the Eagle Eye project. Many were incredulous. Yet regardless of belief, the media had to comply with the official stance of the American authorities. It is peculiar how users often exhibit strange behavior. As long as a reason is provided, even if riddled with flaws, they will choose to believe. Such is the reality. Services from companies like Google, Microsoft, Apple, and Amazon have permeated every aspect of society. In this era of mobile internet, every individual is a netizen, reliant upon the services these corporations provide. Nevertheless, the seeds of distrust and insecurity have already been sown deep within the users' hearts. The press conference regarding the Eagle Eye project sparked widespread discussion domestically. However, due to the unique circumstances within the country, the impact of the Eagle Eye project on domestic netizens was relatively minimal. The tumult of the outside world did not affect Shaojun Technology and Liu Shaojun. Having returned from the United States yesterday, Liu Shaojun was still adjusting to the time difference. On the villa's sofa, Lin Ryu observed the drowsy Liu Shaojun and gently reminded him, "You mustn't sleep now. Otherwise, adjusting to the time difference will be in vain." Liu Shaojun yawned and inquired, "How much can we earn this time?" Lin Ruoxue, seated across from him, produced a document and placed it before Liu Shaojun, stating approximately 76 billion, with an investment return rate reaching 10.28. Instantly, Liu Shaojun's fatigue vanished as he picked up the document and began to scrutinize it intently. Lin Ryu sat beside him, gently massaging his temples, and remarked, "In addition to us, several others lurking in the shadows also reaped over 70 billion in profits. Although Ruoxue and I have long been prepared, our methods were still rather immature." Lin Ruoxue chimed in. Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan Chase were also the biggest beneficiaries this time. The retail investors in the U.S. stock market truly faced a calamity, suffering countless losses. Gazing at the report in hand, Liu Shaojun sighed repeatedly. The stock market carries risks. Investments require caution. If one seeks to reap high returns, one must be prepared to be devoured by capital predators. Lin Ruoyu softly spoke. "The leaders from Hong City wish to invite you for a meal." "A meal? Is Hong City short of funds or projects?" Lin Ruoyu chuckled as she explained. Hong City's GDP and tax revenue from last year have been fully compiled. The figures are remarkably impressive, and during a recent conference in Yanjing, the leaders from Jiangxi and Hong City received commendation from high-ranking officials. With such a dazzling achievement, it is only natural for them to invite you for a meal. "Oh, so that's the reason." "Fine, have Xiao respond to Hong City, and let them know I'll discuss it after I've adjusted to the time difference." As he spoke, Liu Shaojun inquired, "When is the press conference for the new energy vehicle scheduled?" April 2nd. The date was now March 18th. And Jiangxi province had released its 2023 economic work report. After being circulated by the Huawu Daily, this report quickly garnered national attention. Within the report, several data points stood out, even appearing somewhat alarming. Jiangxi province's GDP for 2023 surpassed 49.8 trillion yuan, reflecting a year-on-year growth of 15.09. Hong City's GDP for 2023 exceeded 3,876 trillion yuan, with a year-on-year growth of 14.26. In the rankings of provincial GDPs for 2023, Jiangxi province leapt from 15th place in 2022 to 9th place. In the rankings of urban GDPs, Hong City ascended from 36th place in 2022 to 16th place directly. Among the GDP rankings of provincial capitals, Hong City now stood at 8th place. The release of this report left the nation in shock. Good heavens! Has Jiangxi province taken drugs? Hong City has joined the Trillion Yuan Club, redeeming its former disgrace and decisively surpassing several neighboring cities. The pace of growth is nothing short of phenomenal. Is this the influence of Shaojun Technology? Terrifying indeed. No one anticipated that Jiangxi province and Hong City would emerge as dark horses. This also reflects the substantial impact of Shaojun Technology on the local economy. Chapter 182. A miracle named Shaojun Technology. The official data released by Jiangxi province is an aggregate figure. Although the report repeatedly mentions Shaojun Technology, netizens remain unclear about the extent of its impact. No matter. The internet is currently replete with bloggers keen on analysis and education. Even major authoritative media and national-level media institutions are focusing on analyzing Jiangxi province's achievements in 2023. The coastal provinces that have traditionally shouldered the burden have begun to show signs of strain. At this juncture, the emergence of a formidable dark horse has prompted intense analysis, with the aim of uncovering methods to revive the economy. Yet, whether by bloggers or major media entities, all roads lead back to the conclusion that Shaojun Technology is the pivotal factor in Jiangxi province's rise. One media outlet stated, in 2023 alone, Shaojun Technology's direct investment in Jiangxi province reached an astonishing 150 billion yuan, establishing various projects that created over 100,000 jobs. A blogger humorously remarked, Shaojun Technology has installed a rocket booster with explosive power for Jiangxi province. With robust economic growth, tax revenues have also hit new highs. As Jiangxi province and Hong City have become affluent, they have devised a series of development plans. The focus of development is on Hong City, particularly in infrastructure, followed by education and healthcare. Among these projects, The most significant is the continued collaboration with Shaojun Technology to transform Hong City into a technology hub. Initiatives include a virtual Hong City, wireless charging covering major urban areas, and a citywide air purification system. These projects have made Hong City renowned globally, attracting visitors from all corners of the world. In addition to prioritizing Hong City, Jiangxi Province aims to create an inverted triangle economic circle to balance development across various cities within the province, using Xianyang, Hsinchu, and Xincheng as 3 pivotal points. With Hong City at the center, the plan has received approval from the Yanjing authorities, who have also indicated that resources will be preferentially allocated to Jiangxi Province. However, the representatives from Yanjing had a stipulation. The inverted triangle plan must incorporate the involvement of superdimensional technology. Consequently, both the Jiangxi Province and Hongcheng invited Liu Shaojun to a banquet. This was twofold in purpose. Firstly, to express gratitude for superdimensional technology's contributions to Jiangxi Province, and secondly, to discuss this particular plan. Naturally, Liu Shaojun did not acquiesce blindly. He needed to ascertain whether this plan was beneficial to superdimensional technology and to what extent. Without clarity on these 2 points, he could not agree. Although Liu Shaojun harbored a desire to assist Jiangxi Province in its development, he was no fool. He would not engage in ventures devoid of advantage. After the meal, as Liu Shaojun settled into his vehicle, a phone call came through. The caller ID read, "Second brother." Liu Shaojun was somewhat taken aback. Second brother was his uncle's second son, named Liu Yuxuan, who worked within the system and had a particularly promising future ahead. It was anticipated that he would eventually succeed his uncle. "Second brother, what brings you to call me? A busy man such as yourself?" On the other end, a rich voice replied, "Shaojun, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will assume a new position in Hongcheng next month." Taken aback, Liu Shaojun inquired what position, to which Liu Yuxuan retorted, "Given my current rank and credentials, what do you think my new role will be?" Liu Shaojun let out a rueful chuckle. "I have consented to the inverted triangle revitalization plan devised by Jiangxi Province." Liu Yuxuan responded with cheerful assurance, "Do not worry, Shaojun, with me around. You shall not suffer any loss. This is a mutually beneficial plan, and Yanjing places great importance on it, which is why I've been assigned to Jiangxi Province." What more could Liu Shaojun say? The prospects of Liu Yuxuan were closely monitored by the family. Naturally, Liu Shaojun could not remain passive. After all, this was advantageous for the entire family and for him personally. Setting down the phone, Liu Shaojun exhaled deeply. At that moment, he comprehended why the representatives from Jiangxi Province and Hongcheng had not pressed him for an immediate response at the dining table. They had been awaiting this very development. Upon returning to the office, Liu Shaojun summoned Su Jijun, Lin Ruoxua, Luo Yilong, and other senior executives to his office. Chun Xiao distributed documents to everyone. "Take a look and share your thoughts," he encouraged. Half an hour later, Yu Hua spoke first. "President Liu, our company's role in this plan is pivotal. Yet the expected benefits appear rather modest." Luo Yilong nodded in agreement. "Old Yu is correct. The intentions of Jiangxi Province are commendable, but we must deliberate cautiously." Gao Yin turned to the silent Liu Shaojun, asking, "President Liu, is Jiangxi Province pressuring us to comply?" After uttering these words, Gao Yin himself found it implausible. Setting aside Liu Shaojun's esteemed background, the influence of superdimensional technology was indisputable. Jiangxi Province's rise in 2023 was largely attributed to superdimensional technology. At this juncture, there was no justification for Jiangxi to coerce Liu Shaojun. Liu Shaojun declared, "Regardless of whether our company stands to gain anything from this plan, we must participate." Everyone turned their attention toward him. Liu Shaojun elucidated, "My second brother, Liu Yuxuan, will assume his duties in Jiangxi Province next month." Upon hearing the name Liu Yuxuan, Lin Ryu and Lin Ruoxua instantly grasped the implications. Su Jijun followed suit, while Luo Yilong and the others appeared somewhat bewildered. Chun Xiao interjected, "You might want to search for this name online." A few minutes later, Luo Yilong and the others comprehended the situation. This represented a resource-sharing initiative within President Liu's family. They naturally harbored no objections. Furthermore, superdimensional technology's involvement in this plan would not incur losses, albeit the returns might be limited. Liu Shaojun inquired, "In which cities is the electric vehicle factory tentatively planned to be established?" Su Jijun replied, "Tianhai, Jiangcheng, and Pengcheng." Liu Shaojun pondered and suggested, "Let's add Xiancheng." Agreed. On March 25th, superdimensional technology will publicly announce this news. On April 2nd, we shall hold the Electric Vehicle Series launch conference. Let us not miss it. This time, superdimensional technology was forthright directly informing the public that the products being launched were electric vehicles. Upon the announcement, global media erupted in excitement. All electric vehicle brands reacted in unison. The wolf is here. Everyone understood that once superdimensional technology entered a certain industry, the landscape of that industry would inevitably be reshaped. Superdimensional technology would emerge as the leader, while other smaller players would either trail behind or withdraw from the market altogether. The rapid development of superdimensional technology's electric vehicles astonished all. When Shaojun declared his entry into the electric vehicle sector last year, many anticipated at least a year of adjustment time. After all, electric vehicles involve numerous core technologies, and achieving independent development requires ample time. Little did they expect that perhaps a miracle named superdimensional technology was at hand. Chapter 183. A 10-minute charge yield a range of 650 kilometers. In Palo Alto, California, at Tesla's headquarters, Iron Man Musk was engaged in conversation with a group of engineers at Tesla's experimental base. You're all aware of the news from the East, correct? The engineers nodded. Superdimensional technology was widely recognized, making it hard to overlook. Ever since Shaojun announced last year that superdimensional technology would venture into the electric vehicle sector, Tesla had begun to monitor them closely. One engineer furrowed his brow, stating, based on previous cases, if their ISNT an overwhelming technological advantage. Superdimensional technology typically does not enter a particular field. A battery researcher at Tesla chimed in, superdimensional technology has likely developed graphene batteries. In front of the media, Musk often appeared nonchalant, yet now he wore a furrowed brow. Tesla was a trump card in his hand, but now this card faced an unprecedented crisis. At that moment, a Tesla vice president remarked, if superdimensional technology's electric vehicles prove formidable, we should concede the high-end market and focus on the mid-range market. Tesla's executives exchanged wry smiles. With substantial research funding, losing the high-end market would inevitably lead to budget cuts in R&D. Reduced funding would hinder technological advancements, and diminishing technological prowess would weaken core competitiveness. This created a vicious cycle. Musk and Tesla's executives were uncertain how to navigate the impending crisis. April 2nd arrived in the blink of an eye, with invited guests from around the globe arriving in Hongqiang a day early. The media from various regions, many of whom had local offices in Hongqiang, were also present. Outside the venue for the launch conference, guests and journalists entered in an orderly fashion. At the entrance of Superdimensional Technology's Experience Center, a long queue of car enthusiasts and users formed. In accordance with customary practice, after the launch conference, attendees could experience the latest products. 3 days prior, the Experience Center had announced a temporary closure to undertake necessary renovations for accommodating the new vehicle sizes alongside other products. At 10 o'clock sharp, the much-anticipated Superdimensional Technology product launch conference commenced. Amidst thunderous applause, Shaojun took to the stage. Thank you all. The product we are unveiling today has long been anticipated, electric vehicles. The majority of attendees were industry professionals. We all comprehend that within the overarching architecture of new energy vehicles, the Vehicle Control Unit (VCU), Motor Control Unit (MCU), and Battery Management System (BMS) represent the three most pivotal core technologies. These essential elements significantly influence the vehicle's performance, economic efficiency, reliability, and safety. As Shaojun paced back and forth on stage, he remarked, with the rapid advancement of intelligent connectivity, the software technologies derived from processing automotive data and algorithms have also emerged as a core competency of new energy vehicles. Shaojun technology has made significant breakthroughs in these four core technological domains, achieving complete autonomy. Upon hearing this, the audience was taken aback. All attending guests gazed at Shaojun in sheer disbelief, while industry magnates and domain experts watching the live stream shared expressions of incredulity. Complete autonomy across all four core technologies? That seems rather daunting. Subsequently, Shaojun succinctly introduced Shaojun technology's breakthroughs in the realms of VCU and MCU. The viewers in the live stream appeared somewhat perplexed, yet the professionals present and the industry leaders watching intently widened their eyes in astonishment. While the breakthroughs in these two areas were commendable, the key aspect was the realization of autonomous technology in crucial components. This is of utmost importance, as such critical technologies are often irreplaceable, leading to potential monopolization. Shaojun placed particular emphasis on the BMS. The aspect that most piques user interest in new energy vehicles is undoubtedly the range. I wish to inform everyone that Shaojun technology employs graphene batteries in its new energy vehicles. A mere 10 minutes of charging can yield a remarkable range of 650 kilometers. While this range may not be exceptionally high, the charging time is impressively brief. Instantly, the venue erupted with a continuous round of applause. The various live, streaming rooms buzzed with excitement. Wow, 10 minutes of charging for 650 kilometers? That's incredible. Do you know why I haven't purchased an electric vehicle? The charging time is simply too lengthy. When will Shaojun Technology's new energy vehicles be available for purchase? I'm ready to buy one. On stage, after the applause subsided, Shaojun continued. In addition to the 3 core technologies, a Shaojun new energy vehicle encompasses over 60 novel technological applications. These innovations are integral to the vehicle's essential components, including glass, tires, lighting, and safety systems, among others. What pleases me most is perhaps the innovations in the safety system. The vehicle's frame is constructed from unique graphene materials, rendering it less susceptible to deformation and diminishing collision forces by 85. Furthermore, it significantly reduces inertia, thereby minimizing potential injuries to both drivers and passengers. Following his remarks, a holographic image materialized, showcasing Shaojun Technology's research team's safety testing of the vehicle. Tests for inertia reduction and rigorous collision assessments were all successfully passed by the Shaojun vehicle. The most striking demonstration involved a Shaojun vehicle dropping from a height of 10 meters, yet the body remained undistorted. Remarkably, the driver and passengers emerged unscathed. Lively and animated, the audience, both in person and online, was left speechless. Is this some kind of joke? Shaojun stated earnestly. Shaojun Technology never engages in false advertising, and I, Shaojun, shall never make grandiose claims. Shaojun new energy vehicles are always open to any safety tests. If issues arise, Shaojun Technology will bear full responsibility. However, I must remind everyone that safe driving is a red line that each individual must remember. While Shaojun vehicles strive to ensure your safety, your personal safety is ultimately your own responsibility. What else could be said? Only applause ensued. The guests at the venue clapped while shaking their heads in disbelief. It was truly formidable. This defiance of the laws of physics was nothing short of extraordinary. On stage, Shaojun continued. At the beginning of the press conference, I mentioned that intelligent software technology is also one of the core technologies of new energy vehicles. Consequently, the team at Shaojun Technology Research Institute has not only integrated artificial intelligence into Shaojun vehicles, but has also incorporated a virtual brain-machine interface. Chapter 184, An Unusual Price. Adding artificial intelligence and a virtual world within a new energy vehicle. Currently, only Shaojun Technology has accomplished such a feat worldwide. At this moment, a circular platform rose in the center of the stage, upon which a Shaojun vehicle was displayed. This was a sedan version. Its design remarkably avant-garde and futuristic, captivating many at first glance. Shaojun opened the car door and took his seat in the driver's position, as the camera followed suit. The interior of this vehicle was unveiled to the public for the first time. To be frank, the interiors and layouts of vehicles nowadays are exceedingly diverse and extravagant. The interior of this Shaojun vehicle did not present anything particularly striking. It appeared rather unremarkable, didn't it? Upon my first encounter with this vehicle, I too found it quite ordinary. Shaojun smiled, and after starting the vehicle, he called out, "Misu." Instantly, a holographic image materialized before the central control panel. This was the artificial intelligence core of Shaojun Technology. "Misu, Master, Misu is delighted to serve you." Shaojun first requested Misu to introduce herself and outline the functionalities of the onboard artificial intelligence. Perhaps the most exciting feature for users is that Misu can manifest in every corner of the vehicle. At this moment, the audience began to understand. It became clear that the entire interior of the vehicle functioned as a holographic imaging microcomputer. Shaojun instructed, "Connect the vehicle to the virtual brain-machine interface." Understood. Connecting. Connection successful. As Misu concluded her statement, the entire interior of the car began to transform. At this point, the environment surrounding Shaojun was no longer the driver's cabin, but had transformed into a room within a virtual world. Shaojun remarked, "Of course, this is merely a simulation of a user's virtual home environment. To genuinely connect to the virtual world, you will need a sleep pillow." With that, Shaojun picked up a sleep pillow. Moments later, a miraculous scene unfolded. On the screen, 2 Shaojans appeared, one resting on the sleep pillow, and the other wandering through the virtual home, engaging with various virtual services such as virtual gaming, the Shaojun community, and virtual applications, among others. After the demonstration concluded, applause erupted. The online viewers also expressed their excitement. "I love this car. Is there a camper version? I really want to buy one and travel on my own. If my wife kicks me out, I'll never have to worry about where to go." On stage, Shaojun continued. In addition to the features I've mentioned, there are other functionalities that I want to detail here. Next, I will primarily discuss the unique advantages of Qiaowei vehicles compared to other brands of new energy vehicles. Time flew by as Shaojun provided a comprehensive and detailed introduction to the Qiaowei vehicle, addressing user interests such as acceleration times and winter range guarantees, ensuring users could clearly understand the formidable strengths of Qiaowei new energy vehicles. As the press conference drew to a close, it was time for the exhilarating announcement of the pricing. Currently, Qiaowei new energy vehicles are available in 3 series: sedan, SUV, and MPV, each with varying prices. The specific pricing will depend on user selections, but I can provide a price range. As he spoke, the price range was revealed. Sedans, 3, 56 million, 4, 26 million. SUVs, 4, 28 million, 4, 98 million. MPVs, 4, 66 million, 6, 88 million. Upon the revelation of these prices, many were left in a state of astonishment. Such figures seem rather anomalous. Logically, vehicles that amalgamate such an array of advanced technologies ought not to be priced so modestly. However, some began to grasp the underlying strategy. It appears that Superdimension Technology is intent on capturing Tesla's market share, as Tesla's most sought-after models are predominantly priced between $250,000 and $400,000. If presented with a Superdimension electric vehicle and a Tesla, both priced similarly, which would one choose? Undoubtedly, consumers would gravitate towards the Superdimension electric vehicle. Nevertheless, the quality of a car cannot solely be assessed by the accumulation of technology. What users truly prioritize is the driving experience. On stage, Shaojun announced, the inaugural batch of Superdimension electric vehicles consists of 50,000 units, set to launch on April 5th. The super factories located in Tianhai and Pengcheng are now complete and will soon commence production. Starting next month, customers will be able to purchase vehicles at their convenience. Just as the audience believed the press conference was nearing its conclusion, Shaojun continued. Graphene batteries represent one of the core selling points of Superdimension electric vehicles. We do not intend to keep this technology under wraps and are open to external licensing. However, to ensure our competitive edge, the licensed graphene battery technology allows for a mere 500 kilometers of range after only 10 minutes of charging. Domestic executives of new energy enterprises did not appear surprised by this statement. It had already been anticipated. Conversely, foreign guests, executives from related companies, and media representatives from Europe and America were left astounded. The willingness of Superdimension Technology to share graphene technology was nothing short of remarkable. On stage, Shaojun paced thoughtfully. In collaboration with national research teams, Superdimension Technology has developed a specialized charging station designed to facilitate the 10-minute charging for a 500-kilometer range. This revelation was met with general acceptance, with no one questioning its validity. After the conference concluded, Shaojun was surrounded by a throng of reporters. Mr. Liu, when can we expect Superdimension electric vehicles to achieve autonomous driving? Initially reluctant to respond, Shaojun found the question intriguing and replied, we do have plans for autonomous driving. However, I cannot specify when it will be realized. Following this, he departed under the escort of a cadre of robotic bodyguards. Shaojun's reticence left the reporters feeling exasperated, yet they were not without purpose. After the conference, customers were permitted to experience the new electric vehicles at the Superdimension Experience City, which quickly became crowded. To accommodate media personnel and automotive influencers, Superdimension Technology had arranged for 30 electric vehicles. However, due to the overwhelming number of media and influencers, acquiring a vehicle necessitated a lottery. At this moment, the well-known automotive influencer, Tiger Brother, found himself seated in a Superdimension sedan, live-streaming the experience. Friends, how fortunate am I? Tiger Brother has drawn a sedan. Without further ado, let's commence the experience. The moment the vehicle exited the Superdimension Experience City, Tiger Brother could not contain his enthusiasm. This feels absolutely fantastic. The initial driving experience is superb. Viewers in the live stream began to inquire, how is the cabin noise? Sound insulation is a crucial aspect of driving comfort. Is it tiring to drive? Tiger Brother, find a spot to test those impressive features. Chapter 185, Do Not Hinder Superdimension Technology. With the official support of Superdimension Technology, the media and evaluation influencers lived up to expectations. That evening, corresponding reports and videos emerged before the audience. In summary, both domestic and international media representatives expressed positive and encouraging views regarding Superdimension vehicles. The evaluations from influencers were similarly favorable. However, there was one notable critique. Many believe that superdimension technology had faltered by not including autonomous driving functionality. Truth be told, expectations for a high-tech company, particularly one like superdimension technology, are exceedingly high. While connecting to the virtual world is undeniably impressive, the emphasis remains on autonomous driving. The public's curiosity surrounding the potential emergence of this feature was palpable. Feedback from the media and the public was promptly relayed to Liu Shaojun, who shook his head with a wry smile. Autonomous driving is not so easily achieved. This technology encompasses numerous cutting-edge disciplines and is highly complex. Tesla has encountered numerous accidents with its autonomous driving system, a cautionary tale for superdimension technology. Furthermore, the most significant obstacle is the lack of talent in autonomous driving technology within our ranks. The talent pool has long been depleted by competing firms. While relying on systems may be expedient, it consumes a considerable amount of technological points. Although superdimension technology is profitable, the conversion rate of technological points has diminished, compounded by the exorbitant costs of S-class black technology. We must proceed with due diligence. Liu Shaojun set aside the documents and turned to Chen Xiao, inquiring, "Have the executives from domestic new energy enterprises arrived?" "They are here. Mr. Su is attending to them," Chen Xiao replied. After a moment's consideration, Liu Shaojun said, "Then let Mr. Su handle this matter." "Understood," Chen Xiao affirmed, adding, "The president of Huada Jiutian has brought a team to Hongqin." Liu Shaojun's brow furrowed slightly. Had the issues they raised last time been resolved? Chen Xiao shook her head, stating they were addressed. But it seems Huada Jiutian is facing new challenges. We will need to consult the research team for specifics. Liu Shaojun rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. EDA software is pivotal within the semiconductor supply chain and is a cornerstone of the industrial sector. After Chen Xiao departed, Liu Shaojun retrieved his phone and dialed the number of the bionic robot, Qin Phone. "Boss, what can I do for you? I'm quite busy at the moment." Liu Shaojun asked directly, "What issues have arisen with the EDA software project in collaboration with Huada Jiutian?" Qin Phone replied with resignation, "Huada Jiutian's demands are excessively high. They wish to achieve too much too quickly." Hearing this, Liu Shaojun's brows knitted in concern. Understood. An hour later, Liu Shaojun addressed Mr. Liu from Huada Jiutian with a serious demeanor. "Mr. Liu, we must approach our work with pragmatism, progressing step by step. If you seek to achieve too much at once, are you not concerned about your capacity to digest it?" Mr. Liu chuckled awkwardly. "Mr. Liu, the improvement is minimal compared to mainstream foreign EDA software." Liu Shaojun remained steadfast. EDA software cannot be treated lightly. It is crucial to the rise of domestic semiconductors. You must grasp this reality. If issues arise on your end and jeopardize our plans, how will you explain it to Yanjing? With this frank statement, Mr. Liu comprehended the gravity of the situation and assured, Huada Jiutian will not lag behind. After seeing off Huada Jiutian's representatives, Liu Shaojun contacted a leader in the Ministry of Industry. He succinctly outlined the situation regarding Huada Jiutian and stated plainly, "Director Wang, if Huada Jiutian remains uncertain about their course of action, I will have no choice but to remove them from the association's roster. Furthermore, any technologies developed to assist Huada Jiutian will be entirely prohibited for their use." On the other end, Director Wang promptly responded, "Rest assured, Mr. Liu, I will personally convey the situation to Huada Jiutian." Liu Shaojun ended the call, contemplating that if Huada Jiutian were wise, they would expedite the remaining development of the EDA software. If they failed to recognize their position, Liu Shaojun would not hesitate to take action against them. The Semiconductor Association comprises numerous enterprises dedicated to the development of EDA software. The initial decision to select Huada Jiutian stemmed from its commendable capabilities. Assisting Huada Jiutian could potentially save time. However, in retrospect, that choice seems rather hasty. Meanwhile, at the hotel where the Huada Jiutian team resides, General Liu, while on the phone, displays an expression of helplessness. "Director Wang, rest assured, Huada Jiutian will certainly not cause any trouble for Chaowei Technology, nor will it put President Liu in an awkward position." Director Wang, with a grave tone, reminds, "The rise of domestic semiconductors is a project of paramount national importance. Chaowei Technology's goodwill in assisting you is a gesture of kindness. Your lack of gratitude, coupled with exacerbating the situation, is unacceptable and cannot continue." Liu acknowledges each point. After concluding the call, Vice President beside him sighs, "Our decision was indeed too reckless." After a moment of silence, Liu responds, "Let us return tonight. In due time, I shall visit Hongqin to apologize." In stark contrast to the somewhat somber atmosphere here, the ambience in a conference room at Chaowei Technology is notably amiable. Almost all domestic new energy vehicle enterprises visiting Shaojun Technology have acquired what they desired: graphene battery technology. Furthermore, as long as these companies are willing to pay, they can have custom graphene batteries made for them. However, the technology for charging stations requires authorization from a certain state department. Although Shaojun publicly claims that the charging station technology was co-developed by Shaojun Technology and a national research team, the truth is that this technology has no ties to the national research team whatsoever. Consequently, the state offered $10 billion to acquire this technology while permitting Shaojun Technology to utilize it, aligning with the national strategy for electricity sales. Within the office, Shaojun is browsing the system marketplace. According to the current project timeline, the innovative smartphone may not be released until the second half of the year. Apart from launching new energy vehicles in the first half, another groundbreaking product must also be unveiled. Still needs to explore the system marketplace to determine what that might be. In the United States, at Tesla's headquarters, a conference room is filled with high-ranking executives. Even those traveling for business are required to connect via video for the meeting. Sitting at the head of the table, Elon Musk states, "The pricing range of Shaojun Automotive evidently aims to compete with us in the market. What are your thoughts?" A senior executive from the marketing department responds, "I had my team estimate that once Shaojun Automotive hits the market, our sales could be halved. Sales in the Huaguo region might plummet by over 80%, while the sales in Europe and America may remain steady for a while." Chapter 186, Asking for Too Much. Tesla's reputation in the Huaguo market is polarized, and coupled with certain well-understood special circumstances, a decline in sales by half had already been anticipated. However, the prospect of sales dipping below 80% is alarming and somewhat difficult for the executives to digest. The trend of declining sales in the European and American markets is within everyone's expectations. A technical supervisor speaks up. Shaojun's new energy vehicles possess several remarkable advantages. Firstly, their battery charging time is brief and the range is extensive. Secondly, they have a high safety rating. And thirdly, the unique selling point of a virtual world. While our battery range is sufficient, reducing the charging time to 10 minutes is exceedingly challenging. Moreover, our electric vehicles have a relatively high accident rate globally. Currently, Tesla's supercharging stations can fully charge in 20 minutes, allowing for a range of 400 kilometers. Compared to Shaojun's 10-minute charging time with a range of 650 kilometers, the disparity is significant. Thus, the technical supervisor proposes, "I believe our technical team must achieve a breakthrough, reducing the charging time to under 15 minutes and increasing the range to over 550 kilometers." Another executive concurs, stating, "Until we achieve a technological breakthrough, our only recourse will be to lower prices to maintain market share." The strategy of price reduction for survival receives overwhelming approval from the executives. If technology cannot win, then conceding is the only option. Another executive weighs in. "In the realm of commercial vehicles, I foresee Shaojun's new energy vehicles monopolizing the market." This statement holds a grain of truth. What do the affluent fear the most? Certainly, they fear death. After all, what use is wealth after one has passed? With such an extraordinary safety rating, Shaojun's new energy vehicles are destined to become the preferred choice for the wealthy. Musk, sitting at the head of the table, furrows his brow in silence. At this juncture, Tesla's president of business development interjects, "Price reduction is currently the most unavoidable strategy. However, we do have our advantages. Shaojun Technology is a domestic enterprise, whereas we are an American company." The executives grasp the implication. They must seek assistance from the White House. The emergence of Shaojun's new energy vehicles must be causing considerable concern at the White House. Musk then declares, "I will travel to Washington and New York." The visit to Washington is to consult with the White House. The trip to New York will certainly be to Wall Street. In a capitalist nation, everyone knows who truly holds the power. Interestingly, while Tesla convenes to discuss Shaojun vehicles, a group of Wall Street magnates gathers to deliberate as well. The discussions among these magnates take an unusual turn. Jamie, an executive from JP Morgan, states, "I am quite interested in the materials used for Shaojun vehicles." Lloyd, the head of Goldman Sachs, nods in agreement. Both Martin and Boeing are eager to acquire such materials. During the press conference, although Shaojun did not elaborate extensively on the vehicle's materials, the safety testing indicates that these materials could possess unexpected advantages in military applications. A partner from Pioneer Fund, sipping red wine, remarks, "Don't hold your breath. Shaojun Technology will undoubtedly not authorize such materials for external use." An executive from Citibank inquires, "What if Shaojun Technology sells these materials to the Huaguo military?" At this, many begin to understand. This is an attempt to leverage Huawei Technology's involvement in national defense to pressure the White House into action. One capital magnate, smiling, asks, "Are you willing to forfeit the profits arising from the virtual world?" Naturally, no one wishes to relinquish such profits. The most optimal solution would be to acquire Huawei Technology's research team. At that moment, Lloyd, the head of Goldman Sachs, stands and says, "I would like to introduce a friend to everyone." As he speaks, the suite door swings open, and Blair steps in. Upon seeing him, many fall silent. This individual is no stranger. In the upper echelons of American society, Blair is a figure of considerable renown. The divide between American and European circles can occasionally be stark. Yet at times they merge, united by common interests. Within the suite, an elder, smiling, remarks, "Blair, your presence piques my curiosity." After a slight bow to the elder, Blair responds, "I am here to provide everyone with a means to acquire Huawei Technology's research team." Instantly, many are intrigued, turning their attention to Blair. After sitting, Blair continues, "Huawei Technology's Research Institute has a promotion system. One of my associates now has a significant probability of entering the Research Institute." The promotion mechanism of Huawei Technology's Research Institute is well known to those present, and they're all engaged in similar pursuits as Blair. However, they're surprised at how swiftly Blair's contact can ascend into the Research Institute. The elder who had previously greeted Blair smiles and asks, "Blair, we have surmised your intentions. How do you plan to distribute the benefits?" Many nod, slightly in agreement. The number of research teams at the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute is undoubtedly substantial. Hyperdimensional technology is far from naive. It has likely divided its technological endeavors into numerous branches. Those who assist Blair in gaining access to a particular branch will only be entitled to the benefits derived from that specific technological team, with many wolves and scant meat. How will the distribution occur? Blair chuckled, "I only require 20%. That seemed excessive. Most of the prominent figures exchanged knowing smiles, with so many present. It appeared rather greedy for Blair to claim 20% for himself. Blair chose not to press the issue further, lifting his wine glass to engage in conversation with familiar acquaintances. In Hong City, at a private dining establishment, Liu Shaojun was dining with his older brother, Liu Yuxuan. Liu Yuxuan had just arrived in Hong City the previous day, and, after completing his work handover, had arranged to meet Liu Shaojun. After toasting with Liu Shaojun, Liu Yuxuan remarked, "Shaojun, I reviewed the proposal you submitted to Jiangxi province. I must say, it was rather unfair to you." Liu Shaojun waved his hand dismissively, replying, "We are family. There is no need to mention that. Our company ISNT walking away empty-handed from his project. Earning 500 billion means little to me." Liu Yuxuan raised his glass once more to clink with Liu Shaojun's. Were it not for the regard he held for his younger brother and their family, Hyperdimensional Technology could have anticipated a minimum profit of 1 trillion from their involvement in the Jiangxi project. Of course, that trillion represents the total yield over time. A reduction of half still yields a reasonable outcome. Setting his glass down, Liu Yuxuan continued, "Xingwei should be coming to Hong City to see you soon. Before I arrived, he mentioned that the military has taken a keen interest in Hyperdimensional's automotive body materials." Liu Shaojun, while savoring his meal, responded, "I suspected as much. I am not opposed to collaborating with the military. They have the funds and are willing to invest." Liu Yuxuan chuckled and shook his head. In the United States? New York, after leaving a club, Raoul, the head of Goldman Sachs, addressed Blair, "Blair, your greed knows no bounds. I understand you've suffered significant losses recently, but you cannot negotiate in this manner with this crowd." Blair shrugged nonchalantly. "Everyone has their own choices. Mine is to monopolize the spoils." Raoul shook his head. "The individuals you've placed in positions are experts in the field of neurology. Should they ascend, they will be part of the Hyperdimensional Technology research branch dedicated to neurology. Currently, the only achievements Hyperdimensional has in this domain are graphene and synthetic electronic skin. Even if you succeed, how substantial will your profits be? Moreover, success is not guaranteed." Blair furrowed his brow, raising his gaze. Raoul placed a hand on Blair's shoulder, warning, "Engaging in business with a band of thieves means you must always be prepared for betrayal." At these words, a glimmer of cold amusement flickered in Blair's eyes. Raoul, perceptive as ever, noticed the shift in Blair's demeanor and continued earnestly, "I recognize your intelligence. It is both your asset and your downfall. Each individual in that room possesses skills that are not inferior to yours. Some have started from humble beginnings, yet achieved far greater feats than you." Blair's expression darkened. Raoul pressed on, "Last year, you were twice outmaneuvered. Have you identified the hidden hand behind those machinations? That individual may still be observing you, aware of every move you make. Raoul unflinchingly exposed Blair's wounds, inciting a mix of anger and helplessness within him. He was an arrogant individual, having failed no more than 5 times throughout his life. In the span of the last year, he had faltered twice, both times becoming the scapegoat. Suddenly, Blair halted, brow furrowed in concentration. It dawned on him that ever since he orchestrated the destruction of Hyperdimensional Technology's data center in Sydney, his fortunes had taken a turn for the worse. Initially, he had suspected Liu Shaojun, but later dismissed that notion. Upon reflection, however, Liu Shaojun now appeared to be the prime suspect. Raoul, puzzled, inquired, "What troubles you?" Blair, snapping back to reality, asked Uncle Raoul, "What kind of person do you think Liu Shaojun is?" Liu Shaojun? Raoul pondered before replying. He is a remarkably intriguing young man, even more brilliant than his father. Liu Mingyuan was in his prime. However, both Liu Mingyuan and you share a penchant for strategic maneuvering, while Liu Shaojun remains an enigma to me. Blair's tone grew grave as he stated, "I suspect that Liu Shaojun may be behind both the Snowden incident and the Eagle Eye project." Raoul's eyes widened in disbelief. "Blair, are you serious?" Blair asserted, "That is my intuition." Raoul's brow knitted in concern. Blair then glanced up at the hotel, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Those individuals were not merely seeking hyperdimensional technology. He believed that this young man, Liu Shaojun, would deliver a monumental surprise to that arrogant assembly. In Hong City, at Hyperdimensional Technology, Liu Shaojun and his cousin, Su Xingwei, exited a conference room. Old Su and another military representative were engaged in business discussions. The two brothers took the opportunity to chat casually outside. Su Xingwei directly of Shaojun. What other remarkable materials does hyperdimensional technology offer? If they are effective and of high quality, the military will consider them for procurement. Liu Shaojun laughed. "Cousin, do you perceive my hyperdimensional technology as a supermarket?" After a light-hearted jest, he added, "However, I do indeed have 2 materials you may find intriguing." Su Xingwei's eyes brightened. "Which 2? Magnesium-aluminum alloy and sound-absorbing material." Su Xingwei exclaimed, "You can mass-produce magnesium-aluminum alloy?" Liu Shaojun nodded. "It was only recently successfully developed." Su Xingwei grew increasingly enthusiastic. "That's wonderful. Do you have samples?" "The magnesium-aluminum alloy developed by Hyperdimensional Technology should perform even better, right?" Liu Shaojun replied with a smile. "I'll have someone bring over a sample." The excitement from his cousin was understandable. Magnesium-aluminum alloy, colloquially known as transparent aluminum, is familiar to those who have seen the film Star Trek. In simple terms, military-grade transparent aluminum can withstand armor-piercing rounds. This magnesium-aluminum alloy was a recent acquisition of Liu Shaojun's cutting-edge technology. Originally, Liu Shaojun had intended to purchase an S-class technology, but found it prohibitively expensive. Thus, he procured the magnesium-aluminum alloy for 5.26 million technology points, alongside sound-absorbing material technology for 2.38 million technology points. The sound-absorbing material technology is classified as B-class. Once implemented, it can absorb 95 of noise. Although the description of the sound-absorbing material technology appears straightforward, its efficacy is indeed remarkable. Regardless of whether the noise level is 100 decibels or any other, it can absorb 95, leaving only 5. For instance, 100 decibel noise would be reduced to a mere 5 decibels. Initially, Liu Shaojun had questioned whether the system was malfunctioning. Such an impressive technology ought not to be merely B-class. To his surprise, the system stated, "The system marketplace contains materials that offer absolute sound insulation, capable of filtering noise." Naturally, Liu Shaojun was eager to promote such an excellent material. "Cousin, while the magnesium-aluminum alloy is impressive, the sound-absorbing material I mentioned also boasts remarkable performance." Su Xingwei shook his head. "In terms of sound-absorbing materials, the military's options are already quite effective." Liu Shaojun raised an eyebrow. "Our sound-absorbing material can absorb 95 of noise, regardless of its intensity." Su Xingwei's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say? 95%? Su Xingwei firmly grasped Liu Shaojun's shoulder and said, "Shaojun, we require an equal quantity of this sound-absorbing material as the military demands." Liu Shaojun shook his head, replying, "Cousin, do not be so agitated. I intend to sell this material to external parties as well. However, rest assured, the materials sold to you will be distinctly different from those available to the public." Su Xingwei exhaled in relief and subsequently inquired, "Could you develop a specialized military-grade sound-absorbing material? We are prepared to finance its acquisition." Liu Shaojun nodded with a smile. "Of course, that is entirely feasible. The price is negotiable." Indeed, the pricing was quite flexible. If the military could offer 20 billion, they could secure a customized sound-absorbing technology. After all, Zhuo Pingyuan is an expert in this field. Su Xingwei playfully smacked Lu Shaojun's chest, exclaiming, "You rascal, the two esteemed elders in your family have not misjudged you." In Chapter 188, Tesla's Self-Rescue, the two venerable elders of the Lu and Su families were in exceptionally high spirits lately. It was inevitable, given that the exceptional Lu Shaojun had emerged as a prodigious talent. During the Spring Festival, leaders from Yinjing visited the Xiangshan Villa to extend their New Year's greetings, repeatedly mentioning Lu Shaojun and Qiaowei technology. This brought immense pride to the two elders, who naturally showered Lu Shaojun with even greater affection. From childhood to adulthood, Lu Shaojun had always been the cherished jewel in the eyes of both elders and their wives. Now, this sentiment was even more pronounced. In the corridor, Su Xingwei casually draped an arm over Lu Shaojun's shoulder and asked, "Shaojun, speak candidly with your cousin. Can your Qiaowei technology surmount the technological hurdles of the engine?" Lu Shaojun replied, "I cannot guarantee it. All I can promise is to exert our utmost efforts." Su Xingwei nodded, saying, "Do not feel overly pressured. Once a breakthrough is achieved, let me know." "Certainly, I will also inquire with the Research Institute," Lu Shaojun responded. Su Xingwei refrained from saying more and patted Lu Shaojun on the shoulder. After an indeterminate period, the conference room door swung open, and Su Jijun handed a document to Lu Shaojun. After thoroughly reviewing it, Lu Shaojun affixed his signature. Su Xingwei remarked, "I was supposed to return this afternoon, but with the magnesium-aluminum alloy and sound-absorbing materials at hand, I must remain in Hongsheng for a few days." Hearing this, Lu Shaojun immediately suggested, "Since you're in Hongsheng, the three of U.S. brothers should enjoy a few drinks tonight." Su Xingwei shook his head, gesturing to his military uniform. "Very well, your discipline is commendable," Lu Shaojun added. "Surely, a meal is not out of the question? That is naturally acceptable." On April 5th, Tesla issued a global announcement, declaring a price reduction across its entire model range. Following this price adjustment, Tesla's pricing diverged significantly from that of Qiaowei's new energy vehicles. Furthermore, unprecedented incentives were offered to customers purchasing new vehicles, with the most substantial discounts occurring in the Huaguo region, reaching up to 12. Tesla's move sparked widespread global discourse. The Washington Daily remarked, "Tesla's price cuts are a desperate bid for survival. Without robust technological support, such reductions will only lead to a vicious cycle." Media outlets in Europe and America echoed this sentiment. Domestically, media took the opportunity to deride Tesla, with one blogger bluntly stating, "Under the absolute prowess of Qiaowei technology, Tesla has lowered its once proud head." Online, numerous vehicle owners shared videos bidding farewell to Tesla, with Qiaowei's far superior offerings now available. It was only natural for the citizens to rally behind their homegrown technology. Not just domestically, but even in Europe and America, the populace eagerly awaited Qiaowei's new energy vehicles, drawn by their safety, which had recently set the internet and media abuzz. In the days following the press conference, major authoritative testing institutions globally released reports and videos on Qiaowei's new energy vehicles. One testing organization asserted, "Qiaowei's new energy vehicles guarantee the safety of both drivers and passengers under any form of car accident." April 5th also marked the launch date of Qiaowei's new energy vehicles. At Tianhai, the Qiaowei Technology exclusive store, the first batch of customers was finalizing their vehicle pickup procedures. Wang Tao, fortunate enough to be the first to receive his new car, had previously been a staunch advocate of traditional fuel vehicles. He had perceived electric cars as fraught with range anxiety and safety concerns, alongside frequent breakdowns. However, the emergence of Qiaowei's new energy vehicles has completely transformed his outlook. With just 10 minutes of charging, he could achieve a range of 650 kilometers, alleviating his range worries. Safety was Wang Tao's paramount concern. As for the dazzling connectivity to the virtual world, it was, to him, a matter of indifference. As Wang Tao drove out of the exclusive store, he was promptly intercepted by a swarm of reporters, who inquired why he chose Qiaowei's new energy vehicle. Wang Tao's response was succinct, safe, and reliable. As the day progressed, all 50,000 Qiaowei new energy vehicles were sold out. Media research concluded that young people favored Qiaowei's vehicles for their connectivity to the virtual world, while middle-aged individuals were drawn to their superior safety features. A prominent domestic automotive media outlet published an article stating, from user feedback, "It is evident that the two core selling points of Qiaowei's new energy vehicles resonate with two distinct consumer demographics." With user feedback continually emerging, anticipation for the next batch of vehicles grew. Citizens in Europe and America were equally eager. However, At Shaojun Technology, Shaojun placed a document before Shaojun, stating, "The United States has rejected our application for market entry for Shaojun's new energy vehicles. The European Union's stance remains ambiguous. They have evidently yet to reach a decision." A rejection, indeed, Shaojun mused. It appears that Tesla and many European and American new energy vehicle enterprises have exerted influence behind the scenes. After glancing through the document, Shaojun tossed it aside. The first generation of new energy vehicles was merely to align with national strategy. The second generation will be our principal product. Shaojun quickly inquired, "When will the second generation vehicles be available?" Shaojun smiled. "They've long been completed. We are currently in the final stages of testing." Shaojun's excitement was palpable. "So soon? That is marvelous. Will the second generation vehicles be released next month?" "Yes, next month. But due to the unique nature of the second generation vehicles, their release will be restricted to certain regions." Shaojun nodded. "Hongqiang should pose no issues if I negotiate. Tianhai and Pengcheng should also secure approval." Shaojun contemplated briefly before stating, "How about this? You personally lead a team to Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen to obtain approval from these 4 first-tier cities." "Understood. I will head to the new energy vehicle base now and then proceed with the team to these 4 cities." Why is it necessary for the second-generation vehicles to secure approval? The answer was simple. The second-generation new energy vehicles were hover cars, with the entire body suspended half a meter above the ground. Such vehicles could not be allowed on the roads without special permits. Half an hour after Shaojun departed, a knock sounded at the door. A man entered. "Boss." Upon seeing the visitor, Shaojun immediately set aside his work. "How is the smartphone development progressing?" The newcomer was Qin Feng, the chief engineer of the bionic robot project Euro 15, responsible for the development of the cutting-edge smartphone. Qin Feng responded, "The operating system is complete. The final phase requires your input, boss." In the world of smartphones, while the chip is crucial, the operating system is equally a core component. Among the solutions provided by the system marketplace, one of the core elements of the operating system is artificial intelligence. In Chapter 189, Transparent Smartphone, Qin Feng, Zhuo Pingyun, and Li Mu are all special bionic robots aware of the system's existence. To the outside world, Shaojun Technology's artificial intelligence is known as Misu. However, there exists but one true artificial intelligence, and that is Xiaoyi. Misu is merely the most significant avatar of Xiaoyi within the confines of the office. Shaojun was engaged in implanting the artificial intelligence into the operating system while inquiring, "What is the performance of the operating system?" Qin Feng pondered briefly before responding. "Its performance is approximately 10-fold that of the combined capabilities of iOS and Android. Quite impressive indeed." Shaojun was largely satisfied with this performance. Qin Feng, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Boss, while I am versatile, a single individual cannot manage everything. The fact that the operating system has reached this level of development is commendable. Moving forward, we can only proceed with gradual debugging and upgrades. I have also started to formulate initial ideas for the second generation of the operating system." Shaojun furrowed his brow and asked, "Have you not recruited a team? What about the $2 billion I allocated to you?" Both Zhuo Pingyun and Li Mu had long since assembled a substantial team, with members undertaking the more arduous and laborious tasks. The establishment of these 2 teams was fundamentally responsible for the rapid depletion of funds. Qin Feng sighed, "I am still in the process of recruiting. Such matters cannot be rushed. Unless their capabilities meet my standards, I am unlikely to consider them. Moreover, the development of a mobile phone is far more intricate, necessitating a broader range of specialized talents." Shaojun interjected, "Are you certain that the individuals you recruit are entirely trustworthy? I have noticed that your trio seems to prioritize ability over loyalty when selecting subordinates. Should any issues arise, I will not hesitate to return all 3 of you to the system for reprogramming." Qin Feng hastily explained, "Boss, rest assured, once these individuals are successfully recruited, they will have no reason to betray us. Henceforth, their lives will belong to you, and, should they perish, they will most likely become bionic robots." Shaojun had received similar reassurances from Zhuo Pingyun and Li Mu. Thus he refrained from pressing the matter further. Once the operating system was finalized, he inquired, "How is the mobile phone development progressing?" Qin Feng replied, "The first generation of devices has been produced. However, their functionality leaves much to be desired." Shaojun glanced at the time and, noting that it was still early, said, "I shall accompany you to the base to inspect the devices." Following the emergence of Zhuo Pingyun and Li Mu, Shaojun had established a research base on the outskirts of Hongqiang. This base, belonging to the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute, was widely recognized, and many had attempted to breach its defenses, all to no avail. With the collaboration of bionic robots and artificial intelligence, the base had no exclusive access keys, making entry nearly impossible. Upon their arrival, Liu Shaojun and Qin Feng encountered old Su, who was departing with a few individuals. Inside a laboratory, Liu Shaojun's expression grew peculiar as he beheld an unsightly machine before him. Lacking a screen, the device featured a roughly 10mm thick translucent panel at the base, the material of which Liu Shaojun could not identify. He turned to Qin Feng and inquired, "Is this the machine you spoke of?" Qin Feng nodded. "Indeed, I initially intended to fabricate a transparent back cover, but Zuopingyuan has been less than cooperative, and the transparent materials have yet to be developed." Liu Shaojun's interest piqued. "A transparent mobile phone?" Qin Feng affirmed, "Boss. The transparency I refer to differs from your understanding. True transparency implies the absence of light reflection. Objects that do not reflect light exist in three forms: black bodies, transparent bodies, and black holes. I aspire to create a transparent mobile phone akin to a flawless crystal, observable to the naked eye." Liu Shaojun grasped the concept, and after a second examination of the rather unappealing machine, he dismissed his earlier discomfort. After all, for researchers, aesthetics are a negligible attribute. Practicality and efficacy are of paramount importance. Subsequently, Qin Feng guided Liu Shaojun through other projects related to mobile phone development. Overall, progress was quite promising, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, a market launch could be anticipated in the latter half of the year. After departing from Qin Feng's laboratory, Liu Shaojun proceeded to Li Mu's lab, where Li Mu was currently engaged in a rather significant experiment. Liu Shaojun chose not to interrupt and casually called over a researcher to give him a tour. Following Su Jijun's departure from the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute's base, he and his team hastily boarded the company's private jet, making their way to Tianhai. The leadership in Tianhai was exceptionally enthusiastic upon learning of Su Jijun's arrival, as collaboration with Superdimensional Technology had proven to be extraordinarily beneficial, yielding significant returns. On March 15th, Superdimensional Technology announced the venue for the inaugural Global Virtual Gaming Championship. Indeed, Tianhai had emerged victorious among numerous competing cities. The championship was set to commence on October 10th, yet Tianhai had already begun promotional activities 6 months in advance. Furthermore, the establishment of the Virtual Gaming Professional League in the Huaguo region had afforded Tianhai a taste of success, prompting its leadership to increasingly prioritize collaboration with Superdimensional Technology. The third-in-command personally welcomed Su Jijun. "Mr. Su, it brings me great pleasure to see you." Su Jijun shook hands with the leader and promptly delved into the matter at hand. After spending nearly 2 years alongside Liu Shaojun, Su Jijun and most senior executives had learned to be forthright. Upon hearing Su Jijun's intentions, the leaders in the conference room were momentarily taken aback. "Hovering electric vehicles? Your company's research capabilities truly lead the globe." After a brief chuckle, the Tianhai leaders inquired, "We acknowledge your company's strength. However, hovering vehicles are exceedingly avant-garde. Safety and potential issues post-launch must be carefully considered." Su Jijun nodded. "We are fully aware of this. We have brought 3 hovering vehicles with us. We are willing to cooperate with Tianhai to conduct comprehensive safety inspections." The Tianhai leaders contemplated this for a moment before stating, "Very well. I will take the initiative to agree to this arrangement. After the meeting concludes, we shall discuss the details further." Su Jijun naturally raised no objections, understanding that the introduction of hovering vehicles was rather abrupt. Even in a city as internationally minded and progressive as Tianhai, careful consideration was warranted. After waiting for approximately 3 hours, the other 2 leaders from Tianhai arrived in haste. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group proceeded to one of Superdimensional Technology's experimental bases in Tianhai. On the open grounds of the base, the Tianhai leaders observed the hovering vehicles, while Su Jijun stood aside, occasionally offering introductions and observing their reactions. Regrettably, Su Jijun was somewhat inexperienced and could not discern the leaders' thoughts. Even after departing from the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute's base, the Tianhai leaders did not provide a definitive response, instead showering Superdimensional Technology with praise. Su Jijun remained patient, quietly awaiting news. Finally, the following afternoon, Su Jijun received a notification from Tianhai, requesting his presence for signature. During the signing, a Tianhai leader asked, "Mr. Su, in which cities will the hover vehicles be piloted?" Su Jijun did not conceal the information. Upon receiving the answer, the leader remarked, "Will the hover vehicles be launched in Tianhai 10 days in advance?" "How does that sound?" Su Jijun internally chuckled. "I I will need to discuss this with Mr. Liu. I cannot provide an answer at this moment. The leader replied cheerfully, that is perfectly fine. There is no rush. As long as the hover vehicles are launched in Tianhai 10 days early, we will handle the approval process. Upon returning to the hotel and relaying this information to Liu Shaojun could not help but smile. Tianhai indeed possessed a vision that was remarkably forward-thinking. Old Su, hold off on agreeing to Tianhai's proposal for now. I suspect that Yanjing, Pingqing, and Yangcheng will also entertain similar notions. At that time, whichever city offers the most favorable terms, we shall agree to their request. Regarding Mr. Liu's approach, Su Jijun merely smiled and expressed his full support. In the realm of business, one must embody the essence of commerce. Although the 4 first-tier cities are indeed formidable, Chaowei Technology possesses its own influence and strength. After reaching a consensus with Mr. Liu, Su Jijun informed the Tianhai representatives. To this, Tianhai responded that they could enhance their offer. Yet Su Jijun refrained from giving an immediate acceptance. Setting down his phone, Su Jijun notified his assistant to prepare the aircraft for a flight to Yanjing the following morning. On April 26th, Chaowei Technology issued an announcement. The second batch of Chaowei electric vehicles would be available for sale on May 10th, while the second-generation electric vehicles would be unveiled on May 5th. The first announcement was met with little surprise, but the latter sent shockwaves through the public. A second generation of electric vehicles? Hadn't Chaowei Technology just launched the first generation? How could a second generation emerge so swiftly? Frankly, had it not been for the official nature of the announcement from Chaowei Technology, many would have dismissed it as mere fake news. Nonetheless, Chaowei Technology had mentioned that the unveiling of the second generation would take place through an online press conference. The global electric vehicle industry was left reeling from this revelation. What on earth was Chaowei Technology up to? Had they perhaps lost their senses? Typically, product iterations take at least 6 months, yet here they were, announcing a second generation just a month after the first. Was this behavior befitting a reputable company? Were they leaving their competitors no chance? Electric vehicle companies shook their heads in disbelief, while the general public remained perplexed. The announcement from Chaowei Technology specified that the second generation of electric vehicles would only be permitted to operate in 5 cities: Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and Hangzhou. In response, officials from these 5 cities provided definitive replies. This left potential buyers of the second-generation electric vehicles utterly confounded by Chaowei Technology's actions. However, this maneuver only piqued the curiosity of the media and the public. Even other electric vehicle manufacturers began to look forward to May 5th, eager to discover what set the second generation of Chaowei electric vehicles apart. According to past practices, Chaowei Technology would undoubtedly not disappoint. Returning from his business trip, Su Jijun settled onto the sofa, leisurely sipping his tea. After reviewing several documents, Mr. Liu remarked with a smile, "Old Su, you've done well. This trip has yielded commendable results." Su Jijun set down his teacup and inquired, "Mr. Liu, which of the 4 cities, Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen, do you intend to favor with your decision?" Hangzhou hardly warranted consideration, as its capabilities paled in comparison to the other 4 cities. Mr. Liu shrugged and replied, "I'm not inclined to favor any city. All 4 have made compelling offers, so perhaps we should just decline them all." Su Jijun nodded in agreement. "I share your sentiment. A unified launch date is indeed the most prudent course of action." With that, Su Jijun shifted the topic, stating, "Mr. Liu, I am planning a business trip to Europe." "For the electric vehicles?" Su Jijun affirmed. "The European public is eager for our electric vehicles, and they have not explicitly rejected us. I believe we should explore this opportunity." "Very well. Proceed with your trip. If negotiations fall through, then so be it." "Understood." As time slipped by, May 5th arrived. Chaowei Technology's devoted fans and a multitude of spectators awaited the commencement of the online press conference in the company's official live stream room. Executives from the electric vehicle industry were also keenly observing the event. At precisely 6 p.m., the press conference commenced. Mr. Liu stood beside a covered vehicle, smiling as he greeted, "Good evening, everyone." In truth, when the electric vehicle project was confirmed, the timelines for the release of the first and second generations had been largely established. The first generation was designed for the masses, closely aligned with everyday life, while the second generation was imbued with a more sci-fi essence. Mr. Liu curiously asked, "What are your thoughts on the floating cars depicted in science fiction films?" This question left all viewers momentarily stunned. Floating cars? Could it be that Chaowei Technology's second-generation electric vehicle was a flying car? Surely not. Several industry leaders watching the live stream stood up in shock. How astonishing. At the press conference, Mr. Liu unveiled the black cloth covering the vehicle. formally introducing the second generation of Shaojun electric vehicles. Its silvery body and futuristic design, devoid of wheels, captivated many at first sight. Mr. Liu beamed, "Behold, this is the second generation of Shaojun technology, our floating electric vehicle. In addition to its ability to hover, the research team at Shaojun Technology had incorporated autonomous driving capabilities into this vehicle." As he spoke, the car's windows lowered to reveal an empty driver's seat, and the vehicle initiated its operation. Rising gently from the ground, it hovered half a meter above before coming to a halt. Witnessing this spectacle, the comments section of the live stream erupted in excitement, inundated with exclamations of astonishment. Mr. Liu caressed the car's surface and explained, "The height of the vehicle's hover can be manually adjusted by the driver or automatically calibrated by the system based on road conditions. In general, the hovering distance ranges from 20 to 50 centimeters." Standing beside the floating vehicle, Mr. Liu elaborated, "Another core aspect of the floating car is its autonomous driving capability. In fact, once the first-generation electric vehicles was developed, the research team began contemplating the integration of autonomous driving technology. Prior to the project as confirmation, the pertinent challenges associated with this technology had already been surmounted. The research team approached me for my opinion, and upon thorough examination, I found their autonomous driving technology was not yet fully refined. Thus, the first generation did not incorporate this feature. Many viewers lamented this missed opportunity, reflecting on how incredible it would have been had the first generation included autonomous driving. Within the industry, there has long been considerable debate regarding the core elements of autonomous driving technology. Some assert that recognition technology, decision-making technology, positioning technology, communication security technology, and human-machine interaction technology are the 5 fundamental components. Others contend that sensors, computational platforms, and data with algorithms represent the 3 primary pillars. Mr. Liu smiled and remarked, "In truth, both perspectives hold merit. However, from Shaojun Technology's standpoint, artificial intelligence, fully autonomous driving, and a power supply system designed specifically for artificial intelligence constitute the core elements of autonomous driving technology. Based on these 3 fundamentals, vehicles equipped with autonomous driving capabilities will not err in perception, decision-making, or execution. The autonomous mode of Shaojun's floating vehicles is predicated on these principles. Though I must confess, I am not versed in the technical jargon of specific operational details." Mr. Liu's statements prompted deep contemplation among the majority of professionals watching the press conference. The research team at Shaojun Technology undoubtedly possessed sound judgment. Had they been mistaken, they would not have achieved such remarkable success. The concept of autonomous driving at Shaojun Technology significantly diverges from the globally accepted understanding, with the most pronounced distinction being the emphasis on artificial intelligence. Among the 3 core components mentioned by Liu Shaojun, 2 pertain to artificial intelligence. His message is quite straightforward. All technologies associated with autonomous driving should serve the purpose of artificial intelligence. Upon deeper contemplation, this notion indeed holds merit. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that other enterprises or institutions lack the robust artificial intelligence to serve as a foundational support. A weak foundation may lead to catastrophic consequences. The autonomous driving technologies developed under such circumstances are riddled with flaws, leaving no one daring enough to permit their vehicles on the road. The press conference continued. In comparison to the first generation of new energy vehicles, the second generation has undergone significant technological upgrades. For instance, advancements in soundproofing technology have been achieved, allowing for complete sound isolation. Trust me, this does not contravene advertising laws. Superdimensional technology never speaks falsehoods. We have also enhanced safety technologies, ensuring that your security will be uncompromised while seated in the second generation of superdimensional new energy vehicles. Moreover, there have been substantial improvements in battery life. Charging for just 10 minutes yields a range of 1,000 kilometers, which embodies the utmost sincerity of superdimensional technology. Each time Liu Shaojun unveiled a technological advancement, industry professionals watching the live stream could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. The barrage of comments exploded in rapid succession, reflecting an overwhelming sense of excitement. Incredible. Perhaps for superdimensional technology, creating miracles poses no challenge whatsoever. The relentless pursuit of innovation and the rapid realization of breakthroughs is the essence of superdimensional technology's ambition. Of course, the ultimate aspiration of superdimensional technology should be to transform the world. An autonomous vehicle glided to a halt before Liu Shaojun, who gazed at it with uncontainable admiration. This hovering car is truly remarkable. So, what price does this marvel of cutting-edge technology command? Many attendees straightened in their seats, for they were affluent individuals. The average populace had long since resigned themselves. Such a hovering automobile would undoubtedly not come cheap. Liu Shaojun replied with a smile, the price is not exorbitant, ranging between 1.25 million and 2.18 million. Upon hearing this figure, everyone was momentarily taken aback. So affordable? Surely, it cannot be true. Understanding their disbelief, Liu Shaojun elaborated. The second generation of new energy vehicles is intended to forge friendships. The price of 1.25 million is essentially a loss-leading endeavor. If Luo Pangyun, Li Mu, and Qin Feng had heard this, they would have been left dumbfounded. Boss, you truly do not blush when you spin tails. The cost of the hovering vehicle does not exceed 500,000. Is this really a loss? Regardless, all who attended the press conference were convinced. A new energy vehicle priced at merely 1.25 million was perceived as an unbelievable bargain, were it not for financial constraints. Many expressed a desire to purchase one to support President Liu. Wealthy individuals were encouraged to buy several, lest Liu suffer undue losses. To avert losses, everyone refrained from purchasing. With that, the press conference drew to a close. Liu Shaojun concluded, due to certain special circumstances, the hovering vehicle is currently available only in 5 cities: Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and Hangzhou. The first batch comprises 5,000 units, set to be released for sale on May 10th. After tonight, anyone may visit Superdimensional's official stores in these cities to experience the hovering vehicle. Thank you all for attending today's online press conference. We shall meet again next time. Immediately following the conclusion of the press conference, media reports from around the globe began to pour in. Hovering vehicle? This is not a science fiction film. This is reality. The Times. Superdimensional Technology's second generation of new energy vehicles astonishes the world. Agence France-Presse. The groundbreaking autonomous driving technology and hovering capabilities define the second generation of superdimensional new energy vehicles. The Washington Daily. The superdimensional hovering vehicle will first pilot its market entry in the 5 cities of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and Hangzhou. Huagu Daily. The emergence of the hovering vehicle left the world in a state of astonishment. No one anticipated that it would materialize so swiftly. Some marveled at superdimensional technology's research prowess, while others envied the fortuitous fate of Hangzhou. One netizen remarked, I never thought that one day Hangzhou could stand alongside Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. Who could argue otherwise? Since being recognized by superdimensional technology, the prominence of Hangzhou has escalated, appearing increasingly in media reports. After the press conference, as Liu Shaojun was about to leave with Lin Ryu, Lin Ruoxue, and Chen Xiao, Su Jijun hurried over. President Liu, there's an urgent matter. What is it? We received a call from Saudi Arabia, expressing interest in purchasing hovering vehicles and introducing them into the city of the line. Su Jijun continued, not just Saudi Arabia, but Qatar, the UAE, and other Middle Eastern nations have also reached out, eager to procure hovering vehicles. Liu Shaojun could not help but smile. Truly, the wealthy of the Middle East. Chapter 192. A mobile phone? What mobile phone? Liu Shaojun believed that the wealthy individuals from the Middle East were not merely interested in acquiring hovering vehicles. Lao Su, do these affluent patrons have any additional requests? Su Jijun replied with a chuckle. They wish to have a hovering vehicle custom-made for their respective kings. Liu Shaojun raised an eyebrow and inquired, pure gold? Su Jijun shook his head with a laugh. They did not specify pure gold, but they do request that it be adorned with diamonds. Upon hearing this, Liu Shaojun could not contain his laughter. Very well. This indeed reflects the Middle Eastern opulence. He responded to the Middle Eastern nations, agreeing to their requests, but stated that delivery would not be possible until at least September. Su Jijun nodded in agreement, adding, other nations in the Middle East, including several cities like Jinling and Linen, are also eager to introduce hovering vehicles. Liu Shaojun contemplated for a moment and replied, let us revisit this in September. For now, we shall conduct pilot tests in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and Hangzhou. Once we have collected sufficient data and successfully debugged the system, we can consider expanding to additional cities. Understood. Su Jijun added, the acquisition of the mobile phone manufacturing plant has not gone smoothly. Furthermore, the chip manufacturing aspect is also proving challenging. I had a preliminary discussion with TSMC, and they expressed concerns about North American sentiments. At this, Liu Shaojun's brow furrowed. If the chip manufacturing was obstructed, the mobile phone project could face delays. The mobile phone solution purchased from the system mall did not include a production line. Liu Shaojun would have to assemble that himself. This is fundamentally why Liu Shaojun ardently supports domestic semiconductors. However, even with extraordinary capabilities, there are limits. The chip industry is exceedingly complex and encompasses numerous sub-industries. In truth, finding a simple solution to the chip manufacturing issue is not impossible. The system mall offers lithography machines for sale, but their prices are exorbitant. The most basic lithography machine is priced at 31.25 million technology points. Based on the conversion rate of earning 50,000 yuan for one technology point, this machine would cost 15 trillion yuan. At present, Liu Shaojun simply cannot afford it. Of course, there are alternative approaches. Liu Shaojun turned to Su Jijun and stated, "I will find a way to resolve the chip manufacturing issue." Upon hearing this, Su Jijun's face lit up with a smile. If President Liu intervened, the problem would likely be resolved. On his way home, Liu Shaojun dialed the number of the bionic robot Wu Qin, designated 016. "Wu Qin, have there been any breakthroughs with the lithography machine project?" Wu Qin responded, "The technology for the light source has essentially been resolved. The remaining aspects will require time." Liu Shaojun exhaled in relief. With the light source sorted, the chip manufacturing issue would pose no problem. In New York, USA, the Eagle Saw Semiconductor Alliance convened for a meeting. The representative from TSMC briefly outlined Hyperdimensional Technology's request for chip manufacturing. Among the attendees, the expressions of representatives from Apple and Samsung were particularly grim. Hyperdimensional Technology's actions were clearly indicative of preparations for their mobile phone project. If Huawei Technology were to launch a mobile phone, it would undoubtedly surpass its competitors without a second thought. In the mobile industry, Apple and Samsung have long been the dominant players, while other brands exist merely as their subordinates. Some may argue that the domestic giants boast substantial shipment volumes. However, the crux of the matter lies in the profits that actually reach one's hands. Over 80% of the global mobile industry profits are devoured by Apple and Samsung. Should Huawei Technology enter this arena, it would be Apple that suffers first, followed closely by Samsung. Consequently, a representative from Apple emphatically declared that members of the Semiconductor Alliance ought not to manufacture chips for Huawei Technology. A representative from Samsung expressed agreement, stating, "We must recognize that Huawei Technology is our common adversary. Currently, Huawei Technology is aiding the rise of the Chinese semiconductor industry, bolstered by significant support from the Chinese government. If we allow Huawei Technology to flourish and the Chinese semiconductor industry to ascend, our competitive edge will inevitably vanish." In stark contrast to the emotionally charged representatives from Apple and Samsung, the corporate representatives remained remarkably composed. The prospect of Huawei Technology releasing a mobile phone might even be perceived as a boon for them. Over the years, Apple and Samsung have been quite arrogant, monopolizing the market and disregarding many others. The most frustrating aspect is that one must still flatter Apple and Samsung, as their products yield extraordinarily high profits. After a moment of silence in the conference room, a representative from Intel spoke up. "We are currently facing a dilemma. If we impose further restrictions on the Chinese semiconductor industry, our own interests will also suffer significantly. In the words of the Chinese, it's akin to wounding 1,000 enemies while inflicting 800 injuries upon oneself. The Chinese market is simply too vast for us to abandon. However, if we refrain from sanctioning the Chinese semiconductor sector, we will eventually confront a formidable and fully autonomous competitor. At that point, our interests will also be jeopardized. This indeed presents a quandary. Should we prioritize immediate gains or future benefits? The decision ultimately lies with the policymakers." Thus, today's meeting concluded without resolution. However, following the meeting, Apple's CEO, Cook, could not restrain himself from expressing his frustration. Cook distinctly recalled that during the bilateral meeting held in February, Liu Shaojun had asserted that Huawei Technology would not enter the mobile market for at least 2 years. At that moment, Cook felt convinced that Liu Shaojun was deceiving him. Now, there was no longer room for doubt. This unprincipled young man had indeed been misleading. An emergency meeting was convened at Apple, while Samsung was not idle either. There is no such thing as a wall that doesn't let the wind through. The intense reactions from the two tech giants were swiftly captured by the media. A report from the Associated Press sent shockwaves globally, speculating that Huawei Technology's mobile phone was on the horizon. According to insider information, Huawei Technology had already engaged in discussions with TSMC regarding chip manufacturing for mobile devices. Upon hearing the news from abroad, the domestic brands Huami and OV were taken aback. "No way, brother. Is Huawei's phone arriving this quickly?" They've already begun negotiations for chip manufacturing. After the international media broke the story, domestic outlets quickly followed suit, revealing even more reports. Huawei Technology had reached out to several mobile manufacturing factories with intentions of direct acquisitions. The influx of reports ignited excitement among the domestic fans of Huawei Technology. The media, eager for a scoop, camped outside the Huawei Technology headquarters in hopes of catching a glimpse of Liu Shaojun or Su Jijun. As fate would have it, today Su Jijun was spotted by reporters and intercepted. "Mr. Su, when can we expect the release of Huawei Technology's mobile phone?" Su Zizun Feigen in Godang. Responding with a puzzled look, "Mobile phone? What phone? I'm afraid I don't quite understand what you're saying." Chapter 193, A Meal in Hongsheng. Su Jijun's act of playing dumb left the reporters feeling quite exasperated. One reporter chimed in, "Mr. Su, it has been reported that your assistant has been leading a team to acquire several mobile manufacturing factories." Su Jijun shook his head, replying, "I'm not aware of that. I need to verify before providing an answer." In response to the reporter's inquiries, Su Jijun adopted a straightforward approach. He deflected the questions. As he sought to escape the reporter's pursuit, he turned to his assistant and said, "Be mindful. Some information must be kept confidential, while others should be appropriately disclosed." The assistant nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Mr. Su, I will manage the balance." Su Jijun inquired, "Has Mr. Liu arrived at the office?" The assistant responded, "Yes. He is in the conference room, and the other executives have also arrived." Upon hearing this, Su Jijun quickened his pace towards the executive's exclusive elevator. 20 minutes later, Su Jijun hurriedly entered the conference room. "I apologize for being late." Liu Shaojun greeted him with a smile. "Old Su, how does it feel to be cornered by reporters?" This remark elicited laughter from the other executives. Su Jijun took a seat beside Liu Shaojun with an expression of resignation. "Mr. Liu, please don't tease me. It seems you've been cornered just as often as I have." Yu Hua and the other executives nodded in agreement, chuckling. Everyone present had experienced being cornered by reporters. The influence and attention surrounding Huawei Technology were undeniable. As previously mentioned, major global media outlets had established offices in Hongsheng, primarily located along the street where the Huawei Technology building stood. Last year, one media outlet humorously remarked that a few steps down this street would yield sight of an authoritative media house. It was said that to be closer to Huawei Technology, these media outlets had already selected new office locations near Huawei's Mobius headquarters. Once Huawei moved, the media would follow suit without delay. After allowing himself a brief chuckle, Liu Shaojun stated, "Now that everyone is here, let us commence the meeting. Today's sole agenda is the mobile phone." With that, Liu Shaojun turned to Su Jijun. Su Jijun nodded slightly and began. "The mobile phone project is an extensive undertaking that will warrant the establishment of a dedicated department for management, akin to the Virtual Brain-Machine Interface Initiative. The primary focus of today's discussion is the establishment of this department and the appointment of its head." Su Jijun's words ignited excitement among several executives seated in the back. The positions of the first few prominent figures were already firmly established, leaving them little opportunity to participate. However, this newly formed mobile department presented a significant opportunity. Meanwhile, various media outlets and bloggers were tirelessly gathering information, leveraging their connections. There was no denying that Huawei Technology's entry into the mobile market was explosive news, generating considerable interest. Anticipation among users worldwide was palpable as they awaited the launch of Huawei's mobile phone. Yet, Huawei Technology had kept its information tightly under wraps, revealing none of the significant details, while rumors proliferated. The entities most concerned about this news were indeed the major domestic mobile manufacturers. If Huawei Technology were to truly unveil groundbreaking technological innovations in their mobile devices, their own upcoming product plans would undoubtedly be impacted. Faced with such a formidable competitor as Huawei Technology, no one dared to confront them directly. At this moment, in Yanjing at the Rice Mobile Company, General Manager Lei was convening an executive meeting. Seated at the head of the table, he rubbed his temples and inquired, "How reliable is this information?" A senior executive responded, "We have contacted TSMC, and Huawei Technology does indeed express interest in collaborating with TSMC on mobile chip manufacturing. However, Huawei Technology has not provided any specific timeline, and TSMC has not disclosed further details." President Lei sighed, expressing his concern. This implies that the mobile project of Huawei Technology is nearing completion. However, the specific launch date of the phone remains uncertain. The executive nodded with a wry smile, saying, "Indeed, this is currently the most troublesome aspect. Huawei Technology has a penchant for launching products unexpectedly, catching everyone off guard. if our new phone release coincides with theirs. The consequences are well understood by all in the conference room. The aftermath would be catastrophic for us, with dismal sales figures for our new device. Although everyone is aware that Huawei technology is targeting the high-end market, directly competing with Apple, let us not forget that in recent years, we have also attempted to penetrate the high-end segment. Despite our success being rooted in cost-effectiveness, no one desires to miss out on greater profits. President Lei exhaled softly and declared, "Let us pause the new device plan for now. We are not rivals to Huawei technology. I believe our other competitors are equally troubled." All the executives nodded in agreement. Who wouldn't feel a headache when faced with such adversaries? At that moment, President Lei's secretary stood up and whispered in his ear, "President Lei, a call from President Liu of Huawei Technology." Taken aback, President Lei promptly took the phone. "Hello? President Liu. President Lei, I trust you are well. Would you care to join me for a meal in Hongqiang sometime?" President Lei's eyes lit up, responding, "I will arrive in Hongqiang before evening. When will the others arrive?" President Liu chuckled. "They will arrive at the same time as you." The understanding between intelligent individuals can often be conveyed with a mere gesture or phrase. After hanging up, all the executives at DAMI turned their curious gazes toward President Lei. With a smile, he announced, "I will depart for Hongqiang this afternoon. I anticipate significant gains from this trip." The vice president of DAMI quickly grasped the implication, saying, "Like the domestic semiconductor industry?" President Lei shook his head. "This is different. The domestic semiconductor sector struggles against Europe and America, which is why the government has enlisted Huawei Technology's assistance. To be frank, our country's mobile brands, aside from being unable to compete with Apple and Samsung, are also quite formidable on the global stage." After a moment of contemplation, President Lei added, "Huawei Technology is likely aiming to form alliances with several major domestic mobile brands." It must be said that President Lei, having transitioned from Kingsoft to founding Xiaomi, possesses undeniable vision and wisdom. Indeed, President Liu's intentions were accurately discerned by President Lei. The mobile industry is quite straightforward. Core technologies and components such as operating systems, chips, external screens, and lenses are predominantly monopolized by Western enterprises. To put it bluntly, the major domestic manufacturers are merely assembly plants, with very little core technology under their control. One may have heard of the infamous Qualcomm tax. In simple terms, Xiaomi not only pays to acquire Qualcomm chips, but also incurs an additional fee, which is a percentage of the phone selling price. Chapter 194, Old Sue. Your heart is truly wicked. Globally, not only do the four major domestic mobile manufacturers bear the dual burden of the Qualcomm tax, but even Apple is not exempt. Qualcomm holds an overwhelming number of patented technologies. Without utilizing these patents, one cannot produce a phone. To access these patents, one must pay. The most effective way to combat the Qualcomm tax is through technological breakthroughs. If you can surpass Qualcomm's patent barriers, you will become the new Qualcomm. The tale of the dragon-slaying hero transforming into a dragon is a common narrative in this world. All the companies extorted by Qualcomm harbor deep resentment towards them. Yet who would not wish to become Qualcomm? Following President Liu's invitation, the leaders of the four major domestic mobile brands gradually arrived in Hongqiang. In a highly confidential restaurant in Hongqiang, President Liu and Su Jijun met with President Lei and others. After a few rounds of drinks, President Lei took the lead in speaking. "President Liu, you summoned us here. Surely it cannot be merely for a meal?" Presidents Yu, Shun, and Shin turned their attention to President Liu and Su Jijun. President Liu smiled and replied, "The purpose of inviting you four to Hongqiang today is twofold: to share a meal and to seek assistance." Assistance? What a jest! Does Huawei Technology truly require help from other companies? Su Jijun interjected. "The news of Huawei Technology's entry into the mobile industry has likely reached your ears. While this news is accurate, we are currently facing obstacles in our mobile business, with chip manufacturing hindered by Western sanctions. We hope you can assist us by speaking on our behalf to TSMC." As soon as Su Jijun finished speaking, Yu from Huawei shook his head. "President Liu, President Su, we can certainly convey a message, but I suspect that is not your primary objective." The other three presidents exchanged subtle smiles. Huawei Technology entering the mobile industry poses the greatest competitive threat to Huawei, Xiaomi, and OV. If President Liu merely seeks their help to speak on behalf of Huawei Technology, then that strategy is misguided. While the four of us may indeed express goodwill to TSMC out of respect for President Liu, such gestures would likely yield minimal impact. Su Jijun glanced at President Liu and then smiled at Presidents Lei, Shun, and Chun. "Have you considered switching camps? The Android system is a Western system. I presume you're not entirely accustomed to it." Yu from Huawei immediately inquired, Has Huawei Technology developed a new operating system? Su Jijun nodded. Indeed. The new operating system surpasses both Android and iOS. After a moment of shock, you turned to Presidents Lei, Shun, and Chun. At that moment, all three fell silent. Transitioning to a new system is a significant undertaking, not something one can decide on a whim. The three companies have agreements with Android, and after over a decade of development, their phones have become quite adept at optimizing the Android system. Users have also grown increasingly accustomed to and reliant on the Android system. Abruptly switching camps would risk offending Android, alienating users, and necessitating the development of a new system. Following a moment of silence in the restaurant, President Liu spoke up. President Lei, President Shun, and President Chun, there is no need for you to be overly concerned. Since we have broached the subject, we have undoubtedly prepared a comprehensive plan. For the next year or two, the operating systems of Xiaomi, OV, and Huawei will remain unchanged. Once Huawei's operating system gains user recognition, you three can gradually transition to the new system, ensuring a smooth transition period for your products. President Liu's words eased the furrowed brows of the three presidents. This indeed presents a compromise. 2 years is ample time for the three brands to make adequate preparations. A transition of this nature is inevitable. Firstly, it is a testament to the strength of Huawei Technology, and secondly, Android is a system owned by Google, which is an American company. After exchanging glances, Presidents Lei, Shun, and Chen lifted their glasses and stated, President Liu, President Su. Observing this, President Liu and Su Jijun, being perceptive individuals, also raised their glasses. In the private dining room, you felt somewhat awkward. Huawei has its own system, and its goal is to continuously improve the Harmony OS. While Huawei Technology's operating system is certainly promising, Huawei's ambitions have always been grand. Xiaomi and OV would undoubtedly wish to develop their own operating systems, but their current capabilities, combined with the constraints of the Android system, have resulted in their prolonged inability to create their own foundational operating system. After the five clinked their glasses, you pondered for a long time, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Shun, the president of Vivo, set his glass down and asked, President Liu, how does your phone's chip performance measure up? Is there potential for collaboration in the realm of chips? Liu Shaojun smiled and remarked, this is undoubtedly feasible. However, if we were to opt for the chips from Hyperdimensional Technology, would you be able to negotiate a resolution with Qualcomm? Upon hearing this, the three individuals exchanged wry smiles. This was indeed a matter beyond their control. The three companies had binding agreements with Qualcomm, and the repercussions of breaching such contracts were far too significant for them to bear. In truth, it would not be surprising if the trio of companies, me, OV, and others, sought to change their chip supplier. What is Apple's secret to profitability? It lies in their self-developed A-series chips, the iOS system, and a well-established ecosystem. Since Hyperdimensional Technology dared to launch a smartphone, it signifies that they have undoubtedly surpassed Apple in the realm of chip technology. This was the very reason that captivated Lei and the others. However, ultimately, reason triumphed over desire. At that moment, in an effort to ease the tension in the room, Su Jijun spoke up. The reason for summoning you four esteemed predecessors is that we have some matters to discuss. Our company possesses several new patented technologies in the mobile sector, which we can license to your esteemed companies. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the four executives brightened with interest. This was indeed a piece of excellent news. A few hours later, after watching the four executives depart in their vehicles, Su Jijun let out a sigh of relief. Liu, I feel a bit inexperienced in the presence of these four, he confessed. Su Jijun furrowed his brow and replied, their negotiation tactics genuinely astonished me. Liu Shaojun chuckled. You performed admirably. I am quite pleased with the negotiation's outcome. Su Jijun shook his head. I am personally dissatisfied with my performance. I believe we could have negotiated a better price for the patent licenses. To be frank, I wish to impose a superdimensional tax on Qualcomm. Upon hearing this, Liu Shaojun burst into hearty laughter, clapping Su Jijun on the shoulder. Old Su, others say you have a kind heart. But I think that is a load of nonsense. Su Jijun's lips twitched slightly. Liu, that feels a bit unkind. During the negotiation, I played the villain while you played the hero. Now that the negotiation is over, you start cursing? How about I take on a role of the good cop from now on? Liu Shaojun clicked his tongue. Old Su, I truly believe you are not as benevolent as everyone claims. Su Jijun shrugged nonchalantly, his expression indifferent. Chapter 195, no alternatives. Meanwhile, the four brand executives from Huami OV, after parting ways, fortuitously encountered one another again. As soon as they settled down, you, the president of Huawei, began. Have you three truly considered this? Joining the ranks of Hyperdimensional Technology in 2 years. Lei smiled without offering a response. Shun, the president of Vivo, interjected, "What other options do we have?" The strength of superdimensional technology is evident. Their operating system will undoubtedly surpass Android and Apple. Why would we not utilize a superior system? Chun, the president of OP, sipped his tea and stated, You must understand, Android is a product of Google, which is an American company. Superdimensional technology is a domestic enterprise. If their operating system proves superior, how can we not choose it? How will the Yinjing sector perceive us? How will the populace view our decision? You at Huawei may be indifferent, as you are a national enterprise and possess your own Harmony OS. We, however, are different. From both a profit and a moral standpoint, aligning with superdimensional technology in 2 years poses no issues. Conducting business and running a company in our nation requires consideration of numerous factors. For the past 2 to 3 decades, Western enterprises have consistently imposed sanctions on domestic businesses. Now, at long last, superdimensional technology has emerged. The entire nation is watching. If MiOV does not stand beside superdimensional technology and instead opts for Western enterprises, will the public accept it? Furthermore, the Yinjing sector will undoubtedly support superdimensional technology. Thus, MiOV truly has no other option. Fortunately, selecting superdimensional technology is not a loss for them. The only concern may be how their smartphone products will penetrate the international market post-transition. However, this issue is not insurmountable. Over the next 2 years, superdimensional technology will pave the way. By the time the populace in Western regions become accustomed to superdimensional technology's operating system, the resistance will be significantly diminished. In the tea room, Yu furrowed his brow, evidently deep in thought. Lei and the others were engaged in tea drinking and conversation. Just as he prepared to speak, Lei interjected, "You, don't tell me that Huawei also wishes to join the fray." Yu smiled. "Is that not permissible?" Shun sighed. "You at Huawei carry the dreams of our nation. Focus on perfecting the Harmony OS." Chun, with an odd expression, remarked, "What's the problem? Huawei has numerous series of phones. Why not simply convert one series to the Harmony OS?" After speaking, Chun was the first to falter, shaking his head. Lei and Shun also shook their heads, smiling. "It's not that simple or easy," they replied. "In these times, what is the greatest fear for a product? Comparison. 2 Huawei phones side by side, a device utilizing the superdimensional technology operating system and another running on Huawei's Harmony OS. When users compare, they will undoubtedly choose the phone equipped with the superdimensional technology operating system. Consequently, the sales of the Harmony OS device would plummet. With diminishing sales, the lack of user feedback on the system would lead to stagnation in Harmony OS development, and it could even result in bankruptcy. Hence, Lei and the others urged you to abandon this notion. To achieve greatness, one must unwaveringly pursue the correct path from the outset. Indecision is a grave misstep. You, deep in contemplation, sighed heavily after a lengthy period of reflection. The path of independent research and development is indeed arduous. Honestly, I envy superdimensional technology. It seems they conduct research as if they are merely playing. Upon hearing this, the other 3 also sighed in unison. Who could deny it? The path of independent research and development has been traversed by Huawei for 2 to 3 decades, and now the MiOV trio has embarked on the same journey. Yet, upon setting forth, they discovered the road is fraught with challenges. Progress is not easily attained. Achieving results requires a combination of strength, luck, and perseverance. Each element is indispensable. However, superdimensional technology is an anomaly. For them, independent research and development poses no difficulty. This is the fundamental reason behind superdimensional technology's ability to perpetually create miracles. After finishing their tea, the 4 moguls engaged in light conversation before departing. The following day, Lei returned to Yinjing. Upon his return, he summoned several of the company's founders and key executives to the conference room. "Lei, what insights did you gain from your trip to Hongqing?" Someone inquired. Lei smiled, naturally. "There were gains, but whether they are good or bad is for you to judge." He proceeded to succinctly outline the discussions from the previous evening. After listening, the reactions of the executives in the conference room varied, yet many remained silent. Lin, the co-founder and vice chairman of DAMI, spoke up. "Transitioning to another camp in 2 years is a monumental decision." Wang, the president, nodded. "Indeed, our products are fundamentally intertwined with the Android system. Moreover, we are uncertain about the nature of superdimensional technology's operating system. A transition could yield incalculable repercussions for our entire product line." Other partners and executives also shared their views and suggestions. Overall, the vast majority opposed the idea of switching alliances. A few silent executives were also visibly troubled. Seated at the head of the table, Lei had anticipated this outcome, so he addressed the room. "I understand your concerns. However, we truly have no alternatives. As a private enterprise in our nation, we lack the option of hedging our bets. We must either align with superdimensional technology or wholly commit to Android. However, the consequences of the latter option could potentially lead to the catastrophic collapse of the brand we have painstakingly established. With this reminder from Mr. Lei, the executives, who had been entangled in the company's interests, began to realize the gravity of the situation. The sentiments of the domestic populace and those from Yinjing cannot be overlooked by the rice company. To be precise, all private enterprises in the country cannot afford to ignore this. It is indeed a headache. Vice Chairman Mr. Lin let out a bitter laugh and remarked, "We truly have no alternative unless the operating system developed by Hyperdimensional Technology is exceedingly subpar. If their operating system outperforms Android and iOS, our domestic phone brands will inevitably shift allegiances. In terms of national and ethnic righteousness, MIUI remains a priority for us. If they lose sight of that, someone will teach them a lesson." Mr. Lei surveyed the room and stated, "Mr. Liu and I have an agreement. The operating system from Hyperdimensional Technology will be delivered to us in 10 days. During this 10-day period, we need to establish the upper-level system development team. We have 2 years to develop and refine the system. That should be ample time, but the MIUI system is one of our core components, and we must not be careless." President Mr. Wang declared, "I will personally oversee this matter. This transition is of paramount importance for our enterprise." Chapter 196. When will the lithography machine be ready? Not only the rice company, but also Mr. Shun from Vivo and Mr. Chun from OP, after convening a senior executive meeting upon returning to their companies, have also reached a basic consensus. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, in 2 years, they will abandon Android and switch camps. On the Huawei front, after Mr. Yu returned to the company, he met with Mr. Ren and other Huawei executives. Mr. Ren looked at Mr. Yu and said, "What Mr. Lei and the others mentioned is absolutely right, since we at Huawei have decided to pursue independent research and development. We cannot waver. Moreover, we have our own operating system, even though the outside world claims that the Harmony OS is merely a rebranded version of Android. Yet, who among us has not grown through imitation? If we lack the ability for complete innovation, we should first imitate and then transcend." Mr. Ren paused for a moment and added with a smile, "Initially, we learned from IBM, and now we have surpassed them. Research and development cannot yield success overnight. Despite Hyperdimensional Technology continuously releasing cutting-edge technologies, I am confident that these innovations have undergone extensive maturation over time." In the office, Mr. Yu and the Huawei executives nodded in agreement. In truth, this needed no special mention from Mr. Ren. The technologies from Hyperdimensional Technology undoubtedly have been refined over time. Although Mr. Liu has seemingly accelerated their progress by acquiring all technologies, these innovations must still be rooted in time-honored development. Mr. Gua, the vice chairman of Huawei, spoke up. "Although we cannot collaborate on the operating system, I believe we should explore other mobile technologies from Hyperdimensional Technology." Last night at the restaurant, Mr. Liu and his team primarily discussed 2 matters: the operating system and the licensing of mobile technologies. For instance, the screen calibration and lens tuning technologies are quite impressive. Additionally, materials for mobile phone bodies are also alluring. Most of these technologies can be licensed externally, as they are not particularly advanced. The bionic robot number 016, led by Mr. Wu Qin, the head of the mobile project, once remarked to Mr. Liu, "I could develop these technologies with my eyes closed. They hold little value. Boss, you could use these technologies to earn some pocket money." At Hyperdimensional Technology, in the top-level lounge, Mr. Liu observed Mr. Su Jijun entering and handed the fruit salad he was holding to Ms. Lin Ruoyu. "Old Su, how is the communication with ASML going?" Mr. Su, once seated on the sofa, replied, "Before I even spoke, they outright rejected us, stating that Hyperdimensional Technology's desire to purchase a lithography machine was a non-starter. However," he continued with a smile, "once I laid out our terms, they began to hesitate. The background of ASML is far too complex. Whether we can proceed ultimately depends on North America." Mr. Liu's lips curled slightly as he commented, "The light source is the most crucial technology of the lithography machine. ASML must be intrigued. It all depends on how the Americans proceed. If we cannot acquire the lithography machine, TSMC will also refuse to manufacture our chips. Thus, we must await the emergence of our own lithography machine." Mr. Su sipped his invigorating coffee and inquired, "Mr. Liu, when will our lithography machine be ready?" Mr. Yuhua, Mr. Luo Yilong, and others looked at Mr. Liu with curiosity. Being among Mr. Liu's confidants, he did not hold back. It could potentially be produced as early as next year. However, when I say produced, I do not mean a fully operational lithography machine. Once all the critical technological hurdles are overcome, The lithography machine will hold no secrets. Upon hearing this, Ms. Lin Ruoxue expressed her surprise. So soon? The last time you mentioned it. Didn't you say it would take 2 to 3 years? Mr. Liu explained, there are several prodigies at the University of Science and Technology who, with the assistance of the Hyperdimensional Technology research team, have successfully tackled the lens issue. By the latter half of next year, we should be able to produce the lithography machine. Mr. Liu's response ignited excitement among the crowd. Once the lithography machine is operational, the domestic semiconductor industry will undoubtedly experience a renaissance. In truth, Hyperdimensional Technology could afford to wait a year or so, thereby negating the need to purchase a lithography machine from ASML or seek contract manufacturing from TSMC. However, Mr. Liu is disinclined to wait that long. He has other plans for next year, with the primary focus this year being on electric vehicles and mobile phones. Other advanced technologies are merely supplementary unless they are acquired through a stroke of luck, landing particularly top-tier innovations. While enjoying his fruit salad, Mr. Liu inquired, "How is the formation of the mobile department progressing?" Mr. Su set down his coffee cup and replied, "We discussed it among ourselves and recommend Mr. Jiang Hai as the primary head of the mobile department." Mr. Liu searched his memory and recalled information about Mr. Jiang Hai. He joined Hyperdimensional Technology in January 2023, initially overseeing the gaming segment, and is now responsible for operations in Europe for the virtual brain-machine interface. Mr. Jiang is considered a mid-level executive. Mr. Liu turned to Ms. Chen Xiao and instructed, "Please compile Mr. Jiang Hai's resume and work report for my review. If everything is in order, appoint him to lead the mobile department." Ms. Chen Xiao nodded in agreement. Within Hyperdimensional Technology, Mr. Liu's direct involvement is minimal. The vast majority of affairs are managed by Mr. Su Jijun, who is not merely a title holder as the Global Executive Vice President. This time, the establishment of the mobile department is also under Mr. Su's purview. Earlier this year, Old Su, accompanied by Mr. Yu Hua, Mr. Luo Yilong, and others, conducted an assessment of the company's executives. Following the evaluation, candidates were shortlisted, with Mr. Jiang Hai ultimately emerging as the preferred choice, receiving the endorsement of Mr. Su, Mr. Yu, Mr. Luo, Ms. Lin Ruoxue, and others. Now, they merely await Mr. Liu's approval. At Hyperdimensional Technology, within the Virtual Brain-Machine Interface Department, this division undoubtedly stands as the largest within the company. The department head, Mr. Luo Yilong, is one of the core executives. At this moment, Mr. Jiang Hai is in his office managing affairs pertaining to Europe when his secretary knocks and enters. "Mr. Jiang, the president's office has informed me that Mr. Liu wishes to see you." Mr. Jiang Hai immediately rose to his feet. In Eindhoven, Netherlands, at ASML's headquarters in the CEO's office, ASML President Peter Winnick frowned, gazing at the middle-aged man before him, inquiring, "Are you certain?" The middle-aged man nodded affirmatively. "I am certain. I spoke with Mr. Su Jijun, the Global Executive Vice President of Hyperdimensional Technology." Peter Winnick then asked, "How reliable are the terms he proposed?" The middle-aged man replied, "I consulted with the research team, and the reliability is quite significant. The light source manufactured by Hyperdimensional Technology is highly compatible with silicon chips, allowing for easier light path control and a notable increase in lithography efficiency." Peter Winnick furrowed his brow even deeper. Hypervision Technology utilized this light source as bait, hoping to acquire a lithography machine. To be frank, had it been another company, they would have readily acquiesced. However, at ASML, Peter Winnick's word did not hold sway. After pondering for a moment, Peter declared, "Arrange a private jet. I shall make a trip to New York." Chapter 197. I no longer hold them in esteem. Peter Winnick, the president of ASML, hastened to New York and promptly convened a meeting with several key executives of the Semiconductor Alliance, primarily comprised of senior officials from companies such as Microsoft, Intel, and Apple. In a small conference room, Peter solemnly stated, "Hypervision Technology has approached ASML, seeking to purchase a lithography machine. Naturally, we have declined this request. However, Hypervision Technology has proposed a condition that is difficult to refuse." Curious, a Microsoft executive inquired, "What condition?" Peter responded, "The research and development team at Hypervision Technology has created an entirely new lithography light source. The advantages of this light source S data are detailed in this document." With that, Peter's assistant distributed several documents to the attendees. Driven by curiosity, everyone scrutinized the materials intently. Moments later, a look of disbelief spread across their faces as they regarded Peter Winnick. An executive from Apple asked, "Are you certain? Is this data authentic?" Peter Winnick shrugged and replied, "According to the team's data model predictions, this data is not significantly different from the actual figures. An Intel executive immediately stated, "This matter must be escalated. We cannot make a decision." Peter Vinnick nodded in agreement. He had specifically traveled from the Netherlands for this very purpose. Given the gravity of the situation, once reported, the CEOs of the American Semiconductor Alliance and the representatives from the White Palace became aware of the development. Thus, an impromptu emergency meeting commenced via video conference. The representative from the White Palace spoke gravely. Supervision technology and the Chinese wish to independently manufacture lithography machines. We must not allow this to come to fruition. Though articulated thus, how could one prevent it? Moreover, such endeavors could hardly be hindered. They could be conducting research and development in secrecy, unbeknownst to anyone. Cristiano Amon, CEO of Qualcomm, interjected, Supervision Technology seeks to license this light source technology to purchase a lithography machine. However, I believe that Liu Shaojun's true intention is to secure TSMC's foundry authorization. Cristiano Amon glanced at the assembly and continued, we now face a dilemma. We must either agree to TSMC providing foundry services for Supervision Technology's mobile chips or wait until Supervision Technology produces chips independently. The president of NVIDIA queried, how long does Supervision Technology anticipate it will take to manufacture a lithography machine? Without a timeline, we cannot make an informed decision. No one present could provide an answer to this pressing question. The global acknowledgement of Supervision Technology's research capabilities weighed heavily on their minds. The somewhat exasperated CEO of Apple, Cook, remarked, it could be produced tomorrow or perhaps the day after. This statement, while somewhat humorous, elicited no laughter from the assembly. Supervision technology had become synonymous with scientific miracles. Despite currently only unveiling a light source technology, should they achieve breakthroughs in other core technologies, the production of a lithography machine would scarcely pose a challenge. It was indeed a cause for concern, a profound headache. Confronting a competitor as formidable as Supervision Technology was truly daunting. Some representatives contemplated that if only Supervision Technology were a Western enterprise, the situation might be more manageable. Noticing the peculiar atmosphere of the meeting, Peter Vinnick promptly interjected, Gentlemen, our discussion must center on the imperative for ASML to secure this light source technology for our own benefit. Observing the silence that ensued, Peter continued, since Supervision Technology is eager to acquire a lithography machine, it indicates that they have been unable to produce one in recent years. We can leverage this to prolong the licensing period of the light source technology or even devise a means to fully acquire this technology. Thus, even if Supervision Technology succeeds in manufacturing a lithography machine, our losses would be minimal. Peter Vinnick's extensive discourse resonated with the attendees. The emergence of a Chinese lithography machine could potentially result in Western enterprises losing access to the Chinese market. Should China develop its own lithography machine capable of autonomous chip manufacturing, it would signify a genuine internal circulation of the Chinese market. Sanctions would be rendered laughable. Furthermore, once Chinese enterprises conclude their domestic market competition, they would aggressively penetrate the Western markets, leading to significant challenges for Western semiconductor companies. Of course, there were potential solutions, restricting Chinese enterprises from entering Western markets, yet this would equally lead to reciprocal limitations on Western companies. Ultimately, it could result in either the integration of the Western and Chinese markets or their complete isolation from one another. Upon reflection, many attendees found themselves ensnared in a web of indecision. Even the representatives dispatched from the White Palace wore furrowed brows, uncertain of the way forward. Thus, the meeting concluded in an unceremonious fashion. Everyone understood that such significant developments within the semiconductor industry could not yield immediate resolutions. It was anticipated that the White Palace would convene its own discussions in due course. After the meeting, Peter Vinnick sought out a circle of old friends, all of whom were attendees of the earlier conference. Among them was Apple's Cook. He regarded Peter Vinnick and said, Peter, this issue extends beyond merely the authorization of light source technology. It represents a conflict between East and West, one that will profoundly influence the future landscape. Cristiano Amon also patted Peter Vinnick on the shoulder, saying, Peter, we can do nothing but wait for opinions from the White Palace and Wall Street. The words Peter Vinnick had intended to convey were abruptly stifled. He found himself at a loss for words. Following Cristiano Amon's departure, he settled into his vehicle and placed a call. Blair, I have information that I believe will pique your interest. In his European estate, Blair, sipping coffee in his garden, smiled. I was already aware of this news. To be frank, the rise of China is merely a matter of time. The emergence of supervision technology has only accelerated this trajectory. The semiconductor industry serves as a means for the West to constrain China, yet such measures will increasingly become ineffectual. Cristiano Amon chuckled. In truth, I realized this when Howie Technology developed new semiconductor materials. That was why I chose to collaborate with you. It ensures that Qualcomm will not lag in future competition. Blair smiled slightly and replied, the plan is still underway. Such matters cannot be rushed. Cristiano Amon nodded. I understand. I will keep an eye on Wall Street's stance alongside Raoul from Goldman Sachs. Blair scoffed derisively. I have grown weary of those individuals on Wall Street. Chapter 198. Is there no shame left? On May 10th, in Yanqing, the official store of Supervision Technology was overwhelmed. Ever since the launch event concluded on the 5th, long queues formed outside exclusive stores in the 5 major cities: Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen. It was inevitable. Everyone yearned to experience the floating car. The production of floating cars was inherently limited, with only 5,000 units in the initial batch. Consequently, each city had but 10 floating cars available for user experience. Even so, crowds continued to gather daily. As many users expressed, even a mere glimpse would suffice. Especially today, on the day of the floating car's release. The turnout was even greater. To avoid unnecessary complications, the hover car company commenced online reservations on the 6th of the month. Customers can select their preferred interior designs and color schemes online. Once payment is made, the vehicle will be delivered to the official store in the customer's city. However, reservations are limited to clients in 5 cities: Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and Hong Kong. Bai Yuan, a well-known influencer with millions of followers on Douyin, fortuitously managed to secure a hover car during the online booking process. At that moment, he was live streaming as he entered the official store of Hyperdimensional Technology. Dear viewers, I have arrived. Once I complete the necessary procedures, a staff member will escort me to collect my vehicle. The buzz surrounding hover cars is undeniable, and the live stream's viewership had already surpassed 10 million. Fans were eagerly urging Bai Yuan to expedite the formalities so he could take the car for a spin. Bai Yuan himself was quite anxious. After confirming his identity with the staff, he began processing the required paperwork. Unlike ordinary cars, hover cars come with a multitude of regulations and precautions, and the authorities were cautious. Only after thoroughly explaining the stipulations to Bai Yuan did they hand him the vehicle collection certificate. Mr. Bai, after receiving your car, you must visit the traffic management office within a day to obtain a special license plate. Bai Yuan understood and reassured them that he would not forget the deadline. After Hyperdimensional Technology led him to a warehouse on the outskirts of the city, both Bai Yuan and his viewers could hardly contain their excitement. Wow, so many hover cars. Each one feels unique. The staff member smiled and explained there are a total of 328 hover cars, all custom-made. Each vehicle is one of a kind. Mr. Bai, please follow me. I will assist you with the car collection procedures. Bai Yuan's arrival was not particularly early, and by then, dozens of individuals had already completed their collection. Suddenly, a sleek black silhouette glided out of the warehouse with no engine noise, captivating the live stream audience. So cool. That must be a sports series hover car, they exclaimed. Did you notice? The rear wing of that hover sports car is shimmering with light. I'm so curious. How does it move without wheels? Half an hour later, Bai Yuan received his beloved car. As he sat inside, admiring the sci-fi-inspired interior, his excitement mirrored that of his viewers. Moments later, unable to contain himself, Bai Yuan started the engine. He felt the vehicle, previously grounded, gently ascend into the air. The sensation was truly extraordinary. Dear viewers, I'm a bit worried. Driving a hover car, is it the same as driving a conventional car? Bai Yuan expressed. I'm quite apprehensive. What if I can't manage the speed properly? The audience reassured him. What are you worried about? Hyperdimensional Technology has assured us that hover cars are engineered for excellent control. Indeed, if you're fearful, you can opt for the regular driving mode, which simulates the feel of driving a conventional vehicle. Don't be afraid, Bai. You've already purchased a car. It's time to take your friends for a joyride. Encouraged by the comments in the live chat, Bai Yuan decided to proceed. After a few minutes of driving, Bai Yuan exclaimed, Folks, Hyperdimensional Technology is incredible. This regular driving mode is phenomenal. It feels just like driving a wheel car. Not only Bai Yuan, but nearly every new hover car owner initially experiences trepidation. The sensation of floating above the ground can feel quite ethereal. However, it must be acknowledged that the Hyperdimensional Technology research team has done an exceptional job in calibrating the hover car. As hover cars continued to emerge from the warehouse, they became a common sight on the bustling streets of the international metropolis, Yanqing. With such a dazzling vehicle, it was only natural for owners to show it off. Some even paused at convenience stores to buy a bottle of water, attracting the attention of passers-by. Take Bai Yuan, for instance, while ostensibly purchasing a drink. He was also flaunting his new ride. His viewers understood this well. and the live chat was ablaze with excitement. An elderly gentleman, noticing Bai Yuan exiting the convenience store, called out, "Young man, how does it feel to drive that car?" Bai Yuan replied, "It's fantastic. Hyperdimensional Technology's products are truly remarkable." After answering a few more questions from onlookers, Bai Yuan drove off amid envious glances. As hover cars took to the streets, they sparked admiration from international audiences, particularly those in Europe and America. Many Western netizens began clamoring for hover cars to enter their markets. However, it was clear that their hopes were somewhat misguided. Hyperdimensional Technology's first-generation electric vehicles had yet to make their debut in Europe or America, let alone hover cars. Nevertheless, there was some good news. On May 11th, Hyperdimensional Technology announced that their electric vehicles would be available in Europe on June 25th. Upon hearing this, European citizens celebrated, but local automotive brands were left in despair. Media outlets with good relations with companies like Audi and Volkswagen began questioning the EU's decision to allow Hyperdimension's electric vehicles into the European market. Naturally, the EU provided no answers. The market access documents had already been issued, and no one could alter that. When this news reached domestic audiences, there was widespread discontent. Domestic media outlets also voiced their dissatisfaction, challenging European media with, on what grounds do European automotive brands enter the Chinese market? Enjoying the lucrative profits from the Chinese market while resisting Chinese brands, how shameless can one be? Faced with such inquiries from Chinese media, European outlets were rendered speechless. Such is the nature of the situation, and the logic is irrefutable. Regardless, Hyperdimension's electric vehicles are officially entering the European market. As for the North American market, there's no rush. It will come in due time. In the CEO's office at Hyperdimensional Technology, Liu Shaojun set down his documents and looked across at Jiang Hai. Since becoming the head of the smartphone division, Jiang Hai had eagerly devised a comprehensive plan. Chapter 199, The Struggles of Chip Giants. Hyperdimensional Technology's rapid development has led to an increase in its internal operations. However, the number of businesses that have been truly separated into independent departments remains limited. Jiang Hai's ascension to the role of head of the smartphone division was a significant leap forward. Former colleagues and peers in management envied Jiang Hai's promotion. After being elevated, he worked diligently for several days to finalize the smartphone division's plan. This plan was first submitted to Su Jijun, who reviewed it, offered some suggestions for revisions, and then forwarded it to Liu Shaojun. Liu Shaojun examined it closely. "Jiang Hai, this plan is commendable. I broadly agree with it. Next, we need to complete the establishment of the smartphone division and execute this plan. However, I still have one question." Jiang Hai immediately straightened in his seat. "Mr. Liu, please proceed." Liu Shaojun set down his documents and inquired, "In terms of smartphone manufacturing, you have chosen BYD instead of Foxconn. What is the rationale behind this decision?" Jiang Hai replied earnestly, "Foxconn is a Taiwanese enterprise and the largest contract manufacturer globally. However, precisely for that reason, I opted for the domestic BYD. The smartphone business faces significant obstacles, and before a manufacturing plant is established, I hope to navigate the assembly process smoothly." Liu Shaojun nodded slightly, understood. "I will address the smartphone chip issue." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai sighed in relief. If the smartphone chip issue is resolved, then other aspects of the phone shouldn't pose significant challenges. After Jiang Hai departed, Liu Shaojun took out his phone and dialed the number of Wu Qin from the bionic robot division. "Wu Qin, have you resolved the smartphone chip issue?" On the other end of the line, Wu Qin replied, "There are still a few minor issues to resolve, after which commercially viable chips will indeed be usable. However, even so, the minimum process node for these chips must be 14 nanometers. The demands placed on chips by smartphones are inherently high, and 14 nanometers represents the absolute lower limit." Liu Shaojun furrowed his brow. Within the domestic chip industry, SMIC can produce 14 nanometers chips, yet Liu Shaojun is not satisfied with this standard. The least acceptable would be 7 nanometers. If 5 nanometers were attainable, that would be even better. After hanging up, Liu Shaojun pondered deeply. If TSMC, Samsung, or ASML do not relent, the mobile phone project must be postponed. The only thing lacking now is the lithography machine. And once Wu Qin leads the team to overcome the remaining technical challenges associated with it, they will no longer be beholden to the whims of Western enterprises and can manufacture a 5 nanometers lithography machine independently. Liu Shaojun rose from his seat and stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the bustling traffic below, a flicker of irritation passing through him. The domestic semiconductor market is remarkably vast, with chip consumption accounting for 35% of the global total. Regrettably, however, the strength of the semiconductor industry remains inadequate. In the lower to mid-tier segments, domestic chips still possess competitive potential, but in the realm of cutting-edge high-end chips, there's truly no contender. Fortunately, aside from a few sectors like smartphones, numerous advanced fields such as aerospace, 5G base stations, automobiles, and computers, along with over 909 applications, predominantly utilize 28 nanometers and 14 nanometers processes. Otherwise, the plight of the domestic semiconductor industry would be even more dire. At that moment, the phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Shaojun raised an eyebrow. Minister Li, is there something you need? Shaojun, I have some news to share with you. Please go ahead. The North American authorities have reached out to us, hoping to hold a discussion regarding the semiconductor industry. Upon hearing this, Shaojun's brow furrowed. What are the North Americans really after? Minister Li chuckled. Primarily, they're concerned about your company, Hyperdimensional Technology, supporting the domestic semiconductor industry, coupled with your communications with ASML, which have set off alarm bells in the West. Over the years, American and European chip giants, including AMD, Intel, and Qualcomm, have heavily invested in advanced processes like 5 nanometers and 3 nanometers. The vast expenditures and returns are grossly disproportionate, and these chip behemoths are currently grappling with inventory buildup and a significant decline in sales. Minister Li continued, while the outside world has only witnessed the plummeting market values and revenues of these chip giants, the reality is even more severe. I will arrange for someone to send you the data reports concerning these giants shortly. Take a look. Shaojun's eyes brightened. With access to internal data analysis reports, matters would become much more manageable. Indeed, the American and European giants have faced considerable hardships in recent years. The news of AMD's market value plummeting by 14 and TSMC's market value halving is readily available online. The domestic semiconductor industry, with the aid of Hyperdimensional Technology's integration efforts, has begun to flourish. The West is undoubtedly anxious, but is no longer emboldened to impose draconian sanctions on Huawei, as they once did. There are two reasons for this. First, Hyperdimensional Technology has made significant breakthroughs in numerous critical technologies, including semiconductor materials, EDA software, and lithography machine light source technology. Second, as previously mentioned, Huawei's chip consumption market constitutes 35% of the global total. The West's desire to engage in dialogue is merely a prelude to the impending upheaval in the semiconductor industry. After putting down the phone, Shaojun exhaled deeply and returned to his desk, pressing the intercom button. Xiao, please prepare. We will be traveling to Yanjing for a business trip in a few days. Understood, General Liu. A few minutes later, Shaojun received an email from Yanjing. The content of the email was extensive, encompassing internal data from all major chip giants in Europe and America. This confidential information is typically accessible only to the government. From the data report, it became evident that the reasons for the struggles faced by European and American chip giants are manifold. The most crucial and fundamental point is that Moore's law has reached its limits. While the allure of 5 nanometers and 3 nanometers processes is apparent and may indeed be realizable, the theoretical limit for silicon transistors stands at 1 nanometer, with 3 nanometers being the current ceiling for chip processes. Any further advancement would require considerations from physicists, as the quantum tunneling effect cannot be eliminated. This concept is rather abstract. For clarity, the quantum tunneling effect can be likened to electrons traversing an exceedingly narrow passage. During this passage, the electrons exhibit oscillation, resulting in instability. When the chip process reaches 5 nanometers, the quantum tunneling effect begins to manifest. In addition to the limitations imposed by quantum mechanics, there exists a thermodynamic constraint as well. Chips are continually shrinking, yet the number of transistors is exponentially increasing. A greater number of transistors means an increased flow of electrons, which inevitably degenerates heat. As temperature rises, it affects the movement of electrons, thereby exacerbating heat dissipation. This creates a vicious cycle. Unless the chip is maintained at absolute zero, overcoming thermodynamic limitations is exceedingly challenging. Regarding the thermodynamic and quantum mechanical limitations, their resolution rests with physicists and material scientists. Beyond these two constraints, other limitations persist, such as those arising from the integration of a vast number of transistors, which impacts integration density, clock frequency, and power voltage, among other factors. Another issue that will impede advancements in chip processes is power consumption. Excessive power consumption leads to rapid heat generation. If it cannot be dissipated in time, it will result in chip failure. This limitation differs from the thermodynamic constraints. There exists a physical unit that can indicate the magnitude of power consumption, namely power density. The power density of a household iron is 5, while that on an ordinary chip is 50. Would you dare touch a hot iron? Certainly not, let alone a chip. Some specialized chips even reach power densities of 380. While such figures may seem abstract, consider that the power density during rocket propulsion is merely 600, and the significance becomes apparent. The constraints on chip advancement are numerous, yet the necessity for process enhancement remains, leading to a quagmire for the beleaguered chip giants of Europe and America. The juxtaposition of these struggling giants with the burgeoning semiconductor industry in Huagua has indeed instilled a sense of urgency among Western nations. Had this been the past, Western nations would have remained unperturbed. They had not yet breached the limits of chip technology, and thus the rising Huagua semiconductor industry would have had little chance of success. Yet, unexpectedly, superdimension technology emerged, catching the West off guard and illuminating a path of hope for Huagua. Just days prior, a meeting convened at the White House. During this meeting, an influential elder from the think tank spoke up, "Gentlemen, at this juncture, we must set aside our haughty heads." Senior members of the think tank reacted with headshakes, sighs, and dissent. The meeting scale gradually expanded from an internal gathering to include leaders from Google, Apple, ASML, and Wall Street moguls. Following the conclusion of the meeting, North American authorities notified Huagua of their decision to hold a symposium. The date for this symposium was set for May 25th. This meeting will not be publicly announced and will take place online. The parties involved in the symposium are Europe, America, and Huagua. While the eagle sauce may occasionally represent Europe, for such a significant matter, Europe will undoubtedly send representatives. With the symposium date established, Liu Shaojun did not rush to Yanjing. He summoned Su Jijun and others, succinctly explaining the situation. Su Jijun promptly remarked, according to the nation's development strategy, there is a high probability of reaching a balanced consensus with the ministers from Europe and America. Lin Ruoxue furrowed her delicate brows and speculated, I suspect that the European and American factions wish to delineate the global semiconductor industry for their own interests, or perhaps to create a market that appears cohesive externally, yet is fragmented internally. Yuhua interjected, this is not favorable news for us. The nation is focused on the overarching picture, while we are concerned with the growth of our enterprise. Luo Elong sighed, adding, when these two perspectives clash, we can only prioritize the former. Lin Ruiyu glanced at the impassive Liu Shaojun and inquired, Shaojun, what is your perspective? Liu Shaojun raised an eyebrow and replied, my stance is quite straightforward. The interests of superdimension technology must not be compromised in the high-end chip market. I remain indifferent to the struggles in the mid to low-end sectors and other domains, but superdimension technology must unequivocally become a singular entity within the semiconductor industry. The others were not surprised by this sentiment, as they were well aware of Liu's character. Su Jijun expressed his concerns, saying, Mr. Liu, in that case. Regarding the Yanjing side, Liu Shaojun waved his hand dismissively and stated, since this is a discussion forum, the outcomes will be negotiated. The national direction prioritizes stability and considers the majority. It is only the stronger party that can sway the final outcome. My position is quite clear. The red line for superdimension technology's interests must not be crossed. Liu Shaojun may not be a saint, but neither is he a villain. If the Yanjing side persistently pursues balance, then Liu will simply withdraw from the game. However, it is unlikely that such a scenario will arise. The domestic semiconductor industry has endured suppression from Europe and America for decades. Do the Yanjing authorities and domestic semiconductor enterprises not harbor any resentment? Surely, they would wish to counteract Western dominance. Liu Shaojun had already made his decision in his heart. Calling Su Jijun and the others was merely to unify the thoughts of the company's upper echelon. After everyone departed, Liu Shaojun entered the system. It had been a long time since he had last drawn a prize. The system grants one task point each month, and Liu Shaojun had accumulated 7 points. He resolved to indulge himself today. Ding! Congratulations, the host has drawn a basic 3D printer. Liu Shaojun raised an eyebrow and opened the introduction for the basic 3D printer. Basic 3D printer, class of black technology, provides raw materials capable of printing production lines, equipment, etc. for technologies below Class A. Note, the basic 3D printer can only print objects at the hardware level. After reading the introduction, Liu Shaojun understood that it meant provided with the necessary materials. He could throw a smartphone into the 3D printer and obtain a new smartphone. However, the operating system and other software within that smartphone could not be printed. Liu Shaojun was quite pleased with winning the basic 3D printer. Not bad, a promising start. Continuing the draw. Ding. Congratulations, the host has drawn controllable nuclear fusion battery technology. Controllable nuclear fusion battery technology, a branch of class of black technology. Batteries manufactured using this technology can ensure that a superdimension new energy vehicle can operate continuously for 50 years. Note, controllable nuclear fusion technology is unique and does not provide a product production line. Shaojun instantly sat up straighter. A continuous operational lifespan of 50 years seemed quite outrageous. However, upon reflecting on nuclear fusion, he felt at ease. Although Shaojun had not delved deeply into nuclear fusion, he had heard of it. The energy produced by nuclear fusion surpasses that of nuclear fission, and the radiation generated is significantly less. Most importantly, the fuel for nuclear fusion is virtually inexhaustible. Naturally, with many advantages, there are also drawbacks. The challenge lies in its difficulty to control, which makes practical application of nuclear fusion quite elusive. After drawing two remarkable items in succession, Shaojun did not linger and exited the system. He planned to head to the Hyperdimensional Technology experimental base to hand over the 3D printer to Zhuo Pingyun and the others. The controllable nuclear fusion battery technology also needed to be given to Li Mu, who was in charge of new energy vehicles. Upon arriving at the experimental base, Shaojun shared the news of the basic 3D printer, causing Zhuo Pingyun, Li Mu, Wu Qin, and Qin Feng to become ecstatic. "Boss, you are incredible. You managed to draw such a divine device." Chapter 201. I have prepared a grand gift for you. Shaojun had read the introduction of the basic 3D printer in detail and understood that this device was indeed impressive. However, judging by the reactions of the 4 special bionic robots, it seemed he had underestimated the capabilities of the 3D printer. Li Mu exclaimed, "Boss, with the 3D printer, the development of the 3rd-generation new energy vehicle will encounter no difficulties whatsoever." Wu Qin nodded in agreement. "I can utilize the basic 3D printer to print parts for a photolithography machine. Once completed, standard bionic robots can assemble them." Qin Feng added with a smile, "Boss, with the basic 3D printer, we can manufacture our own smartphone production line." Shaojun paused, saying, "Wait a moment. Isn't the basic 3D printer only capable of printing components for technologies below Class A?" The smartphone plan he purchased from the system store was classified as Class S technology. Qin Feng explained, "The production lines produced by the system cannot be printed out, but I can design a production line. The line's classification will be Class B. But even so, its efficiency and performance will still surpass any current production lines available on the market." Shaojun nodded in realization. He understood why Qin Feng and the others were so excited. It turned out that the basic 3D printer could be utilized in such a manner. Without further ado, Shaojun prepared to unveil the basic 3D printer, but was stopped by Qin Feng and the others. Zhuo Pingyun hurriedly stated, "Boss, we cannot accommodate the basic 3D printer here. It requires an area of 1,000 square meters. To conduct printing operations, we need at least 500 square meters." "Wow, it's that large?" Li Mu chuckled, "Boss, the basic 3D printer is relatively small. The advanced 3D printer is truly enormous. However, we are unsure of its exact size, as we have never seen one." Shaojun raised an eyebrow and asked, "You've never seen one?" The 4 of them shook their heads in unison. Wu Qin elaborated, "Advanced printers are primarily used in aerospace and similar fields, which have very high requirements. Only the top 10 special bionic robots might have seen an advanced 3D printer, and only the top 5 have the authority to use one." Shaojun realized he could not purchase the top 10 or top 5 special bionic robots. Currently, the system store had 2 remaining bionic robots, numbered 019 and 020, but unfortunately, Shaojun lacked the purchasing qualifications. Each year, he only had 2 opportunities to buy special bionic robots, and he had exhausted this year's chances. Since the basic 3D printer could not be accommodated, he would have to wait for the adjacent experimental base to be completed. Shaojun then shared the news of the controllable nuclear fusion battery technology. The 4 bionic robots erupted in excitement once more. Qin Feng couldn't help but say, "Boss, your luck today is simply extraordinary. You should draw a few more times. What if you hit the jackpot and obtain actual controllable nuclear fusion technology? That would be phenomenal." Shaojun frowned slightly, asking, "Is controllable nuclear fusion technology also difficult for you to realize?" Li Mu shrugged, replying, "If we are talking about the controllable nuclear fusion technology currently pursued by the Blue Star people, then it would indeed be quite easy. However, that technology does not enter the system database." Wu Qin further clarified, "The controllable nuclear fusion technology from the system is among the top 10 S-class black technologies in the system database. It is capable of producing fuel the size of a thumbnail, yet can propel a spacecraft at full speed for an entire decade." Shaojun was taken aback upon hearing this. To enable a spacecraft to travel at full velocity for 10 years? Surely, this must be a jest. Shaojun was unaware of the magnitude of energy generated by controllable nuclear fusion, but he was certain it could not reach such absurd levels. If such controllable nuclear fusion technology were to rank in the top 10, then the technologies in the top 5, 3, or even the foremost position must be extraordinarily formidable. Liu Shaojun swallowed hard, casting a glance at the 4 bionic robots. Zhuo Pengyun forced a smile, saying, "Boss, don't look at us. Our rank is rather low. There are certain technologies we are not just unfamiliar with, but have never even heard of." Undeterred, Liu Shaojun pressed on. "I do not wish to know about the top 5 technologies, but what can you tell me about the top 10? The 4 exchanged glances, all wearing rueful expressions. Until Limu spoke up, "Boss, we truly lack clarity on that. We are aware of the controllable nuclear fusion technology solely because we were selected for this controllable nuclear fusion battery technology. It is classified as class of black technology, which grants us the qualification to know about it." Liu Shaojun pursed his lips, feeling quite disappointed. He presented the controllable nuclear fusion battery technology to Li Mu, inquiring, "Can this be utilized in the 3rd-generation new energy vehicles?" Before Li Mu could respond, Zhuo Pengyun interjected, "Boss, you're being wasteful. Employing controllable nuclear fusion battery technology in automobiles is akin to using a missile to kill a chicken." Liu Shaojun frowned slightly. "Then what do you intend to use it for?" Qin Feng replied, "To construct an underground base, our very own underground base." Wu Qin raised his hands in exasperation, stating, "Boss, while this experimental base may seem secure on the surface, it is, in truth, not safe at all." Zhuo Pengyun pointed downwards, saying, "The 4 of us plan to build an underground base. The controllable nuclear fusion battery technology and a basic 3D printer will be immensely helpful." Liu Shaojun stroked his chin, pondering, "Is an underground base necessarily safe?" "Not necessarily, especially since you plan to construct it here." Li Mu replied helplessly. "If you could obtain the construction plan for an underground base, we might be able to establish it on a small island in the ocean." Liu Shaojun promptly accessed the system's marketplace, typing underground base construction plan into the search bar. Regrettably, there were no search results. After exiting the Hyperdimensional Technology experimental base, Liu Shaojun had been contemplating a significant matter. Should Hyperdimensional Technology venture into the aerospace sector? Based on the technologies available in the system's marketplace, Hyperdimensional Technology was fully capable of entering this field. However, this year had presented numerous challenges, and with Hyperdimensional Technology expanding its reach, Liu Shaojun found himself unable to allocate sufficient energy. As he sat in the vehicle, Liu Shaojun rubbed his temples. At that moment, one of the bionic robots, acting as the driver in the front seat, suddenly halted the vehicle. "Boss, there's an urgent situation." Liu Shaojun was momentarily taken aback. Surely no one would dare to attack him here in the suburbs of Hong City. However, it became apparent that Liu Shaojun was overthinking as the bionic robot handed him a special communicator. Glancing at the display, Liu Shaojun inquired, "Derek, does Blair have any plans?" On the other end of the communicator, the bionic robot 101, Derek, nodded. "Boss, Blair is preparing to send you a significant gift." Chapter 202, Bionic Robot 019. "Blair is preparing to send me a significant gift?" Liu Shaojun could not suppress a laugh, asking, "Is he ready to take action?" Derek, stationed undercover at Blair's estate, was a vital informant regarding Blair's movements. He nodded. "Indeed, several of Blair's laboratory bases have achieved technological breakthroughs. Blair intends to leverage these advancements to assist Jim in entering the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute." Jim was an undercover operative working for Blair, embedded within Future Bionics. Since its acquisition by Hyperdimensional Technology, Future Bionics had seen a significant increase in research funding and a steady stream of research outputs. Although Hyperdimensional Technology had not disclosed its financial data for the year 2023, Future Bionics, as a subsidiary, did not merge its financial statements with those of its parent company. In 2023, Future Bionics reported a staggering profit of $4.1 billion, truly dazzling the industry. With such a robust subsidiary, Hyperdimensional Technology, as the parent company, would undoubtedly not neglect Future Bionics. As early as last year, Hyperdimensional Technology had expressed its willingness to allow personnel from its subsidiaries to enter the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute based on their merits. This policy represented an exceptional opportunity for Blair and many others coveting hyperdimensional technology. Blair was fortunate. Jim was one of Mandel's trusted confidants at Future Bionics. Unfortunately, this confidant was a knife that Blair had inserted into Future Bionics, and now this knife sought to penetrate the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute. For this, Liu Shaojun chuckled. He could hardly wait for Jim to submit his promotion application. This would allow Liu Shaojun to acquire the research outcomes from Blair's laboratories at no cost. Such a transaction piqued Liu Shaojun's interest. In London, England, Jim, upon receiving Blair's orders, entered an office the following day, carrying a hefty stack of research documents. The occupant of the office, Gus, was the head of the laboratory at Future Bionics. Above Gus was Mandel, who was also a supervisor. However, Mandel was preoccupied with research, leaving laboratory management to Gus. Upon seeing Jim arrive, Gus appeared puzzled. "Jim, is there something you need?" After seating himself, Jim placed the documents before Gus, stating, "Mr. Gus, I wish to apply for entry into the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute." Gus was taken aback, exclaiming, "Jim, are you joking? You just established an independent laboratory last year, and now you wish to enter the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute?" Jim pushed the documents toward Gus, earnestly asserting, "My research has made significant breakthroughs. I believe these results warrant my entry into the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute." Gus furrowed his brow, asking, "Are you certain? You must understand that entering hyperdimensional technology requires prior approval from Mr. Mandel. If you cannot secure his approval, the research team at Hyperdimensional Technology will not send anyone to evaluate your work." Jim replied confidently, "I have faith in my research results." Gus shrugged, conceding, "Very well. I will notify Mr. Mandel. Once his approval is secured, I will liaise with Hyperdimensional Technology on your behalf." Jim expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." After Jim departed, Gus retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Liu Shaojun's number. "Boss, I have received Jim's application." At that moment, Liu Shaojun was aboard a flight to Yenjing. He sat up from the sofa, stating, "Let everything proceed according to protocol. I will cooperate with you." "Understood, boss." Gus, designated as Bionic Robot 102, was a crucial figure planted by Liu Shaojun within Future Bionics. Upon arriving in Yenjing, Liu Shaojun first returned home to share a meal with his parents before proceeding to the Shangshan villa. Both elder gentlemen had gallantly fought on the battlefield in their youth, enduring numerous injuries, and during those times, medical conditions were dire, leaving them with several lingering ailments. Coincidentally, a medical team from a state was visiting the Shangshan villa today to conduct health examinations for the two elder gentlemen and the matriarch. Liu Shaojun, unable to decipher the professional jargon in the examination report, inquired directly, "How is it?" A medical professional shook his head and nodded in turn, stating, "The lung injuries of old Master Liu are exceedingly troublesome. The concealed damage to old Master Su's liver is equally concerning. However, both elderly ladies are in good health." Liu Shaojun furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What about the medical plan?" An elder expert responded to Liu Shaojun's question, "The medical strategy still requires deliberation. Given the advanced age of both gentlemen and the existence of these hidden ailments for decades, we find ourselves in a precarious situation and cannot make hasty decisions." Liu Shaojun's frown deepened. Upon exiting the medical room of the manor, his mind was enveloped by the system. After a prolonged search, he found nothing of interest in the system's marketplace. Reluctantly, Liu Shaojun accessed the wishing pool function. Each task point allows for a single wish, with a realization probability of 50%. He had only utilized this function once before to obtain purchasing rights for a special type of bionic robot. After settling in the garden pavilion of the manor, Liu Shaojun determined his wish and promptly deposited a task point into the wishing pool. Regrettably, the celestial map above the wishing pool showed no response. Undeterred, he invested another task point, and again, refusing to give up, he persisted. Finally, with the last remaining task point, he made another wish, and this time the wishing pool responded. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained purchasing rights for Bionic Robot number 019. The rights have been synchronized with the system marketplace." Upon entering the marketplace, Liu Shaojun's eyes lit up. Bionic Robot number 019. Zhang O, a special type bionic robot, a scientist in the fields of biology and medicine. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Shaojun made the purchase. An hour later, at the foot of Shangshan Mountain, he encountered Bionic Robot number 019. "Boss, Bionic Robot number 019, Zhang O, is delighted to serve you." Liu Shaojun handed the examination reports of his grandfather and grandfather-in-law to Zhang O. "I don't care what methods you employ. You must find a solution." Zhang O initially wore a serious expression, but after reviewing the reports, he exhaled in relief. "Boss, it's a minor issue. If these two patients were under the current medical conditions of Blue Star, it would be nearly." He hesitated, "My apologies, boss, I misspoke." Liu Shaojun retracted his murderous gaze and spoke in a deep voice. "How long will it take to resolve? What do you need?" Zhang O pondered for a moment before replying. "I need to personally examine both patients to determine the treatment plan. Naturally, during the treatment process, I will require some assistance from you, boss." Liu Shaojun let out a sigh of relief, saying little else as he led Zhang O to the Shangshan villa. Chapter 203, Life Sciences Laboratory. Upon returning to the villa, Lu Shaojun's grandfather and grandfather-in-law had just finished their examinations and were exiting the medical room when Lu Shaojun intercepted them. Grandfather, grandfather-in-law, let Zhang assist with your examinations. His grandfather inquired. Is he an expert from the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute? Lu Shaojun nodded. His grandfather-in-law chuckled. Very well, but please ensure he doesn't overexert himself. My old bones aren't what they used to be. Lu Shaojun signaled to Zhang, who nodded slightly in understanding. Outside the medical room, Lu Shaojun's father, Lu Mingyuan, crossed his arms and asked, Are you certain your person is capable? Experts from all over the globe have visited the Xiangshan villa over the years, yet they have not found a satisfactory solution. Lu Shaojun raised an eyebrow. My person is quite capable. He has reviewed the reports of grandfather and grandfather-in-law and believes the issues are not severe. Hearing this, Lu Mingyuan looked at Lu Shaojun in astonishment before chuckling. If that is indeed the case, you may soon become a distinguished guest in the Yanjing Circle. Lu Shaojun smirked. In the current Yanjing Circle, which family does not have a pillar of support? These pillars have survived the bloodshed of battlefields, safeguarding generations of descendants. To be honest, without grandfather and grandfather-in-law, the Lu and Su families would merely be ordinary households. As a third-generation heir with a solid foundation, Lu Shaojun has lived under the protection of his grandfather and grandfather-in-law since childhood. Although the younger generation of his father's time has now matured and can take over the legacies of their elders, it must be said that grandfather and grandfather-in-law serve as a stabilizing force. The same can be said for other families in the Yanjing Circle. If Zhang can resolve the concealed ailments of grandfather and grandfather-in-law, it is likely to pique the interest of other families as well. After waiting outside the medical room for over 2 hours, Zhang finally emerged with a furrowed brow, followed by experts from the national medical team, whose expressions were equally grim. Lu Mingyuan frowned. How are the two old gentlemen's health? Zhang replied. Upon re-examining the two old gentlemen, I discovered that old Master Lu has a minor issue with his heart, while old Master Su has some concerns regarding his head and kidneys. Lu Shaojun waved his hand. Zhang, spare us the unnecessary details. Is there a solution? Zhang nodded. It can be resolved, but I will need your assistance, boss. What assistance? I require the complete set of equipment numbered 0278 AD. Upon hearing this, Lu Shaojun's brow furrowed. With outsiders present, Zhang could only refer to the system technology. The number 0278 AD was the technical code for the system marketplace's equipment. Lu Shaojun checked the system, and the price for this set of equipment was a staggering 39 million technology points. It was exceedingly expensive. Nevertheless, Lu Shaojun resolved to make the purchase regardless. Observing Lu Shaojun's silence, Lu Mingyuan inquired, Are you facing difficulties? Speak to me about it. Lu Shaojun shook his head. No issues. His earlier distraction was due to the equipment purchase. He turned to Zhang. No problem with the equipment. When can we commence the treatment? Zhang considered for a moment. Given the advanced age of both gentlemen, they will need to recuperate before undergoing surgery. I will prescribe a regimen for them to follow for a month before we can proceed with the operation. During this month, I will require a team of experts to assist me. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyuan addressed the expert team members behind him. You are all requisitioned for this month. The team leader immediately responded, Understood, Mr. Lu. If any additional experts are needed, please let me know. Lu Shaojun looked at Zhang, who remarked, I will only know the specific requirements for specialists tomorrow. Today, I need to contemplate the overall treatment plan. Lu Mingyuan nodded. All right, just state your needs. We will provide whatever you require. After dining with his family, Lu Shaojun departed with Zhang. The biological treatment equipment you requested has been purchased. How much space will it require? Zhang replied, Boss, the biological treatment equipment comprises 86 devices of varying sizes. I'm uncertain about the exact space needed, as I did not require ground placement when I used this equipment previously. Lu Shaojun rubbed his temples in exasperation. It seems this equipment must be placed in Hongqing. Grandfather and grandfather-in-law will also need to go there for treatment. Zhang cautiously suggested, Boss, since you have procured the biological treatment equipment, I believe we could construct a life sciences laboratory. Lu Shaojun raised an eyebrow. A quest for immortality? Zhang shook his head. Human life cannot achieve immortality, boss. If you desire eternal life, you could transform yourself into a bionic robot. Our bionic robots are indistinguishable from humans. We can marry and have children. Yet our existence is infinite. Transforming into a bionic robot. Ridiculous. A robot is a robot, no matter how lifelike, regardless of the ability to marry and bear children. Lu Shaojun had never contemplated immortality. However, establishing a life sciences laboratory was indeed necessary. Both old gentlemen, along with his grandmother and grandfather-in-law, were of advanced age and required assistance to prolong their lives. Liu Shaojun inquired, Zhang O, how much funding do you require to establish a life sciences research base? Zhang O pondered earnestly for an extended period before responding, not much. Initially, we only need 10 billion. Once the base is established and research commences, the funding may increase somewhat. Liu Shaojun, unconcerned about financial matters, replied directly, the funding is not an issue. How long until you can produce results? Zhang O scratched his head and remarked, I cannot be certain. If the research team I recruit possesses considerable expertise, then we may indeed achieve results within 2 years. Upon hearing this, Liu Shaojun suddenly contemplated something. He retrieved his tablet, opened a document, and handed it to Zhang O. Take a look at this information. Does it assist your research? This document contained data acquired by Xiao Yi from an invasion of a laboratory under Blair, related to the domain of life sciences. Of course, the contents were highly dubious. The Blair laboratory had human subjects for experimentation. In addition to the data obtained from Blair's lab, there were also materials submitted by Jim, an undercover agent planted in future bionics, which touched upon life sciences as well. Liu Shaojun presented all of this information to Zhang O. After a cursory glance, Zhang O assessed, these are of no use. The research directions of these individuals are fundamentally misguided. Altering genes or enhancing cellular vitality cannot extend human lifespan. Zan ou continued. In the system database, there are indeed numerous studies on human longevity. Boss, if you are inclined, you could directly purchase or draw from a lottery to acquire ready-made technology. Chapter 204. Are you out of your mind? What do you mean by inclined? Liu Shaojun retorted. Having purchased biotherapy equipment, he had significantly depleted his technology points. As for the lottery, he lacked any task points. Consequently, Zhang O, noticing Liu Shaojun's silence, wisely chose to remain quiet. After escorting Zhang O to a hotel, Liu Shaojun returned to his lakeside villa. His parents were still at the Xiangshan villa, and with nothing else to do, he decided to take a bath and relax. A phone call interrupted his solitude. Ministerly, I just arrived in Yinjing, and you called right away. On the other end, Ministerly chuckled, Shaojun, since you are in Yinjing, come over tomorrow. We need to hold a meeting to align our thoughts. All right. The next morning, Liu Shaojun arrived at the National Department. Although framed as a unification of ideas, it became evident that Minister Li subtly urged Liu Shaojun to consider the broader picture. Liu Shaojun, finding this indirect approach tiresome, asked, Minister Li, please don't be cryptic. What is the bigger picture? Be clear. Minister Li responded with a smile, the West has backed down, so we wish to establish a global semiconductor alliance with Huawei. This alliance aims to regulate and control the global semiconductor market, enabling partial technology sharing within the alliance. Technology sharing? This must be a proposal from Superdimensional Technology, Liu Shaojun thought, furrowing his brow. I acknowledge the concept of technology sharing, but essential core technologies absolutely cannot be shared. Moreover, Superdimensional Technology will not relinquish the high-end semiconductor market. Liu Shaojun's candid stance did not surprise Minister Li. He replied, we do not wish for Superdimensional Technology to abandon the high-end market either. The nation is willing to form this alliance primarily to support other domestic semiconductor enterprises. The domestic semiconductor industry needs Superdimensional Technology to take the lead. To be frank, the West concession is largely due to your company. Minister Li reassured Liu Shaojun. The nation stands beside you and will assist in negotiating sufficient benefits. Liu Shaojun's brow relaxed as he inquired with a smile. What kind of benefits can you help me secure? Minister Li stated directly, at the very least, we will ensure you ascend to the throne of the global semiconductor industry. Upon hearing this, Liu Shaojun nodded approvingly. This was indeed the outcome he desired. The national stance revealed a palpable displeasure regarding the West's continuous sanctions against the domestic semiconductor industry in recent years. Now that they had a chance to assert themselves, they were unlikely to extend goodwill towards the West. Minister Li even hinted that should the West refuse Huawei's demands, they would not hesitate to confront them head-on. Minister Li inquired, Shaojun, if Superdimensional Technology can achieve a breakthrough in key lithography technology within 3 years, then severing ties with the West would not be problematic. If all goes well, Superdimensional Technology should be able to produce its own lithography machine by next year. Naturally, Liu Shaojun would not disclose such information. At times, concealing one's strength is essential. Although the domestic semiconductor field is filled with both quality and inferior products, the Huawei people are known for their foresight and preparedness. The state must have contingency plans to boldly propose a confrontation. During this visit to the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, in addition to aligning ideas, Minister Li also wished to discuss the country's strategy regarding new energy. Domestic new energy vehicle enterprises have exhibited impressive competitiveness following the acquisition of graphene battery technology. Coupled with the bundling of supercharging station technology, the national grid network is gradually being established. Negotiations are ongoing for networking in the Asia-Pacific region. However, with the authorization of supercharging station technology and the formidable capabilities of the national grid, the completion of the network is merely a matter of time. Regarding the global grid networking strategy, Shaojun found it challenging to realize. Other nations are not naive. They will not passively wait for the establishment of the grid system before reacting. Shaojun speculated that once the Asia-Pacific network is completed, countries like those in the West will soon sense that the timing is amiss. Nevertheless, it must be said that the National Grid Company is indeed formidable, possessing many cutting-edge technologies in the energy sector. The National Grid has collaborative projects across various countries and regions, which serves as a prerequisite guarantee for the nation's strategic intentions. Shaojun contemplated that as long as the grid network covers the Asia-Pacific and African regions, the dollar settlement system would face significant challenges. Despite Africa's economic underperformance and many companies' reluctance to enter the continent, Africa remains a bargaining chip, and combined with the Asia-Pacific region, it is sufficient to serve as a counterbalance to the West. Yet, it appears the state is not content with this. Minister Li, you have spent considerable time discussing the global grid networking strategy with me today. There must be something else at play. Minister Li chuckled, leaning closer to Shaojun and whispering, the national grid has been unable to overcome a critical technological hurdle. Shaojun suddenly realized, if assistance is to be offered, compensation is warranted. He did not demand much. How about 1 billion? Minister Li readily replied, no problem. I will arrange for the national grid to transfer the funds to Hyperdimensional Technology this afternoon. I see. It's definitely going to be less, Shaojun thought. Time passed swiftly, and the day of the trilateral meeting between Huagua, Europe, and the United States arrived. Once the meeting commenced, the three parties engaged in pleasantries before delving into the main topics. However, the discourse was exclusively among official representatives. Shaojun sat quietly, abstaining from uttering a single word. Similarly, the heads of semiconductor enterprises from Huagua remained silent, as did the executives from European and American semiconductor giants. Everyone understood that no fruitful outcomes would emerge from the first day of discussions. Even achieving a simple consensus seemed unattainable, as both sides were probing and gauging each other's thoughts and boundaries. After several days of such tentative exchanges, progress finally began to emerge. The Western side proposed that in the future, the three parties should estimate the global semiconductor market for the second year and to delineate market shares based on the strength of each enterprise. The Huagua side did not oppose this proposal. However, the criteria for estimating enterprise strength and dividing market shares became a contentious topic, leading to several days of heated debate among the three parties. Western enterprises generally possess formidable strength and, naturally, aspire to capture a greater share of the market. As for China's semiconductor companies, they still require growth. Market share serves as a vital nutrient for corporate development, and thus, the Chinese side is unwilling to concede. During the recent negotiations, Mr. Liu also expressed his views. He insisted that Hyperdimensional Technology should monopolize 50% of the high-end semiconductor market. Upon hearing this, officials and corporate magnates from the West were left astounded, their initial reaction being disbelief at such an audacious demand. The figure of 50% in the global high-end semiconductor market was staggering, leading to an outright rejection from the Western side. Chapter 205, Conclusion of Negotiations. The president of Intel, utilizing a rather brusque tone, dismissed the proposal. Mr. Liu, your requested percentage is excessively high. It is simply unattainable. Other Western executives echoed this sentiment, stating, Mr. Liu, let's reconsider the terms. 50% is absolutely out of the question. On the Chinese side, aside from the visibly frustrated Minister Li, others, including executives from HiSilicon and OmniVision, gazed at Mr. Liu with astonishment. To be candid, Mr. Liu's direct demand for 50% of the high-end market was unexpected. Unfazed, Mr. Liu calmly replied, I believe that, in accordance with market principles, Hyperdimensional Technology possesses both the capability and confidence to capture the entirety of the high-end market. This statement visibly altered the expressions of all present from the West. Many from the Chinese contingent felt compelled to applaud. Mr. Liu was informing rather than negotiating. After his declaration, Mr. Liu remained silent, allowing someone else to mediate. As the atmosphere grew tense and awkward, Minister Li, with a genial smile, interjected, Ladies and gentlemen, I believe Mr. Liu is not unreasonable. As the saying goes, exorbitant demands can lead to fair negotiations. Upon Minister Li's remarks, the Western representatives exhaled in relief. If negotiations were indeed possible, then matters would become more manageable. Mr. Liu, of course, would not insist on a monopoly of 50% market share. Such a figure would undoubtedly breach antitrust laws across all nations. Although monopolies are occasionally tolerated due to technological reasons, reason holds little sway when confronted by a cadre of brigands. Had the tripartite meeting between the West, China, and Huawei not occurred today, Mr. Liu would undoubtedly have sought to monopolize the entire high-end semiconductor market, a goal he felt confident superdimension technology could achieve. However, since they were convened to discuss the integration and partitioning of the global semiconductor market, Mr. Liu recognized the necessity of foregoing such a domineering stance. While he desired 50%, he could settle for 40%, which he deemed his bottom line, a figure previously agreed upon with Minister Li. Mr. Liu's initial lofty demand of 50% served as a strategic maneuver, with Minister Li playing the role of the conciliator. Unsurprisingly, after Mr. Liu's initial shock tactic, the Western side dared not be overly audacious. By the end of the day, superdimension technology's share was reduced from 50 to 46%. Yet the Western representatives still seemed unsatisfied. As the days progressed, the proportion of market share held by superdimension technology became the primary agenda of the discussions. Perhaps due to the prolonged nature of the negotiations, the Western parties began to relent. Ultimately, superdimension technology was accorded the exclusive right to 46% of the high-end market share, a figure Mr. Liu found satisfactory. However, superdimension technology would also need to make some concessions, specifically authorizing certain non-critical technologies externally. In a strict sense, this was beneficial for superdimension technology. The term Qualcomm tax arose because a smartphone utilizes numerous patented technologies from Qualcomm. Without these technologies, the smartphone could not be produced. Mr. Liu's ambitions were not overly grand. He intended to establish a superdimension tax within the semiconductor industry, targeting global semiconductor enterprises. Beyond superdimension technology's entitlement to the high-end market share, no other firms will be permitted to compete. The distribution of the global semiconductor industry's market share will be collaboratively determined by the three parties, the West, China, and Huawei. After reaching a preliminary consensus, the subsequent discussions regarding specific details became rather mundane, a fact Mr. Liu did not mind. Upon exiting the conference room, Minister Li called out to Mr. Liu, "Mr. Liu, please wait a moment." In the corridor of the department, Minister Li remarked, "Overall, the discussions went quite smoothly. However, I personally feel that this meeting was somewhat unfavorable for our side, particularly for you and superdimension technology." Mr. Liu smiled slightly. He did not take Minister Li's words to heart. Regardless of perspective, the outcomes of the discussions were not detrimental to superdimension technology. Had the Western side disregarded the negotiations, once superdimension technology's lithography machines were available, they would have faced market blockade, limiting their reach to only the domestic market. Furthermore, to ensure the survival of domestic semiconductor firms, superdimension technology could not establish a monopoly. After conversing with Minister Li for a while, Mr. Liu stepped out of the department building to find executives from HiSilicon, OmniVision, and SMIC awaiting him. "Mr. Liu, shall we find a place to enjoy some tea?" The individuals gathered were predominantly members of the Domestic Semiconductor Association, and Mr. Liu naturally accepted the invitation. Once seated in the tea room, everyone raised their cups in unison, toasting to Mr. Liu. "Mr. Liu, we owe our participation in the tripartite meeting to your efforts. However, the final distribution of benefits does not include us. Please allow us to express our respect with this toast." Mr. Liu reciprocated with a smile, lifting his cup. During the discussions regarding the allocation of global semiconductor market shares, adherence to corporate strength was strictly observed. Superdimension Technology's entitlement to 46% of the high-end market share was a reflection of its capabilities to overshadow any competitor. Even if the Western entities disagreed, Superdimension Technology had the means to secure that share. However, the domestic semiconductor companies could not claim the same advantage. While the Western side afforded Superdimension Technology some leniency, they were not inclined to extend the same consideration to other Chinese firms. The state, in an effort to support companies like HiSilicon and OmniVision, found itself reliant on Superdimension Technology, a point Minister Li had alluded to regarding the broader context. Mr. Liu was not a selfish individual. When possible, he was inclined to lend a helping hand. After all, he had declared his ambition for Superdimension Technology to become the leader in the domestic semiconductor industry, making it only natural to assist his subordinates. After enjoying several cups of tea, the executive from SMIC inquired with a smile, "Mr. Liu, might we be entrusted with the smartphone chip foundry project from Hyperdimensional Technology? Following the conclusion of the meeting, the Western side had agreed to sell a 7nm lithography machine to SMIC, with delivery scheduled within a month. A 7nm lithography machine would suffice for the production of Hyperdimensional Technology's smartphone chips. Mr. Liu responded, "I can only allocate 30% of the share to SMIC." Upon hearing this, the SMIC executive paused for a moment before raising his cup. "Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Liu." Mr. Liu sighed inwardly. SMIC was indeed a leading force domestically, yet on the international stage, particularly in the smartphone chip sector, it lagged significantly behind companies like TSMC. Therefore, granting SMIC 30% of the share was already a commendable offer, especially given SMIC's recent development and enhancement of its operational capabilities. Otherwise, Mr. Liu would not have considered SMIC at all. Chapter 206. Is this too casual? Mr. Liu had spent nearly half a month in Yanjing, and, aside from the tripartite meeting, he also needed to devote some attention to the approval process for the establishment of the P4 laboratory. The P4 laboratory stands as the pinnacle of biological research facilities, primarily dedicated to the exploration and experimentation of pathogenic microorganisms. Initially, Liu Shaojun had no intention of establishing such a laboratory. However, after repeated entreaties from the bionic robot Zhang O, he reluctantly acquiesced. The establishment of a P4 laboratory is no trivial matter. It necessitates Liu Shaojun's personal involvement in the approval process. In this day and age, the most terrifying weapons are in fact biological and chemical weapons, along with pathogenic bacteria. Upon arriving at the hotel where Zhang O was temporarily residing, Liu Shaojun produced the approval documents. "I have taken care of the approval paperwork for you. But you must exercise caution. There are certain matters that are best left unexamined," he cautioned. Zhang O nodded in agreement, assuring, "Rest assured, boss. My research will not encounter any issues." Liu Shaojun inquired, "What do you plan to establish the laboratory? Once the location is confirmed, it must be reported to the authorities in Yanjing. Furthermore, it will require monthly safety inspections from relevant national departments." Zhang O appeared perplexed. "Is it really that stringent?" Liu Shaojun sighed. "You must understand that at this juncture, attempting to establish a private P4 laboratory is akin to playing with fire. Were it not for the influence of our superdimensional technology and my substantial background, securing the approval would be uncertain." After pondering this, Zhang O cautiously asked, "Boss, can we not covertly establish the P4 laboratory? According to the standards of the Blue Star world, it may be a P4 laboratory, but to us, it merely constitutes a standard laboratory. Based on the construction standards provided by the system database, there should be no issues." Liu Shaojun waved his hand dismissively. Establishing a P4 laboratory in secrecy is a grave taboo. Liu Shaojun did not indulge in such actions simply because of his formidable strength. Noticing Zhang O's persistent preoccupation with the P4 laboratory, he stated, "Focus on completing the treatment tasks for the two elderly gentlemen for now. We can address other matters later. If any complications arise during the treatment, I will hold you accountable." Zhang O, with a serious expression, nodded, "Boss, you can rest easy. There will be no errors in the treatment." On June 10th, a joint announcement from the United States, Europe, and Huawei proclaimed the formation of a global semiconductor industry alliance, aimed at fostering the healthy growth of the global semiconductor market. The three parties did not disclose the detailed provisions of the alliance, merely informing the world of its establishment. Though the statement from the US, Europe, and Huawei was succinct, the attention and fervor it garnered were unprecedented. Historically, the semiconductor industry had seen the US and Europe as a unified front, making collaboration with Huawei virtually impossible. Despite Huawei's substantial market share in semiconductors, this dynamic had remained unchanged. Yet now, the partnership formed among the three parties was indeed surprising. The media's investigative prowess proved formidable, with the United States United Press International being the first to unveil the news. Hyperdimensional Technology achieved a groundbreaking advancement in lithography machine manufacturing, rendering the notion of Huawei independently producing lithography machines no longer a pipe dream. This was fundamentally the crux of the compromise made by the US and Europe. Subsequently, prominent international media outlets, such as The Times and AFP, began to report on this development. Among these revelations, Hyperdimensional Technology's technological breakthroughs emerged as the pivotal factor facilitating collaboration among the three parties. The New York Times commented, "The strength of Hyperdimensional Technology compelled the US and Europe to opt for partnership with Huawei. Currently, Hyperdimensional Technology has yet to produce a lithography machine, marking this as the opportune moment for collaboration among the three parties." Upon learning of some insider information, The media in the U.S. expressed affirmation regarding this cooperation, primarily out of genuine apprehension. The miracles wrought by superdimensional technology and the strength exhibited were indeed formidable. In contrast, numerous domestic media outlets and netizens, upon understanding the situation, expressed confusion and bewilderment. If superdimensional technology can produce lithography machines, why collaborate with U.S. and European companies? Why not eliminate these companies outright? Over the years, the bullying tactics employed by U.S. and European firms against domestic enterprises have been evident to all. The internet is never devoid of self-proclaimed experts. Many bloggers, perceiving the underlying issues, began to elucidate why the nation and superdimensional technology would consent to collaborate with the U.S. and Europe. The capacity of a bucket to hold water is determined by its shortest plank. Yet it is regrettable and disheartening that the planks constituting the domestic semiconductor industry are alarmingly short. Should we reject collaboration with the U.S. and Europe, domestic semiconductor enterprises would face significant casualties, with nearly 90% of them falling into dire straits. Superdimensional technology stands as a towering tree for domestic semiconductors, embodying the adage that one can find shade beneath a great tree. The proactive collaboration initiated by the U.S. and Europe with our domestic semiconductor industry presents a remarkable opportunity for rapid growth among local enterprises. The analysis and insights provided by this blogger nearly encapsulated the truth. This is also the reason why, following the conclusion of the symposium, executives from companies such as HiSilicon and OmniVision awaited Liu Shaojun's presence, offering him tea in the tea room as a sign of respect. After digesting the analyses from various bloggers, netizens could not help but exhale a sigh. The strength of the U.S. and European semiconductor industries lies in their overall cohesion, while the strength of the domestic semiconductor industry is reliant on the presence of superdimensional technology. Yet, paradoxically, the robustness of a sector is assessed by its collective strength. Many netizens remarked that the current landscape of domestic semiconductors resembles a divine player accompanied by a cadre of mid to low-tier players. Upon returning to Hongqiang from Yanjing, Shaojun brought forth good news. TSMC has agreed to the chip orders, and to ensure timely delivery, TSMC will procure an additional 5nm lithography machine to boost production capacity. This indeed counts as favorable news. The development of the mobile phone now hinges solely on the chip issue. Liu Shaojun poured a cup of tea for Shaojun and remarked, "Notify Jianghai. We can commence pre-launch promotions." Shaojun appeared taken aback, asking, "Is there no prototype?" Liu Shaojun shook his head. Before returning from Yanjing, I inquired with the R&D team. The phone still requires another half-month for refinement. Half a month is not an extensive period. After Shaojun nodded in understanding, he produced a document. The headquarters received approval from Future Bionics Company. A researcher from the subsidiary laboratory wished to be promoted to the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute. Mandel, the head of the trials at Future Bionics, reviewed the researcher's achievements and deemed them highly viable. Liu Shaojun smiled lightly, casually picking up the approval document from Future Bionics and signing his name. He informed Future Bionics that the assessment team from the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute would arrive in London shortly. Shaojun gazed at the signed document in confusion. "Liu, is this not too casual?" "Rest assured, I am well aware," Liu assured. Chapter 207. The script unfolds thus. In London, UK, at the Future Bionics laboratory, the lab head, Gus, entered Jim's independent lab with the approval document issued by headquarters. "Jim, I bring good news at Mr. Mandel's recommendation. Your promotion application has received approval from the parent company." Gus handed the document to the beaming Jim and added, "The expert team from the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute will arrive in London in 10 days. The team will assess your research outcomes in the laboratory." The news of the expert team from the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute visiting Future Bionics spread like wildfire throughout the laboratory. Everyone marveled at Jim's research prowess and was astonished that he had garnered the attention of the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute. "Jim is incredible. When I worked under Mr. Mandel alongside him, I always sensed his exceptional capabilities. I am familiar with Jim's experimental endeavors, which seem to revolve around the regeneration of neural cells. A breakthrough in this area would undoubtedly capture the attention of the parent company." Jim remained indifferent to the comments exchanged among his colleagues. As the workday drew to a close, he hurried home to contact his immediate superior. In a manor situated at the foot of the Alps, Blair felt quite pleased upon receiving Jim's message. He uncorked a bottle of cherished vintage red wine and leisurely began to savor it. At that moment, his personal assistant, Eve Riggs, approached briskly. "Boss, I've already notified firms such as Goldman Sachs and Qualcomm." Blair nodded, draining the contents of his wine glass in one swift motion. After refilling Blair's glass, Eve lowered his voice and inquired, "Boss, should we intercept the expert team from Hyperion Technology Institute?" According to Jim's intelligence, the team would consist of more than 15 members. Blair chuckled and shook his head. "While I recognize the allure of this expert group, we cannot intercept them. Our objective is to facilitate Jim's entry into the Hyperion Technology Institute." Eve then asked, "Should we dispatch someone to track this research team to uncover the hidden location of the Hyperion Technology Institute?" Blair set his wine glass down and replied, "Eve, you underestimate both Hyperion Technology and the young man, Liu Shaojun. Over the past 2 years, countless forces and organizations around the globe have sought the whereabouts of the Hyperion Technology Institute, yet none have succeeded. The fact that they're sending representatives indicates they are unafraid of being followed. Of course, we may monitor them, but this task should not fall to us." Eve immediately grasped the implication and replied, "Boss, I understand. I will inform Mr. Lauder at Goldman Sachs right away." "Very well, go ahead." Upon receiving the message from Blair's personal assistant, Lauder, the head of Goldman Sachs, shook his head. Beside him, his prized disciple, Morse, asked indignantly, "Sir, why would Blair assign such a task to us?" Lauder smiled and replied, "Morse, remain calm. If Blair succeeds, enduring a bit of discomfort is a small price to pay. Do you remember the most important lesson I taught you?" Morse nodded, "Profit above all." Lauder surveyed the New York skyline beneath him and spoke in a measured tone. "As long as the profit is substantial enough, I would even plead with Blair." "Morse, do you know why Goldman Sachs managed to survive the subprime mortgage crisis? It was because we prioritized profit, our own profit. The fate of retail investors is of no concern to us." 10 days passed swiftly. At Future Bionics, even Mandel, who had been immersed in a laboratory, made a rare appearance outside. Standing beside him were Gus and Jim, with Jim undoubtedly taking center stage today. After a few minutes, a group of unremarkable men of varying ages, numbering over 10, entered the Future Bionics laboratory. Following the guidance of his staff, they proceeded to Jim's lab. Without any exchange of words, a researcher from the Hyperion Technology Institute instructed Jim to enter the laboratory for an experiment. Mandel patted Jim's shoulder with a smile, saying, "Jim, seize this opportunity. When I brought you out from Touch Bionics, I knew this day would come." Under the scrutiny of the expert group from the Hyperion Technology Institute, Jim completed the experiment and provided his insights and opinions. Although it was merely a formality, to enhance realism, the expert group posed numerous challenging questions. Despite the members of this group masquerading as ordinary bionic robots, number 019, Zhang O was a scientist in the fields of biology and medicine. After reviewing Jim's submitted research report, Zhang O relayed the necessary questions to the disguised bionic robots. Naturally, the inquiries posed by Zhang O left Jim nearly speechless. It is worth noting that the research report Jim submitted comprised results from Blair's experimental base. To avoid revealing any inconsistencies, Jim had dedicated nearly 6 months to comprehending this report. Had it not been for Jim's considerable understanding, the time required would have been even longer. After several questions, Jim found himself unable to respond, yet the expert group from the Hyperion Technology Institute did not express any frustration. One researcher smiled and remarked, "You possess considerable talent, but you still require refinement." With that, the expert group departed the laboratory. Jim's heart was heavy with disappointment and unease. Mandel and Gus, observing from outside, entered to console him. Mandel looked at his beloved disciple and said, "Jim, you have performed admirably. The expert group informed me before leaving that they would provide you with results tomorrow." Gus remained silent, knowing that Jim would undoubtedly gain entry into the Hyperion Technology Institute. The script was written that way. Later that evening, upon returning home, Jim anxiously retrieved his communicator. Meanwhile, in a manor at the foot of the Alps, Blair sat on the sofa in the living room, quietly awaiting Jim's news. However, after an extended wait, there was still no word. Just as Blair's brow furrowed, the communicator on the table rang. Blair picked it up, only to set it down a few minutes later. Eve, his personal assistant, voiced his concern. "It seems Jim has failed." Blair shook his head, "Not necessarily. Jim performed well enough. Even if he has failed this time, there will be another opportunity." Eve suggested, "Boss, if Jim's advancement fails, I believe we could intercept this group of researchers from Hyperion Technology." Chapter 208, The Plan Can Proceed. Blair promptly rejected his assistant's notion. "Eve, you are thinking too simplistically. Do you think you could trace the arrival of this expert group from Hyperion Technology in London within half an hour?" Upon hearing this, Eve furrowed his brow, bowed slightly, and departed. Blair watched Eve's retreating figure with a faint smile, picking up his wine glass from the table and savoring the red wine slowly. At that moment, the computer screen beside him flickered continuously. Blair tapped the keyboard, and a video call interface appeared. The holographic images of Lauder, the head of Goldman Sachs, and Cristiano Amon, the CEO of Qualcomm, began to materialize before him. Blair smiled and remarked, "Gentlemen, I have yet to receive any good news on my end. What about you?" Lauder shook his head. "I have nothing either." Cristiano Amon stated, "I have already negotiated with ASML CEO, Bionic. Bionic informed me that ASML might be willing to exchange a lithography machine for the licensing of Hyperion Technology's light source technology." Blair replied dismissively, "While a lithography machine may seem impressive to the outside world, to ASML, it is merely a tradable commodity. Inform Bionic that Hyperion Technology's light source technology is one of our targets, and the cost of a lithography machine is not exorbitant." After nodding in agreement, Cristiano Amon inquired, "Blair, do you have confidence in cracking Hyperion Technology's light source technology? I know my skepticism may discomfort you, but you understand the strength of the Hyperion Technology Institute. Since its inception, none of the products released by Hyperion Technology have been deciphered. The military and research teams from companies like Google, Apple, and Microsoft have yet to dismantle a single virtual brain-machine interface. The confidentiality measures surrounding Hyperion Technology's products have left researchers worldwide feeling quite vexed." Ludell, the head of Goldman Sachs, could not help but inquire, "Blair, I am aware of your capabilities, yet Hyperdimensional Technology is an exceptionally enigmatic company. You must not be negligent." Blair replied with a smile, "My dear friends, rest assured." However, once he terminated the video call, the smile vanished from his face. At that moment, his personal assistant, Eve, returned. "Boss, I have failed. The expert group from Hyperdimensional Technology seems to have materialized out of thin air in London." Blair maintained a calm demeanor as he responded, "This is precisely why I asserted that your thinking is overly simplistic. This expert group may appear from nowhere, but it will also vanish into thin air. Just as our personnel travel to the United States and other nations, employing various fabricated identities to deceive." Blair turned to Eve, who wore a troubled expression, and said, "Eve, you must remain composed. Jim's path to promotion has not been entirely severed. We still have hope. Even if Jim were to fail, we shall have another opportunity." After 2 consecutive defeats, Blair reflected on his actions over the past year and ultimately concluded that he had been too hasty. This time, he constantly reminded himself to be vigilant, to avoid impatience, and to refrain from making further missteps. At the laboratory of future bionics, Jim, having endured a sleepless night, arrived at work bearing dark circles under his eyes. Upon entering the lab, the head of the facility, Gus, called him over. "Jim, I bring you good news. You have successfully entered the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute." Jim stood frozen in disbelief before excitedly asking, "Mr. Gus, are you certain?" Gus nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, your performance has captivated the expert group at Hyperdimensional Technology. However, upon your entry into the Research Institute, you will first need to work in the external department for a while. Once you have matured enough to compensate for yesterday's shortcomings, you may truly enter the core Research Institute and participate in research work." Gus concluded, "If you agree to this arrangement, you shall accompany the expert group members to the Research Institute in 2 days." Without hesitation, Jim replied, "I agree. I accept this arrangement." Gus smiled, "Excellent. You have 2 days to manage matters at the lab in your home." Overcome with excitement, Jim gave little thought and promptly left the lab to return home. He immediately shared this news with Blair. However, Blair was not as elated as Jim had anticipated. "Jim, you performed admirably this time. The promised reward will be provided to you tomorrow. Once you enter the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute, do not contact me for 6 months." Jim nodded in agreement. "Boss, rest assured, I know what to do." At the estate at the foot of the Alps, Blair turned to Eve and inquired, "The tracker implanted in Jim's tooth can now be activated." "Understood." 2 days slipped by unnoticed, and under Gus's guidance, Jim arrived at the villa where the expert group from Hyperdimensional Technology resided. Upon seeing Jim, the members of the expert group greeted him with smiles before ushering him into a vehicle headed for the dock to board a boat. Throughout the journey, Jim felt far from bored, as the members of the expert group shared the regulations he must adhere to upon entering the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute. Eager to excel as an undercover operative, Jim listened intently. As he stood by the window, gazing at the surging waves of the sea, he could not help but ask, "Is the base of the Technology Institute located in the Atlantic?" One of the expert group members replied with a smile, "Indeed, our research branch's base is situated in the Atlantic." Afterward, the member handed Jim a glass of juice. Jim took a sip and continued to inquire, "How long will our journey to the branch base take?" "That I cannot disclose to you." Jim intended to press further, but suddenly he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. In the next instant, the expert group members, who had been resting in their respective rooms, all appeared. Quickly, proceed with his modification, but be sure not to damage the tracker in his tooth. Understood. At the estate at the foot of the Alps, Blair observed the images displayed on the computer screen. His brow furrowing, Eve expressed his astonishment. The Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute is actually located in the Atlantic. The Atlantic, as Europe's backyard, has been thoroughly developed by various families and factions. Its climate is not as harsh as that of the Pacific, and thus, the majority of its islands have been explored by human means. Consequently, it is difficult for me to believe that the Research Institute would conceal itself in the Atlantic. Blair replied, if we can hide our experimental base in the Atlantic, then hyperdimensional technology can undoubtedly do the same. Upon hearing this, Eve had no further arguments. Indeed, it is not just hyperdimensional technology and Eve. Many secretive organizations have established clandestine bases on various islands within the Atlantic. In Hong City, at Hyperdimensional Technology, the AI named Xiaoi chimed in cheerfully. Master, Jim's modification is complete. The plan can now be executed. In response to Xiaoi's reminder, Shaojun paused his work and inquired, where are Jim and the others currently located? As soon as he finished speaking, a three-dimensional map projection materialized. On the surface of the Atlantic, a red dot moved swiftly. This red dot represented the yacht carrying the bionic robot and Jim. The map also displayed several green dots, which held intriguing implications. Over the past 2 years, leveraging Xiaoi's assistance, Shaojun had infiltrated numerous organizations and factions databases. From these databases, he obtained a wealth of highly classified information, with the most significant data coming from the French official data center. Among this classified material was a document detailing the experimental bases of several factions across Europe. These bases were well concealed, yet they were uncovered during investigations by the French authorities. However, due to the considerable power wielded by these factions, the French officials were cautious in their approach. Now that Shaojun had obtained the locations of these experimental bases, he certainly intended to exploit this information. The method of utilization was rather straightforward. Blair had always been eager to uncover the whereabouts of the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute, and Shaojun was not one to be stingy. Since Blair was curious, he would simply inform him. You claim these experimental bases are not part of the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute? Just because you say they are not, does not make it so. As long as Blair believes they are, then they must indeed be the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute. Shaojun observed the numerous experimental bases on the screen, deliberating which one to select. He turned to Xiaoi, who was beside him, and asked, Xiaoi, which one do you think is the best choice? Xiaoi tilted her head thoughtfully for a moment before pointing to one of the light points and saying, Master, I believe this one is quite promising. And the reason? This laboratory belongs to a top-secret facility of the Habsburg family, and according to my investigations, is not meant to see the light of day. Upon hearing this, Shaojun's eyes lit up. The Habsburg family is one of the 10 prominent families in Europe and one of the oldest, having risen to prominence as a powerful family in the 11th century. Today, the Habsburg family remains largely hidden, yet its comprehensive strength undoubtedly ranks among the top 3. Furthermore, the critical aspect is that this experimental base is not meant to be exposed. Should Blair succumb to temptation and act against this experimental base, it would indeed be a grand spectacle. Shaojun exclaimed with delight, we shall select this experimental base. Notify the bionic robot to have Jim infiltrate this facility. Xiaoi promptly replied, Master, it may not be feasible just yet. According to my satellite observations, this experimental base is nearly impenetrable. However, every 6 months, this base undergoes a resupply of resources. Additionally, a confidential report I intercepted reveals that a contingent of researchers will enter the experimental facility in 3 days. Shaojun remarked with a smile, let us revisit this matter in 3 days. For now, let the bionic robot and Jim drift upon the sea. At the manor nestled at the foot of the Alps, Blair felt no boredom. He remained intently focused on Jim's movements. Eve, nearby, held a tablet, occasionally glancing at the surveillance screen before adjusting the device in his hand. Boss, based on the vessel's course, it is highly probable that the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute is concealed on an island near Antarctica, Eve continued. The vicinity around Nanji Island has not been thoroughly explored due to international treaties. If the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute is indeed hidden in this area, locating it may prove quite challenging. Blair furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss yet unable to articulate what exactly felt wrong. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, is there a possibility that the tracker embedded in Jim's teeth could be discovered? Eve replied, unlikely. to ensure the utmost security of our plan. The tracker installed in Jim's teeth is a recent innovation from the experimental base. It is crafted from a special material that metal detectors cannot detect. Furthermore, due to the unique nature of its location, it is quite difficult to uncover. Even Jim is unaware of the tracker concealed within her teeth. After a moment of contemplation, Blair stated, "From this moment forth, all means of communication with Jim must be severed, aside from the tracker." Eve nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, boss, I understand." Despite Blair's meticulous caution, he could never fathom that Jim had already betrayed them. No, it would be more accurate to say that Jim had transformed into a bionic robot. Ever since the emergence of Shaojun, certain advanced bionic robots have possessed the capability to convert ordinary individuals into their kind. With the advent of bionic robot number 019, Zhang-O, this capability has become even more enigmatic. Presently, after her modification, Jim had divulged everything, down to the color of her daily attire. One bionic robot patted Jim on the shoulder and said, "The task assigned by the boss is straightforward. Infiltrate the target laboratory and continue to serve as Blair's undercover agent." Jim replied earnestly, "Rest assured, I will not disappoint the boss." The bionic robot smiled with satisfaction. "We have one day left to reach our destination. Upon arrival, someone will assist you, and a fellow bionic robot will help resolve any identity issues." Jim nodded, indicating her understanding. 3 days later, in a strait somewhere near Antarctica in the Atlantic Ocean, a colossal ship was sailing. Inside the captain's quarters, a tall man was peering through binoculars, surveying the surrounding waters. At that moment, a crew member at the control station reported, "Captain, we have detected an unidentified vessel 30 nautical miles ahead in the ship's path." The tall man furrowed his brow and commanded, "Deploy a helicopter to investigate the situation. Instruct the helicopter team to proceed with caution." "Understood." Half an hour later, the voice of the helicopter team leader crackled over the intercom. "Captain, initial assessments indicate that the vessel is abandoned." "Abandoned?" The tall man's expression turned pensive. After a moment of deliberation, he ordered, "Send a team aboard to investigate and report any findings immediately." Another half hour passed, and the helicopter team relayed their confirmation. It was indeed an abandoned ship. The tall man instructed the helicopter team to return. An hour later, the massive ship arrived near the derelict vessel. The tall man scrutinized the area through his binoculars for an extended period but detected no anomalies. However, for the sake of precaution, he issued the command, "Since this is an abandoned ship, let it rest eternally in the depths of the Atlantic." Chapter 210. The upcoming product launch. Following the captain's orders, a small boat was lowered from the ship. On board, several men in black carried rocket launchers. Moments later, amidst the sounds of explosions, the yacht floating on the sea was reduced to ruins and sank beneath the waves. In the captain's quarters, the tall man personally observed the yacht's gradual descent before lowering his binoculars. "Increase speed. We must reach the base before nightfall." With that command, the enormous ship surged forward. Within the cabin where the helicopter team members were resting, those who had just returned from their mission began to awaken when the surroundings fell silent. Among them was Jim, though at that moment, she donned a high-tech human mask. A bionic robot assigned to protect Jim retrieved a communicator from a backpack. Shortly thereafter, the bionic robot raised its head and addressed the others. "The boss's directive is for us to also infiltrate the Habsburg family's base. The new plan will be sent to us once we enter the facility." All bionic robots, including Jim, voiced no objections. For them, Liu Shaojun's commands were akin to divine decrees, to which they must adhere unconditionally. As time elapsed, around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the ship gradually docked near an island. Due to the absence of a port on the island, all goods and personnel had to be ferried ashore by small boats. Thus, it was not until the depths of night that the concealed bionic robots and Jim finally set foot on the island. After undergoing a series of rigorous inspections, they entered the underground base on the island. Meanwhile, far away at the manor at the foot of the Alps, Blair and Eve observed the disappearance of Jim from the map without surprise. In fact, if the signal had not vanished, they would have found it suspicious. In reality, the tracking signal had ceased as soon as Jim boarded the cruise ship. Private Assistant Eve scrutinized the map, furrowing his brow. "Boss, the expanse of this maritime region is vast. Searching for the location of the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute will be exceedingly difficult." Blair shook his head. "There is no need for search. In 6 months, when Jim re-establishes contact with us, we will ascertain the precise location." Eve expressed his concern. "Could Jim betray us?" Blair chuckled. "No, this batch of recruits was personally trained by me. They have been by my side since childhood. Their loyalty is assured." Upon hearing this, Eve ceased further argument. Rather than loyalty, it could be said that Jim harbored leverage over Blair. Blair picked up his phone and dialed Roddle's number. Uncle Roddle, my people have successfully infiltrated the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute. The remaining plans can now be executed. Roddle's voice on the other end was cheerful. Blair, don't you find that this plan has proceeded rather smoothly? Blair frowned. Smoothly? I have prepared for nearly a year for this plan. Roddle's astonishment was palpable. You have been preparing for such a long time? No wonder. You can rest assured. I will cooperate with your plan from my end. In Hongcheng, Lu Shaojun reclined on the sofa and inquired of Xiao Yi, is there a way to control the network system of this base? Xiao Yi shook her head, Master. Not at this moment. The Habsburg family's base has stringent detection measures. I can infiltrate it discreetly, but to gain control is currently unfeasible. Lu Shaojun's brow furrowed. Not feasible yet? With your level of advancement, that should not be the case. Xiao Yi nodded. There are numerous experts within this base. This plan is crucial for you. Master, so we must exercise caution. Lu Shaojun, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of surprise. It appears that the Habsburg family, with its lineage spanning over a millennium, wields a rather formidable influence. However, this has no bearing on Lu Shaojun. Ultimately, it will be Blair who finds himself in a predicament. At this moment, a knock at the door interrupts. Chun Xiao enters, bearing several documents. Mr. Liu, you need to review the sales report for new energy vehicles in Europe. Superdimension new energy vehicles have been on the market for 4 days now, and the sales have been exceptionally robust. Unfortunately, European customers are lamenting the unavailability of hover cars. Not just the European clientele. Ever since hover cars made their debut in the 5 cities of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and Hong Kong, their popularity has surged day by day. Over 100,000 hover cars have been sold and pre-sold, exceeding a staggering 200,000 units. This is indeed quite alarming. It's worth noting that this figure is limited to the aforementioned 5 cities. Upon glancing at the sales figures in Europe, Lu Shaojun set the report aside. Xiao, have all the executives been notified? They're already waiting in the conference room. Very well, let us proceed to the meeting. Superdimension Technology has been strategizing its entry into the mobile phone market for over 6 months. In fact, when Lu Shaojun laid the groundwork for the semiconductor industry last year, he had already begun contemplating the launch of mobile phone products this year. On June 30th, a piece of news from Superdimension Technology ignited a frenzy across global media and the internet. The summer product launch event is scheduled for July 15th in Hong City. Most notably, the announcement was accompanied by a promotional poster that subtly revealed the outline of the phone. This revelation sent both the media and Superdimension's fans into a state of excitement. Since the beginning of 2024, discussions surrounding Superdimension's mobile phones have pervaded the online sphere, with a plethora of rumors emerging. Superdimension Technology neither confirmed nor denied these speculations, leading everyone to understand that the company is indeed planning a mobile phone project. However, the timeline for when these products will be unveiled to the public remains uncertain. According to industry insiders, Superdimension's mobile chip manufacturing partner is TSMC, which has reportedly stated that the demands for Superdimension's chips are exceedingly high, with deliveries expected only by the end of the year. Yet, unexpectedly, the mobile phone launch event is approaching rapidly. The external excitement mirrors the fervor within Superdimension Technology itself. Naturally, the employees are not buzzing in anticipation of the launch event, but rather due to the imminent completion of the Mobius Ring headquarters. This headquarters has been a long-anticipated project. The company's executives have decided that, starting from July 1st, various departments can begin to relocate to the new headquarters. The summer product launch event will also take place within the headquarters. At this moment, Lu Shaojun is inspecting the Mobius Ring headquarters. Although the building is not yet fully completed, parts of it are ready for use. Lu Shaojun's focus is not on the other structures, but rather on the landscaping of the surrounding garden. Chapter 211. What nonsense is this? The budget for the Mobius Ring headquarters garden exceeds $1.2 billion. The purpose of this garden is to provide a space for employees to relax and unwind. Within the garden, there are not only ornamental trees and flowers, but also a plethora of fruit trees. At the center lies a small lake, spanning 20 acres, connected by dozens of artificial streams that weave throughout the garden. In July, the flowers are in full bloom, competing for attention. Observing the beautiful scenery, Lu Shaojun nods in satisfaction. The expenditure is justified. Sitting in a pavilion, gazing at the lotus flowers in the lake, he inquires, how is the venue set up for the launch event? Chun Xiao replies affirmatively. It's all arranged. Then let's take a look. The launch event on the 15th marks the debut of Superdimension Technology's mobile phone, as well as the unveiling of the headquarters. During the later stages of the headquarters construction, special bionic robots, such as Zhuo Pingyun, joined the workforce. The building's design inherently possesses a unique sci-fi aesthetic, and with the bionic robot's involvement, the internal details continuously showcase a captivating, futuristic charm. As one of the designers of the headquarters, Shaojun has developed a deep fondness for it. As Superdimension prepares for its relocation, media representative station in Hong City are also making their moves. Although the headquarters is still under construction, the surrounding streets are beginning to bustle with activity. Reports indicate that due to the establishment of Superdimension's headquarters, property prices in this area have risen consecutively for 18 months. If trends continue, this street will likely boast the highest property prices in Hong City. With new arrivals, there are also departures. The soaring property prices have forced many small companies to vacate the area, as the operational costs have become prohibitive. In recent years, Hong City has experienced rapid development, continually attracting talent and capital. However, simultaneously, many enterprises have opted to leave. The rising operational costs have become untenable. Superdimension Technology offers generous benefits, high salaries, and a workforce with strong purchasing power. Coupled with skyrocketing property prices, many companies have no choice but to relocate. After departing from the Mobius Ring headquarters, Shaojun does not return to the company, but instead heads to the Superdimension Technology Research Institute's base. This base has been expanding and improving steadily over the past year. His visit today serves two purposes: to set up biological therapy equipment and to gain insights into the progress of the mobile phone project. Ever since Shaojun returned from Yanjing, he has been eager to utilize the biological therapy equipment acquired, as it would enable the bionic robot number 19, Zhang-O, to treat his grandfather and granduncle. However, the equipment is rather substantial, and the initially designated space proved inadequate, resulting in delays until now. After positioning the equipment, Shaojun sought out Zhang-O. The two elders will arrive in Hong City in 5 days. Have you finalized the treatment plan? Zhang-O presented a document. Boss, the preliminary treatment plan is ready, but the second phase will depend on the results from the first phase. Shaojun furrowed his brow and asked, what is the success rate for the first phase? Is it at least 70%? Zhang-O quickly replied, Boss, what are you joking about? The success rate is guaranteed to be 100%. Shaojun chuckled and said, that's good to hear. After leaving Zhang-O's laboratory, Shaojun proceeded to the mobile phone project development department. At that moment, bionic robot number 015, Qin Feng, was leading a team to optimize the mobile phone's performance. After experimenting with the phone for a while, Shaojun inquired, Qin Feng, how is the development of the Android-compatible operating system progressing? Qin Feng handed Shaojun a hard drive. Boss, it's ready. You just need to insert the artificial intelligence seed to activate it. Shaojun then asked, how is the collaboration with the three companies, Xiaomi, Oppo, and Vivo, proceeding? Qin Feng sighed and said helplessly, Boss, I was just about to discuss this with you. The foundational systems of these three companies are solid, especially Xiaomi's, which can be easily adapted to our iOS operating system without major modifications. However, the engineers from these companies, upon seeing our iOS operating system, have all decided to rewrite the code from scratch. Hearing this, Shaojun shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, if they want to rewrite the code, that's their prerogative. Let them be. Qin Feng chuckled bitterly. The engineers from these three companies are hoping that we can provide them with some assistance. Shaojun stated directly, I refuse to collaborate in this regard. Superdimensional Technology has specially developed an open operating system, WOS, which is already quite commendable. The companies Me, OV, and others are desperately hoping to have their engineers assist them with their own mobile systems. One absurdity. On July 11th, at the Hongqing Military Airport, a passenger plane gradually descended onto the runway. By the runway, Shaojun and his elder brother, Liu Yuxuan, along with a multitude of high-ranking officers, awaited the arrival of the two venerable elders. These two old gentlemen, having emerged from the battlefield, had come to Hongqiang for medical treatment, and both Yanjing and Gan Province were taking no chances. After the customary meetings and exchanges with the local personnel, Liu Yuxuan and Shaojun found it rather dull and stepped out of the room. Liu Yuxuan quietly inquired, Shaojun, do you have confidence? You must understand. These two elders are of paramount importance to our family. Shaojun patted his elder brother's shoulder and smiled. Rest assured, brother, everything will be fine. Liu Yuxuan nodded with a smile. Indeed, your superdimensional technology has created numerous miracles. Subsequently, Liu Yuxuan's tone turned somewhat serious and earnest. Currently, all eyes within the Yanjing circle are focused on Hongqiang. If the treatment for the two elders proves successful, you will undoubtedly become the talk of the town in Yanjing. To this, Shaojun replied nonchalantly, we shall see. If the two families maintain a good relationship and the other party pays a certain price to assist in treating their elder, it would not be out of the question. Everything revolves around interests. We all navigate within the same circle. How could there be a free lunch? Time slipped away unnoticed, and the date for the Superdimensional Technology summer product launch drew ever closer. However, during these days, Shaojun rarely had the chance to rest, accompanying the two elders in exploring Gan Province. This province, steeped in revolutionary history, was the birthplace of dreams for the two venerable gentlemen. After returning from Luling, the date for the product launch arrived. The eyes of the world converged on Hongqiang. The smartphone, as an intelligent product, undoubtedly embodies the research and development prowess of a company. Chapter 212. The disparity is vast. On July 15th, around 3 p.m., the entrance of Superdimensional Technology's Mobius Ring headquarters was opened. This product launch was unlike any before. In addition to invited industry insiders and guests, ordinary users were also in attendance. Once Superdimensional Technology announced that fans could participate in the event, the number of online registrations surged. By July 5th, over 3 million users had signed up, eager to enter the Mobius Ring headquarters. Ultimately, Superdimensional Technology randomly selected 3,000 fortunate users. These lucky individuals were granted early access to the headquarters 3 hours prior to the event. During this time, except for areas related to business and those still under construction, users were allowed to explore and take photographs. For those visiting the Mobius Ring headquarters for the first time, entering felt akin to stepping into a realm of science fiction. The virtual world and artificial intelligence seemed to be synonymous with the Mobius Ring. Here, one could profoundly experience the allure of the virtual realm. Presently, after 2 years of development, the virtual world had matured considerably. Especially following the introduction of external services, it exhibited a thriving dynamic. Just as Shaojun had previously remarked, the relationship between the virtual world and the internet was decidedly anomalous, yet this very anomaly allowed the virtual world to permeate human life. After touring the headquarters, the 3,000 invited users proceeded to the dining area. Although all departments of Superdimensional Technology had yet to relocate, the cafeteria was already operational. The 3,000 invited users, like the employees, could enjoy breakfast, lunch, and dinner free of charge. As long as there was no waste, they could eat to their heart's content. Superdimensional Technology was financially robust and highly profitable. Thus, the employee meals were naturally of the highest standard. A dazzling array of dishes, encompassing all 8 major cuisines, could be found here. In fact, in a corner of the cafeteria, special dining areas featuring hot pot, iron pot stews, and barbecues were set up. However, due to their immense popularity, reservations were required to secure a spot. Seated at the dining table, several invited users, savoring fresh grilled steak, were nearly brought to tears. As working individuals, they marveled at the exceptional benefits offered by Superdimensional Technology. Free steak? How utterly outrageous! The headquarters of Superdimensional Technology was truly magnificent. Dining here allowed one to enjoy the scenic view of the garden. It was a pity that the garden was exclusively accessible to employees of Superdimensional Technology. Otherwise, they would have loved to explore it, having heard that the artificial lake within permitted employees to fish. Truly, the disparities among people can be infuriating. After finishing dinner, the 3,000 invited users, without needing any reminders, conscientiously made their way toward the conference hall. This hall was situated alongside the garden enveloped by the Mobius Ring. It was a multifunctional and adaptable space, capable of accommodating up to 10,000 attendees. However, for this product launch, the total number of invitees did not exceed 6,000. Thus, it was more than sufficient. At 6 p.m., the launch commenced punctually. Amidst applause, Shaojun ascended the stage. Welcome, everyone. This product launch is being held at our new headquarters, which carries a clear symbolism. Superdimensional Technology is embarking on a new chapter, and undoubtedly, smartphones will be an inescapable topic within this chapter. 2 years ago, when Superdimensional Technology was established, we launched our first product, the Virtual Brain-Machine Interface. In the following 2 years, this product transformed the entire world. Today, we are prepared to introduce our smartphone, with our ambition also aimed at changing the world. I am confident that the superdimensional smartphone is destined to usher in a new era, much like its predecessor, the Virtual Brain-Machine Interface. Frankly speaking, had these words not been uttered by Shaojun, the CEO of Superdimensional Technology, the guests and the audience watching the live stream would have been inclined to scoff. Such braggadocio must be moderated. Nonetheless, regrettably for the skeptics, when it comes to superdimensional technology, promises made are promises kept. On stage, Shaojun continued with a smile. During today's launch, I will primarily introduce several core components and technologies of the superdimensional smartphone. For instance, the chip, operating system, and mobile tuning, among others. Let us begin with the chip, as this is likely the most pressing concern for both industry insiders and users. In most people's understanding, the chip typically refers to the CPU. This notion stems from the traditional PC era, where computer cases had ample space, and each module was independently housed. The CPU, graphics card, and network card were all neatly arranged. However, in the age of smartphones, all functionalities must be compressed into a compact space, leading to a monumental shift in chip design, transforming from a singular processor to a system-on-chip, SoC. Shaojun paced back and forth on stage, stating, "As you all know, artificial intelligence is synonymous with superdimensional technology. When our research team was developing the chip, they endeavored to integrate artificial intelligence with the chip. The industry guests on stage and those watching the live stream furrowed their brows. Combining chips with artificial intelligence? What sort of innovation is this?" Just as the audience anticipated Shaojun to clarify, he seemingly brushed past this point without a care. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the research team, the chip was successfully developed and named the S-Series chip by Hyperdimensional Technology. The first-generation superdimensional chip, S1, utilized a 7nm manufacturing process, featuring an 8-core central processing unit, 4 performance cores, and 4 efficiency cores. Additionally, it boasted an 8-core graphics processor and a 24-core neural network engine. Upon hearing these specifications, industry insiders widened their eyes in astonishment. The 7nm manufacturing process allowed the chip's core processor to outperform the 5nm A15 bionic processor significantly. As Kyuk watched the live broadcast, his brow furrowed in concentration. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. This was because Shaojun was comparing the S1 chip with the A15. According to our professional team's assessments, the overall performance of the S1 chip should be approximately 64 times that of the A15 bionic processor. In Geekbench benchmark tests, the S1 processor achieved a single core score of 5,012 and a multi-core score of 17,038. Incredible. Unbelievable. Are you certain this data is not fabricated? Many industry insiders found it hard to believe. The A-series chips from Apple are renowned as the most formidable type of chip in smartphones. The A15 bionic processor, being Apple's latest generation chip, boasts a single core score of 1721 and a multi-core score of 4,865. Yet, when compared to the Hyperdimensional Technology's S1 chip, the disparity is staggering. Overwhelmingly vast. Many began to suspect that if Shaojun was not lying, the overall performance of the S1 was indeed more than 64 times that of the A15. Standing confidently on stage, Shaojun declared, "The parameters I have presented will be verifiable once the phone is released. If the difference exceeds 10%, Hyperdimensional Technology will assume full responsibility." Chapter 213. Such operations? Shaojun's confident words resonated throughout the audience of industry professionals and invited users, leaving them utterly astonished. Such outrageous data, coupled with Hyperdimensional Technology's audacious guarantee, undeniably showcased their formidable capabilities. In presenting the S1 chip, Shaojun not only discussed key parameters, but also highlighted several data points of considerable interest to users, such as the phone's battery life optimization. Nowadays, smartphone batteries are increasingly capacious, yet the actual endurance often leaves much to be desired. Many users perceive their phones to have ample battery life, a phenomenon primarily attributable to the high-capacity batteries. To address this, Hyperdimensional Technology's S1 chip will scientifically and precisely control battery output. Under this meticulous control, the phone's performance will remain wholly unaffected. When this selling point was revealed, neither industry insiders nor the general audience were particularly surprised. Strictly speaking, Hyperdimensional Technology's first product should be the Hyperdimensional Intelligent Control software, which reduces phone overheating and optimizes battery performance. Still a must-have for Android devices today. Battery life optimization is a simple task for Hyperdimensional Technology. Having concluded the discussion on the phone's chip, the next focal point was the operating system. If the phone's chip serves as its brain, then the operating system is its very soul. A smartphone equipped solely with top-tier hardware, devoid of a competent operating system, is little more than a mere brick. Traditionally, an exemplary operating system must exhibit several attributes. Foremost among them is stability. Stability is the fundamental requirement for any mobile operating system. No crashes, no bugs, no breakdowns. Regrettably, even the current best iOS system is riddled with numerous issues and bugs. Following stability, the next critical aspect is privacy. In the wake of the global mobile internet surge, smartphones have become indispensable to human life. In this interconnected world, the absence of a smartphone might render one estranged from humanity. Therefore, it is imperative that the operating system safeguards user privacy effectively. Lastly, there's fluidity. Fluidity is the highest praise for an operating system. From the user's perspective, the assessment of an operating system's quality is largely based on its smoothness. This fluidity encompasses not just response speed, but also animation effects, system optimization, and user interaction. The three advantages of the operating system that Liu Shaojun articulated are well recognized by both industry professionals and users alike. The invited guests and users in the audience eagerly gazed upon Liu Shaojun on stage. Since Liu Shaojun had emphasized these three aspects, it was evident that Hyperdimensional Technology's operating system must have made significant breakthroughs in these areas. During the golden age of operating system development, numerous systems emerged, yet only two have endured: Android and iOS. Analyzing these two, iOS seamlessly integrates stability, privacy, and fluidity, while Android has invested considerable effort into playability and expandability. Catering to user needs, Liu Shaojun paced back and forth, stating, "When we initially decided to develop our own operating system, I posed a singular requirement to the development team. The operating system must be sufficiently intelligent." At this moment, both the guests and many industry professionals tuning into the live stream were filled with curiosity. Since the beginning of the conference, Liu Shaojun had mentioned intelligence twice. The first was the integration of chips with artificial intelligence, and this was the second. This underscores Liu Shaojun's profound emphasis on artificial intelligence. It is widely recognized as one of the keys to the fourth industrial revolution. In the future, smartphones will undoubtedly evolve in the direction of artificial intelligence. However, it is unfortunate that one cannot merely will artificial intelligence into existence. Hyperdimensional technology is undeniably a leading player in the field of artificial intelligence. Consequently, everyone eagerly anticipates the remarkable synergy that will arise from the fusion of artificial intelligence and smartphones. The operating system developed by our research team is an entirely new entity, distinct from all existing operating systems worldwide, utilizing a different programming language. Interestingly, our Hyperdimensional Technology's AOS operating system is compatible with other systems, including iOS. This revelation left many momentarily stunned. What manner of operation is this? An operating system that can interface with others? It is well known that different operating systems likely employ disparate programming languages. To put another way, if we liken the AOS system to a person, that individual would be fluent in every foreign language. Absurd. Truly, it is absurd to the extreme. In the ensuing time, Liu Shaojun provided a comprehensive introduction to the AOS system. As a smartphone user, perhaps the most critical aspect is the operating memory. In this regard, our AOS employs a unique task mode. In traditional task modes, when an app runs, it occupies a certain amount of memory that is linear and immovable. However, in the AOS system, when an app is set to run, it is segmented into several modules, which then enter a running pool. The AOS system's running pool resembles a circular 32-layer magic cube, where the segmented app modules are allocated to each small block of the cube. The system's artificial intelligence accurately calculates the resources required to run the app. Specific operational modes can be explored further in the materials available for download from Hyperdimensional Technology after the conference. This unprecedented operational mode astonished everyone. Beyond the running mode, the dynamic storage space mode was equally remarkable. For instance, many current smartphones calculate their operating memory and storage memory separately, such as 8 GB RAM and 128 GB storage. However, in hyperdimensional smartphones, if your operating memory is insufficient, you can borrow from your storage memory to fulfill operational requirements. Up to 10 GB can be borrowed. For example, if you have 128 GB of storage, you can borrow 128 GB to act as operating memory, resulting in a total of 208 GB of operating memory. This is simply astonishing. Such an operation, deemed impossible by industry insiders, has been realized by Hyperdimensional Technology. The invited users in the audience could not contain their excitement, exclaiming in amazement. The official live stream was inundated with comments of admiration and astonishment. On stage, Liu Shaojun continued to elucidate the AOS system, leaving many attendees with a sense of bewilderment. The AOS system from Shaojun Technology appeared rather chaotic. Indeed, it was chaotic, just as confusion began to mount among the audience. A single statement from Liu Shaojun jolted everyone back to reality. The role of artificial intelligence within the AOS system is to transform the mundane into the extraordinary. Instantly, industry insiders grasped the essence. The operational logic of the AOS system was not chaotic, but exceedingly complex. Typical operating kernels struggle to achieve such a level of complexity. Yet artificial intelligence navigates it with ease. Chapter 214. A transparent phone. In stark contrast to the product launch events of smartphone giants like Apple, Samsung, and Xiaomi, Huawei Technology's presentation placed a greater emphasis on technological interpretation. Even Liu Shaojun only briefly mentioned the camera features that other smartphone manufacturers tend to boast about, stating that, in his view, no matter how perfect the smartphone camera may be, its limitations remain glaring. Claims of capturing the moon, he remarked, were merely superfluous. During the subsequent part of the conference, Liu Shaojun highlighted two key features. The first was battery longevity. The graphene battery technology represents a mature innovation from Huawei Technology. Through seamless collaboration between the smartphone research team and the graphene team, they developed a battery specifically for mobile devices. The battery capacity of the Huawei phone stands at 4,500 mAh, which may seem modest compared to current Android flagships. However, under the auspices of the S1 chip and AOS system tuning, the endurance reaches an astonishing 72 hours. Charging speed has been a significant competitive arena for smartphone products in recent years, with 120W super-fast charging becoming standard among flagship models. Yet for the graphene battery, achieving a full charge takes merely 5 minutes. Instantly, the auditorium erupted into thunderous applause. A mere 5 minutes of charging for 72 hours of usage. Such statistics are truly astounding. Huawei Technology is indeed remarkable. In addition to battery longevity, the previously unintroduced phone finally made its debut. It appeared as an unremarkable slab. Yet the more one gazed at it, the more something felt amiss. Where was the camera? Could it possibly be an under-display camera? Observing the Huawei phone in his hand, Liu Shaojun remarked with a smile, I imagine many of you might find this phone rather ordinary in design, perhaps even somewhat unattractive. Personally, I too find it aesthetically lacking. So why adopt such a design? He advised the audience not to blink. At that moment, invited guests, users, and online viewers were all on high alert, intently focused on the device in Liu Shaojun's hand. He tapped the screen, and gradually, the phone became transparent, as it became clear enough to see his hand through it. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. The barrage of comments in the live stream exploded. A transparent phone? How did it become transparent? What am I witnessing? Could this be magic? As the phone in Liu Shaojun's hand vanished, nearly everyone lost their composure. Standing on stage, Liu Shaojun chuckled. There is no need for astonishment. The realization of transparent materials is not a fantastical notion. This Huawei phone is crafted from our self-developed transparent material. Its transparency can be adjusted at will. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of all, the phone reverted to its original form, and its degree of transparency became increasingly elusive under Liu Shaojun's manipulation. The applause in the auditorium served as the most vivid expression of their collective astonishment. A transparent phone, once confined to the realm of science fiction, had materialized in reality. Anyone would be exhilarated by such a revelation. The executives within Huawei Technology reacted similarly to the invited guests and users upon witnessing the transparent phone for the first time. While the audience remained captivated by the shock of the transparent device, the conference continued. With the phone now unveiled, it became evident that the Huawei phone lacked a front-facing camera. Indeed, the audience had not erred. The Huawei Technology Research Institute team had achieved a true full-screen experience. For Huawei Technology, realizing an under-display camera was remarkably straightforward. Many industry insiders present, as well as those watching the live stream, couldn't help but smirk at the audacity of such claims. Was this even plausible? Over the years, as the demand for aesthetic appeal in smartphones has surged, the pursuit of genuine full-screen displays and under-display cameras has become the holy grail for various manufacturers. The front-facing camera is a crucial component of smartphones, essential for photography, video calls, live streaming, and more. Yet, the challenge of seamlessly integrating the camera into the display has driven countless engineers and designers to the brink of madness. Now, with the launch of Huawei Technology's first-generation phone, they had unveiled a game-changer. Truly, it was a feat hard to contest. On stage, Liu Shaojun spoke with buoyancy. The first-generation Huawei phone comes in two screen sizes, 6.1 inches and 6.7 inches. The 6.1 inch model features a battery capacity of 4,500 mAh with a thickness of just 4.8 millimeters and a weight of only 142 grams. The 6.7 inch model boasts a battery capacity of 5,100 mAh, a thickness of 5.1 millimeters, and a weight of 150 grams. What? The 3,000 invited users widened their eyes in disbelief. many industry professionals also gaping in astonishment. A journalist from Europe and America exclaimed, "Such large screen sizes and battery capacities, yet the phone is so thin and lightweight. Incredible. The prowess of Huawei technology is simply unparalleled." Who could disagree? The interplay between thickness, weight, and battery capacity has always posed a dilemma. Opt for a slim form factor, and one must inevitably compromise on battery capacity. There is no flawless solution. Yet Huawei technology asserts that with sufficient prowess, one can indeed achieve a harmonious balance. A professional could not help but sigh. Graphene technology is of paramount importance, yet this technology is nearly monopolized by Huawei technology. The first-generation phone from Huawei technology manages to be both lightweight and high capacity, all thanks to the graphene battery technology. Just then, Shaojun mentioned graphene. Currently, commonly used touchscreens employ a capacitive form. Its operational principle involves the interaction of a human finger with the touchscreen, resulting in the generation of a coupling capacitance. Generally, the transparent electrode material used in touchscreens is indium tin oxide, known as ITO, which is a conductive oxide film. Shaojun paced back and forth on stage, stating, "When a mobile phone project was initiated, the R&D team intended to follow the trend and employ ITO materials, but I vetoed that idea." Shaojun chuckled. "In my view, with advancements in technology, ITO materials have become obsolete. The use of ITO materials presents bottlenecks for new products. Hence, I decided to utilize new materials for the phone project." Upon hearing this, many attendees speculated about what this so-called new material might be. Graphene, of course, as only graphene can compensate for the shortcomings of ITO materials. As the most anticipated material of the 21st century, graphene can be considered nearly perfect. Everyone expected Shaojun to directly name the graphene material. Little did they anticipate Chapter 215, toss it around casually. Shaojun began to enumerate the various deficiencies of ITO materials. The inadequacy of ITO materials for full-spectrum functionality is attributable to their inability to uniformly absorb light. Additionally, ITO exhibits low electrical conductivity, which can lead to subpar product performance. Its considerable thickness also fails to align with the trend towards slim and lightweight designs in the touch market. Furthermore, ITO materials are notably brittle and susceptible to damage during industrial fabrication, resulting in both economic loss and resource wastage. The chemical instability of ITO, coupled with its poor heat dissipation, significantly limits its application in high-power devices. Moreover, ITO possesses a degree of toxicity, and its primary constituent, indium, is a rare element with dwindling reserves and escalating costs. Thus, ITO materials contravene the inevitable trajectory towards environmentally sustainable and economically viable development. Upon concluding his critique of ITO materials, the expressions of dismay among competitors watching the live stream were palpable. ITO remains a pivotal material in the smartphone industry, nearly indispensable. While your company, Hyperdimensional Technology, may have alternative materials, we do not. Mr. Liu's remarks rendered ITO virtually worthless. How are we to proceed with our products? Many CEOs from smartphone manufacturers felt compelled to confront Mr. Liu and challenge his assertions. What grievance could provoke such animosity? On stage, Mr. Liu continued, "The research team at Hyperdimensional Technology has resolved to utilize graphene as the primary material for smartphone screens. The inaugural generation of Hyperdimension smartphones employs a flexible graphene material. This pliable substance allows for an exquisite curvature of the device, exhibiting remarkable flexibility." As he spoke, Mr. Liu bent the smartphone screen into a strikingly exaggerated arc, astonishing many in the audience. Despite such extreme curvature, the screen remained entirely intact. Moreover, upon releasing the pressure, the screen reverted to its original form. This spectacle elicited a resounding round of applause from the audience, with the official live stream filled with exuberant comments. Once the applause subsided, Mr. Liu smiled and remarked, "Graphene is utilized in a total of 26 applications within the first generation of our smartphones. To put it informally, the Hyperdimension first-generation smartphone is essentially a graphene phone." Upon hearing this, many industry professionals were momentarily taken aback, gazing at Mr. Liu with astonishment. Could it be that Hyperdimension Technology has achieved mass production of graphene? As conjectured, the mass production of graphene is no longer a mere fantasy. Hyperdimension anticipates the establishment of its first production line exceeding 4 million square meters by the end of 2025. From this point forward, graphene will seamlessly integrate into everyday life, shedding its image as a mysterious, arcane material. The applause erupted once more, with a professional exclaiming, "The mass production of graphene is indeed reliant on Hyperdimension Technology." Who could argue otherwise? Since the discovery of graphene in 2004, countless scientists and organizations have devoted themselves to its research. Undoubtedly, the study of graphene has matured significantly in recent years, with various products emerging. Yet many remain disconnected from the general populace, with some individuals perhaps having never even heard of graphene. However, by applying graphene to smartphones, Superdimension will undoubtedly elevate it to a household name. On stage, Mr. Liu placed the smartphone upon a pedestal. The durability against drops and water resistance has always been a focal concern for users. Currently, flagship smartphones incur exorbitant costs for screen replacements, with some original factory screens costing as much as the entire phone itself. Mr. Liu continued, I shall refrain from commenting on the fairness of pricing. However, to enhance user experience, our engineers have re-engineered the screen. Without further ado, Superdimension smartphones can withstand accidental drops. Additionally, these devices can operate for extended periods at depths of 10 meters underwater. His confident assertions elicited smiles from the audience. Following his detailed introduction of the smartphone screen, Mr. Liu also highlighted several key features, such as the artificial intelligence assistant and the connection between phones and the virtual realm. The artificial intelligence assistant, self-evident in its significance, has become one of the most sought-after services worldwide. Previously, such assistants could only transition from the virtual to the real world through holographic imaging devices. Following the launch of Superdimension smartphones, these assistants will seamlessly integrate across virtual worlds, holographic imaging devices, and smartphones. The ecosystem of Superdimension smartphones is poised to gradually merge with that of the virtual world. We envision that by 2026, the ecosystem of smartphones will become an integral part of the virtual ecosystem. Currently, communication between users in the virtual world relies on system messaging. However, upon the release of Superdimension smartphones, users will be able to communicate through virtualized devices. As time progressed, the large screen behind the stage displayed the version details of the Superdimension CW smartphone. The first generation of CW smartphones will be available in 3 storage options: 128 GB, 256 GB, and 512 GB, with RAM choices of 8 GB, 12 GB, and 16 GB. Color options will be limited to black and white. Upon hearing this, the invited guests and users expressed disappointment at the limited color palette. Perhaps sensing their dissatisfaction, Mr. Liu smiled and said, I understand your disappointment, but I have not yet finished. Although the first generation CW smartphone is initially available in only black and white, users can freely alter the color of the phone's exterior. This is because the entire device serves as a display. As he spoke, the previously monochromatic smartphone on the large screen began to shift into a vibrant array of colors. In addition to color, the back cover can showcase user-defined images and even play videos at will. Witnessing this, the audience was left in awe. The 3,000 invited users erupted into cheers of excitement. Superdimension is incredible. I love it. This feature proved immensely practical. It seems that in the future, Superdimension smartphones may not require protective cases. After all, with such durability, cases may become unnecessary. Once the venue quieted, Mr. Liu smiled and asked, So, what is the price of the first-generation Superdimension smartphone? Upon hearing this, the audience fell silent, their eyes fixed on Mr. Liu on stage. Chapter 216, Smartphone Pricing. Regarding the price of the first-generation Superdimension smartphone, nearly everyone braced themselves for a staggering figure. In their eyes, the smartphone integrated an array of fantastical technologies: transparent displays, dynamic RAM adjustments, customizable colors, and more could be described as transcending the bounds of contemporary innovation. Moreover, Superdimension technology could hardly pursue a low-cost, high-value strategy. The development of such advanced technologies is grounded in substantial research investments. Thus, a focus on cost-effectiveness would inevitably jeopardize the sustainability of Superdimension's products, leading to a swift demise. Mr. Liu did not keep the audience waiting long, promptly announcing the pricing. The starting price for the 128 GB domestic version is set at 11,299 yuan, the 256 GB domestic version at 13,299 yuan, and the 512 GB domestic version at 15,299 yuan. Prices for the European and North American markets will be disclosed later, pending regulatory approval. Upon witnessing this price, the industry professionals present, invited users, and the audience watching the live stream were all taken aback in disbelief. The pricing is strikingly comparable to that of Apple's high-end flagship models. The 8128G smartphone, priced at 11,299 yuan, seems rather modest to longtime Apple users. At that moment, Apple CEO Cook was engulfed in mixed emotions. It was evident that this price point was aimed squarely at Apple. With such a closely aligned cost, consumers would undoubtedly cast their votes with their feet in favor of the Super Dimension smartphone. This represents a significant blow to Apple. In contrast to Cook, the executives of domestic brands Huami and OV collectively exhaled in relief. With a starting price exceeding 10,000 yuan, Super Dimension Technology's intentions for the high-end market are unmistakable. The mid-range market is clearly beneath their consideration, as long as Super Dimension Technology remains disinterested in the mid to low-end market. The fortunes of the Huami and OV brands can continue to flourish. After all, a smartphone costing over 11,000 yuan is not within everyone's reach. In the official live broadcast, a viewer exclaimed, "A phone priced at over 10,000? Em atterli flabbergasted. I desperately wish to purchase it, but finances are tight. Alas, I have already resolved to buy 3 units. I must work harder to earn more." Another lamented, "Mr. Liu, while I truly wish to support Super Dimension Technology, this time I'm left with the desire, but not the means." Although it is now the year 2024, the average monthly salary for the common folk hovers around 5,000 yuan. Spending 2 months' wages on a single phone is not an easy decision for anyone. If one has been keeping track of the data, it is evident that since 2020, the cycle for upgrading mobile phones in the domestic market has significantly lengthened. The well-known Xiaomi 6-foot nail household incident from years past is likely familiar to many. Over the years, the Xiaomi 8 has also cultivated a batch of steadfast nail households. Nowadays, as long as a phone remains functional, young people are in no rush to replace their devices. At the conclusion of the launch event, Mr. Liu stood on stage and announced, the domestic version of the smartphone will commence sales on August 1st. Following tonight, consumers can pre-order on the Super Dimension Technology official website. Uncharacteristically, Mr. Liu accepted media inquiries after the event. A reporter inquired, "Mr. Liu, when can we expect the first-generation Super Dimension phone to launch in North America or Europe?" This question undoubtedly piqued the interest of both the media and consumers in the West, prompting Mr. Liu to respond, "The North American market remains uncertain, but negotiations for market approval in Europe have commenced, and we anticipate a decision by the end of this month." An American journalist immediately followed with another question. "Mr. Liu, what obstacles does the Super Dimension 1 face in entering the North American market?" With a knowing smile, Mr. Liu replied, "What obstacles? I'm not entirely sure." The American reporter hesitated, eager to ask more. Yet another European journalist interjected, "Mr. Liu, after launching your smartphone, do you consider expanding into PCs and tablets?" Many journalists internally applauded this European reporter's bold inquiry. Mr. Liu refrained from answering directly and instead posed a counter-question. "As a consumer, would you be inclined to use Super Dimension Technology's PC and tablet products?" The European journalist promptly nodded, affirming, "If the PC and tablet offerings are as impressive as the smartphone, I would be keen to use them." In response, Mr. Liu smiled and gestured for the bionic robot to clear the way. After bidding farewell to Mr. Liu, the journalists exchanged glances before departing. Within 10 minutes of the conclusion of the Super Dimension Technology launch event, reports from mainstream global media began to surface for public consumption. The first-generation smartphone from Super Dimension Technology has made it clear to the world that in any field, Super Dimension Technology reigns supreme. United Press. Transparent phones are no longer the exclusive domain of science fiction. The Super Dimension 1 brings sci-fi into the realm of reality. The Times. With the support of Super Dimension Technology's self-developed S1 chip and AOS system, the Super Dimension 1 is poised to become the world's most outstanding smartphone in terms of performance. AFP. During the Super Dimension Technology smartphone launch, graphene materials undoubtedly took center stage. In the future, graphene will transition into civilian-grade high-tech materials thanks to the Super Dimension 1 smartphone. Reuters. Our nation's high-tech enterprise, Super Dimension Technology, has unveiled its first fully self-developed smartphone, demonstrating our capability to create high-performance, intelligent products. Huawei Daily. The global audience eagerly anticipated the smartphone release from Super Dimension Technology, and the company did not disappoint. The self-developed S1 chip boasts performance 64 times that of Apple's A15 bionic processor. This singular fact left engineers worldwide in awe, not to mention the transparent phone and graphene screen that envelopes the entire device. During the launch, Mr. Liu mentioned that the Super Dimension 1 features over 100 technological innovations. Due to time constraints during the event, he did not elaborate on these innovations. However, all details regarding the Super Dimension 1 can be downloaded from the Super Dimension Technology official website. This document comprehensively outlines the technological advancements and principles of the user ecosystem surrounding the Super Dimension 1. Following the event, Media representatives and industry professionals who had traveled from various locations did not depart from Hongqin. According to Hyperdimensional Technology's arrangements, the first developer conference for the Hyperdimension smartphone is scheduled for July 17th. The AOS system developed by Hyperdimensional Technology is a closed operating system. Fortunately, the programming language used for AOS is the same as that of the virtual brain machine, sparing developers worldwide from potential headaches. Since the introduction of external services to the virtual brain machine, the virtual brain machine store has generated a total of 61.5 billion in revenue for global developers. Thus, the developer conference for the Hyperdimension smartphone has garnered significant attention. Chapter 217. This is Hyperdimensional Technology. In the United States, at Apple's headquarters, the atmosphere in the conference room was tense, with CEO Cook's expression grave. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hyperdimensional Technology smartphone has been announced and will be available in the Huawei region starting August 1st. This is monumental bad news for us. Historically, the Huawei market has accounted for the largest share of our sales. Now, we may risk losing this market. How shall we justify this to our board of shareholders? As the world's most valuable company, Apple has thrived on a monopoly over the profits in the smartphone sector. Should Apple forfeit the Huawei market, shareholders and investors are bound to lose faith in the company. The repercussions of such a loss of confidence could be dire, leading Apple to plummet from its pedestal. After a prolonged silence, the president responsible for the Asia-Pacific region spoke up. I propose implementing extensive price reductions in the Asia-Pacific market. Our user ecosystem is robust and well-established. The price of the Hyperdimension one is considerably high. We have a viable opportunity to capture the mid-range market. Although profits may decrease, the sheer size of the user base in this segment is far greater. Ultimately, our overall revenue will not diminish significantly. After this executive's discourse, the others grasped the essence of his points. However, the core issue remains. Prior to today, Apple was the undisputed sovereign of the smartphone market. This status symbolized an identity, serving as the unwavering foundation for Apple users. To put it bluntly, Apple users have historically considered themselves superior to Android users. Since the launch of the iPhone 14, the significant price reductions on Apple phones have already raised doubts among users. Should further price cuts be enacted, even at the cost of sacrificing their prestigious identity to penetrate the mid-range market, Apple's regal image would be irreparably tarnished. The atmosphere in the conference room plummeted to an all-time low. Many executives turned their gaze towards Cook, realizing that he was the only one capable of making decisions at this juncture. With a sigh of resignation, Cook stated, "The shift in the company's developmental direction necessitates consultation with the board of directors." After a brief pause, he directed his attention to the president responsible for the Asia-Pacific region, saying, "I need you to compile a detailed report on the market share in the mid-range segment. This document must be presented to the board." Judging by Cook's demeanor, he appeared inclined to seize opportunities in the mid-range market, which came as no surprise. Apple's founder, Steve Jobs, was undoubtedly a remarkable innovator. However, Cook was a quintessential businessman whose motivations were straightforward: profit first. In Hongqin, on the outskirts, the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute's base stood. Cook's father, Lu Mingyuan, displayed no signs of anxiety or concern. He surveyed the architecture of the base with curious eyes. "What material is used to cover this base?" he inquired. Each building at the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute employed a semi-transparent material for its facade. Lu Shaojun nonchalantly replied, "It's an improved version of transparent aluminum. This material ensures warmth in winter and coolness in summer." Lu Mingyuan raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Is this the same transparent aluminum you sell to the military?" Lu Shaojun shook his head, explaining, "The military's version is also an enhanced variant, but it is tailored for military applications. Over the past 6 months, the military has been urging us to produce this transparent aluminum almost every month." Lu Mingyuan nodded slightly. "I have heard about this. Have you considered that the military's use of transparent aluminum will inevitably come to the attention of Western countries?" Lu Shaojun shrugged. "So what if they know? They can't do anything to me." His father smiled and asked, "Aren't you worried that the West might use this as a pretext to impose sanctions on Hyperdimensional Technology?" Lu Shaojun scoffed. "Hyperdimensional Technology isn't so easily sanctioned. The company's involvement in the Western markets was minimal, with the virtual brain machine being its most significant venture. This business operated on an agency model, selling the virtual brain machine first to Western corporations and giants, which then sold them to the public. Under this operational model, should the Americans impose sanctions, Hyperdimensional Technology could withdraw unscathed, leaving the major corporations in the West to bear the losses, an outcome of no concern to Hyperdimensional Technology. As long as the company maintained its domestic and Asia-Pacific market foothold, it would remain invincible. Liu Shaojun and his father exchanged casual banter, while his mother and several elder relatives bore more serious expressions. The two elderly gentlemen served as the family's stabilizing forces. The treatment in the laboratory held extraordinary significance for both the Liu and Su families. After an indeterminate wait, Liu Shaojun's elder brother, Liu Yuxuan, along with several young members of the Liu and Su families, rushed in. How is it? Liu Shaojun shook his head. We still don't know. A member of the expert team just came out and said everything is going smoothly. Upon hearing this, many people exhaled in relief. As long as everything is going smoothly, that's good. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until darkness enveloped the sky, and a member of the expert team emerged. The surgery for Elder Liu was successful, and Elder Su's surgery is about to conclude. With this news, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Liu Mingyuan patted Liu Shaojun's shoulder, chuckling, "You little rascal. You do possess some talent." Liu Shaojun smiled in silence. His abilities were not particularly remarkable. Without the system, he might have simply returned home to live off his family's wealth, enjoying a life that ordinary people could only envy. Without the system, he felt he would be nothing. It was the system that enabled him to establish Hyperdimensional Technology, a company capable of changing and impacting the world. On July 25th, Apple officially announced a price reduction of 20 to 30 across its entire product range. This announcement immediately captured global attention. Faced with the formidable entry of Hyperdimensional Technology into the smartphone market, Apple was compelled to lower its guard. The Washington Daily jested, "The proud Apple, in the face of the powerful Hyperdimensional Technology, has no choice but to bow its haughty head." Industry insiders were not surprised by Apple's sweeping price cuts. In a display of foresight, Apple also reduced prices for its Mac and iPad lines. Though Hyperdimensional Technology had not yet released personal computers or tablet products, everyone understood that it was merely a matter of time. Given Hyperdimensional Technology's meteoric product launch pace, personal computers and tablets would be unveiled by the end of the year at the latest. Users looking to upgrade their personal computers and tablets were predominantly awaiting Hyperdimensional Technology's offerings. Just as with this announcement of their smartphone release, global flagship phone sales had nearly come to a standstill, and major manufacturers postponed or even canceled their new product launches. This exemplified Hyperdimensional Technology's influence. Even in the absence of released products, it was universally acknowledged that Hyperdimensional Technology's offerings would always reign supreme. Chapter 218, Seizing the Opportunity in Washington, D.C. Apple CEO Cook was engaged in discussions with high-ranking officials at the White House. Alongside Cook, representatives from several of Apple's major shareholders, including Vanguard Group, BlackRock, and investment mogul Warren Buffett, were present. Apple had consistently been the world's most valuable company, the only one capable of maintaining a market capitalization of $2 trillion for an extended period. With such high valuations, these shareholders naturally enjoyed substantial profits. However, with Apple facing difficulties, these shareholders could not remain passive. The adage one's interests dictate one's concerns held true at all times. A representative from Vanguard Group addressed the White House officials, stating, "We hope to impose certain sanctions on Hyperdimensional Technology at the national level, such as restricting the entry of Hyperdimensional phones into North America or increasing tariffs on their products in the European market." The officials at the White House were not oblivious to the situation and had prepared accordingly. As of now, Hyperdimensional Technology had not submitted an application for market entry into North America. Over recent years, the European market had gradually slipped from their control, making the shareholders' objectives difficult to achieve. While the North American market might be manageable, the European market was indeed a complex issue. In recent years, Europe had been endeavoring to extricate itself from American dominance, mainly due to the absence of its own internet and smartphone enterprises. The internet and mobile communication sectors in Europe were predominantly controlled by American companies like Google, Microsoft, Facebook, and Apple. This was also why the virtual brain machine could relatively easily enter the European market. There were no local internet enterprises to compete with. Whether the profits from the internet social sector were captured by American or Chinese companies was of little concern to them. The smartphone market was similarly dominated. The leading global brands, including Apple, Samsung, Huawei, Xiaomi, Oppo, and Motorola, were all non-European entities. In such circumstances, how could Europe possibly heed American directives? Within the conference room, a representative from BlackRock produced a document from their briefcase. "This is a report I gathered from China. I believe the White House will find it of great interest." The official at the White House accepted the document and, after a brief glance, furrowed his brow. Other officials gathered around, and upon reading it, their expressions turned grim. The document revealed that the Chinese military had utilized specialized materials developed by Hyperdimensional Technology to achieve upgrades in certain weaponry. Among these were transparent, aluminum, and sound-absorbing materials, which had even propelled the Chinese military to undertake some highly classified projects. For the Americans, the development of military strength by China was undoubtedly the worst possible news. The dominance of the Eagle Nation across the globe, subjugating other creatures, is undeniably rooted in its formidable military power, is it not? After exchanging glances, one of the officials within the White Palace spoke up. "I shall convey your demands to the president." The BlackRock Fund candidly asserted, Apple is the backbone of the American stock market. Any significant fluctuation in its market value could potentially trigger a cascading stock market disaster. The current state of the U.S. economy cannot withstand a severe crisis. Therefore, we hope that the President and Congress would deliberate cautiously. The officials from the White Palace furrowed their brows in response. At that moment, the personal representative of Warren Buffett interjected. The European market may permit the entry of Superdimension Mobile, but the pricing must exceed the average consumer's capacity. As for the North American market, it must remain the fundamental base for Apple. One official nodded in agreement, stating, "Rest assured, if Superdimension Technology indeed poses a threat to military security, Congress and the President will have no alternative." Throughout the discussions, Cook remained silent, akin to a mere observer. Quietly seated, after departing from the White Palace, Cook followed the representatives of the shareholders to Wall Street in New York. A representative from the Vanguard Fund smiled at Cook, saying, "In the near future, the company's stock price will experience significant volatility. You and the management need not worry excessively." Cook shrugged nonchalantly. He had anticipated this outcome. The decline in Apple's market value was a foregone conclusion. With an unavoidable conclusion at hand, Wall Street's capital titans would naturally seize the opportunity to profit from the situation. In Hong City, two elderly gentlemen were engaged in a game of chess in the garden of a villa. Upon returning home from work, Liu Shaojun was called over by his father. "You rascal, are you keeping an eye on the American stock market?" Liu Shaojun shook his head. He had been preoccupied with a brand new plan akin to America's Starlink initiative. This plan was of utmost importance to him. The initial framework was already forming in his mind, yet it required comprehensive structural optimization. Observing Liu Shaojun's lack of knowledge, his father, Liu Mingyuan, remarked, "The American stock market may soon experience significant fluctuations." Liu Shaojun raised an eyebrow, responding, "What does this have to do with me? At most, I'll have Ryu and Ruoxua make a profit." The American stock market, being the largest in the world, serves as a barometer for the global economy. Fluctuations in this market are hardly surprising. Noting Liu Shaojun's genuine ignorance, his father continued, "This upcoming volatility in the American stock market is entirely attributable to you." Superdimension 1? What do you think? Apple is the highest valued company in the American stock market. Your Superdimension technology has directly undermined Apple. What do you think will transpire? His father continued, "Currently, Apple's market value is relatively stable, and the stock market is performing steadily because Wall Street capitalists are collaborating on a scheme. However, this scheme is challenging to execute, given the overwhelming influence of your Superdimension technology. Once Superdimension 1 officially launches on August 1st, the American stock market will face calamity." Liu Shaojun raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Dad, are you suggesting that I seize this opportunity for a substantial profit?" His father shook his head. "I want you to shift your focus at that time. The stock market is a collective entity. As the saying goes, pulling one thread affects the entire fabric. After fluctuations occur in the American stock market, you should take the opportunity to reap some rewards from tech enterprises. Haven't you been considering an aerospace initiative lately? There's a promising startup in America that's recently gone public. I think it's worth your attention. Find a way to acquire it." Liu Shaojun licked his lips and replied, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" His father let out a cold laugh. "Stop pretending with me, you rascal." Once Liu Shaojun had a thought in mind, he began to contemplate. Initially, when he aimed for aerospace, he had instructed Lin Ryu and Lin Ruoxua to conduct research. There was indeed a startup in America that piqued his interest. If he could acquire this company and subsequently send Zhuo Pingyun and others to integrate its technical team, then Superdimension Technology's aerospace initiative could be established. Having made up his mind, Liu Shaojun went to the kitchen, intending to call Lin Ryu and Lin Ruoxua for a discussion. Unfortunately, as soon as he entered, he was shooed out by his mother. Chapter 219, The Space Initiative. In Hong City, at the headquarters of Superdimension Technology, the Mobius Ring. In a conference room, a core management meeting was underway. Yu Hua is one of the key executives at Superdimension Technology. Since the company's inception, he has been responsible for the gaming department, and later, as the company underwent business optimization, Yu Hua became the head of online operations, overseeing the gaming sector. This meeting was convened at his suggestion. The theme of the meeting was mobile payments. For a high-tech company like Hyperdimensional Technology, mobile payments initially fell outside the scope of its business. However, the profit potential in the payment sector is so immense that it has caught Yu Hua's attention. After conducting thorough research, Yu Hua believes that Hyperdimensional Technology should venture into the mobile payment domain. When the meeting commenced, Yu Hua stated, since the advent of GPay, which has pioneered the domestic mobile payment landscape, mobile payments have become one of the largest markets in the country. Nowadays, with the continuous deepening of mobile internet and the Internet of Things, mobile payments are entering a new phase of development. For a company to carve out a piece of this market, it must address the cold start problem, which is essentially persuading users to bind their bank cards to our payment app. In this regard, WeChat has a remarkably successful case, the WeChat Red Packet. Back in the day, GPay was the dominant player in domestic mobile payments. Yet WeChat managed to amass users at an astonishing rate with just the WeChat Red Packet. Presently, WeChat Pay and GPay are virtually sharing the market, while other payment applications are mere minnows. The reason WeChat Pay has risen so prominently, in my opinion, is the deep integration of social interaction and mobile payments. A substantial user base has aided WeChat Pay in successfully penetrating the mobile payment market and swiftly establishing a foothold. Within the conference room, several executives nodded in agreement. Those present are all elite talents. The rise of WeChat Pay is a must-study marketing case in the business realm. Yu Hua turned to Lu Shaojun and remarked, Mr. Lu, I believe it is imperative for the company to enter the mobile payment field. The goal of entering this market is not for profit, but to fill a gap. Within the ecosystem of the virtual world, the payment module has always relied on external models. Lu Shaojun nodded slightly. Initially, when the virtual world commenced transaction services, Su Jijun and others had suggested developing their payment module. At that time, Lu Shaojun had declined. The reasoning was straightforward. Hyperdimensional Technology is a high-tech enterprise dedicated to transforming the world with advanced technology. Mobile payments as an internet service seemed somewhat trivial. Even 3 days prior, when Yu Hua approached Lu Shaojun to discuss mobile payments, Lu Shaojun's first reaction was to refuse. However, after reviewing the data report prepared by Yu Hua, Lu Shaojun reconsidered his previous stance. The global user base of the virtual brain-machine interface has surpassed 1 billion over the past 2 years. In the Huaguo region alone, the cumulative total of user spending in virtual services such as virtual games, Hyperdimension Community, Peach Blossom Source, and Utopia has reached an astonishing 11 trillion. Yet, this 11 trillion in transaction volume bears little relation to Hyperdimensional Technology. As time progresses, these transaction figures will only grow more substantial. Thus, today as high-level discussion was called, regarding whether the company should enter the mobile payment field, the management was essentially divided into supporters and opponents. Given the significance of the ecosystem, the overwhelming majority of executives were in favor. However, the arguments of the opposing senior executives were also quite compelling. The focal point of the development of hyperdimensional technology should undoubtedly reside within the realm of science and technology. Ultimately, the two parties found themselves at an impasse, turning their gaze toward Mr. Lu Shaojun. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, Lu remarked, to fill this void, we merely need to introduce a payment interface. Whether users choose to utilize this interface is not our concern. With Lu Shaojun's affirmation, the matter was effectively settled. After the meeting concluded, Lu Shaojun and Su Jijun engaged in light conversation as they walked. Mr. Lu, are you certain that the state will agree to open the aerospace sector? Historically, it has always been the national team that operates in this domain. Lu Shaojun was confident in his ability to persuade the Yanjing authorities, yet he could not claim absolute certainty. SpaceX has nearly completed its global Starlink network. Our hyperdimensional technology is, in fact, entering this field rather late. SpaceX was established in 2002, making it 21 years old now. Moreover, SpaceX has received technical support from NASA. It can be said that the prime satellite orbital resources beyond Earth have largely been seized by SpaceX. To put it bluntly, even if hyperdimensional technology were to launch satellites this year, there would be no premium orbits available. Any satellite launched would merely be a waste of money and time. Nevertheless, Lu Shaojun was undeterred. Even if premium orbits were non-existent, what of it? There is nothing unattainable for a system that dares to dream. On this trip to Yanjing for internal discussions, Lu Shaojun was accompanied by his grandfather and maternal grandfather. Both elder statesmen were recovering remarkably well post-surgery, with all health indicators trending positively. This was monumental news for both the Lu and Su families. On the plane, Lu Shaojun casually selected a cabin and began preparing the materials for the internal briefing. His aerospace plan was primarily divided into four major directions: aerospace technology research, rocket research, space technology research, and the study of new aerospace materials. Although Huagua's aerospace endeavors commenced later than those of Europe and America, the pace of development was certainly not sluggish. Liu Shaojun was unaware of the technological breakthroughs the nation had achieved in aerospace, but he speculated that the accomplishments were undoubtedly remarkable. During this internal discussion, Liu Shaojun hoped to secure the support of the national team. The internal briefing proceeded smoothly, and after several discussions, the state agreed to open the aerospace sector to hyperdimensional technology. However, aside from granting a green pass, the state would not provide any funding, technical support, or personnel assistance. The rationale put forth by the state was quite sound. Hyperdimensional technology lacked neither funds nor a technical team, so what need was there for state support? Furthermore, the state expressed the hope that if hyperdimensional technology achieved technological breakthroughs and innovative results in the aerospace field, it might consider assisting the national team in return. To this, Liu Shaojun could only smile wryly. Assistance could be discussed at a later date. Although no support was rendered in terms of funding or technology, the state did extend help in other aspects, generously sharing some internal information from the aerospace industry. Among the data, the most intriguing to Liu Shaojun was perhaps the space elevator construction plan. Chapter 220, Mobile Phone Release. Online, there are often jokes about installing an elevator on Mount Everest. What is that? Installing an elevator for the Earth itself is truly impressive. The space elevator is a conceptual device designed to transport humanity to a space station located approximately 360,000 kilometers from Earth. The concept was first proposed by the renowned Russian scholar Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, after which the United States initiated feasibility studies. The U.S. Space Agency gradually refined the idea of the space elevator, followed closely by a Japanese construction company, Obayashi, which began planning the construction of a space elevator. Although the concept of the space elevator began to take shape, it remains exceedingly avant-garde, involving scientific and technological advancements that are exceedingly beyond our current capabilities. Realizing this vision may take an eternity. In Huagua, numerous scientists also support an attempt to construct the space elevator. Within the National Space Administration, a research group is striving to overcome the technical challenges associated with building the space elevator. The internal strategy for the construction of the space elevator is divided into three phases. The first phase involves constructing several ground towers and a spaceport. The second phase focuses on completing the space station, and the third phase aims to establish a connection between the elevator's return capsule and the ground towers. Among these strategic steps, the first phase is relatively easier to accomplish, yet numerous obstacles remain. The most daunting challenge lies in materials innovation. The height of a direct-to-space elevator is unimaginable, and ensuring it's stable, standing on the ground, is a critical consideration for scientists. Conventional materials cannot withstand the necessary pressures, rendering the project infeasible. Breakthroughs in new materials seem distant. Consequently, within the space agency, the space elevator project is currently in a state of potential abandonment. The state proactively disclosed this information to Liu Shaojun, who understood the underlying motives. Since hyperdimensional technology intended to enter the aerospace sector, it would be prudent to take on the space elevator strategic plan. With preliminary preparations already in place, hyperdimensional technology merely needed to focus on overcoming the technical challenges. To this, Liu Shaojun could only chuckle. Regardless of how the National Space Administration attempted to persuade him, Liu Shaojun remained unmoved. After departing from the State Department, Liu Shaojun exhaled deeply. This is quite the challenge. Upon returning home, he found the atmosphere bustling with activity. Many friends and relatives, who rarely visited, had gathered to pay their respects to the two elder statesmen. As soon as they spotted Liu Shaojun's return, they all turned their attention toward him, some with glimmers of anticipation in their eyes. Although Liu Shaojun was aware of their intentions, he feigned ignorance and retreated to his own courtyard. Not long after he sat down, his father entered with a beaming smile. Liu Shaojun raised an eyebrow. "Is there something on your mind?" His father, Liu Mingyuan, replied. "These people outside have come to see you. Won't you take a moment to greet them?" Liu Shaojun scoffed dismissively. "I don't know them." In response, his father said, "The two elder statesmen are recovering exceptionally well, and many in our circle are aware of this and are quite eager. They all hope your expertise can assist in treating their own elder statesmen." Liu Shaojun directly inquired, "What do I stand to gain from this? I don't know them. So why would I help prolong their families' lives? What benefits will I receive?" Liu Shaojun was a pragmatic individual. He firmly believed in the notion that he should not engage in endeavors devoid of tangible advantages. His father chuckled. "You rascal, you must understand that for us, Benefits can often be an elusive concept. The real currency is human connections. The hardest debt to repay is that of human favors. Shaojun rolled his eyes and said, "Dad, spare me the roundabout talk. Just tell me, which families do you want me to assist?" His father smiled and produced a piece of paper bearing a list of family names. Some of these families were familiar to Shaojun. Being close friends of the two elder statesmen, if they could be helped, then help them. Aren't you interested in entering the aerospace sector? The remaining families could prove beneficial to you. However, whether you choose to assist them is entirely up to you. After scanning the names on the paper, Shaojun nodded slightly. Fine. August 1st marks the launch date of Hyperdimensional 1. A week prior, consumers had begun queuing outside Hyperdimensional Technology's official stores across the country, arriving well-prepared with tents and provisions. At 8 in the morning, the store in Tianhai opened its doors promptly, and consumers surged inside. "Hello. I would like to purchase 4 units of the 8256 Hyperdimensional 1. I apologize, sir, but according to company policy, each consumer is permitted to purchase only 2 units of the Superdimension 1 with their identification. In that case, I shall take 2 units." Concurrently, across the nation, the fervent sales of the Superdimension 1 astonished the entire online platform. Netizens exclaimed their disbelief. Weren't they declaring the price too exorbitant to buy? After the launch of the Superdimension 1, many claimed they lacked the funds to make a purchase. It seems I am truly impoverished. It is absurd that a smartphone priced at $12,000 is still in such high demand. I too wish to acquire a Superdimension 1, but my finances simply do not allow it. Alas, I envy those who are affluent, beyond the realm of netizens. Industry insiders were equally astonished by the popularity of the Superdimension 1. In recent years, the cycle of smartphone upgrades in the domestic market has been increasingly prolonged, with some users refraining from replacing their devices for 3 to 4 years. In light of this trend, paired with the Superdimension 1's steep price, industry experts harbored concerns regarding its sales performance. However, consumers demonstrated through their actions that their reluctance to upgrade was not due to disinterest, but rather a consequence of the overwhelming homogeneity among current smartphones. A consumer freshly emerged from an official store remarked in front of reporters, "I had no intention of replacing my phone this year. Yet, the advent of the Superdimension 1 has genuinely captivated me. Although the price is steep, it is truly worth it." Superdimension Technology has always been a unique entity. Typically, a smartphone manufacturer will sign contracts with various review bloggers prior to launching a new device, enabling those bloggers to release review videos immediately after the launch event for promotional purposes. However, Superdimension Technology eschewed this approach. Shaojun stated during the conference, "The Superdimension 1 requires no advertising, nor does it need celebrity endorsements." Therefore, on August 1st, no review videos for the Superdimension 1 appeared online. Netizens speculated that relevant review content would surface around the 2nd. Their anticipation was primarily fueled by the fact that Shaojun had not provided a detailed introduction to the Superdimension 1's features during the launch. However, on the 2nd, instead of the anticipated review videos, netizens were met with a staggering announcement. Chapter 221, The Objective Achieved. On August 2nd, at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the Nasdaq opened punctually. Apple's stock price and market valuation remained stable, but around 10 a.m., a mysterious fund began to liquidate substantial amounts of Apple shares. Initially, there was no immediate reaction, but within mere minutes, over 1,000 anonymous fund accounts joined in the sell-off. Within 10 minutes, more than 50 million shares have been sold, with total market volume surpassing 2.8 billion shares. In an instant, the market experienced a tumultuous shift. At Goldman Sachs, in President Lauder's office, an assistant hurriedly entered to report this development. Stunned for a few seconds, Lauder immediately shouted, "Liquidate everything. We must exit before Apple's market valuation falls below 18 trillion. The assistant nodded vigorously and rushed out to issue the commands. Lauder then erupted in expletives. "Damn it, a bunch of selfish bastards." Simultaneously, other executives from Wall Street's investment banks and financial institutions were also cursing. They had initially agreed to wait until Superdimension Technology revealed the first-day sales figures of the Superdimension 1 before collectively selling off Apple shares. Who would have thought that these selfish individuals would act prematurely in pursuit of greater profits? In such a critical moment, even a second's delay could lead to monumental losses. As Goldman Sachs and others commenced their sell-off of Apple shares, Apple's market valuation began to plummet. Some investors who had recently purchased Apple stock were left bewildered, their mental states unraveling. As the world's most valuable company, a decline in Apple's valuation instantaneously incited market panic, prompting investors to indiscriminately sell their Apple shares. At that moment, Hyperdimensional Technology officially announced the sales figures for the Hyperdimension 1 within the first 24 hours. As of now, the sales volume in the Huaguo region had exceeded 640,000 units, with pre-orders on the official website surpassing 15 million units. This explosive sales performance, once it reached the United States, further accelerated the decline of Apple's market valuation. Fortunately, Wall Street had already prepared to capitalize on this situation, having devised countermeasures with North America in advance. The North American authorities promptly initiated liquidity injections into the market to stabilize it. Nevertheless, within a single day, Apple's market valuation plummeted by 32, evaporating 672 billion, approximately 4.6 trillion renminbi. This shocking figure left global onlookers in disbelief, particularly in the domestic sphere, where netizens were left speechless. What on earth happened? Can someone explain this? Even though the Hyperdimension 1's 24-hour sales figures were impressive, surely its impact on Apple could not be this significant? Damn, the US stock market has become increasingly bizarre in recent years. Everyone should be cautious. To lose 4.6 trillion in a single day is simply outrageous. In Hong Kong, at Hyperdimensional Technology, Liu Shaojun remarked with a smile, "My father acted swiftly. He must have made a fortune this time." Lin Rui nodded, estimating uncle's earnings this time are around 100 billion. Lin Ruoxue, sipping coffee nearby, interjected, "Tomorrow, Apple's market valuation is likely to decline further, and other companies may not withstand the pressure either. We shall observe the market's reaction tomorrow. If the timing is favorable, we may have the opportunity to acquire that startup in the United States." Liu Shaojun clicked his tongue. Earning 100 billion in a single day certainly reflects an astonishing pace of profit. This operation against Apple did not require his direct involvement. He merely cooperated with his father. Unfortunately, Liu Shaojun's offshore family trust had not acquired Apple stock. Buying shares recently would have been unwise, so he left it to his father to act alone. After all, in the end, his father's gains would ultimately benefit Li E. In New York, on Wall Street, within a hotel suite, the atmosphere was decidedly grim, with every individual present wearing a troubled expression. These attendees were prominent executives from well-known investment banks and institutions. Initially, after Apple's market decline, they suspected one another of being the mole, but after convening and verifying, they discovered that the instigator of this incident was someone else entirely. This revelation was deeply frustrating. The scheme was originally devised by them to reap substantial rewards, yet they found themselves with only a few scraps. Lauder spoke gravely. Finding the mastermind behind this is now unrealistic. What we need to consider is how to prevent a potential stock market crash tomorrow. That is of utmost importance. I've already contacted the White House. They insist we must contain the market's panic. Otherwise, it could very well precipitate an economic crisis. Lauder was not engaging in hyperbole. The U.S. stock market serves as a barometer for the global economy. If it collapses, an economic crisis is inevitable. Although, for capital magnates like them, a crisis often presents an opportunity, the scale of this upheaval would not go unnoticed by the White House. While the desire to stabilize the market is noble, the reality is brutally harsh. On the opening day of the third, Apple stock opened with a significant gap down, and the market valuation continued its free fall, utterly unstoppable. The situation worsened as Apple's decline dragged down the three major North American stock indices. The IT sector, where Apple resides, became a disaster zone, with Google, Microsoft, and Amazon also suffering severe losses. At this juncture, panic gripped the entire market, and the anxiety of both small and large investors surged to unprecedented heights. The plummet in Apple's market value has unleashed a metaphorical black swan event, setting off a domino effect. In response to this predicament, Wall Street and the White House conferred and subsequently initiated action. Goldman Sachs announced a malfunction in its group servers, while JP Morgan found itself compelled to disclose that its systems were under an unidentified cyber attack. Even the New York Stock Exchange reported an electrical failure necessitating urgent repairs, resulting in the suspension of all trading activities. Although Wall Street's collective power outage was met with outrage from investors and the media, this straightforward approach proved remarkably effective. Over the course of several days, Apple's market value continued to spiral downward, with the technology sector suffering similarly. Nevertheless, Wall Street maintained its daily power cut to stabilize the market. After gaining some respite, Apple convened an emergency press conference. During this event, CEO Cook assured global Apple shareholders that the Hyperdimension 1 would not significantly impact the company. To bolster his argument, Apple released a data report from the esteemed analytics firm Nielsen, which stated that as long as Apple captured the mid-range market, the company would not incur losses. Furthermore, Due to the exorbitant price of the Superdimension 1, Apple smartphones remained the preferred choice for users in Europe and North America. Shortly thereafter, a spokesperson from the White House indicated that a decision regarding the entry of the Superdimension 1 into the North American market would require further observation. With the release of these two positive announcements, market confidence was substantially restored. However, Shaojun remained indifferent, as he had largely achieved his objectives. Chapter 222: The Greatest Challenge Approaches. Shaojun's aim was straightforward: to seize the opportunity presented by the turmoil in the U.S. stock market to acquire a startup aerospace company in Silicon Valley. This aerospace enterprise, named Typespace, had garnered attention primarily due to its founding and technical teams, which boasted backgrounds with NASA, the United States National Aeronautics and Space Administration, renowned as the world's most formidable space agency. Given that NASA is the most authoritative aerospace research institution globally, the talent emerging from its ranks is undoubtedly impressive. From its inception, Typespace attracted significant interest. Elon Musk had attempted to acquire the company multiple times, but was consistently rebuffed. Typespace's ambition was to establish a comprehensive and viable space tourism endeavor. In an interview, the company's founder expressed, "We hope that the majority of civilians worldwide can experience space tourism." This noble vision, coupled with a formidable technical team, has made the company a darling of Wall Street. Upon its initial public offering, Typespace achieved a market valuation of $1.2 billion. Engaging in research, particularly in high-end fields such as aerospace, incurs staggering costs. To ensure the smooth progress of its research projects, Typespace issued a substantial number of shares to raise capital. In light of the cascading stock market disaster triggered by Apple's market collapse, Shaojun decisively moved to acquire a significant portion of Typespace shares. Additionally, through various means, he managed to secure a considerable number of personal shareholder stakes. Furthermore, his father, Lu Mingyuan, provided assistance, ensuring that Shaojun's efforts were met with success. Following preliminary calculations, Shaojun acquired 29 of Typespace shares. While this stake was insufficient for him to control the entire company, it was adequate for his forthcoming plans. In his office, Shaojun gazed at the data report in hand, unable to suppress a smile. Beside him, Lin Ruiyu remarked, "If all goes as expected, Typespace will reach out to us in a few days." Shaojun replied, "Once Typespace contacts us, we shall devise a strategy to acquire the entire company. The founding team still holds 30 of the shares. If we can secure that, we can push out the other shareholders." Lin Ruiyu furrowed her brows. "Will Typespace founding team choose to support us?" Shaojun smirked. "Rest assured, they will be inclined to do so." In Silicon Valley, at Typespace, the company's founder and CEO, Alan Moses, scrutinized the document with a furrowed brow. He turned to his assistant and secretary and inquired, "Are you certain? Has our largest shareholder become Superdimension Technology? The same Superdimension Technology that developed the virtual brain machine interface?" "Indeed, Mr. President, you are not mistaken. It is the very Superdimension Technology you are thinking of." His assistant confirmed. There exists only one high-tech company named Superdimension Technology, hailing from China. The assistant's lack of surprise at Alan Moses's astonishment was evident. He too had been taken aback upon first hearing the news, but had come to believe it after thorough verification. Due to the fluctuations in the U.S. stock market, some individual investors in Typespace found their shares acquired by Superdimension Technology in a sweeping move. Alan Moses's brow deepened further rather than relaxing. What could be the purpose of Superdimension Technology acquiring shares in our company? Are they also planning to enter the aerospace sector? His assistant replied, "Mr. President, it is not surprising for Superdimension Technology to venture into the aerospace field, given that it is recognized as the most prominent and powerful tech company globally. Their acquisition of our shares suggests they have likely received official endorsement from the Chinese government. We will become direct competitors with them, a rival even more formidable than SpaceX." After a moment of contemplation, Alan Moses informed the other shareholders about Superdimension Technology's stake in our company, and draft a letter to them to arrange a board meeting. "Understood, sir. I will take care of it immediately." As previously mentioned, Typespace is favored by Wall Street, with numerous investment banks among its shareholders, including Qualcomm, Morgan, and Vanguard. When these financial powerhouses received the news from Typespace, they were momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, they convened for a brief discussion and decided to hold a board meeting for Typespace in 10 days. It was not that Goldman Sachs and the others wished to delay the meeting. Rather, the U.S. stock market remained chaotic, and they lacked the bandwidth to address this matter until the situation was stabilized. Time passed, and after enduring a tumultuous fortnight, the U.S. stock market gradually began to settle. Investors and various retail traders seem to have forgotten the pain inflicted upon them over the preceding 15 days. The market once again became vibrant. On August 21st, a piece of news began to sweep across the globe. Media outlets uncovered that Hyperdimensional Technology had established a wholly owned subsidiary named Hyperdimension Interstellar Company, with a staggering registered capital of 12 billion renminbi. According to corporate information, the primary focus of Hyperdimension Interstellar Company lies within the aerospace domain. Domestic media were taken aback. The aerospace sector has traditionally been the domain of state-owned enterprises. And given its significance, the government rarely permits private enterprises to participate. The revelation that Hyperdimensional Technology had obtained a green light was unexpected. While media outlets expressed shock, netizens were left in awe. To be frank, Elon Musk's SpaceX has enjoyed considerable glory in recent years, and discussions surrounding it have been prevalent among domestic netizens. Many netizens have expressed a desire for China to produce an equivalent of Elon Musk and establish a company akin to SpaceX. However, various factors render this merely a fantasy for online users. Following the emergence of Hyperdimensional Technology, many have urged the company to swiftly venture into the aerospace sector. They believe that if they delay, once SpaceX completes its Starlink deployment, opportunities for China may evaporate entirely. At that moment, Hyperdimensional Technology was in its infancy, experiencing rapid growth. It seemed implausible for the company to leap into the aerospace arena so suddenly. Now that Hyperdimensional Technology has officially entered the aerospace field, netizens find themselves unable to contain their excitement. With the formidable technological prowess of Hyperdimensional Technology, catching up to SpaceX appears entirely feasible. Domestic media and internet users are jubilant, while their counterparts in Europe and America exhibit a palpable sense of urgency. Media outlets close to SpaceX are fervently appealing to Musk, urging him to expedite the Starlink deployment plan while Hyperdimensional Technology is still nascent. They argue that should Starlink's deployment progress exceed 70%, even if Hyperdimensional Technology were to catch up, it would be of no consequence. Numerous industry insiders have taken to social media to warn Musk. The greatest challenge has arrived, and time is of the essence. Chapter 223, No Other Intentions. In California, at the headquarters of SpaceX, Musk hurriedly arrived. The news of Hyperdimensional Technology establishing a subsidiary in the aerospace sector triggered a seismic reaction upon reaching the United States. European and American media have turned their focus squarely on SpaceX and Musk, eager to ascertain whether Musk is perturbed. As for whether he is anxious, that is hardly a rhetorical question. Who could remain composed in the face of Hyperdimensional Technology's challenge? Who would dare to underestimate Hyperdimensional Technology? Even Apple, the world's most valuable company, had to concede and lower prices following the launch of Hyperdimensional Technology's mobile products. Inside the conference room, Musk turned to the head of the Starlink project and inquired, "Can we accelerate the satellite deployment rate?" The project head shook his head and replied, "Sir, I regret to inform you that it is challenging to advance the satellite deployment schedule. The Starlink initiative is divided into 3 phases. The first phase entails deploying 584 satellites across 24 orbital planes at an altitude of 550 kilometers, inclined at 53 degrees, to provide satellite internet service to North America. The second phase involves placing 825 satellites at altitudes of 550 kilometers, 130 kilometers, 275 kilometers, and 325 kilometers to achieve global networking. The third phase aims to position 518 V-band satellites at 340 kilometers to establish global coverage. SpaceX plans to complete the first and second phases by 2027, while no timeline has yet been established for the third phase. Satellite launches are not trivial endeavors, and the cost of trial and error is exceedingly high. A single failed satellite launch not only wastes funds, but also escalates the cost of subsequent launches. Prior to the advent of Hyperdimensional Technology, both industry insiders and outsiders overwhelmingly acknowledge SpaceX's satellite launch speed. Even if SpaceX were to complete the first and second phases by 2030, it would have been inconsequential. However, with the emergence of Hyperdimensional Technology, numerous media outlets and industry professionals in Europe and America began to fret over the prospect of SpaceX being outpaced. Initially, European and American media had exhaled with relief upon realizing that Hyperdimensional Technology's focus was not on aerospace. Nevertheless, with Hyperdimensional Technology's sudden move, they were caught off guard, leading to a state of panic among them. Inside the conference room, Musk rubbed his temples in frustration. At that moment, a senior executive from SpaceX disclosed some alarming news. "Mr. President, I have learned from Wall Street that Superdimensional Technology has become a shareholder of Typespace during the tumultuous period of the stock market, holding 29% of the shares. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present turned even graver. All signs indicated that Superdimensional Technology was indeed poised to enter the aerospace domain. The chief engineer responsible for the Starlink project then spoke up, stating, "Mr. President, while we cannot accelerate the satellite deployment plan, we can proactively deploy satellites in critical orbits to secure orbital resources. As long as we possess quality orbital resources, the Starlink initiative will remain unaffected." Musk's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Are you certain this plan is feasible?" The engineer replied, "Given our company's current capabilities, coupled with NASA's assistance, it is entirely achievable." Musk decisively stated, "I will contact NASA immediately. If Typespace is the darling of Wall Street, then SpaceX is undoubtedly NASA's favorite partner." Over the years, the collaboration between SpaceX and NASA has deepened significantly, with both parties enjoying fruitful cooperation on several projects. Now that SpaceX is facing challenges, NASA would not stand idly by. A few days later, in Silicon Valley, at the headquarters of Typespace, Lin Ruoxue represented Superdimensional Technology at the board meeting. This meeting was rather straightforward, primarily to inform the other shareholders of Superdimensional Technology's status as a shareholder. Furthermore, due to Superdimensional Technology acquiring a substantial number of shares from individual shareholders, accounting for 29%, adjustments to the board were necessary. Originally, the founder and CEO of Typespace, Alan Moses, along with Wall Street investment banks, had prepared to appoint Lin Ruoxue as the vice chairperson. However, unexpectedly, Lin Ruoxue remained silent throughout the meeting, behaving as if the proceedings were of no concern to her, and that Superdimensional Technology was merely a typical shareholder. Faced with this situation, the other shareholders felt uneasy, utterly bewildered by Superdimensional Technology's intentions. After the meeting concluded, Alan Moses approached Lin Ruoxue, hoping to discuss matters on behalf of Typespace founding team. Lin Ruoxue acquiesced. In the CEO's office, Alan Moses directly asked, "Miss Lin, I wish to understand whether Superdimensional Technology's investment in Typespace aims to acquire us." This was a primary concern for the startup team. Lin Ruoxue calmly responded, "Mr. Allen, you need not worry. Even if Superdimensional Technology becomes the largest shareholder of Typespace, we will neither interfere with the company's decision-making and operations nor contemplate an acquisition of Typespace. The purpose of Superdimensional Technology's investment in Typespace is quite simple. Your company possesses an outstanding R&D team. Superdimensional Technology's Research Institute seeks to collaborate with Typespace research team on certain projects." Is that all? Alan Moses could hardly believe it. Superdimensional Technology's Research Institute is globally recognized as the most formidable research entity, based on all the products previously released by Superdimensional Technology. It is evident that the Research Institute rarely engages in collaborative research with other companies, institutions, or organizations. Thus, Alan Moses remained skeptical of Lin Ruoxue's words. Lin Ruoxue, feeling somewhat exasperated, explained, "Superdimensional Technology's foray into the aerospace sector is rather rushed, and Typespace R&D team possesses experience with NASA, which is what we value." Alan Moses remained unconvinced. After Lin Ruoxue departed, he sought out other shareholders, all of whom were distinguished investment banks from Wall Street. The representative from Goldman Sachs paused momentarily after hearing Alan's words. The representative for Vanguard Fund then spoke up, stating, "I believe Typespace could engage in relevant collaboration with Superdimensional Technology's Research Institute." The representative from BlackRock also nodded in agreement, prompting the other shareholders to quickly come to a consensus, all expressing their approval. Typespace has now emerged as a publicly listed entity. For its shareholders, an increase in market value translates into greater profits. Numerous strategies can elevate stock prices, yet none is more effective than exceptional company performance. Should Typespace forge a collaboration with the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute, the company's team could readily announce this favorable news. The influence of the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute is beyond question. Under the impact of such positive news, Typespace market valuation could soar like a rocket. Observing the excitement among the shareholders, Alan Moses could not help but sigh inwardly. It was no wonder that Jobs had been ousted from Apple. Those Wall Street vampires are all cut from the same cloth, driven solely by profit, with monetary gain reigning supreme. However, the reality of this world is stark. A nascent company without funding has no choice but to seek investment. Financing inevitably dilutes the company's control. Consequently, the decision-making regarding the company's development is no longer solely in the hands of the founding team. Chapter 224, Sky Supremacy. After securing the approval of the majority of shareholders, Alan Moses, the CEO and founder of TightSpace, had no choice but to acquiesce. Ultimately, he informed Lin Ruoxue that TightSpace and the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute could engage in amicable collaboration on certain projects. Upon hearing this good news, Liu Shaojun could only smile faintly. Long before Lin Ruoxue traveled to the United States, Liu Shaojun had anticipated that TightSpace would inevitably fall into this trap. The shareholders of TightSpace were predominantly investment banks and institutions from Wall Street, all with a singular characteristic. They are driven by profit. Their primary concern is whether stock prices rise, indifferent to the company's survival or future development. In the lounge, Su Jijun frowned and remarked, "Mr. Liu, while Wall Street individuals may be greedy, they are not fools. Our intentions seem rather evident. Can they not see through it?" Liu Shaojun replied with a smile. "It is precisely because they see through it that they willingly step into this trap." Su Jijun paused, then inquired, "Why is that?" Rather than responding directly, Liu Shaojun asked, "Old Su, what do you think of the strength of our Superdimensional Technology Research Institute?" Su Jijun answered without hesitation, "That question hardly requires an answer. The strength of the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute is universally acknowledged as the strongest in the world. Media and users alike claim that superdimensional technology often performs miracles, but it is the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute that truly creates those miracles. When the divine product of the virtual brain-machine interface is unveiled to the world, the prowess of the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute will remain unquestionable." Suddenly, Su Jijun comprehended the situation. "I see. Wall Street aims to recoup all their investments before TightSpace is swallowed whole. The capitalists of Wall Street are astute to their core. Knowing they cannot compete with superdimensional technology and research, they prefer to feast on profits and then retreat." Su Jijun shook his head with a wry smile. "I wonder if the founding team of TightSpace is aware of Wall Street's intentions. If they are, their mindset must surely be crumbling." Liu Shaojun shrugged and stated, "Whether they crumble or not is of no concern to us. This is the nature of commercial competition. Either you perish or I do." Just as Su Jijun had speculated. Upon relaying the news back to headquarters, the representatives of Wall Street on TightSpace board swiftly reacted. TightSpace could be abandoned, but not before extracting maximum profit. On September 1st, the Washington Times was the first to report. Following the announcement by the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute of its entry into the aerospace sector, Musk and SpaceX felt unprecedented pressure. Consequently, SpaceX resolved to launch a substantial number of satellites in the near future to secure premium orbital resources. This plan has already garnered the support of NASA. Subsequently, other mainstream authoritative media outlets in Europe and America confirmed the news. Upon its return to Huagua, the domestic media and netizens expressed their discontent. How outrageous is SpaceX? Musk is being unscrupulous. Such actions to seize orbital resources. Who will intervene? How can anyone intervene? Space is not owned by anyone. As long as you possess the capability, you could lay claim to Saturn. Outraged, netizens and domestic media published various reports protesting against SpaceX and NASA. The Huagua Daily even published an article stating, SpaceX's actions to monopolize orbital resources undoubtedly constitute space hegemony. Regardless of the protests from domestic media and netizens, SpaceX and NASA remained unmoved. After all, a few insults would not inflict pain, nor would it cost them anything. Conversely, if they failed to seize these prime orbital resources, SpaceX would ultimately be eliminated by superdimensional interstellar. Faced with the unresponsive SpaceX, netizens turned to urge superdimensional technology to swiftly take action and eliminate SpaceX. Amidst the rising external turmoil, the atmosphere within superdimensional technology was equally tumultuous. Internal employees were somewhat aware of information not known to the outside world. Although Superdimensional Interstellar, a wholly owned subsidiary of Superdimensional Technology, had been established, its framework remained undeveloped. In essence, it was merely a shell company. Even if miracles were to unfold, such a company could not possibly defeat SpaceX. In the high-level lounge of the Mobius Ring headquarters, Liu Shaojun shook his head at the news online. "I fail to comprehend why the outside world believes we at Superdimensional Technology are pursuing the same path as SpaceX with a Starlink plan. While this plan is commendable, it is evidently unsuitable for us. The technology behind Starlink, though appearing complex, is fundamentally quite simple, utilizing a sufficient number of satellites to construct a global network system. This method of triumphing through sheer numbers is something I, as an innovator endowed with a black technology system, truly look down upon. I naturally wish to pursue something distinctly different." Seeing Liu Shaojun gesture for Chen Xiao to deactivate the holographic projection, Su Jijun inquired. Mr. Liu, should our PR department respond to the media and netizens? Liu Shaojun waved his hand dismissively. There is no need. The media is merely striving to ride the wave of hype for traffic. As for the netizens, you cannot clarify matters with them. You Hua responded cheerfully, Mr. Liu is correct. What the netizens care about is simply whether we will take down SpaceX. The process is of no concern to them. Luo Elong could not help but interject. The current emotions of the netizens are quite intense. With Musk's emergence, many are envious. They believe that superdimensional technology could aid them in vindicating themselves, yet little do they realize we are not yet in a position to act. Domestic netizens, particularly those on the Weibo platform, are well known for their reactions. Rather than responding and inviting trouble, it is better to remain silent. Liu Shaojun took a sip of juice and asked, Old Su, has the recruitment plan for Superdimensional Interstellar been finalized? Su Jijun replied with a smile, it is ready. In addition to external recruitment, we will also be reallocating some experienced employees from the original departments of Superdimensional Technology to Superdimensional Interstellar. Liu Shaojun nodded slightly, stating, once the company is established, we will send someone to the United States to negotiate collaboration with TightSpace. We must expedite the complete acquisition of TightSpace, as the research from Superdimensional Technology Institute is nearing a breakthrough. Liu Shaojun's words ignited excitement among Su Jijun and the others. The establishment of the company is of little importance. What truly matters is the technological breakthroughs from the Superdimensional Technology Institute. As long as technological breakthroughs occur, no challenge remains insurmountable. While the world's attention is captivated by the rivalry between SpaceX and Superdimensional Technology, a fresh development has emerged from Wall Street. Following a period of stabilization in the U.S. stock market, it has come to light that Superdimensional Technology has become the majority shareholder of TightSpace. Upon the revelation of this news, the market capitalization of TightSpace surged, establishing it as a dark horse in the post-stabilization phase of the U.S. stock market. After several days of continuous appreciation, TightSpace valuation stabilized at an impressive $65 billion. Chapter 225, just wait. Once TightSpace market capitalization found its footing, the media unveiled a staggering announcement. Superdimensional Technology Research Institute and TightSpace had forged a partnership, initiating collaborative ventures across numerous aerospace domains. The magnitude of this revelation? Let us present the figures. Within a mere day, TightSpace market value skyrocketed to $189.2 billion, marking an astonishing increase of 191. This remarkable ascent showed no signs of abating. On the following day, as the U.S. stock market opened, TightSpace valuation continued its meteoric rise, igniting fervor in the market. Wall Street's financial titans, observing this vibrant landscape, could hardly suppress their smiles. In contrast to the bustling atmosphere of Wall Street, TightSpace found itself in a rather somber mood. In the conference room, the startup team of TightSpace gazed at the ever-increasing market valuation, their brows furrowed in concern. CEO Alan Moses spoke gravely. It appears that those scoundrels on Wall Street have sold us out. The other partners remained silent. At this juncture, one partner remarked, I suspect the issue lies within our collaboration with Superdimensional Technology. The surge in our market value is entirely attributable to the influence of their researchers. If we clarify that we are not, in fact, collaborating with the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute, our valuation will not experience such a meteoric rise. In response, another partner interjected, while it may not skyrocket, I assure you it will plummet dramatically. Who among you can take responsibility for the turbulence caused by a declining market value? A heavy silence enveloped the room. The advantages of being a publicly traded company are numerous, yet the drawbacks are equally significant. It is a well-known phenomenon. While one can acquire development funds through stock issuance, they must inevitably contend with certain constraints. Perfection is an elusive ideal in this world. After a prolonged pause, Alan Moses inquired, when is the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute's team scheduled to arrive in Silicon Valley? The executive assistant promptly replied, Superdimensional Technology informed us that their research team will arrive in Silicon Valley in 3 days. Alan Moses pondered this for a moment before asking, what is the sentiment of our R&D team regarding the collaboration with the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute? The assistant responded, the R&D team is exceedingly pleased and eagerly anticipates the partnership. This revelation left the startup team in a state of distress. This complicates matters. Alan Moses contemplated for an extended period before finally stating, please prepare 2 plane tickets for me, one for tonight to New York and another for tomorrow to Hong Kong. The assistant hesitated briefly before nodding in acknowledgement. In Hong Kong, at the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute's base, Li examined his latest acquisition, a specialized bionic robot. 010. 015 bionic robot. Zhang Yuan, a specialized bionic robot, junior expert in the aerospace field. Upon seeing the identification number of this bionic robot, Liu Shaojun immediately understood that those ranked higher must possess significant differences. After inquiring, Zhang Yuan revealed that the top 10 specialized bionic robots belong to a broader category. The 010 designation pertains to the aerospace field, while the number 015 signifies an individual bionic robot. Zhang Yuan informed Liu Shaojun that there are a total of 15 specialized bionic robots in the aerospace sector, including 1 top-tier expert, 3 senior experts, 5 mid-level experts, and 6 junior experts. Within the system's database, Zhang Yuan is merely an auxiliary bionic robot. However, in the eyes of Liu Shaojun and Hyperdimensional Technology, he is regarded as the utmost expert. Liu Shaojun presented the technical team roster and resumes from tight space to Zhang Yuan. Peruse these individuals and identify those who may assist you. Zhang Yuan swiftly reviewed the documents and, after a few minutes, reported, "Boss, among these 83 individuals, only 16 can barely qualify as my assistants." Liu Shaojun nodded and directly stated, "Your mission for this trip to America is to bring these 16 individuals back." Zhang Yuan, smiling, replied, "Rest assured, boss, this will be a simple task for me." Liu Shaojun countered, "We cannot bring them back overtly. Ordinary bionic robots will accompany you." Zhang Yuan immediately understood. "Boss, I comprehend. You can rest easy. This mission will be executed flawlessly." After arranging Zhang Yuan's tasks, other specialized bionic robots approached. Zhuo Pingyun cheerfully remarked, "Boss, could you allow Zhang Yuan to delay his departure? We have a few matters to discuss with him." Before Liu Shaojun could respond, Zhang Yuan declined. "You might as well forget it. My database access is locked. Even if I granted you access, the system would intercept your brainwaves." Qin Feng immediately cursed. "Damn, this system is a real obstacle." Liu Shaojun looked on with curiosity. "What are you discussing? I fail to grasp it." Upon noticing the boss's gaze, Zhang Yuan reluctantly explained. As one of the top 10 ranked bionic robots, he possesses limited permissions to access the system's database. However, bionic robots ranked lower than 10 do not share this privilege. Yet there exists a loophole. Zhang Yuan could grant access permissions to Zhuo Pingyun and the others, allowing them to tap into the database through their connection. Nonetheless, this access is currently locked by the system, rendering it ineffective even if unlocked. Consequently, Liu Shaojun promptly summoned the system. "System, what is the situation? If the interconnectivity feature is established, why lock the database?" The system replied, "According to the database management regulations, access to the database is prohibited until the system reaches version 50. Liu Shaojun frowned. "What is the reasoning behind this?" The system explained, "The vastness of the database exceeds the host's imagination. It can only operate in a compressed state. Excessive access permissions could jeopardize the database, potentially resulting in data loss." "Very well, this rationale is difficult to contest." Liu Shaojun cast a helpless glance at Zhuo Pingyun and the others. They sighed in disappointment. Limu spoke up, "Boss, please do your best to expedite the system upgrade to version 50. Liu Shaojun's lips twitched. The system had only been upgraded for less than a year, and not even version 40 had made an appearance, let alone version 50. After considering, Liu Shaojun inquired, "System, will the upgrade program be activated?" The system replied, "The conditions to trigger the upgrade program have not yet been met. The host must release 5 Class A or higher black technologies." Zhuo Pingyun and the others suddenly expressed eager anticipation. Liu Shaojun, with a stoic expression, remarked, "Just wait. I don't possess that many technological points." In New York, Wall Street, CEO Alan Moses of Tight Space emerged from the Goldman Sachs building, his expression decidedly grim. Chapter 226, Awakening. Undoubtedly, Alan Moses' South visit to Wall Street yielded unsatisfactory results. Time rewinds half an hour. In the conference room, Alan Moses expressed his concerns, stating, "The intentions of Hyperdimensional Technology are abundantly clear. They aim to absorb Tight Space Corporation, with over 29 of shares, if we are to preserve the company. I earnestly seek your support." The head of Goldman Sachs, Lordl, replied with a smile, "Mr. Allen, I understand your distress. However, you must realize that Hyperdimension's interest in tight space indicates that the company still possesses a certain value. In the past, we would have unhesitatingly united to drive Hyperdimension away. Yet now, we cannot take such action, and the reason is simple. Tight space lacks a future." Lordl's incisive remarks left Alan Moses at a loss for words. Initially, when Tight Space was established, Wall Street and countless investors held immense optimism regarding its prospects. However, once Hyperdimension announced its foray into the aerospace sector, The future of tight space appeared bleak. No one believed that tight space could find opportunities for development amidst the competition from Superdimension and SpaceX. A company devoid of a future is hardly worth Wall Street's substantial investment of resources. Given this, Wall Street would be better off seizing the opportunity for a quick profit and then withdrawing entirely. Observing Alan Moses's silence, Lordell continued, "Mr. Allen, to be candid, should Superdimension express interest, Goldman Sachs will be willing to sell its shares in tight space at a reduced price. I believe other investment banks and structures would likely follow suit. You currently have two choices. One is to align yourself with Superdimension. I imagine Mr. Liu Shaojun would not decline you. The second option is to sell your shares in tight space to Superdimension and then invest that money in the stock market for substantial gain." Upon exiting Goldman Sachs, Alan Moses wore a grim expression. His assistant and secretary followed closely behind, careful not to provoke the volatile Alan. Sitting in the back row among experts, Alan remained silent for a moment before instructing, "To the airport. Book the fastest flight to Hong City." The assistant promptly nodded, "Understood, Mr. President." At the top of Goldman Sachs, Lordell stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Suddenly, a holographic image materialized beside him, revealing none other than the long-missing Blair. "Blair, I hear you've been traveling the globe," Lordell remarked. Blair chuckled. "Indeed, I needed some time to unwind." Lordell frowned, asking, "Aren't you worried your plans might fail?" Blair leisurely sipped his red wine, responding, "The odds of success and failure are both 50-50. Even if I were anxious, I couldn't contact Jim at this moment." Lordell pressed further, "How long has it been since you lost contact with your undercover agent?" Blair replied, "They've been out of touch since the execution of the plan began. The tracker embedded in their tooth has been non-functional." Lordell's brow furrowed with concern. "Blair, you need to awaken Jim soon. I know you have a means. The situation is becoming increasingly complex, and we cannot afford to wait any longer." After a moment of silence, Blair said, "I'll consider it." Meanwhile, on a private beach in the Maldives, Blair deactivated the holographic projector and downed the remaining wine in his glass. After contemplating for a while, he gestured with his hand, summoning his assistant, Eve. "Boss," Eve approached quickly. Blair pondered for a moment before instructing, "Find a way to contact Jim." Eve hesitated, saying, "Boss, according to the original plan, the time for establishing contact isn't yet due. Reaching out now might expose Jim." Blair sighed. "Lordell is correct. The situation is indeed becoming more complex, and we cannot delay any longer." Eve said nothing further, nodded, and swiftly departed. Blair reclined on his beach chair, gazing at the distant sea, his mind troubled. He poured himself another glass of red wine, consuming it in one gulp without savoring it. Only after the wine settled did he feel somewhat calmer. In the Atlantic, near the Antarctic continent, lies an island that serves as one of the Habsburg family's secret bases. At this moment, within the residential quarters of the base's daily staff, Jim, who had been sleeping, suddenly awoke with a start. He sensed a sharp pain in his tooth. Recognizing the situation, he summoned the other biorobots. "Blair has begun to contact me." One of the biorobots, puzzled, asked, "Are you sure?" "According to the plan you and Blair agreed upon. It's still too early to establish contact." Jim replied with certainty, "I don't know why, but the tracking device embedded in my tooth has activated." The other biorobots exchanged glances before making a decision. "Contact the boss for further instructions." In Hong City, at a villa, Liu Shaojun was having dinner with Lin Ruyu and Lin Ruoxue when he received a message from Xiaoyi. He stepped into the garden outside the villa to summon her. "What is it?" "Master, we have received news from Jim. Blair has contacted him ahead of schedule." Liu Shaojun raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before stating, "Since Blair has awakened Jim early, we shall proceed according to the original plan." "Understood, Master." Back in the Maldives, at a seaside villa, Eve hurried to Blair's side, saying, "Boss, we've successfully awakened him." As he spoke, Eve handed Blair a tablet. The screen displayed a map with a blinking red dot, indicating the location of the Habsburg family's highly classified base island. Blair scrutinized the map and asked, "Have you made contact with Jim?" "There has been a response from Jim's side, but he has not communicated with us yet." Blair nonchalantly replied, "No matter. Jim is likely preoccupied at the moment." He instructed, "Eve, inform our people to locate this island as quickly as possible and then seize it." "Understood, boss." After Eve left, Blair did not retrieve his wine glass this time. Instead, he picked up the bottle and began to pour. In Hong City, at the headquarters of Hyperdimensional Technology, in the reception room, Liu Shaojun observed the weary expression on Alan Moses's face with puzzlement. "Mr. Allen, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to Hong City?" Alan Moses, regaining some composure, replied, "Mr. Liu, I wish to have an open and honest discussion with you." Liu Shaojun smiled lightly, saying, "My objective is not to absorb Tight Space Corporation, but rather to acquire its research team. Experts from the Superdimension Technology Research Institute believe that there are several talents among this research team worth utilizing. Shaojun's candor left Alan Moses taken aback, rendering him momentarily speechless. Chapter 227, A Helping Hand. After a brief silence in the reception room, Alan Moses finally spoke. Mr. Liu, your honesty shocks me and instills a sense of fear. Shaojun raised an eyebrow and asked, I understand the shock, but why the fear? Alan Moses replied with a wry smile. Your ability to directly reveal your true intentions suggests absolute confidence in your ability to absorb Tightspace Corporation. This frightens me because, prior to coming to Hua Country, I firmly believed that Tightspace would remain under my control and become one of the greatest aerospace enterprises of the future. Upon hearing this, Shaojun couldn't help but chuckle. Aspiring to become a great enterprise in a particular industry is not merely a matter of words. How much potential does Tightspace truly possess? Shaojun believed that there was not much to it. Although the research team at Tightspace was commendable, the unfortunate reality was that the control of Tightspace was too fragmented. How could Alan Moses manage the entire enterprise effectively and transform Tightspace into a great company? The nature of Wall Street is well known and requires no further elaboration. With a smile, Shaojun remarked, Mr. Allen, since you are aware of my intentions, and I am confident in my ability to take away the Tightspace research team, what are your thoughts? After a brief pause, Alan Moses replied, The vampires of Wall Street have abandoned Tightspace. I have no other options. Shaojun nodded slightly and said, I can acquire the shares held by you and the startup team at the current market value of Tightspace. Alan Moses's eyelids twitched as he responded, I need to discuss this with the startup team and consult the research team as well. Of course, that is no issue. I await your good news, Shaojun replied. After seeing Alan Moses off, Su Jijun turned to Shaojun and asked, President Liu, is he willing? Shaojun countered, If it were you, would you be willing? Su Jijun awkwardly smiled, knowing full well the answer. It was undoubtedly a bitter pill to swallow. Tightspace was Alan Moses's brainchild, akin to his own child. Shaojun calmly stated, In reality, how many things go as one wishes? Old Su, Alan Moses, and the startup team will likely make a decision soon. Assemble an acquisition team and prepare them to depart for America at a moment's notice. Su Jijun nodded in acknowledgement, understood. After discussing various matters with Su Jijun, Shaojun left the company and headed to the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute's base in the suburbs. The bionic robot, Zhang Yuan, was currently interviewing several high-achieving graduates. These graduates had recently completed their studies at top universities across the nation and were filled with anticipation upon learning that the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute was hiring research assistants. After a rigorous selection process, 30 individuals would be welcomed into the institute. Shaojun chose not to interrupt Zhang Yuan and waited until the interviews concluded before approaching him. You will depart for Tightspace tomorrow and bring those researchers back as swiftly as possible, Shaojun instructed. Zhang Yuan, taken aback, replied, Boss, why the urgency? I still need to interview assistant candidates. Shaojun shook his head. Let us discuss the interviews later. Tightspace is on the verge of being acquired by Superdimensional Technology. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, decisive action is imperative. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan nodded. Rest assured, boss, I shall depart for America tonight. However, upon my arrival, I will need Tightspace to establish contact with their research team. I will arrange that, Shaojun assured him. After exiting the Superdimensional Technology Research Base, He appeared. Master, Blair has commenced his actions. Shaojun raised an eyebrow. So soon? It seems Blair can hardly contain his impatience. Since he has initiated action, let's lend him a hand. At the manor at the foot of the Alps, Blair, having just returned from the Maldives, chose not to rest, but instead sat before the large screen, fixated on the images of the ocean displayed. At that moment, his personal assistant, Ifli, approached briskly. Boss, we have pinpointed the specific island where the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute is located. According to our investigation, this island has had past connections with Lu Mingyuan. Blair smiled slightly upon hearing this. It appears that the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute is significantly linked to Lu Mingyuan. I even suspect that it was established by him, for only he possesses such capability. Ifli nodded in agreement. Boss, given that Lu Mingyuan's shadow looms over the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute, our manpower for this operation may be insufficient. Who is Lu Mingyuan, you ask? Just inquire within the upper echelons of Europe and America, and you shall know. This figure was more renowned than Blair in his day, stirring the winds of change throughout the elite circles. Blair had always been an arrogant and cunning individual. However, in his numerous encounters with Lu Mingyuan, he had emerged as the vanquished, often suffering humiliating defeats. To succeed against such a formidable opponent, one must be thoroughly prepared. After some contemplation, Blair declared, "Let us postpone the operation by 2 days and deploy additional teams." Ifley nodded in compliance and proceeded to make the arrangements. In the waters near Antarctica, the Habsburg family's secret base was of immense significance to them. Surveillance was maintained around the clock, with helicopter teams dispatched periodically for inspections. In the monitoring room, an operator controlled a satellite, focusing on the area he was tasked with observing. Suddenly, he thought he spotted a vessel in the footage. As he maneuvered the satellite for a closer look, he found no sign of any ship, with the sea remaining eerily calm. Being a professional, he could not afford to be negligent. He communicated with his monitoring team to intensify surveillance on the region. However, after extended observation, no anomalies occurred, allowing the operator to finally relax. Of course, the reason the operator saw nothing was that the base's system had been compromised by Shaojun. Although Shaojun had initially advised caution regarding this base, she had successfully infiltrated it over time. This was also the reason Jim and the bionic robot could remain undercover for so long within the facility. The operator had not been mistaken. Indeed, a vessel was present in that maritime area. It was the ship carrying Blair's subordinates. To ensure Blair could approach the Habsburg family's base, Shaojun had deliberately fabricated the surveillance footage. At present, Blair's ship was drawing near to the Habsburg family's base. However, Blair, being astute and cautious, disguised the vessel as a fishing boat. Chapter 228, A New Product. On the ship, Zach, the captain of Blair's armed squad, was peering through binoculars at the distant island. One of his subordinates spoke up, "Captain, we cannot proceed any closer. We will raise suspicion. We are likely already detected." Zach nodded and replied, "Then let us proceed with the plan, fishing in these waters while we await order from the boss." Understood. After Shaojun facilitated the ship's passage through the satellite monitoring zone, she ceased to aid in concealing its movements. Consequently, the Habsburg family's base had already detected the presence of this vessel. Within the base, the head, Hel Habsburg, furrowed his brow. "A deep-sea fishing vessel has entered our territorial waters?" His assistant nodded. "Yes, according to our verification, this vessel had planned to fish in these waters 4 months ago." Hel's brow remained tightly knitted, showing no signs of relaxation. While it was not uncommon for deep-sea fishing vessels to traverse the waters near Antarctica, it was the first instance of one intending to linger and fish in this region. The marine resources in these waters were rather limited, making it an unprofitable venture. This deep-sea fishing vessel was undeniably suspicious. Hurl promptly declared, "Commence the investigation into the company that owns this deep-sea fishing vessel. It is imperative to ascertain that this ship is genuinely engaged in fishing." "Understood," came the response. At the foot of the Alps, Blair turned to YVRY and inquired, "How are the arrangements for personnel and weaponry progressing?" YVRY replied with a smile, "All is in order. The armed personnel dispatched are well equipped with an abundance of sophisticated weaponry." Blair then asked, "What are the arrangements with the fishing company?" YVRY chuckled and said, "Rest assured, boss. This fishing company is merely a subsidiary of an enterprise we covertly control." Upon hearing this, Blair nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He understood that in the face of an adversary like Lu Mingyuan, one must exercise utmost caution. Even the slightest misstep could prove disastrous. Blair began to mentally navigate through the entirety of the plan, ensuring that no detail would be overlooked. After a thorough review, he lifted the wine glass from the coffee table and savored a sip. In the ensuing days, tranquility reigned. On September 16th, Superwave Technology publicly announced that the Superwave 1 would be launched in the European market on October 20th. The starting price for the 128GB version would be $2,120, while the 256GB version would commence at $2,380 and the 512GB domestic version would start at $2,590. The pricing for the domestic version included tariffs and special service fees, with detailed costs available to consumers upon purchase. The news of the Superwave 1's release in Europe sent ripples across the globe, with media outlets in Europe and America fervently covering the story. Consumers in Europe and the United States found themselves both exhilarated and slightly apprehensive. The starting price of the Superwave 1 was, indeed, exorbitant. The lowest configuration's starting price of $2,120 was nearly equivalent to the price of the top-tier domestic version in RMB. Domestic netizens rejoiced at the news of the European pricing. Their spirits lifted. Historically, the price of iPhones in China had diverged significantly from their prices abroad. This time, however, a domestic smartphone brand was making its grand entrance into the European market, evoking feelings of pride and honor among the Chinese populace. European and American media began to delve into the pricing strategy of Superwave 1. According to information from Superwave Technology's official website, the steep pricing was primarily attributable to tariffs. Aside from the service and operational fees owed to Superwave Technology, the excess in pricing stemmed entirely from tariffs. Investigative media in Europe discovered that the European Union had implemented a specific tariff measure aimed at high-priced technological products. This tariff initiative had minimal impact on Apple and Samsung, as their prices in the European market were comparable to those in North America. Thus, it was evident that this tariff measure was explicitly directed at Superwave Technology. In an instant, domestic netizens erupted in outrage. How shameless! To suppress and sanction Superwave Technology, these individuals are truly despicable. It is clear that the hands of the Eagle Nation are involved. Consumers in Europe were urged to unite against this unreasonable and unscientific tariff measure. The indignation was palpable, and domestic media echoed the sentiment, vocally protesting the initiative. European consumers, upon learning of the situation, were equally incensed. Unfortunately, the relevant authorities chose to disregard the consumers' protests. For the European Union, whether or not one purchased the Superwave, one bore little consequence. Should one buy, they would reap substantial tariffs, and should one abstain, they would suffer no losses. In Hong City, at the headquarters of Superwave Technology, Mobius Ring, Liu Shaojun sat in his office, idly rocking in his chair. He was perusing the system's marketplace for intriguing black technologies when suddenly, an A-class black technology caught his interest. Graphene, nano-new fiber technology. A-class black technology, this fiber, based on graphene technology, boasts exceptional temperature control properties and remarkable resistance to impact. Liu Shaojun forwarded this fiber technology to Zhuo Pingyun. Shortly thereafter, Zhuo Pingyun informed Liu Shaojun that this material could be used to create clothing that keeps one warm in winter and cool in summer, as well as bulletproof vests. Any product associated with temperature regulation or impact resistance could be fabricated from this material. With Zhuo Pingyun's clear and accessible explanation, Liu Shaojun comprehended the concept. In simple terms, garments made from this material would not only provide thermal comfort across seasons, but would also offer ballistic protection. Zhuo Pingyun added with a grin, "Boss, I can enhance this material. If one wears clothing made from the improved material, a fall from 3 stories would only result in minor injuries." Liu Shaojun raised an eyebrow at this. "Very well, you shall take charge of improving this fiber material technology. This product will be among the new releases from the company." After concluding the video call with Zhuo Pingyun, another call request came through. "Zhang Yuan, how goes it? Is everything proceeding smoothly?" On the other end, Zhang Yuan replied with a smile, "Boss, everything is on track. I have met with the research team from Tight Space, and the plan will soon be executed. If all goes well, I will return to Hong City with the research team tomorrow." Liu Shaojun smiled with satisfaction, pleased that all was progressing smoothly. Just then, Chen Xiao knocked and entered. "President Liu, Alan Moses, the CEO of Tight Space, has arrived and wishes to meet with you." In the reception room, Liu Shaojun regarded Alan Moses and inquired with a smile, "Mr. Moses, have you reached a decision?" Alan Moses shook his head, stating, "Mr. Liu, such a significant matter requires further discussion with my associates. Additionally, I must inform the other stakeholders." Liu Shaojun nodded, acknowledging that this was a standard and necessary procedure. "May I inquire why you have come to see me today, Mr. Moses?" After a moment's consideration, Alan Moses asked, "Mr. Liu, will Superwave Technology dissolve Tight Space after the acquisition? Or will it be merged into Superwave Interstellar?" Liu Shaojun glanced at Alan Moses and smiled. "Tight Space will neither be dissolved nor merged into Superwave Interstellar. Rather, Tight Space will become one of the subsidiaries of Superwave Technology, operating independently after its delisting from NASDAQ. The plans for Superwave Interstellar and Tight Space are not mutually exclusive within Superwave Technology's framework." Upon hearing this, Alan Moses continued, "May I remain with Tight Space? I believe my skills could effectively manage the company." "Naturally, that is not an issue," Liu Shaojun replied with a smile, extending his right hand. "Mr. Moses, welcome to Superwave Technology." Alan Moses shook Liu Shaojun's hand, expressing, "It is an honor to join Superwave Technology." After seeing Alan Moses off, Liu Shaojun shared the good news with Su Jijun. Su Jijun was somewhat astonished. "I cannot believe Alan Moses chose to stay with Tight Space. Most would likely depart feeling disheartened." Liu Shaojun raised an eyebrow. "Old Su, are you concerned he may have ulterior motives?" Su Jijun shrugged. "President Liu, we must remain vigilant. Once Tight Space becomes a subsidiary, it will operate independently. Moreover, any issues arising in Silicon Valley could be beyond our reach." Liu Shaojun nodded slightly, understood. After Su Jijun offered a brief reminder, he refrained from further comment. Although Liu Shaojun is younger than Su Jijun, His methods and approach to handling affairs far exceed those of Su. After discussing several matters with Liu Shaojun, Su returned to his office. As the reach of Shaowei technology expands, Su's workload and pressure have increased significantly. Earlier in the year, Liu Shaojun once again restructured the organization, promoting numerous outstanding mid to senior level managers. The purpose of this was to alleviate Su's burden, allowing him to handle significant matters while sparing him from trivial concerns. After leaving Shaowei Technology, Alan Moses did not linger and immediately boarded the earliest flight back to the United States. Upon arriving at Wall Street in New York, he sought out the head of Goldman Sachs, Lauder. Observing Alan's disheveled appearance, Lauder chuckled. "Just returned from Hong City?" Alan nodded and replied, "I have decided to sell my shares to Shaowei Technology and remain in a managerial position at Tidespace." Lauder was not surprised by this decision. "That sounds quite reasonable." Alan continued, "Mr. Liu mentioned that once Shaowei Technology acquires Tidespace, they would initiate the delisting process." Lauder was even less surprised. That is expected. Shaowei Technology is not short on funds and can afford to disregard the stock market. Alan, curious, inquired, "How much did Shaowei Technology earn in 2023? Lauder responded, "Our analysts estimate around 600 billion. Alan's jaw dropped. Lauder added, "This 600 billion is pure profit." Alan was left speechless, realizing it was akin to having a money-printing machine. Lauder then remarked, "Other shareholders on Wall Street, just like us at Goldman Sachs, will sell their shares to Shaowei Technology if they are willing to acquire." Alan asked, "At the current market value?" Lauder hesitated momentarily. Currently, Tidespace market capitalization had been artificially inflated to 210 billion through various means on Wall Street. This inflated valuation was entirely reliant on Shaowei Technology's influence. Shaowei Technology is not naive, nor is Liu Shaojun. It is improbable that they would pursue an acquisition at the current inflated market value. After departing New York, Alan's first order of business upon returning to Silicon Valley was to convene a meeting with the founding team of Tidespace. Once everyone gathered, Alan shared his thoughts. If they could not compete, they should join Shaowei Technology. "Mr. Liu has assured me that if everyone is willing to sell their shares, Shaowei Technology is prepared to pay a premium for the acquisition. As long as your capabilities are recognized by Shaowei Technology, you can remain in managerial positions at Tidespace." The founding team did not make an immediate decision. Alan, unhurried, visited the research institute to meet the research team. However, he was informed that several key experts were engaged in a critical experiment with specialists from Shaowei Technology's research institute and could not be disturbed. Alan frowned, but could only express his intent to return in a few days. Unbeknownst to Alan, at that moment, the bionic robot number 010, Zhang Yuan, had already brought key experts from Tidespace research team to Hong City. The individuals conducting the experiments were merely ordinary bionic robots. The reason Liu Shaojun took the core research team from Tidespace and sought to acquire the company was to maintain secrecy. The research team consisted of Americans, and their exit from the country would be complicated. Even if Shaowei Technology absorbed Tidespace, the U.S. would not allow Liu Shaojun to take these research experts abroad. As long as Tidespace remained operational and Alan continued in his managerial role, the research institute would retain its experts, ensuring that no one would realize that these key experts had long since left the United States. In Hong City, at the Shaowei Technology Research Base, Liu Shaojun met with the research specialist before proceeding to the laboratory of Zhuo Pingyun. "Zhuo Pingyun, have you improved the fiber technology one provided you?" Zhuo smiled as he produced a piece of black fiber. "Boss, are you unaware of my capabilities? While I may lack the ability to develop an entirely new category of advanced material, I can certainly make simple modifications to existing technologies." Liu Shaojun examined the fiber in his hand, pulling and kneading it, marveling at its exceptional softness and comfort. "What are the properties of this fiber? Besides clothing, what else can be used for?" He continued, "Can it be transformed into a product for the masses?" Chapter 230, Rejecting Unreasonable Demands. If a product cannot cater to the general public and possesses significant limitations, it cannot be deemed a good product. Shaowei Technology has released numerous products, yet only a few are aimed at the general public. Perhaps the virtual brain-machine interface, holographic imaging microcomputer, and Shaowei One smartphone are prime examples. However, the scarcity of representative products does not align with Shaowei Technology's strategic development goals. According to Li Yi, at least 60% of the products and services released by Shaowei Technology in the future should cater to the general populace. Zhuo Pingyun chuckled, "Boss, the extension of this fiber product is beyond my scope. I am merely a researcher. The potential applications of this product should be discussed with your design team." Liu Shaojun pursed his lips. Holding the black fiber, He contemplated how to bring this material into the homes of ordinary people. After some reflection, he realized he had been overthinking it. This fiber material could offer insulation, be fashioned into bulletproof vests, and serve as protective padding. Its properties were clear, and thus the products should be developed accordingly. However, this approach would be labor-intensive. It might be more efficient to position this fiber material as a raw material and sell it to other manufacturers, such as clothing companies. Even in the realm of smartphones, this material could find application. Consumers fear that their phones will shatter upon impact. Thus, why not use this material for phone cases to alleviate that concern? With a newfound idea, Shaojun tucked the fiber into his pocket. At that moment, Zhang Yuan approached briskly. "Boss, my research team has been established." Shaojun nodded, acknowledging. "I'm aware." Zhang Yuan extended his hand. "We require research funding." Shaojun raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "How much do you need?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuan replied earnestly, "I am not certain, but I hope the initial research funding can reach 10 billion. If that's insufficient, we can always request additional funding." Shaojun was taken aback, but responded, "That is acceptable. Just inform me if the funding runs short." After leaving the Chao Technology Research Base, Shaojun informed Lin Ruiyu that anytime Zhang Yuan indicated a need for funds, she should transfer the necessary amount. Research in the aerospace sector is a crucial part of Chao Technology's future strategy. The profits generated by Chao Technology each year are more than sufficient, and investing in research is indeed an excellent expenditure. Upon returning to the company, Shaojun visited Su Jijun's office to inquire about the progress of the Tightspace acquisition. Su Jijun remarked, "Alan Moses has indeed assisted us in persuading other members of the startup team. However, with the stock of Tightspace soaring wildly, many partners from various startups are hoping we can acquire their shares at the current market valuation." Shaojun furrowed his brow in dismay. Have these individuals lost their senses? Are they not aware of the reasons behind the surge in Tightspace stock? Without the influence of superdimensional technology, Tightspace valuation would barely reach $3 billion. Shaojun spoke solemnly. Such unreasonable demands must not be entertained. If these individuals are unwilling to relinquish their shares, we must find a way to expel them. Su Jijun nodded. "I have conveyed the same to the acquisition team. We absolutely cannot acquiesce to the unreasonable demands of the Tightspace startup team." Su Jijun serves as the director of the Corporate Development and Investment Department at Superdimensional Technology. Every company, research institute, or organization acquired by Superdimensional Technology in recent years has passed through his hands. If we concede to the Tightspace startup team's absurd demands, other companies will surely follow suit, jeopardizing our leadership. In Antarctica, in the surrounding waters at the Habsburg family's secret base, the base leader, Hell Habsburg, was visibly troubled. Today, another distant fishing vessel had arrived in these waters. Fortunately, after a brief stay, the fishing vessel set its course towards the Antarctic continent. Hell Habsburg turned to his assistant and inquired, "How is the investigation into this fishing company proceeding? Are there any issues? I have an unsettling feeling about these two distant fishing vessels." Hell's assistant responded, "The family has thoroughly investigated this fishing company, and no issues were discovered. The plan to fish near our base was established 4 months ago, and all relevant documentation is in order." Hell Habsburg's brow remained furrowed. An instinctive suspicion lingered that these two fishing vessels were headed for their base. To err on the side of caution, Hell Habsburg instructed, "Notify everyone that the base is to be on high alert from now until the departure of that fishing vessel. Inform the monitoring center to keep a close watch on the fishing vessel near the base. Any unusual activity must be reported immediately." The assistant promptly nodded in acknowledgement. After the assistant left to carry out the orders, Hell Habsburg retrieved his satellite phone and dialed the family's number. Moments later, a gentle elderly voice responded, "Hell, what is it?" Hell Habsburg succinctly relayed the situation at the base and offered his assessment. "My intuition tells me that these two distant fishing vessels harbor ulterior motives." The elderly voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before replying, "Understood. I will send someone over. Keep a close watch for the next couple of days. I will arrange for a new investigation into the fishing company owning these vessels." Upon receiving the family's response, Hell Habsburg breathed a sigh of relief. At sea, the fabricated fishing vessels were now perilously close to the Habsburg family's secret base. On board, over 300 fishermen were inspecting their equipment. A burly leader announced, after sunset, "One group will approach the island in a small boat. Once we have a preliminary understanding of the island's perimeter, the remaining personnel will follow suit." This operation was straightforward. Swiftly seize the island, with one stipulation: no harm should come to the researchers within the base. Meanwhile, at the monitoring center of the Habsburg family's secret base, Nearly all surveillance personnel were monitoring the distant fishing vessel with 360-degree coverage. What's happening? Why has this fishing vessel slowed down? Something was amiss. The vessel's trajectory had been centered around our base. Report this immediately. Just as the monitoring team grew agitated, the distant fishing vessel suddenly began to move again, steering away from the island. This scene caused many monitoring personnel to furrow their brows. What on earth is this fishing vessel up to? Chapter 231. Resolving the lingering threat. Upon discovering the issues with the two distant vessels, the monitoring personnel at the Habsburg family base immediately reported to Herr Habsburg. At that moment, Herr Habsburg felt a sense of relief wash over him. He could now ascertain that the two fishing vessels were indeed targeting the base. A cold smile crept across Herr Habsburg's face. This secret base is one of the most critical facilities for the Habsburg family. Regardless of who or what organization dares to disrupt operations here, even small nations will not escape unscathed. Herr Habsburg waved his hand, and his assistant promptly approached. Notify everyone that the base is to enter a state of heightened alert. All research personnel are to cease their work and retreat to the safety shelters. All combat personnel must remain on standby for 24 hours. The assistant nodded in affirmation and quickly exited the office. Herr Habsburg picked up the satellite phone to relay this news to the family. He was not an arrogant man. Knowing that the adversary was approaching the base, he was determined to prepare thoroughly. The family, recognizing the gravity of the situation, assured him that reinforcements would arrive within a day. Herr Habsburg set the satellite phone down with a smile, the last traces of his apprehension dissipating. In truth, there would be no reinforcements from the Habsburg family. The individual he had just spoken with was a projection simulated by Shaojun. If the Habsburg family were to dispatch reinforcements smoothly, Blair would find himself in a precarious position. To successfully incite discord between the Habsburg and Jis families, Liu Shaojun would naturally intervene to mitigate the conflict. In Hongsheng, Li Yi reclined on the sofa, observing the holographic projection before him with a growing smile. Blair was finally ready to take action. As night fell, several small boats were launched from the two distant fishing vessels. Once the armed personnel were in position, the small boats sped toward the island. Typically, secret bases established on islands do not install lighting, and even if they do, it is seldom activated at night. Light would easily expose the base. Moreover, with Xiao Yi's assistance, the small boats approached the island with relative ease. Although patrols often frequented the coastal area, Blair's subordinates were well-trained and seized the opportunity to land on the island. Within the base, Herr Habsburg sat in his office, suddenly sensing that something was amiss. He summoned his assistant and inquired, "Have any unusual occurrences been reported?" The assistant shook his head. The monitoring personnel have maintained comprehensive surveillance on the two distant fishing vessels. There's been no abnormal activity. Herr Habsburg's brow knitted tighter as he rose and exited the office, heading towards the monitoring room. Just as he was about to push the door open, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the base. Herr Habsburg's expression shifted dramatically. The sound of the alarm indicated that the enemy had landed on the island and was approaching the base's entrance. Herr Habsburg hurried into the monitoring room, where he saw security personnel engaged in a firefight with a group of unidentified armed assailants. Herr Habsburg commanded, "Subdue all of them. Try to leave as many alive as possible." Understood. Meanwhile, on Blair's side, armed personnel were continuously landing on the island, this time to capture the Hyperdimensional Technology research facility. Blair dispatched nearly 300 elite operatives. In addition to their considerable numbers, these individuals were also armed with an extensive array of advanced weaponry. The 300 were launching a frenzied assault on the stronghold of the Habsburg family. In response, the Habsburgs prepared to resist. At the estate nestled at the foot of the Alps, Blair scrutinized the images transmitted by satellite, his brow furrowed in concentration. Why? I have a distinct feeling that this base does not resemble that of the Transcendent Technology Research Institute. Blair's assistant, YVRY, observed the footage closely, ultimately discerning a crucial detail. "Sir, the insignia on that soldier's uniform appears strikingly familiar." Blair narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at the screen, and his expression darkened ominously. "That is the emblem of the Habsburg family." "The Habsburgs?" YVRY exclaimed in shock. "This is troubling." Blair spoke gravely. "Recall our people. We have been outmaneuvered by transcendent technology. Jim has betrayed us." YVRY promptly acknowledged, understood. In Hong City, Xiaoyi interjected, "Master, Blair has made a discovery." Liu Shaojun raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Then let us send him on his final journey." "Very well, master." At the Habsburg base, Herr Habsburg surveyed the armed intruders before him. "Extract information from these individuals. I permit the use of unconventional methods." An elderly man clad in a white lab coat nodded and gestured. Several soldiers proceeded to take Blair's subordinates away. Half an hour later, the assistant returned, stating, "Sir, those individuals are subordinates of Blair from the GI's family." Blair, of the GI's family? It was reported that one of the GI's estates had been struck by an unidentified missile, and credible sources indicated that Blair had been present at the estate, thus confirming his demise. Within mere hours, this news reverberated throughout the upper echelons of Europe. Simultaneously, another report emerged. The secret base of the Habsburg family had come under attack by Blair's armed personnel. In an instant, the elite circles of Europe were left aghast. The GIs and Habsburg families engaged in a heated exchange of accusations against one another. Ultimately, however, the matter was left unresolved, with neither family able to outmaneuver the other. Having dealt with the internal threat posed by Blair, Shaojun felt invigorated. The advancement of transcendent technology was also progressing rapidly. 3 years later, Transcendent Technology's subsidiary, Transcendent Interstellar, launched its first satellite. Furthermore, Transcendent Technology announced that this single satellite would enable global communication coverage. The revelation sent shockwaves around the world. Experts in countries such as the United States and Europe declared that one satellite could not possibly provide worldwide communication coverage. Yet, Transcendent Technology refrained from launching additional satellites and instead unveiled corresponding communication services. Consequently, all were compelled to once again acknowledge the formidable prowess of Transcendent Technology. Thus, the company had largely completed its business framework, continuously expanding its operations based on virtual neural interfaces, holographic imaging microcomputers, superpower mobile devices, and transcendent satellite communications. Ultimately, Transcendent Technology emerged as the most powerful technological entity globally.